Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 81, Chapter 73, The Great Feud, Part 7. Returning home immediately after our meeting with the other familia at the guild, I called for everyone to assemble and explain the details of the upcoming operation. Any questions? I asked once I was done. Who will be going on the raid, all of us? William asked. I shook my head. No, just like usual we will split into two groups. Especially given what the operation entails. Evelis might try and pull something, then our home and a lot of the city would be defenseless. I explained. Now then, as for who will be participating in the raid, it will be me, Rio, Reiner, Rogue, and Dilek. Everyone will remain at the Owl House with Athena, our guest, and Reyna on standby and as protection. Questions? No one spoke up. All right then, meeting adjourned. I said. The moment I did so, everyone went their separate ways. Heading up to my room, I got comfortable and then lied down on my bed. Several thoughts racing through my mind. Since the worst part of the Great Feud is about to start. And all I want is for me and my comrades to make it past this storm alive. Saying a silent prayer, I hoped my wish would come true. Looking up at the dark clouds in the sky, my nerves didn't get any better. Today is the day of the operation to attack the Evelis bases. Having left with my group earlier, we have met up with the Astria Familia and the contingent from the Ganesha Familia assigned to work with us and are now heading towards the area of our designated target. As we continued on our way, I noticed the lack of people on the road besides our group. Along with the eerie silence. Other than our group, I didn't notice any noise being made at all. Which only added to the tension in my body. Shit, calm down. I muttered to myself. If I lose my shit, then my friends will suffer. Trying to get a hold of myself, I suddenly felt someone grasp my friend's hand. Looking to my right side, I saw it was Rio. Gently squeezing it, she gave me a reassuring look. Seeing this, a lot of my tension immediately melted away. I then felt a warm feeling in my chest that I never had before. Looking at Ryu, I felt the urge to protect her, and that I would rather die than allow anything to happen to her. Ah, so this is what love feels like. I thought. I am in love with Ryu Lion. Realizing this, my resolve came rushing back to me, and I was able to get myself together. I also made a note to tell Ryu how I felt after all this shit was over. Because doing so right now would definitely raise a flag, and I'm not stupid enough to trigger that shit. The two of us continued holding hands, until eventually we arrived at the Evelis base we were scheduled to raid. An abandoned 3-story building. Stepping out in front of our group, Shakti turned to face us. Since she is the overall commander of this operation. Ganesha Familia members and half of the Astria Familia surround the outer perimeter. Everyone else, you're coming inside with me. Shakti ordered. As soon as she did so, everyone moved with surgical precision. It only took us 5 minutes to get set up. Then once we were, the raid began. Going up to the front door, Shakti kicked it open and we all stormed inside. But as we did so, we found no one at all. What? Shakti questioned. Fuck, looks like Evelis got tipped off. Reiner growled. Right after he did so, we heard footsteps and a cliché slow clap. Clap, clap, clap. The clapping continued as the person who did so stepped out of the shadows in front of us. Revealing themselves to be none other than Valletta Greed. Level 5 adventurer, member of the Thanatos Familia, an executive within Evelis, as well as their chief strategist who can even give Finn a run for his money, and an all-around horrible human being and psychotic bitch. Given what I know about her from my previous life memories. A psychotic and super happy smile on her face, Valletta came to a stop right in the middle of the room. She then stopped clapping. Valletta Greed. Shakti snarled. Foo-foo, yep, that's me. She happily said. Nice to finally meet you in person, Ankusha. She said. Her eyes then scanned over the rest of us, only making her smile wider. Oh, and it looks like we have some other famous individuals here as well. Astria Familia and Athena Familia. A pleasure to meet you all. Nice, if you please would, die all of you. Aren't you being quite cocky? Shakti said. But what you want isn't going to happen. We have this place surrounded, Valletta. So give up now and we'll let you live. Otherwise I'll have no problem putting you down. Ah, so scary. Valletta said in mock fear. She then licked her lips. However, you're mistaken about one thing, Ankusha. It is not I who is the one who is trapped, but all of you. Now then, feel despair. She said. A second later, Valletta snapped her fingers. Then once she did so, I suddenly felt a large amount of killing intent. Jumping out of the shadows, several figures moved to attack us, and then all hell broke loose. Brandishing Vortex Vanquisher, I stabbed the Evolus member nearest to me right through the throat and then tossed him into several others. Once I did this, I start killing all the enemies in sight while also looking for Artie. Spotting her, I noticed a young girl approaching her. The moment I saw this, I ran in her direction, knocking down any enemies in my path. As Artie cut down another enemy in front of her, she finally noticed the little girl. Turning in her direction, Artie just stood there, and then lowered her weapon. "Hey, it's okay," she said. "Are you scared? If you are, we can protect you," Artie explained to the little girl. Having completely lowered her guard entirely. "Artie, no," I shouted. But she ignored me and instead got closer to the little girl. Knowing that I wasn't going to make it in time, I started chanting. "Ground that we walk upon, heed my command and come forth. Geo Force." Just as I finished my spell, the little girl pulled a knife from within her shirt and jumped towards Artie, intending to stab her. But before she could get to close, a large rock wall appeared right in front of the two, separating them. Since even though I could have killed the little girl, that is something I will never do. Killing children is a line I will never cross. But it looks like Evolus has no problem using them. Fucking scumbags. Falling on her as Artie got a shocked expression on her face, given what almost happened to her. Ignoring this, I came up behind her and grabbed her by the back collar of her shirt. Turning around, she looked at me and started to say something, only for it to be interrupted. Boom. Ack. Stop, stay back. No. All around us explosions rang out, as did screams of agony and death. Looking around, I saw the Evolus members turning themselves into suicide bombers, charging at our forces and then exploding themselves. Killing and injuring our people without any regard for their own lives. A minute after this happened, explosions started throughout the inside of the building and the outside as well. "Ha ha ha, can you feel it?" Valletta asked in between her laughs. "The pain and despair. Well, take note, since it's only just begun. Now that the signal has been lit, nothing can stop what's about to start. Enjoy it," she said. Valletta then escaped through a back entrance. As she did so, the explosions only got worse. Pieces of the building began falling. Seeing up, I saw a large chunk falling straight towards Artie, and I grabbed her and jumped out of the way. Landing, I looked and saw Ryu and my friends near the entrance. But Artie and I are located near the damn near middle of the building, so we can't reach them. While the explosions got worse, a large chunk of the building fell down right in front of my friends, separating them from my sight. Then a second later, almost the entire building began collapsing in on itself entirely. Seeing the debris falling towards Artie, and I didn't hesitate and began to take action. Just as several more explosions occurred. Third person, POV. Getting thrown across the ground due to the force of the explosions due to the bombs Evolus set up, Rhea Lion quickly picked herself up. Ignoring the cuts and bruises across her body, as did the rest of her familia members. Just as they got to their feet, the Evolus base in front of them fully collapsed, turning into nothing more than a pile of rubble and smoke. Seeing this, all of them got horrible expressions on their face. Namely because Morex and Artie were still inside the building. Shakti as well got a horrible expression on her face, given that she too knew Artie was still inside. "No." Ryu muttered to herself. "No, no, no, no." Ryu shouted at the top of her lungs. "Morex. Artie." Ryu shouted in a painful wail. She was beginning to feel the despair Valletta had mentioned earlier. A/N, cliffhanger bitches. Want to find out what happens? Then continue reading the story. Chapter 82, Chapter 74, The Great Feud, Part 8. Third person, POV. At the same time the raid on the Evolus bases was taking place, Athena was in her personal room at her familia home, Owl House, looking out her bedroom window. A dreadful sense of foreboding and worry flooding her entirely. No matter what, the goddess couldn't shake the feeling that something horrible was about to happen. "Morex, everyone, please stay safe," Athena said. Right after she did so, she noticed several explosions and pillars of smoke appear all throughout Orario. Seeing this, Athena realized her bad feeling was spot on. In the next moment she didn't hesitate to act. Moving to her closet, she grabbed her personal spear and circle shield and then headed down to the main floor of her familia home. A look of determination and anger on her face. Just as Athena reached the main floor, so did everyone else in the house, including Ariane and Reyna. "Athena, what is happening?" Leon McKelly asked. It looks like Morex was right. Evolus had something up their sleeves. Multiple explosions are going off across the entire city. I saw it. Prepare for battle, Athena instructed. Yes, goddess, the familia members answered. As the others rushed off to retrieve their gear and weapons, Athena turned to Reyna and Ariane. Both of you, do not leave my side no matter what happens, she instructed them. The two of them nodded. Reyna because she had known Athena for years and trusted her, given all she had done for her and her son. While Ariane did so because the Athena Familia had not only saved her but also taken care of her without asking for anything in return. But also because as a warrior Ariane was feeling entranced by the commanding aura Athena is excluding at the moment. It is stirring something inside of her. So this is a warrior god, huh? Ariane thought. As she did so the others quickly returned, completely geared up and stocked up on potions and elixirs. Follow me, Athena said. She and everyone then exited the owl house and headed out into the chaos. As Athena's group moved through the streets of Orario they noticed people fleeing in utter terror. Running away especially from people who exploded while laughing in joy. A god. It's Athena, kill her, several deranged individuals said. They then all started converging on Athena's group. But before they could even get close William put arrows in their heads. And those that avoided his shots were cut down without hesitation by Milhior and Leon Michelli. Our goddess has no time to deal with filth the likes of you. So back off, Leon Michelli shouted in anger. As she and Milhior worked to clear the front, Echidna and Gaul covered their rear. The group continued progressing, protecting people as they did so. Until eventually they ran into two familiar faces. Astrea and Hermes. Astrea, Hermes, what's happening? Athena asked her fellow gods. Evolus got us good, Hermes said. But his voice was sad and filled with anger, not with his usual playfulness. Which told everyone the situation was that bad. Apparently they used the bombs they made to destroy the bases we set up to attack today. Not only that but Evolus members have turned themselves into living bombs and are killing everyone they can. He explained. Hearing this Athena's group felt their blood run cold. Specifically in worry for their fellow Familia members who were part of the group attacking the Evolus bases. Everyone don't despair, Athena called. Sensing the change in the group after Hermes relayed his information. Have faith in the others. I can feel they were not amongst the dead. And even if by some chance I am wrong, then that only gives up more reason not to give up. We must fight for that is what they would want us to do. Hearing Athena's words the others nodded. Yes, we mustn't give up. Leon Michelli spoke. If we do and the others come back, how would we face them? Well said, both of you. Astrea spoke. Now then, we are forming a camp in the middle of the city. Please instruct anyone you see to head there. Athena and the others nodded at her information. Well then, I'll be off, Astrea said. There are still many more who need assistance. Just be careful, Athena told her old friend. Don't worry. I will. Hermes has agreed to be my bodyguard after all. Astrea spoke. I see. Athena mused. She then looked at Hermes. Hey, don't let anything happen to her. Also, take care of yourself as well. Always, Hermes said, tipping his hat. Right after he did so he and Astrea headed off to continue relaying the information about the camp. Meanwhile Athena and her group started heading towards the center of Orario. Working to save as many people along the way as they could. Cutting down any enemies they say, Athena's group directed civilians to the center of the city. As well as any adventurers they came across. While also heading there themselves. Dodging a sword strike from an Evolus member Athena bashed her shield into their head and then stabbed them through the neck using her spear, a cold look on her eyes. Since she had no mercy or compassion for such scum. As the dead Evolus member fell to the ground her group continued onward. Only to stop when several blasts of magic came towards me. Stepping in front of Ariane and Reyna, Athena raised her shield and did her best to deflect the magic blasts. As she did so the magic casters who attacked her group got ready to attack again. But Echidna was faster. Pierce, destroy, rip apart. Hunt them down no matter where they may run or hide. Obliterate. Jewald. As soon as Echidna finished chanting the tip of gloom glowed and several rays of heat, moved and killed the enemy magic users. Just as this happened a group of civilians started running towards Athena's group. Quickly, come this way. Gaul shouted. Waving his hand in their direction. Seeing this, the civilians ran towards them. As they did so several Evolus members appeared, chasing them down. William, cover them. Leon Michelli shouted. Right. William spoke. He then notched several arrows and shot them at the Evolus members. However almost all of them were dodged. Seeing this Leon Michelli drew her blade and sprinted forward. Milhior doing the same thing, right beside her. The two began blocking the path of the Evolus members pursuing the civilians. Just as they did so a woman and a young girl ran out of a nearby alley. Shortly after they did so an Evolus member closed the distance to them. Seeing this the woman grabbed the girl in her arms and threw her with all her might. Mommy. The girl screamed, but right after she did so her mother was engulfed in an explosion. One which sent blood and guts flying all over the place. Some even hitting the little girl in the face. As the girl felt what was certainly some of her mother's blood hit her in the face, she started falling to the ground, only for Leon Michelli to move to catch her. Grinding her teeth as she did so. Her tail standing on end and her hair bristling, she was getting angrier and angrier with each passing second. Especially given what she just saw. How dare you? Leon Michelli seethed. How fucking dare you, you monsters? Leon Michelli shouted in utter anger. But the Evolus members ignored her, and some even giggled in delight. That's it. They're all dead. Leon Michelli thought. She was going to slaughter all the pieces of shit in front of her. But before she even had the chance, one of them had their arm ripped off. Looking down at his ripped off arm, the Evolus member screamed in agony. Ack! Falling to his knees as blood sprayed out of his wound. He started to cry. Only for a hand to enter through his chest, killing him. The owner of the hand being Milhior. Focusing their gazes on her, the Evolus members prepared to attack, only to notice the massive amount of bloodlust the pink-haired Chianthrope was admitting. Rabid animals. Milhior said in a cold voice. Different from her usual upbeat and cheerful tone. Die, all of you fucking mutts need to die. Milhior said. Her bloodlust increasing as she did so. Then her body began to transform. Being bigger, and gaining more, for Milhior soon became the picture of what a devil dog would look like. Image here. All of this was due to a skill she had obtained only recently. Beastification. Except for werewolves, only a select few beast people are born with the skill, beastification. However, by becoming adventurous some have the chance to obtain it, and Milhior is one of those rare few who has. However, never before has she used the skill. Because to do so she had to become angry. So extremely angry she wanted to rip apart what was in front of her without any hesitation. But Milhior hardly ever gets truly angry. Most of those in her familia have never seen her do so, and the only ones who have are Leon Michelli and Gaul. It was once a long time ago, and on that day the siblings made a note. Never make Milhior truly angry, because if that happens something terrible will occur. Like right now. Roar. Releasing an enraged scream, Milhior in her beastified form started swiftly attacking the remaining Evolus members. Using her claws and fangs to rip them apart limb from limb. Sending blood and entrails all over the place. Fucking monsters. An Evolus mage shouted. She then cast a spell and sent it towards Milhior, who simply took the attack head on and kept on moving. Reaching the mage, she used her jaws to rip off her right arm. Then dug her left front claws into her guts. Ack! The mage screamed in horror. But Milhior cared not. She just continued ripping the mage apart until all that was left of her were pieces scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Athena and the others were left speechless. Most of all Leon Michelli. Looking at Milhior in her beastified form, she bit her bottom lip, causing it to bleed. Stop. Leon Michelli whispered. Milhior ripped apart another Evolus member. Stop. Leon Michelli whispered once more. As Milhior raked her claws across the chest of an Evolus member just before they exploded in front of her. Millie, just please. Stop. Leon Michelli whispered. Putting the girl in her arms on the ground, she slowly stood up and started walking towards Milhior. Sis, wait. Gaul shouted. Until Athena placed her spear in front of him. Gaul. It will be fine. Athena said. Leave this to your sister. She said. Gaul wanted to protest. But seeing as Athena wasn't worried, he stood down. Roar. Releasing another enraged scream, Milhior finished killing the last Evolus member of the group, attacking her and her comrades. Once she did so, she turned around. To see Leon Michelli approaching her. Her arms outstretched. Millie, that's enough. Leon Michelli said. Coming to stand in front of her sister in all but blood, she gently placed her arms around her neck and gave her a hug. Ignoring all the blood Milhior was covered in due to her rampage. It's over. That's enough. So please, go back to normal. Leon Michelli almost pleaded. Since she didn't like seeing Milhior like this one bit. She was the one who got angry and lost her temper, while Milhior generally kept her calm. Now it was the other way around. Breathing heavily, Milhior looked at Leon Michelli, and the rage in her eyes slowly but surely disappeared. Then shortly after this happened, Milhior's body reverted to normal. She then hugged Leon Michelli back and started to cry. Sorry, I just dash. It's okay. I understand. No need to say any more. Leon Michelli spoke. The two of them then went into a comfortable silence. Just enjoying each other's embrace. This lasted for a few moments before Milhior passed out. Once she did so, Leon Michelli picked her up gently in her arms and returned to the others. As soon as they did so, their group continued onward to the camp, swearing in their hearts to protect their friend and make sure Evelys paid for the crimes they had committed today. A/N Emotional Drama. Stay tuned in for more. Chapter 83, Chapter 75, The Great Feud, Part 9. Third person, POV. As Raya's painful cries rang through the air, the others in her familia weren't doing any better. Damn it! Reiner shouted, punching the ground repeatedly after he did so. After all, Morax was his best friend, and he just let him die, being able to do nothing about it. If only I were stronger, Reiner muttered. Getting dark looks in on their faces. Rogue and Dialek were feeling the exact same thing Reiner was. Morax is their friend and captain, yet when it came down to it they couldn't do anything to save his life. No, no. Ryo shouted, tears starting to stream down her face. She then ran towards the destroyed Evelys base and started clawing at the rubble. He can't be, Ryo muttered as she worked to clear the rubble in front of her. Not caring that her gloves were ripping and her hands were getting small cuts on them. She just couldn't accept that Artie and Morax were dead. Seeing her act this way, Dialek decided to stop her. Moving her to Ryo, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Ryo, that's enough, he gently said. But Ryo continued digging through the rubble. Ryo, listen to me, Dialek shouted. That's enough. There. Dialek stopped his words immediately when he heard a sound coming from the rubble. Looking its direction along with Ryo and everyone else, they suddenly saw a portion of the rubble explode and a stone platform rise up from it. A dome shell sitting atop it. A moment after this happened, the dome shell broke, revealing Artie and Morax, both alive and unharmed. When Morax saw the building was collapsing and there was no way for him and Artie to get clear in time, he used his magic, Geo-Force, and created a reinforced earth dome around them to protect them from the debris. Then once he was sure the explosions were over, he used his magic once more to lift them out of the debris, and now here they are. Taking in the fresh air, Morax and Artie both coughed a bit. But otherwise they were fine. Standing to their feet, they both stretched. Then right after they did so, slap. Morax delivered a slap right to Artie's face. Right after this happened, Artie looked at Morax with a stunned expression, but he didn't care. He simply looked at her with a dead gaze and slapped her once more. You fucking idiot, Morax shouted at her. Were you trying to end up dead earlier, huh? Huh? He asked. If I didn't act when I did, that girl would have killed you. But I just wanted to help her, Artie protested. It's Evelys, Artie. Fucking Evelys, Morax shouted. Yet you let your guard down completely and utterly. Don't ever do that again. You seem to have forgotten who these bastards are we are dealing with, so let me remind you. They are animals who have no issues turning children into killers. If you wanted to help that girl, the first thing you should have done is help yourself. Because you have people who care about you. Me, my familia, the girls in the Astria familia, your familia, and most of all your sister. Do you get how sad Shakti would have been if you died? Artie trailed off, realizing Morax was right. She had messed up big time, and if he hadn't saved her at the last moment, she would have been dead. Then Shakti would have been devastated. I understand, Artie said in a low voice. Good, Morax said. As long as you understand. He spoke to her, happy that Artie was alive and that her death had been avoided. And if he had his way, it would stay that way. Their discussion over, Artie and Morax finally realized all the gazes on them. Turning in their direction, they saw their friends and familia members with looks of relief and happiness on their faces. Ryu and Shakti standing out of the most. Climbing down from the stone pillar, Artie and Morax quickly reached everyone else. As soon as they did so, they were assaulted with hugs and congratulations. Until eventually their most important people got a chance. Rushing towards Morax after everyone else moved back, Ryu enveloped him and then gave him the tightest hug she ever had. Shakti doing the same for Artie. You're alive. I'm so glad, Ryu muttered. Saying nothing, Morax simply put his arms around Ryu and embraced her as well. Since he knew from his previous life memories just what sort of person she truly was. Although Ryu was a strong warrior, she was emotionally delicate, more so than most. Like in canon, when everyone but her in the Astria familia died during the Juggernaut, she blamed herself, even though the others willingly sacrificed themselves for her. Yes, Morax knew the true Ryu lion very well. More so now since they became lovers. While this happened, Shakti couldn't stop embracing her little sister. She was so grateful she was alive, and that Morax had done what she couldn't and saved her. During the battle, Shakti too noticed Artie's actions but couldn't reach her in time. That's why she was thankful Morax did. Because the alternative is not something she wants to think about. While the two pairs continued to hug, the moment was suddenly interrupted as 9 pillars of light appeared all across Orario. This immediately ruined the mood and caused everyone to get serious. Since they all knew the 9 pillars of light in the sky were 9 gods being returned to heaven. Though everyone in the area knew that the gods returned to heaven just now weren't any of there since they all still had their fauna. Even so, the situation was getting worse by the second. "Everyone, let's move," Morex shouted. His familia members and even the others all nodded in agreement. They all then left the area to assess the situation of Arario as a whole. Morex, POV. Opening the doors to the owl house, I entered inside first. Everyone else following behind me. All of us mentally and physically exhausted. After leaving the Evolus base, we ran across some fellow adventurers and learned about the situation in the city at large. The moment we did so, we all went our separate ways and went to work handling the matter. Evacuating civilians to the camps set up. No matter how much they cursed us and the like. Given the situation, I didn't blame them. When tensions are high, even the most composed person will break down. So we just listened to their complaints and protected them. Eventually we reached the camp in the center in the city and made contact with the others. Learning about their ordeal, and what happened to Milhior. To think our usually sweet and kind Milhior could be capable of something like that. It just once again shows me how far these Evolus fuckers can push people. Thankfully, despite all the injuries she received, Milhior going to make a fully recovery. Looking over at her bandaged form in Dialec's arms, I smiled. The beastification really took a lot out of her. Combine that with the stress of today's events and she won't be up and about until tomorrow at the latest. But she's alive and that's all that matters to us. Once we regrouped, we all decided to head home. Now here we are. Turning towards us, Athena gave out orders. Dialec, William, and Reiner. Take the first watch. Everyone else go rest up. I won't hear any arguments. Especially from you, Ryu and Leon Michelli. Athena told them. Narrowing her eyes in their direction. Because out of all of us, those two have probably suffered the greatest mental strain today. Yes. The two of them said. Good. Oh, and by the way, I'll be coming by to update all your statuses tonight. Athena spoke. Any questions? She asked. No one said a word. Good, then get a move on. She said. So we all did. Including Arian, who has decided to stick with us. Which none of us mind in the slightest. Heading to my room, I stripped of my clothes and then took a quick shower. Once that was completed, I let down my hair and climbed into bed. Ryu entering my room and climbing into bed with me shortly later. Wrapping her arms around my waist, she hugged me tightly. Then whispered 3 words I didn't accept to hear. I love you. Ryu said. Me too. I said. I then pulled her arms closer around me. Letting her warmth even lop me. Third person, POV. As the Athena familia settled into some rest after the day's terrible events, Athena went around updating all her children's status. Becoming shocked at some of the things she saw on them. Still, she was happy, since her children were growing to protect themselves and each other. Athena also got on more surprise that night. But honestly, it wasn't one that she hadn't expected. Chapter 84, Chapter 76, The Great Feud, Part 10. Feeling sunlight hit my face, I opened my eyes. I then sat up and stretched my arms into the air. Careful not to wake up Rio. Getting out of bed, I went to the bathroom and handled morning business. I then took a quick shower and got dressed. Heading down for breakfast after I did so. Arriving, I saw everyone but Milhior and Leon Kelly. All of whom were looking in the direction of Athena and Ariane. What's going on? I asked. Well, last night Ariane asked me to join the familia, and I agreed. Athena revealed. Right after she did so, Ariane bowed in our direction. I will not misuse this opportunity Athena has given me, and I look forward to calling you all my comrades. She said. Question. William spoke up. Why did you join our familia in the first place? Standing straight up, Ariane began explaining her reasons. For many years I've traveled the world, honing my swordsmanship skills. She began. I've faced many opponents, and thought I knew basically all there is to know. But upon coming to Ararir, all of that was shattered. I had heard what a difference Falna makes for us in the mortal realm. But I had fought against several people with Falna before and bested them, so I didn't put much stock in it. Yet only shortly after arriving here I lost to people who possessed Falna. Upon this happening I realized just how much I was sorely lacking. So after you rescued me, I resolved myself to join a familia, so that I could hone my sword skills even more. And upon seeing Athena the other day, I truly came to admire her bravery and warrior spirit. Thus last night I asked to join you all and she agreed. So here I am. Ariane Maple. Please take care of me. Ariane explained. Well, if Athena's alright with it, I have no objections. I said. Same. Rogue said. Me too. Reiner added. Everyone did as well. I'm also sure Leon Michelli, Rio, and Millwire will be fine with this as well. Ah, thank you, Ariane said. Once she did so, we all sat down for breakfast. Then once it was over, we split up. I got ready to head out on patrol, taking Gaul and Rogue with me, leaving the others behind to watch over our home and Milior. Besides, the more they rest and recover, the better it will be in the long run for the other major battles ahead. As our trio moved through the deserted streets of the city, we killed any Evolus members we saw. Eventually we stumbled upon some Evolus members harassing several guild employees carrying supplies, and amongst them I spotted Rose. Getting a cold look in my eyes, I sprang forward, chanting, "Tear the earth asunder." Seismic burst. Coating the tip of Vortex Vanquisher in vibrational energy, I moved it in a horizontal arc, blowing apart the Evolus members in front of me without any hesitation. Just after I did so, Gaul and Rogue moved to dispatch the rest. The three of us checking on the guild employees afterwards. "We'll escort you all to the guild," I said. "Follow us," I spoke. As soon as I did so, they all fell in line. We then escorted them to the guild headquarters, the Pantheon, without any further issues. Upon reaching it, we also helped carry the supplies inside. Then once it was done, the three of us checked on Rose personally. Standing off in a corner as to not disturb anyone else, she looked at all three of us with unhidden relief on her face. "I'm glad you three are all right," Rose told us. "How are the others?" "They're doing well," I answered. "A few cuts and bruises, but nothing more." "Yeah, we're all still alive and kicking," Gaul answered. "And we intend to keep it that way," Rogue spoke. "So you do the same, Rose?" he said. "Don't worry, I will," Rose answered. "Great. Then once this is over, how about you and I go out on a date?" I asked her. "Morix, stop," Rose shouted. As she did so, several people looked in our direction. So Rose quieted down. But then immediately after, she grabbed my arm and dragged me off, Gaul giving me a thumbs up and Rogue shaking his head as she did so. In no time we arrived at her private office, where she slammed the door and then turned to glare at me. "What is wrong with you?" Rose cried. "Nothing. I just like you is all," I admitted. "What?" Rose questioned. "Yes, I like you," I stated again. "Have for a while now. I want to date you and do other things with you. And have you become my lover eventually," I explained. "Since these last few days of facing death head on at every turn has shown me I need to be a bit more forward in getting what I want. Like right now." "But what about Rio?" Rose asked. "Well, I love her. But we already talked about this and she agreed to a polyamorous relationship. I mean, if you are uncomfortable with it, I completely understand. So just say so and I'll back off," I said. "What? No. I don't have any issues with that," Rose said. "What I'm saying is, stop saying you like me." "Why?" "It's the truth. Because if you do, you'll die," Rose said in worry. "It happens every single time. The adventurers who confess to me always die the next time they go into the dungeon. I'm no good." "Yeah, I don't believe that," I retorted. "Listen, Rose, I chose to be an adventurer knowing I would be facing death every time I step into the dungeon. But I'm not going to stop. Because this is the path I've chosen for myself. Just like how you chose to join the guild, and chose to keep being a guild advisor to adventurers despite your personal feelings on the matter. Now once again I like you, and yeah, I'm an adventurer. So I'm going to get hurt, I'm going to break bones, and end up in pain. But I'm certainly not going to die if I can help. Since I have too many things to live for. Well then, that's all I have to say. Let me know your answer after all this is over." Once I said my piece, I then moved to leave. But before I could, Rose place a hand on my shoulder. "Wait a moment," she said. Rose then spun me around and planted a kiss right on my lips. It only lasted a few seconds before she broke it. "Oh, and what was that for?" I asked. "A good luck charm," Rose said. "So that you can come back alive, and then we can discuss this dating thing a bit further," she explained. Getting a bashful look on her face, I made sure to burn the image into my burn. "Now I definitely need to come back alive," I said. "See you later, Rose," I spoke. I then left her office, a stupid smile on my face. Joining up with Gaul and Rogue, we continued our patrol, and I continued to grin. "Did something good happen?" Rogue asked me. "Yes, I finally tasted the lips of our lovely Rose," I said. "And they were everything I imagined and more," I said. "So you're becoming a gigolo, huh?" Rogue asked me. No. I'm becoming a man with a harem," There's a difference. I said. Sure. Rogue said, giving me a deadpan look. Since he did so, I decided to educate him on what a man with a harem is. No matter how much he grumbled and tried to stab me with his katana. Third person, POV. Sitting in her office, Rose's tail and ears moved back and forth. A red blush on her face that could match the color of her hair. Why did I do that? She thought. Rose couldn't understand why she just kissed Morex. It feels like just a while ago he was just a brat, and now he's... Trailing off, Rose's blush became even deeper. And I kissed him. I kissed him. Rose muttered to herself. Trying to process the entire situation once more. All the while thinking that maybe one date with Morex wouldn't hurt. Rose having no idea Morex had already captured her heart. Chapter 85, Chapter 77, The Great Feud, Part 11. Morex, POV. While continuing to explain the joys of being a man with a harem to Rogue, he, Gaul, and I continued our patrol through the city. So in conclusion, Rogue my friend, having a harem isn't bad at all. I said. You will love who you love no matter what, and if you have the capacity to give that love out to everyone you care for, then I see no issue with it. I explained. Rubbing my chin as if I had a long beard like a wizened old sage from a Chinese cultivation novel. Besides the love, there's also the sex. I added at the end. Yes, I get it, okay. So enough about the harem this and harem that. Rogue said. Having stopped trying to silence me as I spoke since he knew it was pointless. Hey Rogue, do you hate harems or something? Gaul asked. Since he's been silent for most of Rogue and mine's usual banter. I don't. Rogue answered. It's just. Having one has never crossed my mind. Since I only have one woman in my heart, Kaguya. He admitted. Ah. Gaul and I said at the same time. Making Rogue get a massive blush on his face. Rogue, I never knew you were such a romantic. Gaul said. I nodded my head in agreement. Same. Kaguya is a very lucky girl to have someone like you. I said. TCH, whatever. Rogue said. Turning his head away from us as his blush grew deeper. Gaul and I snickered at this. But then all of us stopped playing around when we noticed two people rushing towards us. Putting our guards up, we immediately put them down when we saw it was Lyra and Kaguya. The two of them bloodied and beat up. Kaguya sporting several broken bones from the unnatural position of her arms. Kaguya. Rogue shouted in worry. He then rushed over to her and scooped her up in her arms without hesitation. Lyra, what happened? I asked her. She then explained to me how out on patrol the two of them encountered Erebus. They were going to capture him but weren't able to because of Vito and Althea showing up. Hence their current condition. Understood. I said. I'm just glad both of you are alive. I spoke. Let's return to Owl House. Getting a nod from both Gaul and Rogue, the five of us gotta move on. Returning to the Athena Familia home as quickly as possible. Once there we used healing potions and elixirs, as well reuse healing magic to take care of Kaguya and Lyra's injuries. The two of them making a full recovery within an hour. Just as they did so, someone knocked on our door. Going to answer it, I saw it was Artie. What's up? I asked her. The Hermes Familia needs assistance. She explained. Give us 5 minutes. I said. Artie nodded. Once she did so, I called for everyone to assemble. Hermes Familia needs assistance. I told them all. Everyone but William and Ariane, let's move out. I said. Since Ariane is still only level 1. Even though she has Falna now, going into combat against Evelys members who've had it longer than her would get her killed easily, and I won't allow that. Which is why she is staying behind with Athena and Reyna. As for William, he's on guard duty, since Mill here still hasn't woken up yet. No one protested my orders. Then once they were given, we geared up and headed out with Artie to assist the Hermes Familia. Moving as fast as we could, our paths crossed with the Astrea Familia. So Kaguya and Lyra updated them on their little adventure while we continued forward. But eventually we had to stop, since we came to an impasse. That impasse being Zald. Another cheat-like existence. Looking in our direction, Zald took several steps towards us. Ignoring Shakti and Gareth, who were both lying on the ground bruised and abused. Sis! Artie shouted in worry. She then ran to her sister, Zald ignoring her completely as she did so. I would call him an overconfident bastard. If I didn't know how strong he truly is. And just like with Althea, what makes Zald even more terrifying is he's not capable of unleashing his full strength due to the behemoth poison having been weakening his body ever since he consumed its flesh. Makes me respect Otter even more now for defeating this guy. Coming to a stop a few feet in front of us, Zald places blade, Gratter into the ground. Sorry, but I've been given orders not to let anyone pass this point. He explained to us. So just wait until this is all over. Like hell we are. Gall shouted. He then rushed at Zold. Idiot, stop. Leon Michelli shouted. But it was too late. Gall closed the distance to Zold, and then was simply backhanded by the men back in our direction. Coughing up some blood as he crashed into the ground near our feet. Shit. I thought. Zold literally swatted Gall like he was nothing more than a fly. I will admit, seeing that did me some mental damage. But not enough to make me give up. Moron, are you trying to die? Leon Michelli shouted at Gall as she took out healing potions and force-fed them to him. Not answering, Gall just put a grin on his face, only for his sister to smack him upside the head. Right after she did so, Astria walked up to Zold and fearlessly stared him down. He did the same, and the two continued to have a staring competition until Zold broke it. He then suddenly moved out of the way. You all may pass. He said. What the fuck? I thought. After all that, he suddenly changes his tune. I don't like it, but if he's letting us through, I'm not going to complain. Everyone, let's move. I said. As soon as I did so, our entire group passed Zold, collecting Gareth and Shukti as we did so. We then hurried on to the Hermes Familia location. Arriving at the scene of battle, we noticed Olivas act and his subordinates immediately. As well, most of the Hermes Familia down for the count, while the remaining ones were protecting some nearby civilians. Civilian protection. I said. What Morek said. Elise echoed. As soon as she did so, our Familia members sprung into action. Noticing us, Alvias gave his subordinates orders. Kill them. Kill the goddess Astria. He shouted. A crazed look in his eyes as he did so. Keep dreaming. Elise said. She then put a serious expression on her face and drew her blade, cutting down several Evolus members in quick succession. Following behind her, Dialect did the same thing. Working as a pair, Kagaya and Rogue went to cutting down any enemies they say. The two of them communicating without saying a word to each other as they took on anyone who got too close to them. Putting a small smile on my face, I shook my head. Really, those two are made for each other. I thought. Just I did so, I noticed an Evolus member with a knife move to try and stab Leon Michelli. Noticing him, she turned to face his attack. But before she could, Reiner acted. What I seek this thunder, Izuchi. Izuchi. Sending out a blast of electricity, he killed the knife wielder. Reiner then shouted. Everyone careful. These Evolus bastards are all wielding cursed weapons. One cut and the wound won't close. He shouted. As he did so, the eyes of Olivas and the remaining Evolus members went wide in shock. Since Reiner that just revealed something we weren't supposed to know. I don't even know how he knows that information, but I guess it must be from a skill. I can't wait to ask him about it later. After Reiner's helpful words, everyone swiftly worked to finish off the Evolus members, while maintaining protection of the civilians and Hermes Familia. In no time at all, the battle was completely in our favor. Just as this happened, I noticed that bastard Erebus fleeing the scene, along with Olivas. I wanted to give chase, but knew if I did, things might end badly. So I reluctantly held myself back and started assisting the others with tending to the wounded. Eventually other reinforcements showed up and everyone was able to be sent off safely. Kagaya giving Rogue a rather huge and public kiss before we split up. He was red in the face the entire way back to All House. But the grin, he had told us he enjoyed it all the same. Standing in the central park of the city, I had a serious expression on my face. As did my Familia members. We, along with every other Familia capable of fighting, had been called to assemble by Finn. What do you think this could be about? Reiner asked. It's probably about Evolus and ending this mess once and for all. Ryo said. Oh my lovely Ryo, how right you are. I thought. The final act of this whole horrible tragedy is about to begin. An hour after we all assembled, Finn took center stage. Literally. He got upon a stage that had been set up and started explaining the situation to us. That Evolus had used a god to summon a monster he called Nightmare, one with on par or greater than a monster Rex from the deep floors themselves. Hearing this, several people began to despair, but Finn quickly turned things around. He then explained his plan to end this entire mess. Once he did southwest, everyone left the park to begin final preparations. Time for the Great Feud to come to an end. Chapter 86, Chapter 78, The Great Feud, Part 12. Once the briefing was over, we returned to All House and informed Athena of the situation. As we did this, Rogue took his mother to the Ganesha Familia home, since it is one of the 5 safe areas set up by the adventurers in preparation for the coming final battle. Athena heard and understood my explanation. Once she did, she simply wished us luck and we began making our final preparations. Including Milhur, who finally woke up and wanted to fight beside us. No one protested, especially after seeing the determined look in Milhur's eyes. Sitting in my room, I worked to calm myself as the countdown to the final confrontation of the great feud began. As I did so, I was suddenly interrupted by a knock on my bedroom door. "Come in," I said, turning towards it. Right after I did so, Ryu walked in, carrying a familiar weapon in her hand. Alf's Laminia. Looking at it, I then smiled at her. "So, looks like you've come to terms with some things," I said. "Yes," Ryu said, coming to sit next to me on the bed. "And it's all thanks to you, Morex," she said. "Thank you." Ryu then hugged me, and I did the same. "Anything for one of my girls," I said. As I did so, Ryu looked me in the eyes. I thought I was your only girl at the moment." "Well, technically," I said. "Morex, what does that mean?" Ryu asked, narrowing her eyes at me. "Well, with everything that's been happening, I didn't have time to tell you, but the other day Rose and I had a conversation and, well, she kissed me," I said. "We are also going to try going out after this whole mess is over," I explained. "I see," Ryu said, putting a blank expression on her face. She then walked over to the door and closed it, before starting to strip out of her clothing. Ryu, what are you doing?" I questioned. Even though I have a pretty good idea. Saying nothing, Ryu came over to me and then kneeled down in front of me. She then quickly undid my pants and removed my dick, before doing something that made my jaw drop. A tit job. Since even though Ryu and I have sex all the time, she has only ever allowed me to put it inside her pussy and ass. She's never once offered me a tit job or a blow job. Yet, here she is giving me one without any hesitation. "Ryu, are you perhaps jealous?" I asked. Only for her to clamp her mouth down atop the head of my only fully erect dick, sending a shiver of pleasure across my entire body. Deciding to shut up, I enjoyed the pleasure being given to me by my naughty little elf, and then gave her pleasure in return. The two of us looking track of time, until we were knocked out of our carnal stupor by a knock on my bedroom door. "We're getting ready to move out," Leon Michelli said. "Yes," I said. "We hear you," Ryu answered. "Clean yourselves up before coming down," Leon Michelli spoke. She then walked away. As she did so, Ryu and I quickly finished up and then headed down to join the others. Though the moment we did so, Leon Michelli, Gall, and Milhur all looked at Ryu with strange expressions on their faces. "What, did I do something?" Ryu asked. They all shook their heads. "Ryu, you missed a spot," Milhur said, pointing to her hair. As she did so, Ryu brushed her hand through her own and found it sticky and a bit white a moment later. Looking at this for several seconds, Ryu eventually just passed out, completely red in the face. Meanwhile, I put a proud smile on my face. Arriving at the Central Command camp, our familia got our orders, while also not mentioning the incident that took place just prior, and all of us agreeing to never speak of it ever again. Ahem. Moving on. Finn assigned us to handle the Delpine along with Astria Familia, Ace, Finn, and Gareth, which he happily agreed to. Once our orders were given, we set out, leaving Athena in the protection of Ariane. Since once again, given her level 1 status, her accompanying us would be suicide on her part, which Athena agreed with. So bidding her and our goddess farewell, we headed straight for the entrance of Babel Tower, meeting up with Astria Familia, Ace, Gareth, and Riveria. "Good, now that we are all here, let's move out," Riveria spoke, simply nodding our group heading into the tower and then into the dungeon, knowing we were walking straight into hell. Third person, POV. As the group assigned to stop the nightmare ventured down into the dungeon, they were soon faced with swarms of monsters. But they dispatched them easily enough. The problem was no matter how many monsters they killed, the number wouldn't go down. Instead, it only kept increasing. "Fuck, this is annoying," Leon Michelli complained, using her sword to cut down another monster in front of her. "No matter how many we take out, they just keep coming. Likely due to the nightmare moving through the dungeon," Morex said, using Vortex Vanquisher to kill a monster on his right. As he this, Morex wondered how an incident such as this one didn't cause the Juggernaut to spawn. But he was thankful that it didn't. For several reasons. "Let's just focus on the ones in our path and try to ignore the rest," Elise spoke, everyone agreeing with her. But just as they did so, a new swarm of monsters blocked their path. "William," Morex spoke. "On it," William said. He then took an arrow out of his quiver and notched it in his bow. William then began to chant. "One becomes many. Make all enemies who stand before me fall. For I am the hunter and they are the prey. Arrow storm." As William finished chanting the incantation for his magic, the arrow in his bow was wrapped in a silver energy. Then once it was, William released it. As the arrow flew forward, it suddenly split into several dozen arrows, which pierced the new wave of monsters that just spawned in front of the group, killing almost all of them instantly. This is William's magic, Arrow Storm. By engulfing an arrow in magic power and then shooting it, he can create a barrage of arrows made out of magical power. This magic basically turns William into a one-man army in certain circumstance. Also, because of its silver color, it gave him his current alias, Silver Archer. Nice work, William, Elise said. Of course. William agreed. Let's continue, Morex said. But wait, even if we do, how are we going to fight the nightmare with all these monsters around? Knees questioned. I mean, I thought that would be obvious, Knees. We simply fight it on the 18th floor, Morex commented. Riveria and Lyra nodding their heads in agreement, stating that had been Finn's plan from the beginning. Once that was resolved, the group continued onward, eventually reaching the 18th floor. But as soon as they entered it, they all stopped in their tracks, since all they saw were burning trees and a sky covered in utter darkness. Wow, this place became hell, Kagaya spoke. Actually, dear, it looks more like a dragon vase, Gareth commented. But after that, no one else spoke. Instead, they all slayed any monsters and made their way down, getting prepared in order to intercept the nightmare. However, just as they did this, Althea appeared. The moment she did so, everyone put up their guard. If you let the monster destroy Babel, then you get to keep your lives, Althea spoke, saying nothing else. Sorry, not going to happen, Morex spoke, the others agreeing with him. So be it then, Althea said. Once she did so, the battle officially began. Charging at her, Gareth attempted to strike, only for Althea to blow him back using her magic. Seeing this, Elise with Philvis by her side charged forward, but Althea used her magic once more. She then launched attacks at the others as well, which they barely avoided. Angry at seeing Gareth hurt, Ace launched herself at Althea, but the woman avoided all her attacks with ease. So weak. Here, let me show you how to properly use that, Alpha told Ace. She then waited for her to get in close, before stealing her sword from her. Stunned, Ace didn't move after this happened. But Althea did. She launched an attack at Athena Familia, which Morex managed to block, but just barely. As the battle continued, everything stopped momentarily when a roar reverberated through the air. Roar. Coming out of the massive hole in the ground, Nightmare appeared, along with Erebus. Look upon this beast, for it will be the end of all. I bestow upon it the name Delpine. It will bring the age of gods to an end, he shouted with glee, everyone hearing him as he did so. Right after this, Ace got a dark look in her eyes. Ack! Screaming at the top of her lungs, Ace summoned forth her wind and launched herself at the Delpine. Ace! Riveria shouted. But the young girl ignored her and went to attack the monster by herself. Seeing this, Morex instantly made a decision. Elise, can you and yours handle Althea? He asked. Elise nodded. Yeah, leave her to us. Thanks, he said. Everyone, we're going to take on that monster, as well as back up Riveria, Gareth, and that idiot girl who can't seem to control herself at all, he explained. Everyone simply nodded. Even Riveria and Gareth. Both of them agreeing with Morex's comment about Ace. Once things were set in motion, everyone moved out. Chapter 87, Chapter 79, The Great Feud, Part 13. Third person, POV. Creating a violent tornado, Ace attacked Delpine with all she had. Taking her blade, she cut into one of its wings, causing the beast to roar out in a cry of pain. But as quickly as the damage was done, it healed, showcasing the beast's incredible regenerative abilities. Not caring, Ace attacked the beast again. While this happened, the Athena Familia, Riveria, and Gareth looked down. Morex making a mental note to be absolutely sure Ace never saw him using his dragonification skill, since he is now seeing firsthand just how much a hate boner the blonde airhead has for dragons. Ace! That's enough, Riveria shouted. But Ace ignored her and continued her attack on Delpine. It's not use, she's got tunnel vision. Except for Delpine, she can't see or hear anything else right now, Morex said. I agree with you, boy, Gareth added. But we can't let this continue. Otherwise Ace is sure to die. Everyone agreed on that. Launching another attack against Delpine, Ace swung her blade. But the monster dodged this time, and then used its tail to slam her into the ground. When this happened, her tornado disappeared. Getting back up, Ace prepared to attack again, only for Riveria and the others to reach her before she did. Ace, stop it, Riveria shouted. No, Ace replied. She then got ready to launch another attack. Slap. only to stop in her tracks when Milhior moved up to her and slapped her without any hesitation. Getting a surprised expression on her face, Ace turned to look at Milhior, who was glaring at her. "Stop that!" she shouted. "Or you want to die and make your friend sad?" Ace didn't have a response. She then looked at Gareth and Reveria and finally realized how much she was making them worry. "Sorry," she said. "We can talk about that stuff later. Right now let's take this beast down together." Morex spoke. As he did so, Delpine focused its gaze on the group and roared in their direction. Flapping its wings, it swooped down towards them. "Reiner, Echidna!" Morex shouted. "Right!" The two of them shouted in unison. "What I seek is thunder, Izuchi. Izuchi. Incinerate. Goa." Fire and lightning raced toward Delpine and collided with the beast. But as it did so, it barely slowed the monster down. Even so, it was enough for everyone to move out of its path and avoid a direct attack. Once this happened, they regrouped. "Damn, that thing being able to fly is annoying," William commented. "If we want to have any chance of bringing the beast down, then we need to take out its wings," Gareth commented. "Reveria, can your magic do it?" "It can," she said, "but even so, that beast might break free in no time at all." "Then in that case allow me to help," Echidna spoke up. As she did so, Reveria, Gareth, and Ace looked at her. "Listen well, I ask you not reveal what you are about to see or hear to anyone but your captain and goddess," Morex told the three of them. Seeing the serious expression on his face, Reveria and Gareth swore and agreed instantly. Because given the situation at hand, they didn't see another choice. Hearing this, Morex nodded to Echidna. Once she did so, she explained about her new skills she had obtained during her last status update. Plagiarize. It is a skill that allows Echidna to use any magic she sees with her own eyes. However, she can only use said magic once, and then never again. Despite this, Reveria and Gareth were stunned at the revelation of the skill. Especially Reveria, given her own magic and magical knowledge. The two of them also instantly realized why Morex had sworn them to that oath just a moment ago. Although Echidna's skill was restrictive, it was still insanely powerful, and if it became public knowledge, then Familia would stop at nothing to acquire her for themselves. Even the ones not a part of Evolus. That's why Athena had sworn her Familia to secret about Echidna's new skill, but she gave Morex permission to reveal it in certain situations. Like the one they are in right now. Here's the plan. Echidna and Reveria will immobilize Delpine with magic. Then the rest of us will attack it and destroy its magic stone. Any questions? Morex said. No one spoke. Then let's move, Morex said. Just as he did so, Delpine came down for another aerial attack. Taking its tail, it whipped it in the direction of the group. As it did so, Leon Michelli and Gaul rushed forward and blocked it without issue. Both of them able to do so thanks to the new skill they acquired. King of Beasts. Which drastically increases their overall power when those they love are in life-threatening situations. It is a skill that manifested out of their desire to protect their Familia with all that they have got. Landing, the siblings high-fived. Just as Delpine moved its head down to try and swallow Reveria whole. Seeing this, Morex rushed forward and sliced the monster's face using Vortex Vanquisher. Dialek and Rogue supporting him. As they did this, Reveria started the incantation for her magic, Wind Fimbulvetr, with Echidna matching her, thanks to her skill. Noticing the two of them starting to use magic, Delpine attempted to stop it. Opening its mouth, it shot out a plume of superheated flames in their direction. Seeing this, Morex and Dialek both began chanting. Tear the earth asunder. Seismic burst. Come and flow, searing fire. Flowing flames. As the two of them finished, Morex coated the tip of Vortex Vanquisher in vibrational energy and directed towards the flame attack. Meanwhile, Dialek's entire body was coated in flames, as was his claymore sword. As soon as it was, he moved to slice the oncoming attack, alongside Morex. When their two attacks hit Delphine's flame blast, they were almost blown back but were able to hold their ground and stop it. Seeing this happen, Delpine prepared to attack again. Only to see assaulted by light wolves and spheres of wind, courtesy of Ryu and Reiner, who were casting their magic while Delpine was distracted. As this happened, Rogue and the DeRoy siblings unleashed attack after attack on Delphine's body, hoping to make it split its focus between dealing with them and regenerating. Meanwhile, Milhior and William covered them all, just in case any Evolus members showed up and attempted to stop them. Finishing their simultaneous chant, Echidna and Reveria unleashed the magic, Wind Fimbulvetr. When they did so, the others moved away from Delphines, whose body was instantly covered in ice. Specifically its wings, immobilizing it. Seeing this, Gareth and Ace struck. Rushing forward, they started delivering attack after attack to Delpine, Athena Familia joining in as well. Roar. Letting loose a powerful roar, Delpine attempted to break free from its temporary prison. As it did so, Rogue started chanting. Shadows, heed the words of the one who commands you, come to my aid and do my bidding, for I am your lord. Kagiomo. Just as Rogue finished his chant, multiple spikes rose up from the shadow under Delpine and pierced the creature's body. This is Rogue's magic, Kagiomo, which allows him to manipulate shadows into various forms. Following up Rogue's lead, Morex cast Geo-Force and created several earth spears to pierce Delphine's body as well, along with several giant earth hands to hold it down. Keep up the pressure, Morex shouted. As he did so, Delpine roared and unleashed another superheated fire blast from its mouth, right in Morex's direction. Seeing this, he moved to dodge just in time. Just as he did so, Ace launched an attack against the beast, opening up a wound along its side. When she did, its magic stone became exposed. Sensing it was in danger, Delpine found a new reserve of strength. Ignoring all its wounds, the beast freed it by pulling its wings with all its might. It then attempted to take to the air, but before it could, Gareth grabbed its tail and held it down. Attack, don't let up, Morex shouted. Just after he did so, he rushed forward, gripping Vortex Vanquisher tightly. Seeing the magic stone and seeing the wound on Deliphone closing where it was exposed, Morex knew what he needed to do. Gripping his spear, he threw it in the direction of the beast's magic stone with all his might. His aim being true, and his weapon striking it. Even so, it didn't break it. Damn it, Morex shouted. But just after he did so, Ace jumped in. Seeing the opportunity Morex made, she didn't hesitate and rushed forward. She then used her sword to push Vortex Vanquisher deeper into Delpine's magic stone, destroying it. Once this happened, the beast roared and fell to the ground, creating a massive shockwave that none could avoid. Being thrown across the ground, Morex quickly picked himself up and ignored his injuries. He then watched as the monster in front of him died, and his weapon fell to the ground. Moving to retrieve it, he then looked around for his allies, finding them all alive. Smiles on their faces. For they had done it. They had defeated the nightmare and saved Babel. Chapter 88, Chapter 80, The Great Feud, Epilogue. Morex, POV. A smile on my face, I watched the sun rise through my bedroom window. A week has passed since we achieved victory in the Great Feud. Just like in canon, Otter defeated Zald and became level 7. While Astria Familia prevailed over Alphia, and all of them leveled up as well. But they aren't the only ones. Due to my Familia's feat against Delpine, we all also achieved the requirements necessary to level up. Which we did. We also exposed our true levels to the entire city after everything was said and done. But we didn't get into too much trouble. Sure, we had to pay a fine to the guild, but that was about it. Considering we saved Babel Tower, and due to the fact Athena was right about spies in the guild, which she helped root out. Royman almost had an aneurysm because of it. Man, I wish I had a camera to have captured the look on his face. Though I made sure to burn the image into my brain. In other news, Artie is still alive and kicking. Thankfully, she took my advice to heart. Well, that, and Shakti hasn't really let her out of her sight since her near-death incident occurred. Other than that, nothing much has happened. Orario is being repaired, people are recovering, and life is going on. But that's not to say I'm not preparing for the future. Especially with all the threats still to come. Dix Perix and the Icolos Familia, Dionysus and his demi-spirit plot, Gnosis, etc. There's still tons of shit to do and prepare for. But I'll worry about that later. For now, I'm just going to take it easy and relax with my Familia. As well, go on a couple of dates with the lovely Rose. Since we finally got the chance to talk the other day and we set a date for our first one. Oh, one more thing, Gaul finally got himself some magic upon leveling up. Which he hasn't stopped crying tears of joy about. Though if I was in his position, I think I would do the same thing. As the sunrise finished up, I felt arms wrap around me. Good morning, Ryu said. Morning to you as well, I spoke. Once I did so, we shared a good morning kiss before getting dressed and heading downstairs to meet the others for breakfast. Kagaya being present, since she spent the night. Like she has been the entire week. She and Rogue have basically been attached at the hip since the war ended. Ryu and I took our seats at the table. The moment after we did so, Athena walked in, a bright smile on her face. Good morning all, she said. I have some exciting news. Oh, and what is it, Athena? Dialek asked. New aliases, she said. Since she left earlier this morning for Donatus. Reiner, from now on you will be known as Solomon, she said. Nice, I thought. A fitting name, considering how Solomon was rumored to be a powerful and masterful magician in my past life, and one who contracted with 72 demons. Reiner deserves it, especially with his new skills. Leon Michelli, you will be known as Cerberus from now on, Athena told her. Another good choice. Since Cerberus was also said to use black flames, just like Leon Michelli does. And even though she is a lion demi-human, I see no issue with her being named after a mythological dog creature. Gaul, your new alias will be Regulus. Athena told him, making him smile. Since his new alias reflects his magic. Finally, the last new alias will go to you, Morex. From now on you will be known as Alcyonius. Athena revealed. Oh. I mused. If I remember my past life mythology correctly, Alcyonius was one of the strongest giants ever. He was regularly an opponent of Heracles, and so long as he touched the ground of his native land he was immortal in battle, turning him into quite the unstoppable opponent. I also think Athena gave Heracles the advice that helped him defeat Alcinous in the first place. That's quite ironic, given who my goddess is and my new alias. Oh well. I like it. I said. I'm sure you do, Rampart. Dialek spoke. As he did so I got a goofy smile on my face. Ever since the war ended people have been calling me by that nickname. Apparently it's because of my use of my magic, and my unwavering resolve in the face of danger. Honestly, I'm shocked people were paying that much attention to me. But I can't say I hate it. Nope, not at all. Once the information was relayed we all started to enjoy our breakfast. Smiles on our faces as we enjoyed the first bit of peace we've had in a long time. Chapter 89, Athena Familia Status, 3. Name, Athena Familia. Familia Type, Exploration. Familia Ranking, C. Patron Goddess, Athena. Captain, Morex Lapis. Vice Captain, Leon Michelli Galette de Royce. Current members. Name, Morex Lapis. Alias, Alcyonius. Level, 4. Strength, S905 I0. Endurance, A934 I0. Dexterity, A920 I0. Agility, S912 I0. Magic, S950 I0. Magic. Geoforce allows the user to create and manipulate earth constructs such as weapons. The more complex the constructs are, the faster mind is drained. Chant, ground and soil, heed my command and come forth. Seismic burst, an enchantment-type magic that allows the user to generate compressed vibrational energy around their arms or legs and coat their weapons with it. Chant, tear the earth asunder. Slot 3. Skills. Geo Archon, increases the effect and power of any earth-based magic. It also doubles the user's strength and agility stats anytime they are in combat within rocky terrain. This allows one to be able to sense people within a 50-meter radius upon rocky terrain, but only if they are part of one's familia. Dragonification allows one to transform into a dragon that is 7 meters in length. Doing so boosts all of his stats by double. Active Trigger. Transformation drastically drains mind and physical stamina. Gaia's Embrace, when inside of rocky terrain the user's mind and physical stamina is actively but slowly restored faster than normal. Developmental abilities. Hunter, rank H. Abnormal resistance, H. Mage, I. Main weapon, spear. Name, Vortex Vanquisher. Secondary weapon, daggers. Name, Reiner Lute. Alias, Solomon. Level, 4. Strength, E412 I0. Endurance, E405 I0. Dexterity, B769 I0. Agility, S905 I0. Magic, S945 I0. Magic. Izuchi, allows the user to conjure forth lighting and direct it and shape it at their will. Chant, what I seek is thunder, Izuchi. Spirit Beast of Light, a multi-purpose spell that can be used both offensively and defensively. By changing keywords when casting the spell the user can either summon a pack of light-constructed wolves to attack enemies, or imbue themselves with increased agility and speed. Offensive chant, I offer up this contract, to unleash the magic beast of light which dances through the skies. Defensive chant, I offer up this contract, to bear the wicked spirit beast which sleeps within the earth. Slot 3. Skills. Alpha Stigma, allows Reiner to copy and use the magic of any other human he sees with his own eyes. But he can only with up to 5 spells at once. If wants to copy another magic he must get rid of a spell he has already stored. Active Trigger. Clarity, allows Reiner to distinguish between magic and curses as well discern their intended effects if given enough time. High Magus, increases the power, range, and attack strength of any of the user's magic. As well speeds up the recovery of their mind, generally preventing mind down unless they are in dire straits. Developmental abilities. Mage, rank H. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Spirit healing, I. Main weapon, magic. Secondary weapon, knives. Name, Rio Lion. Alias, the Gale. Level, 4. Strength, E455 I0. Endurance, D550 I0. Dexterity, S943 I0. Agility, S950 I0. Magic, S905 I0. Magic. Know a heal, a healing type magic which heals the target's wounds and restores stamina, though it takes time for the magic to take effect. Effect rises in forested areas. Chant, the song of a now distant forest. The nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those that seek you. Luminous wind, an offensive wind and light wide area attack type magic. The user summons green stardust to attack the enemy. The stardust gathers in several orbs which the user can release all at once to cover a wide area or keep some near to apply them at a convenient moment. The user can make a single orb explode with the chant, Luvia. Chant, in the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of starfire. Give the mercy of light to the one who abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light with stardust and destroy the enemy. Slot 3. Skills. Arrow Mana, same from Canon. Fairy Serenade, same from Canon. Mind Load, same from Canon. Developmental abilities. Hunter, rank H. Abnormal Resistance, rank H. Magic Resistance, I. Main Weapon, Sword. Name, Alf's Lumina. Secondary Weapon, Daggers. Name, Leon Michelli Galetta Royce. Level, 4. Alias, Cerberus. Strength, S945 I0. Endurance, S933 I0. Dexterity, A815 I0. Agility, C690 I0. Magic, S902 I0. Magic. Hellblaze, an enhancement type fire magic that summons black flames which can coat Leon Michelli's arms, legs, and weapons. It also has the added effect of draining the mind from anyone it comes into contact with. Chant, black flames, come forth and burn everything until nothing remains. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. King of Beasts, increases all of the user's stats, physical resistance, and magical resistance when someone they perceive as a family or friend is in life-threatening danger. The stronger the feelings of love and wanting to protect are, the more power the ability will give. Weapons Master, increases all of the user's base stats by half when they are fighting against an opponent wielding the same weapon as them. Night Vision, allows one to see perfectly in dim-lit areas and even pitch-black darkness as if it were daytime. Development abilities. Hunter rank H. Abnormal Resistance, rank H. Strong Body, I. Main Weapon, Sword and Axe. Secondary Weapon, None. Name, Gal Galetta Royce. Level, 4. Alias, Regulus. Strength, S940 I0. Endurance, S955 I0. Dexterity, C665 I0. Agility, S925 I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Regulus Impact, an enhancement type magic that allows Gal to condense magic power into his arms and legs and increase the strength of his attacks. He can even fire it off in concentrated bursts. Using the keyword impact to do so. Chant, my fangs, tear down all those before me. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. King of Beasts, increases all of the user's stats, physical resistance, and magical resistance when someone they perceive as a family or friend is in life-threatening danger. The stronger the feelings of love and wanting to protect are, the more power the ability will give. Night Vision, allows one to see perfectly in dim-lit areas and even pitch-black darkness as if it were daytime. Developmental abilities. Fist Strike, rank H. Abnormal Resistance, rank H. Fist Fighter, I. Main Weapon, Armored Hands and Feet. Secondary Weapon, None. Name, Milhur Biscotti. Level, 4. Alias, Songstress. Strength, S910 I0. Endurance, S933 I0. Dexterity, S928 I0. Agility, C613 I0. Magic, A846 I0. Magic. Battle Cry, an attack-type magic which turns Milwire's voice into a sonic scream, able to disorient enemies and rupture their eardrums. As well kill them from the inside out in some cases. Chant, taste my screams of fury my enemies. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. Songstress, increases the effect of any magic Milwire performs if she sings the chant instead of just speaking it like others who use magic do. Beastification. Developmental abilities. Lung Capacity, rank H. Description allows one to increase their lung capacity by using their voice for long periods of time, such as with activities like singing and others. This in turn allows them to hold massive amounts of air in their lungs for long periods of time, disregarding the need to breathe in some cases. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Magic resistance, I. Main weapon, broadsword. Secondary weapon, none. Name, Rogue Cheney. Level, 4. Alias, Shadow Lord. Strength, C6020. Endurance, S911I0. Dexterity, S922I0. Agility, S930I0. Magic, S900-0. Magic. Kagiomo, a magic which allows a rogue to control and manipulate shadows into various forms. Even so, he cannot manipulate the shadows of others. Chant, shadows heed the words of the one who commands you, come to my aid and do my bidding, for I am your lord. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. Warrior of the Night, when it is nighttime, rogue's agility, dexterity, and endurance stats all increase by double until sunrise. Night vision. Developmental abilities. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Hunter, rank I. Night fight, I. Main weapon, katana blade. Secondary weapon, martial arts. Name, Echidna Dona. Level, 4. Alias, Avarice Witch. Strength, D535I0. Endurance, S903I0. Dexterity, E475I0. Agility, A880I0. Magic, S970I0. Magic. Goa, a short chant attack type magic that summons flames which will incinerate almost anything in their path. Chant, Incinerate. Jewald, a precision attack type magic that allows Echidna to fire rays of intense heat from her fingertips or from weapons she wields and control their direction within a 25-meter radius of her person, allowing them to pierce through almost anything. Chant, Pierce, Destroy, and Rip apart. Hunt them down no matter where they may run or hide. Obliterate. Slot 3. Skills. Greed, increases the effect and range of magic attacks, as well drains mine from any others nearby the Echidna perceives as enemies. Plagiarize, allows the user to copy the magic of anyone so long as they have witnessed it with their own eyes, but only once. After that they can never use it again. Developmental abilities. Mage, rank G. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Mystery, rank I. Main weapon, magical staff. Name, Gloom. Secondary weapon, none. Name, Dialek Ragnbinder. Level, 3. Alias, Crimson Chevalier. Strength, S945I0. Endurance, S950I0. Dexterity, S905I0. Agility, C668I0. Magic, S915I0. Magic. Flowing Flame, an enchantment-type magic which allows Dialek to produce flames, which allows him to coat his entire body and any weapon he wields in flames, and also heals minor injuries. Although it cannot heal severed limbs nor restore lost blood. Chant, Come and Flow, Searing Fire. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. Chevalier, increases all stats by a third and resistance to physical attacks when fighting in a group or party, or defending a territory. Developmental abilities. Abnormal resistance, H. Flashfire, rank I. Main weapon, Claymore Sword. Secondary weapon, none. William, Massachusetts. Level, 3. Alias, Silver Archer. Strength, E445I0. Endurance, D555I0. Dexterity, S950I0. Agility, S948I0. Magic, S904I0. Magic. Arrowstorm, a magic which allows William to shoot one arrow and then produce a number of other arrows made from magic power, allowing him to turn one attack into a powerful barrage capable of taking down multiple opponents at once. Chant, One becomes many. Make all enemies who stand before me fall. For I am the hunter and they are the prey. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. Farsight, allows the user to see 1,000 meters in any direction. Developmental abilities. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Hunter, rank I. Main weapon, bow and arrows. Secondary weapons, daggers. Aryan Maple. Level, 1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Slot 1. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. Developmental abilities. Main weapon, sword. Secondary weapon, none. Number of years left until Belle arrives in Orario, 7 years. Morex Lapis, 14 years old. Rio Lion, 14 years old. Gall Galette de Royce, 14 years old. Milhior Biscotti, 15 years old. Leon Michelli Galette de Royce, 17 years old. Rogue Cheney, 17 years old. Echidna Dona, 16 years old. Reiner Lute, 14 years old. William Massachusetts, 21 years old. Dialek Ragnvinder, 18 years old. Arian Maple, 43 years old. Remember, she's an elf, and they live longer than most races without fauna in the first place. Chapter 90, Chapter 81, Love Advice. Stepping out of Babel Tower, I welcomed the sun's rays hitting my face. It's been almost a month and a half since I felt them after all. My familia and I just finished an expedition. Our first to the deep floors. We spent the past few weeks exploring Floor 37, White Palace. And let me tell you, that floor is just as insane as described in the light novels. Facing it with fully equipped with supplies and the like was hard enough. So I can't even imagine how Bell must have felt facing it as he was with Ryu in canon. It's no wonder he started to lose hope. As I thought on that subject, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I saw Rio. Morex, what are you doing? We're heading home. She said. Right. Just got lost in my thoughts for a moment. I explained. Once I did so, we quickly moved to catch up with the others and started making our way home. Dealing with tons of people looking at us and whispering about us as we did so. But we ignored it, since we've learned it's commonplace for high-level adventurers and high-ranking familia. Both categories the Athena familia fall into. 2 years have passed since the Great Feud ended. During that time our reputation has only skyrocketed. We are now a B-rank familia, and in other news I am now a first-class adventurers. That's right. I reached level 5 last year. Which means I am right now tracked to reaching my goal of being level 7 when canon begins. As for the others, they're doing good as well. Each and every one of them is working hard. Ariane became level 2 last year, and she's currently on her way to becoming level 3. Some of the others are close to leveling up as well. Now all we need to do is find a task that will allow their Excelia to overflow and then they're golden. But doing so is easier said than done. Since the higher your level is, the deeper you must go into the dungeon to look for a chance to get stronger. For instance, I hardly gain any increase in my stats from killing monsters on the upper or middle floors. To really get stronger I need to go to the lower floors and deep floors. But that's fine with me. After all, I became an adventurer for such challenges anyway. Reaching the owl house, Athena came out to greet us. A smile on her face. Welcome back everyone. She said. Thanks. We all said. We all then filed into the house and went to do our own thing. Since we're all tired and exhausted. Heading to my room I went and took a shower, and then fell right into bed and went straight to sleep. Getting up the next morning I went down and had breakfast with the others. Giving Athena a rundown of our first deep floor expedition as we did so. Overall it wasn't too difficult. Although we did have a close call when we encountered a swarm of Paluda and Leon Michelli ended up getting hit by one of their poison needles. But thankfully we did our research and brought plenty of antidotes with us. As I finished the report Athena nodded. I see. Well, good work everyone on your first deep floor expedition. Athena said. We all simply nodded and finished up our breakfast. Then once we were done I delegated after expedition tasks. Milhior, Rogue, and Dialek were on money collection and item exchange duty. Ariane and Gall would restock on any supplies. William and Rio and Echidna would head out to do a quick patrol of the city. To let people know we were back and that if they started any shit we would put a stop to it. Since along with Astria Familia we're also considered Orario's police force. Which I can't say is horrible. Leon Michelli and I were on paperwork. But since this wasn't an expedition assigned to us by the guild we had a small amount and finished up in no time at all. Everyone else did as well. Then once all our duties were over we all started relaxation time. Putting on some normal clothes I decided to take Ryu out on a date. Since we haven't done so in a while. Getting ready the two of us went out and enjoyed a nice lunch at a restaurant we found some time ago. As we chatted about this and that, someone suddenly called out to us. Morex, Rio, you're back. Turning in this person's direction we saw it was Philvis. Who is doing great in the Astria Familia. She's already level 3 and on her way to becoming level 4. Much better than her canon counterpart. Hey Philvis. I said. As I did so she came up to us. AM, do you mind if I join you? She asked. But if not that's okay. I don't mind. I said. Neither do I. Ryu said. Thank you. Philvis said. She then pulled up a chair and took a seat. But soon after she did so her eyes kept darting around, and she got a nervous expression on her face. Philvis, just say what's on your mind. I told her. Well, it's, Philvis began. Say. How is it, the relationship between you two? She asked. Ryu and I simply looked at her after her question. No, what I mean is, do people ever bother you given that you are an elf and human in an intimate relationship? Philvis asked. Not really. Ryu said. Yeah. I said. People generally leave us alone. And sure we've come across a few bigoted assholes, but we just ignore them. Besides, if any of them do get a bit too aggressive, Ryu and I kindly show them why high-level adventurers should not be messed with. I explained all this to Philvis. I see. Philvis said. Philvis, do you perhaps have a crush on someone, is that why you're asking this? I questioned. Is it that obvious? She asked. Ryu and I nodded together. It really is. I said. You are not good at hiding your feelings. Ryu spoke. Ryu, are you really one to talk? I asked her. I do not know what you mean. She said. A smirk on her face. You two are really great together. Philvis said. Why thank you. I told her. I wonder if the person I like and I have this one day. If they like me as I like them, that is. Philvis mused. Have you not told them how you feel? Ryu asked her. Philvis shook her head. No. It's complicated. She said. If you don't mind me asking what makes it complicated? I questioned. Well, because the person I like is, Elise. Huh? I questioned. Sorry, did you just say Elise is the person you like? Philvis nodded her head. And not like in a friend way, but in a way where you want to hug her, kiss her, and you know. I trailed off, making a scissoring motion with my hands. Getting a blush that traveled all the way to her ears, Philvis nodded her head. Unable to look Ryu and I in the eyes as she did so. Confirming her feelings, all I can say is, those fanfiction writers in my last life got it right. Philvis likes buns instead of hot dogs. I won't lie, I did not see this one coming. But since it's right in front of me, I need to deal with it. At least my days are never boring. Chapter 91, Chapter 82, Relationship Adivsers. So Philvis likes Elise in a romantic way, huh? I thought. As I thought about this, I also gave Lafia a silent salute. Since one of her potential future love interests might disappear. Well, that's only if Elise and Philvis get into that kind of relationship. I took a moment to process what Philvis just revealed to us once more, before looking at her again. The blush on her face having receded some. Even so, she's still not looking either Ryu and I in our eyes. Hey Philvis, why did you come to us with this? I asked her. When I did so, she finally looked up and looked me in my eyes. Not to be rude or anything, but couldn't you have talked to your fellow Familia members about this? I asked. Philvis shook her head. No, none of them would understand. Since they haven't been in a lover-like relationship. She explained. There is Kagaya. Ryu pointed out. I know, but she and Elise are best friends who basically tell each other everything. So I felt if I talked to her about this and then asked her to keep it a secret, it might damage their relationship. Which I don't want. Philvis explained. So when thinking about these feelings and couples I knew personally, you two were the only ones that came to mind I could confide in. Ryu and I nodded our heads at her explanation. Sound reasoning. Ryu said. So, what's next? Are you going to confess to Elise? Philvis shook her head back and forth. No. I mean, I want to, but... You're scared, right? I asked. Philvis gave me a curt nod of confirmation. Not that I'm surprised. Confessing your feelings to the person you like is never easy. No matter what age and what world you live in. Still. While I understand your reasoning, Philvis, I think it's better to handle this sooner rather than later. I told her. Why? She asked. I mean, feelings are complicated things. And whether you want to or not, they will affect you. Maybe even at the worst times. Like say if you and the others in the Astria Familia are in the dungeon. I'm not saying you're weak-willed, nor am I saying you are irresponsible. I just think getting an answer sooner rather than later is better in the long run. That way, if you do get shot down, at least you can move on without any regrets. I explained. But again, I'm not telling you to confess or anything. I would never do that. I see. Philvis said. Thank you, Morix. You as well, Ryo. She said. No problem. I spoke. Yes, it was no issue at all. Ryu added. As soon she did, Philvis excused her and left us back to our date, which we finished up on a nice note. Then we went back to the owl house for some sexy time, which we did all night until the next morning. Not that I'm bragging or anything. Well, maybe a little. Lying on my bed in my room, I read a book. As I did so, Ryu laid at the opposite end, her feet resting beside me, as she also read a book. The two of us simply enjoying each other's company. I wonder, since when did we start acting like an old married couple? I thought. Well, I certainly don't hate it. Continuing to read my book, I was interrupted by a knock on the door. Who is it? I asked. It's Reiner. A.M. Philvis is here and she would like to speak to you both. He explained. Sure, send her in, I said. As I did so, my bedroom door opened and Reiner ushered Philvis in, closing it rift after he did so. Meanwhile, Ryu and I stopped reading our books and then sat up, turning in Philvis' direction. So Philvis, you need something from us? I asked. Well. Boom. An explosion went off below us right as Philvis was about to talk. Drawing her short sword, she put herself on guard, while I simply pinched the bridge of my nose. Philvis, put your sword away. Everything is fine, I explained to her. But that explosion just now, she protested. That came from Echidna's lab, Ryu explained. I then went on to elaborate how we built a lab for Echidna in one of the sub-basement rooms of Owl House over 2 years ago. Because somehow that masochistic perverted witch obtained one of the rarest developmental abilities there is during her last level up 2 years ago. Mystery. Which allows her to perform miracles and create magic items. I don't know how it all works, but all I do know is that ever since Echidna obtained that ability, she has been experimenting and working with it non-stop. It's why we built her the lab in the first place, because before she did experiments in her room and they got out of hand. I mean, they still get out of hand, but at least now the damage is contained with a certain area. Most of the time. Really, that witch needs to learn some more self-control, I thought. When I finished the explanation, Philvis nodded. I see. Yes, I said. Also, don't worry, she's fine. The others are definitely checking on her right now. So, what did you need to see us for? After we talked the other day, I made up my mind to confess to Elise, Philip said. Good for you, I said. Yes. It takes great courage to do such a thing, Ryu added. Thank you, Philvis spoke. But well, the thing is, I would like your assistance. In what way? I asked. I would like you both to help me come up with ideas to help me confess my feelings, Philip said. Please, she continued, slightly bowing her head to us. Ryu and I shared a look. What do you think? I asked her. I think we should assist her, Ryu spoke. I mean, you know how Elise can be. That I do, I said. It's not that Elise is dense like a harem protagonist or anything. It's just that she's only sharp when it comes to certain matters, while totally oblivious to other things. Like if someone has romantic feelings for her. And I'm not talking about lustful feelings. Elise can feel when such gazes are directed towards her. I'm talking about feelings of wanting to be in a proper relationship. Having known her for many years, I've seen Elise completely ignore people with romantic feelings towards her several times. It actually hurt to watch sometimes. So unless you tell Elise you like her directly, she probably won't get it. And with Phillips being a part of Elise's familia and being a girl, things are even more complicated. Since I've never seen Elise express interest in girls with a romantic mindset. Well, that's not to say she doesn't have those sort of feelings. But even though we are friends and comrades, it's never been a subject we've discussed. Since that's extremely personal. Taking a moment, Ryu and I shared a nod. Okay, Philvis, we've decided to help you out, I said. Thank you, she said. Thus Ryu and I have somehow ended up becoming relationship advisors. Chapter 92, Chapter 83, A Sky-High Confession. Third person, POV. Tugging at the edge of her clothing, Philvis did her best to be calm. Despite the fact she was extremely nervous. Since today is the day she is going to make her love confession to Elise. Standing outside her familia home Stardust Garden, she waited for her red-haired captain to arrive. Because just a few days ago Philvis had invited her out. Though it is not a date. No, it is simply two familia members spending the day together. Even though Philvis really wanted it to be a date. Standing there, waiting, her mind started to wander. She pictured her and Elise going out on a real date. Holding hands, feeding each other food, even a bit of a kissing, and then returning to their home where Philvis would take Elise into her arms and lead her to her bedroom. Then she would lay her gently on the bed and undress her so she could take in all of her. From her toned and muscled legs to her nice-sized and supple brie. Philvis. Ready to head out. Ack. Philvis cried, slightly jumping into the air. Turning around she saw Elise standing there, her usual smile on her face. Hey now, you okay? Elise asked. Yes, just fine, Captain. Philvis said, nodding her head, doing her best to clean her mind of the dirty thoughts she was just having about the person standing in front of her, lest she die of embarrassment right in that moment. Are you sure you're okay? Your face is a bit red. Elise questioned. She then leaned in closer to Philvis and placed her forehead against her own, which only made Philvis' face get even redder. You're burning up, Elise said. I'm fine. Let's just get going, Philvis shouted. She then grabbed Elise's hand and started running, dragging her along, hoping she would make through the day without fainting. Walking along of Orario's many streets, Philvis held Elise's hand, having finally calmed down from earlier. As the two of them moved through the streets they leisurely chatted, until eventually they came to a stop in front of a crepe stand. What will it be, ladies? The men running the stand asked them. 2 please. 1 strawberry and 1 banana, Philvis stated. Coming right up, the stand owner said. Then a few moments later he handed the two of them their crepes and Philvis paid for them. After this happened, the two of them went to a nearby park and sat down on a bench. They then started enjoying their crepes. Philvis had the banana, while Elise had the strawberry. As the two of them ate, Philvis did her best to remember the plan Ryu and Morex had helped her come up with some time ago pertaining to today's confession. I just need to stick with it, Philvis thought, taking another bite out of her crepe. Then just after she did so, Elise took a bite out of it. Elise, Philvis cried. But her captain simply ignored her, a smile on her face. Tasty, Elise said. Meanwhile Philvis did her best to not get flustered at the act, since such a thing was normal for Elise. Ever since she joined the Astrea Familia, Philvis saw how Elise was the touchy-feely type. She ate her fellow Familia members' food at times, teased them mercilessly, and showed a lot of skinship with hugs and the like. And before Philvis, while a bit overwhelmed by it all being an elf, eventually came to terms with it, seeing that's just how Elise was. But ever since she started developing her romantic feelings, Philvis was in a literal hell every time Elise did such things, especially the skinship. When Elise hugged her or got overly affectionate, it took all Philvis had to restrain herself from giving in to her desires. This made her extremely frustrated, as well as led to her having several risque dreams about her captain. The most recent one having involved rope, a blindfold, and chocolate syrup. Philvis herself didn't even know where the stuff in the last dream came from. She's never done anything sexual before after all. But the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to make that particular dream into a reality. In that moment Philvis had no idea she had awakened something inside of her that she would never be able to shut off again. But that's a story for another time. Looking at Elise's crepe, Philvis got a bit bold and took a bite out of it. Seeing this, Elise's eyes went wide, but Philvis simply smirked. A taste of your own medicine, Captain, she said. Well, you got me, Elise admitted. After she did so, the two of them finished off their crepes and then got moving once more. They walked around the city, browsing several stores and the like. They laughed and enjoyed their day together, until eventually Philvis brought Elise to a clock tower. Taking her up to the very top, Philvis watched as Elise got a bright smile on her face, since she loved high places. Thanks for bringing me here, Philvis, Elise said. Sure thing, Philvis said, taking in the sight of Elise. Seeing her smile made her get butterflies in her stomach. It's now or never, Philvis thought. She then inhaled and exhaled several times to calm herself. Once she did so, Philvis didn't hesitate any longer. Elise, she said. When she did so, Elise turned to face her. The thing is, I like you, Philvis said, getting a blush on her face. Well, I like you as well, Elise said. But Philvis knew Elise didn't mean it the way she did. In this moment Philvis knew Morex was correct. Unless she told Elise her feelings straight to her face, she would misunderstand, which she didn't want. So Philvis inhaled and exhaled once more before speaking again. No, Elise, listen. What I mean is, I like you as a woman. I like you in a romantic way, Philvis said. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the smile on Elise's face dropped and she got a dumb expression on her face. You like me? Elise questioned. Philvis nodded, fumbling with her hands. Yeah, I like you like that. I want to hug you, kiss you, and everything else, she admitted, getting a massive blush as she did so. Philvis, No need to answer right now, Philvis interrupted. Just take your time and let me know later. And if you want to reject me, that's fine. I'm not expecting anything. Well then, bye. she said. After Philvis said her piece, she used the Joestar family secret technique and ran away, leaving Elise atop the clock tower with a lot to think about. Chapter 93, Chapter 84, Astria Familia Discussion Panel. Third person, POV. Entering Stardust Garden, Elise had a blank expression on her face. Ever since Philvis had confessed to her earlier atop the clock tower, the thoughts in her head were scrambled and wouldn't return to normal no matter how much she tried to get them to do so. Philvis liked me in that way, Elise thought. As she kept repeating the dark-haired elf's confession over and over again in her mind, she was hardly paying attention to anything else. Thus she bumped into Knees and fell on her butt. Elise, watch where you're going, Knees said. Right, sorry, Elise said. She then stood up and continued on her way, making Knees raise a brow in her direction. Since usually Elise would make some sort of cheeky or snide remark, but this time she didn't, which told Knees that something was up with her captain. However, she decided not to pry into the matter. For now at least. Entering her room, Elise went to lie face up on her bed and simply stare at the ceiling. I wonder, do I feel the same way about Philvis as she does for me? Elise asked herself. She then started thinking deeply about the matter, determined to find an answer. She assumed it wouldn't be that hard. Oh, Elise didn't know how wrong she was. Arg, why is this so hard? Elise asked herself, her hands gripping the side of her head as she did so. Over a week has passed since Philvis confessed to her, and she has made no progress at all on how to answer it. But the fact Elise is having such a hard time coming up with an answer would make Philvis extremely happy if she knew. Tossing and turning in her bed, Elise finally stopped and then sighed. Why is this so hard? She muttered to herself. As she did so, Elise sat up when someone knocked on her door. Yes, come in, she said. When she did so, Kaguya opened the door. Oh Kaguya, what's up, need something? Elise asked. But Kaguya said nothing in response. Instead, she simply placed a hand on her cheek and put a smile on her face. Seeing this, Elise felt a shiver run down her spine. Since whenever Kaguya put a smile on her face like the one she is wearing right now, it usually meant she was up to something, which usually spelled big trouble for someone else. Elise, come with me for a bit, would you? Kaguya asked. Sure, Elise said. Since she knew refusing would be useless. If she did, Kaguya would simply drag her out of her room by force. Getting up, Elise followed Kaguya into one of the many meeting rooms in their familia home. After doing so, she noticed her goddess Astria, along with all her other familia members. Except for Philvis. Oh, what's going on, guys? Did we have a meeting today I forgot about? Elise asked. Everyone shook their heads. Actually, Captain, the reason we are all here is because we've noticed how distracted you've been this past week, Kaguya explained. We've also noticed how a certain black-haired elf is avoiding you. So please, explain to us what is going on if you don't mind. What, nothing is going on, Elise quickly said. But as she did so, her familia members and goddess all had the exact same thought. She's lying. Because after knowing Elise for as long as they all have, they can tell when she's lying. Elise, stop lying, Lyra said. Yeah, please tell us what happened between you and Philvis, Iska asked. Is it the reason you bumped into me the other day? Knees questioned. Captain, come on, Noin spoke up. Elise, whatever it is, we can handle it together, Astria spoke. The other familia members added in their own comments as well. You won't be leaving this room until you spill your guts, Kaguya spoke, wearing the same smile on her face as earlier. All right, just stop, Elise cried, getting a small blush on her face as she did so. She then inhaled and exhaled several times to calm herself down. Okay, so here it is, Elise began, her face becoming red again immediately, due to what she was about to reveal to the others. So last week when Philvis and I went out, she took me to the top of the clock tower near Central Park. Then she confessed to me. Confessed what? Kelty asked. That she likes me in a romantic sense, Elise blurted out. That she wants to date me and be my girlfriend, she revealed to the others. As she did so, the entire room fell into silence. You could hear a pin drop at the moment. Wow, I did not see this coming, Lyra spoke. The others nodding their heads in agreement. I mean, they all pretty much could tell Philvis liked girls. But they never expected her first confession to be Elise of all people. I understand now, Astria spoke. So, is this why you've been distracted this past week? She asked Elise, who nodded in response. Yeah, Elise admitted. I've been thinking about how to answer Philvis' confession. But no matter what, I can't seem to find an answer. Oh, Kaguya mused. Well, I think that in and of itself is your answer. What are you saying, Kagaya? Elise questioned. I'm saying since you didn't immediately come to the decision to reject our black-haired elf's feelings, it must mean deep down you want to respond to them in some way. She explained. That's, Elise stuttered. Her face suddenly turning as red as her hair. She was at a complete loss for words. Although Elise always knew she liked men, she can't say a few times that certain women didn't catch her eye. But she simply played it off as being enamored by their looks and nothing else. Now, however, due to Philvis' confession, Elise was doing some serious soul-searching. Thinking she might like women as well. However, that is not an easy question to answer. For her at least. But now with Kagaya's words just now, things have become a bit more clearer. Oh Captain, so you do like our little sister, huh? Lyra questioned. A cheeky smile on her face. Go for it, Elise, we will support yours and Philvis' relationship completely. Iska said. We will. Noin added. Captain, please hurry and tell Philvis how you feel. Kelty said. The others started encouraging Elise to respond to Philvis as well. Overwhelming her. Stop, everyone just stop. Elise shouted in complete and utter embarrassment. But her fellow Familia members simply smiled and kept teasing her about her and Philvis. After all, Elise is usually the one who teases them, so now that they have a chance to get some payback, they are not going to pass it up. Falling to her knees, Elise curled up into a ball and wished to find a deep hole to crawl into in that moment. Watching all this, Astria simply kept a smile on her face. Happy at watching those she considered her daughters enjoy their springtime of youth. A/N, I just read the spoilers for Danmachi Volume 18 today and I have to say Amaroi is not disappointing at all. Rio become level 6. Belle ends up as level 5. Otter become level 8. Not to mention Rio confesses her feelings to Belle. I can't wait until the English translation comes out. On another note, I hope Amori put Belle and Rio in a relationship, since I ship them hard. I mean, Danmachi is a harem series in the first place, so what's wrong with giving Belle both Ace and Rio? Both of them are top waifus. And Rio herself is one of my top 5 waifu of all time. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Until next time. Chapter 94, Chapter 85, Philvis gets her answer. Third person, POV. In her room, Philvis was preparing for bed, when she was interrupted by a knock at the door. Going to answer it, she saw it was Elise. Yes, Elise, what may I help you with? Philvis asked. Doing all she could to stay calm. Even though on the inside she was a nervous wreck. Ever since her confession to Elise about her feelings that day atop the clock tower, Philvis had become even more conscious of her captain. She was sure everyone else in the Familia and Goddess Astria noticed it as well by now. But she is grateful they haven't said anything about it. Otherwise she might die of embarrassment if she has to explain the reason she is avoiding Elise like she has been. Hey Philvis, can I come in? Elise asked. Sure. Philvis said. She then led Elise into her room and closed the door. Once she did so, the two of them took a seat on her bed. Elise, on my bed. Philvis thought. She then did her best stop imagining herself pushing Elise down right now and having her way with her all night long. No, stop it, brain. Bad thoughts. Since when did I become so lewd? Philvis thought. Philvis, are you okay? Elise asked. Yes. She answered. So, what brings you here? I have come to an answer about the confession you gave me. Elise spoke. As she did so, Philvis went completely rigid, and focused on nothing else but Elise. I see. Philvis said. So, what's your answer? Well, first off, it was really difficult for me to come to this decision. I was struggling with it ever since you told me how you truly felt about me. But once I talked to Astria and the others about it, things became much clearer. Elise explained. You told them? Philvis asked. Elise shook her head. They saw how awkward the two of us were and confronted me about it. So I had no choice to reveal the issue. She admitted. Hearing this, Phillis put a wry smile on her face. Since she knew how her Familia members could be when one of them had an issue or a problem. Especially Kagaya and Lyra. They wouldn't back down no matter what. I understand. But so, what is your answer? Philvis asked. Not saying a word, Elise simply smiled. She then leaned in close to Philvis and planted a soft kiss on her lips, before slowly backing away. Does that answer your question? Elise asked. Boha. Philip said. So, I want to give this a try. Elise spoke. I can't promise we'll be together forever. But I really want to see where this goes. She explained. Sure. Philvis spoke. Great. Elise said. So that means you're my girlfriend now. My, how lucky you are to be dating the great and beautiful me. She said, puffing out of chest. Yes. Philvis answered. She then tackled Elise onto her back and started kissing her with all she had. Because the kiss Elise gave her and the words she just said unleashed Philvis' caged desires. And now that the genie was out of the bottle there was not putting it back. Philvis, wait. Elise said in between kisses. But Philvis ignored her and continued kissing the redhead. Elise tried to escape but was unable to. Forced to deal with the monster she let loose. Morex, POV. Moving through the streets with Milhior and Ryu, I held bags full of food in my hands. Since today is the day the three of us are doing the grocery shopping for the house. As Milhior collected the last bag we needed from a local vendor we started making our way home. In doing so we ran into Elise and Philvis. Hey guys. Elise said. Hey Elise. I said back. Noticing how her and Philvis' hands were intertwined. So, are you two out on a date? I asked them. Yep, we sure are. Elise answered without hesitation. You two are dating now? Milhior questioned. Philvis and Elise nodded. I see. So everything worked out for you, Philvis. I'm glad. Ryu spoke. Ryu, why are you not more surprised? Morex, you as well. Elise asked us. The thing is, Philvis happened to come to the two of us before she confessed to you for some advice on how to do so and we gave it to her. I explained. Yes, and I very much appreciate it. Philvis said. So once again, thank you. She spoke. Slightly bowing her head as she did so. When Philvis did this, however, the three of us noticed a red mark near her left collarbone. Philvis, your hickey is showing. I whispered to her. As I did so she got a blush and then quickly moved to cover it up. Oh Philvis, no need to be so embarrassed. Elise said. Yes Elise, there is. Philvis retorted. I don't want people seeing what you gave me. I want such things to stay between us. All right. Elise spoke. The two of them then started to create a pink zone around themselves. Well then we'll see you guys later. I said. After I did so Rio, Milhior, and I started heading home again. Leaving the happy couple to their own devices. As we did this I once again gave a salute to Lafia. Since her potential love interest has already been claimed by someone else. And I just have this feeling that Elise and Philvis are going to be together for a long time. Kudos to them. Chapter 95, Chapter 86, New but Familiar Faces. A smile on my face I entered the guild. Ariane and Reiner beside me. We had just finished up a quest to deal with an irregular minotaur that spawned on the 16th floor. So now here we are coming to let the guild know we completed the job. But that's not why I'm smiling. No, the reason I'm so happy is because I get to see my Rose. For the past 2 years we've been together. Going up to her counter I leaned over and kissed her. Ignoring the squeals from her female colleagues and the burning looks of jealousy I am getting from fellow male adventurers. Although some of them are giving me a thumbs up while looking jealous. Flicking my forehead after giving her a kiss, Rose glared at me. How many times do I have to tell you, don't do that while I'm working? Rose said. Her glare only intensifying as she did so. But I ignored it like I always do. Since I can tell that by her tail swishing back and forth Rose enjoys the kisses I give her. She just can't be honest with herself. It seems all the women I am into are like that. Rio, Rose, Shakti, and Riveria. None of them ever show much emotion unless in private or in extremely dire situations. I wonder why I like this type of women. As I thought about this for a few seconds I suddenly noticed two people staring at me. Turning in their direction I saw it was two girls. Both very familiar to me. The first is Ina Tool. While the second is Misha Flott. As I looked at the both of them I realized this is the year they both started working at the guild. Giving them a smile and a wink I waved at the two of them. Hello there ladies. The both of them didn't say a word to my greeting and instead both went a bit red in the face. Not that I can blame them. My looks are nothing to sneeze at after all. And just to be clear I am not being vain. I have the looks of Zhongli from Genshin Impact and he is quite handsome. Not to mention I am tall. My height is 191 centimeters. So yeah, I am a looker and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Noticing her juniors get flustered Rose turned to them and leveled her glare in their direction. When she did so both came to their senses. Ina, Misha, don't you two have work to do? Rose asked them. Rose, don't be like that. At least introduce us. I spoke. Greeting ladies, my name is Morex Lapis. I told them. And behind me are two of my familia members Reiner Lute and Ariane Maple. Hello. Reiner said. Nice to meet you both. Ariane spoke. Hello. Nice to meet you all. My name is Ina Tool. Ina quickly said. Misha flut. Misha spoke. Okay, with that, introductions are over. Rose spoke, continuing to glare at Ina and Misha as she did so. Now then, you two, get back to work, she said. Yes, the two of them said in unison. They then practically ran off. After they did so, Rose stopped her glare. Rose, why so harsh to your juniors? I asked her. If I'm not, they'll slack off. Besides, they both expressed interest in becoming dungeon advisors, and as they are now taking on the job, we'll break them. Neither of them is cut out for it, she explained to us. But weren't you the same way when you started? Reiner asked. When he did so, Rose glared at him, and he raised up his hands in defense. I think what you are doing is wonderful, Rose. Working to prepare your new colleagues for what is to come. Ariane spoke. That's not what I'm doing, Rose denied. I'm simply training them so well they won't bother to ask me about every single thing in the future. That way I can complete my own work in peace, she explained. Phew, it's okay to be honest once in a while, you know, I said. Only to earn Rose's glare again, which I promptly ignored. Seeing that I was my usual self, Rose dropped her glare and we finally got down to business. We presented her with proof we defeated the irregular and then received our payment. After we did so, we prepared to leave the guild. But before we did, I went up to Rose and whispered. We still on for tonight? I asked. Yes, she whispered back. Hearing her confirmation, I gave her another quick kiss and then left with the others. My thoughts wandering towards tonight and how enjoyable it is going to be. A smile on my face, I enjoyed the cool night air as I walked through one of Arario's many residential districts located in its northeastern section. Humming to myself, I soon arrived at my destination. A nice 2-story house. Rose's house, to be exact. Going up to the front door, I knocked, and then a moment later it was opened, revealing Rose in a dark green 2-strap dress that hugged her curves in all the right places. Beautiful as always, I said. Just get in here already, Rose spoke, but with a smile on her face. I'm so happy I'm one of the few people who gets to see such a sight. Yes, ma'am, I said. I then entered Rose's house and she closed the door behind me. Immediately after I did so, I smelled the dinner Rose had prepared for us. She loves to cook, so when we spend time together we usually eat dinner at her home. Her food is really delicious. Smells good as always, I said. I then got ready to head to the table, only to be pulled back and slammed against the door by Rose. Not that it hurt me, since I am a high-level adventurer. But I didn't fight it either, since Rose and I do this sort of thing quite often. Before dinner I want dessert, Rose said in a sultry voice. She then lightly brushed one of her knees over my crotch and then blew in my ear. Ask and you shall receive, I said. I then moved to kiss Rose, preparing to eat her cookies while giving her the ice pop in my pants. Chapter 96, Chapter 87, Just Dessert *. Taking Rose in my arms, I moved us into the living room and then threw her on the couch. Careful to control my strength, since unlike Ria she is a normal person and might break if I'm not too careful with her. Licking my lips, I climbed on top of Rose and gave her a rough kiss. As she allowed her tongue into my mouth, my hands roamed her body, getting reacquainted with it. After a moment we broke our kiss, a trail of saliva between our lips. Once we did so, Rose forced our positions to switch. Pushing me down onto the couch, she climbed atop of me and started grinding herself on the semi-erection in my pants. Reaching down, Rose removed my shirt and tossed it aside. She then traced her hands across my chest until she reached my nipples, where she began rubbing them between her fingers. Releasing a groan, I moved my hands to her butt and squeezed it. Kneading her ass through the fabric of her dress, she continued grinding against my crotch, turning my dick fully erect. As it strained against my pants, I felt both pain and pleasure. Rose, I moaned out her name. As I did so, she stopped playing with my nipples and got off me. Once she did so, I stood up and removed my pants, allowing my cock to fly freely. Licking her lips at the sight of my erection, Rose came up to me and grabbed it without hesitation, giving it a little squeeze after she did so. Feeling immense pleasure, I jumped a bit. You like that? Rose whispered into my ear. Yes, very much, I answered. Good, Rose said. She then pushed me down on the couch again. Stay, she said. Rose then walked away and I followed her orders without question. A moment later she returned with a bottle of chocolate syrup. Placing it on the table next to us, Rose did a little show for me. Slowly but surely she removed her dress, and then her matching dark green bra and panties, which only made me harder. Once she was finished with her little strip show, she threw her dress aside as well as her bra. But she took her panties and came over to me. She then took my arms and placed them above my head, tying my wrist together using her underwear after she did so. Rose is quite into BDSM, as I've come to discover. Not that I am complaining in the slightest. Once my wrists were secured, Rose retrieved the chocolate syrup bottle and then squirted some on my dick. Once it was fully coated, Rose licked her lips once more. "Thanks for the treat," she said. Rose then devoured my dick with her mouth, sending a wave of pleasure throughout my entire body. Bobbing her head back and forth, she looked me in the eyes as she licked the chocolate syrup off me. Her salvia and pre-cum taking its place. "Keeping going," I said, beginning to move my hips as I did so. Only for Rose to slap my legs and remove her head from my dick after I did. "What are the rules?" she asked. "No moving." "Sorry, please forgive me," I said, sounding weak. Since Rose is a bit of a dominatrix. The complete opposite of the submissive Rio. But life has many flavors, as they say. "No, you need to be punished. Otherwise you'll never learn." Rose spoke harshly. She then took my dick between her breasts and started moving them up and down. The pleasure became even greater as Rose spat on my dick, getting it nice and slick between her wonderful breasts. Slowly but surely she got me closer and closer. But when I was right on the edge, she stopped. "Why?" I asked in a husky voice. "Punishment," Rose said. "2 more times and then you can come," she told me. Rose then went to bring me to the edge again. This time taking the tip my dick into her mouth. As her breasts and mouth worked together in perfect unison, I fought the urge to just rip my makeshift bindings and push Rose down to finish. Since this made the experience even more pleasurable. As Rose edged me once more, she started on the final time. My dick started twitching. But Rose knew exactly how to work it so I wouldn't come. As she edged me one last time, my breathing was erratic. "Please, let me come," I begged. "Since you took your punishment like a good boy, okay," Rose said. She then took my dick into her mouth and started pumping it, along with her breasts. This brought me over the close edge I was already on, and I came hard. Robes and robes of cum flew out of my dick and into Rose's mouth. But she couldn't catch it all, and a lot landed on her breasts, face, and even in her hair. When my dick finally stopped twitching after 5 shots, Rose was covered in my seed. "You got me all dirty. Now I need to clean up," she said. Rose then started cleaning all my cum off her body. As I watched her do this, my dick got hard again. When she was finished, I was all set for round 2. Standing to her feet, I saw liquid between Rose's legs, showcasing just how wet she is. Coming over to me, she didn't waste any time. She plunged my cock into her pussy all the way to the base and then shoved her boobs into my face. Taking her nipples into my mouth, I sucked on them as Rose bounced up and down on me like a jackhammer. "Yes, oh gods yes," Rose screamed. Sucking her breasts with all I had, I left her walls clamped down on me like a vice grip. "You like this, don't you?" "Well, yes," I said. "Good," Rose said. Pushing my face deeper into her breasts, she wrapped her arms around my head and continued riding my dick. Until eventually she came. As her juices splashed all over me, I started pumping harder and harder until I came once again. "Yes. Mum." Rose screamed at the top of her lungs while I moaned into her breasts. The two of us getting lost in the pure bliss of simultaneous orgasm. Until eventually it ended. Both of us breathing heavily and sweating, Rose released my head, allowing me to catch my breath. "Amazing as always," I said. "Why, thank you. Now, back to work," she commanded me. As she did so, I felt my dick shudder. Since it turns out I'm not a masochist or a sadist but a switch. "Yes, ma'am," I said. Rose and I then went back to sex, ignoring the food she prepared. Since tonight all we need to get full was dessert. Chapter 97, Chapter 88, Artie the Wingwoman. Feeling movement atop my body, I slowly opened my eyes. As I did so, I saw nothing but red. Moving a bit, I managed to clear my vision and found Rose curled up atop me. The two of us in her bedroom, lying in her bed. After our fun downstairs the previous night, we moved the party up here, stopping only a few hours ago. Carefully but gently I placed her on the free side of the bed. I then stood up and went into the bathroom to handle morning business as well as take a shower. When I was done, I quickly went to find my clothes and dressed myself before heading downstairs. Once I did, I took the food I didn't eat last night and went to reheat it in the kitchen. Since although microwaves are not a thing in this world, stoves are. However, they don't run on gas or electricity but inferno stones. Well, as long as it works, I really don't care how. Like with showers and other amenities from the modern world that are in this one. The moment my food was nice and hot again, I went to sit down at the table and enjoy it. Then once my belly was full, I started to clean up. Since Rose and I went a bit too wild last night. Picking up any furniture we knocked over, I put her place back together. Then as soon as I was done, I spotted her coming down the stairs, a golden robe around her body. "Morning," I said. "Same to you," Rose said. She then came over to me and wrapped her arms around my neck, pulling me into a good morning kiss. As our kiss intensified, I noticed Rose loosening her robe. Breaking our kiss, I gave her a smile. "Really, you still have this much energy even after all we did last night?" I asked her. "Foo-foo, of course. And don't pretend you don't like it," she retorted. She's not wrong. Picking Rose up in my arms, I carried her back up to the bedroom. Since I didn't want to have to clean up again if things got out of hand like the night before. Which they probably would. Closing the door to Rose's house, I started making my way home. A smile on my face. Since I thoroughly satisfied my red-headed werewolf. While she did the same for me. But we didn't just have crazy sex, we also spent some real quality time together. Doing so is how you get a relationship to truly work and last. Making my way onto one of the main streets of Horario, I felt my stomach grumbling a bit. Realizing it was lunchtime, I stopped by one of the various food stands and picked up some meat skewers before continuing on my way. As I ate my meat sticks, I suddenly stopped in my tracks when I saw several people running in my direction. Two of them being Artie and Shakti. The former of which just reached level 4. "Stop thieves!" Artie shouted at the people running in front of her. But they ignored her and instead kept running. Seeing the situation, I decided to help them out. Taking the sticks of the meat skewers I had already finished eating, I threw them in the direction of the escaping thieves, hitting them all and opening small wounds on their bodies. "Fuck!" one of them yelled, tripping and falling onto the others. The three of them then all fell on the ground, landing right at my feet. Just as they did so, the Verma sisters arrived, along with their fellow Ganesha Familia members who were assisting them on capturing the criminals. "Oh Morex, thanks for the help," Artie spoke. "Anytime," I said. "Yes, thank you," Shakti mused. "If you really want to thank me, how about a kiss, or you let me take you out on a date?" I spoke. But Shakti simply ignored my comment and instructed her people to secure the criminals. "Ah Shakti, why are you always so cruel to me?" I said in a dramatic fashion. Getting a laugh from Artie and her fellow Familia members. "Once again, thank you for your assistance, Morex." Also, like always, the answer is no. Shakti spoke. "Now then, good day," she said. "Bye Morex, see you later," Artie said. "Same," I said. I then split ways with their group and continued my way home. Trying to think of new ways to get Shakti to go on a date with me. Since although she keeps saying no, she hasn't outright rejected me and told me there is no chance with her at all. That's why so long as a chance remains, I won't give up. Since that's just the kind of guy I am. Third person, POV. A smile on her face, Artie entered the Ganesha Familia home along with her sister and fellow Familia members. Once they did so, they handled the processing of the criminals they just caught and then all went their separate ways. The Verma sisters heading to Shakti's personal office. Since she is the captain of the Ganesha Familia after all. It would be strange for her not to have one. Entering the office, Shakti closed the door and went to sit behind her desk. Meanwhile, Artie took a seat on one of the 2 couches in the room. She then decided to ask her sister a question. "Hey sis, why don't you give Morex a chance?" Stumbling at Artie's question, Shakti was glad she was not eating or drinking something at that moment. Since if she was, she surely would have spit it out all over the place. "What? Artie, where is this coming from?" Shakti asked her sister. "I mean, I've been thinking about it for a while now," Artie explained. "Morex is nice and kind. So why won't you agree to a date with him? He's not a bad guy." "I know that very well," Shakti retorted. "So then why?" Artie asked. "Did Morex put you up to this?" Shakti asked. Artie shook her head. "Nope. I'm just really curious as to why you won't give him at least one date. Not like you have anybody else lined up." Upon saying this, Artie received a hard glare from her sister. Since she had just touched upon a delicate subject. The fact Shakti is still single. Well, it's not like men, and even some women, don't find Shakti attractive. It's just her usually strict and cold personality makes her hard to approach. Not to mention the fact she is a level 5 adventurer and the captain of the largest and one of the strongest familia in Horario. A lot of people get easily intimidated by her. This is a fact Shakti knows perfectly well. And she herself isn't really looking for a romantic partner, so it's fine. But that's not to say she doesn't want one. Releasing a sigh, Shakti stopped glaring at Artie and decided to answer her question. Since she knew her sister wouldn't stop asking until she got a proper answer. They shared that trait of willful stubbornness. "Okay, here it is, Artie. Shakti began. The reason I won't date Morex is because if I did it wouldn't work out. Sis, what are you talking about? Artie questioned. Well, I mean, he would get bored with me quite easily. Shakti said in a low voice. After all, I know how people see me. A strict and serious person who can't relax in the slightest. I'm well aware of this and that's just how I am. She admitted. So I know that Morex, who is so full of energy and a really relaxed individual most of the time, would not mesh well with me. That's why I won't date him. She explained. Nodding her head at her sister's explanation, Artie walked over to her and then poked her square in the forehead. Artie, what are you doing? Shakti asked. I wanted to see if your brain had turned to mush, so I poked it to check. Artie explained. But it looks like it hasn't. Now then, stop all that talk. She said. Sure, you are strict and a bit too uptight at times. But Morex knows that. He knows that very well. Even so, he still asks you out. He wouldn't do that if he wasn't serious about you. That's not the kind of guy he is. So stop talking nonsense and just go out with him. Or are you that scared of a date with a younger guy? What, I'm not scared. Shakti protested. Sure you aren't. Artie replied, putting a cheeky grin on her face. Why you? Shakti said. She then put Artie in a headlock and started messing up her hair. Stop, sis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay. Artie said. But Shakti ignored her and continued messing with her. Though she was wearing a smile on her face the entire time. Artie doing the same. It is one of their sister moments after all. As this was going on, Shakti really thought about Artie's words. Thinking maybe she should give Morex at least one date. At least then he might stop asking her. If Morex knew what Shakti was thinking, he would be jumping for joy. He would also be high-fiving Artie. Since she became his wing woman without even trying. Chapter 98, Chapter 89, Change of Fate. Morex, POV. Dodging a slash from Rogue, I stepped back and thrust my practice spear in his direction. We're doing some training in our courtyard. Moving slightly to the left, Rogue dodged my strike and then attempted to close the distance between us. Because spears aren't good weapons for close-quarters combat. Good thing I am no ordinary spearman then. Allowing Rogue to get closer, I thrust out my palm toward his chest and managed to land a hit, sending him staggering backwards. Once I did this, I moved to place the tip of my spear near his neck. Give up, I said. Yeah, it's your win, he said. Once he did so, I removed the spear I was using from his neck. Hey, so what's up? I asked him. Because during our entire sparring session just now, Rogue was off kilter. Which usually never happens. If you can't talk about it, I understand, I said. Rogue shook his head. No, it's fine. The thing is, my 3-year anniversary with Kaguya is coming up and I want to get her something special. But I'm at a loss on what I could. He explained. I nodded my head in understanding. As a guy in a relationship with 2 different women, I understand the immense significance of anniversaries. Including the consequences of forgetting them or not putting in an effort towards them. I totally get it. So how about this? I said. I then gave Rogue my suggestion for his anniversary present for Kaguya. Yeah, that can work. Thanks, Morex. Rogue said. Anytime. I know you would do the same for me, I said. After I did so, we shared a manly handshake. Mutual understanding passing between us. Ah, how nice it is to have brothers. Stretching my arms in the air, I stood up from my desk. Having just finished up some paperwork pertaining to the Familia. The one thing I hate about being captain. But fortunately for me, the amount of paperwork I have to do is small since our Familia is small. We actually get tons of applications, but like Astria and Hermes Familia, we're extremely particular about who we let into our ranks. I also don't want my paperwork load to increase. Just imagining what the larger Familias must go through in that regard is enough to give me nightmares. I don't know how Finn and Shakti deal with that shit. As for Otter, I'm not sure. But probably not. Since his Familia members only probably either spend their time trying to kill each other or worshipping Freya and literally licking the ground she walks on. Yet another reason I am glad I am not a part of that Familia, which is the poster definition for the word simp. Once I was done stretching, I headed downstairs to get some food. Entering the kitchen, I got a snack and then sat down at the table to enjoy it. Only to hear a loud crash a moment later. Crash. The second I heard this, I was out of my seat and headed to where the crash came from. Entering the living room, I found Leon Michelli, Gall, Dilek, and the source of the crash immediately. Rogue. He dropped a cup on the floor and it shattered. Rogue, are you okay? Dilek asked him. Kaguya, he said. His face as white as a sheet. Guys, I think she might be in danger. All of a sudden I got this really bad feeling. He revealed. As he did so I felt my body run cold. Since I knew what Rogue might be talking about. That time might be here. If you feel so strongly, let's go and check on her. I said. Doing my best not to let my own worries show in my voice. Yeah. Dialek agreed. Let's. Leon Michelli added. Gall simply nodded his head. Once he did so we quickly gathered our gear and headed out. But not before I gave Athena a quick rundown of the situation. Using our adventurer speed, we arrived at Stardust Garden in no time at all. The moment we did so, Rogue started pounding on the door. Which was answered a few moments later by Astria. Lady Astria, please forgive me, but is Kaguya here? Rogue asked. No. She and the others are in the dungeon. They headed to the 22nd floor to investigate activities of the Rudra Familia. She explained. A/N, the floor the Astria Familia fought the Juggernaut on in canon was never specified. The moment I heard this my blood ran cold. So it's just as I feared. Why, what is wrong? Astria asked. I got a horrible feeling Kaguya is in trouble. Rogue said. Then let's stop wasting time. To the 22nd floor. I almost shouted. The others nodded in agreement. We then left Astria and rushed towards Babel Tower and the dungeon as fast as we could. Since we all knew Rudra Familia was part of Evolus. But the real truth is that if we didn't arrive in time our precious friends would be slaughtered like cattle, and I'll be damned if I'll allow that to happen. As we entered the dungeon and carved up any monsters in our path I began praying. Praying to the deity that sent me to this world all those years ago that we would make it in time. Third person, POV. In the dungeon the Astria Familia stood face to face with the Rudra Familia. The latter of which had set a trap to try to kill the former. But Lyra saw through the plan and the Astria Familia avoided it without any casualties. Things between the two groups were about to move forward. That is until the dungeon cried. A spine-chilling cry that stopped the members of both Familia completely in their tracks. A few seconds after the dungeon released the horrible sound the ground cracked open and steam shot out of it. Then a moment later a deafening howl rang out and then it appeared. A beast with blood-red eyes and pitch-black bones. Not a monster but something else entirely. As the beast turned its gaze towards the Astria Familia no one had time to speak a word but it acted. Blood flew through the air as Asta was cut into tiny pieces. Asta? Kelty questioned. Only to cough up blood a split second later. For the creature's tail had pierced her chest and ripped a massive hole through it a split second after it killed her friend. Getting splashed with blood on her face and ears, Phylvis finally realized what just happened. Two of her friends were dead. Ah, ack. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Phylvis fell to her knees in utter terror. But the creature in front of her cared not. For it only had one thing on its mind. Killing everyone around it. This was the dungeon ultimate defense. The apostle of murder. The Juggernaut. Turning its gaze on a distraught Phylvis, the Juggernaut leapt towards her and smacked her in the chest with one of its claws. Flying into the wall, Phylvis coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Her breathing ragged since the attack she just sustained broke 3 of her ribs in one go. Phylvis! Elise shouted. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. 2 of her friends dead, and her lover knocking at death's door, all from just one attack each from the Juggernaut. It was like she was in some kind of living nightmare. Leaping at Phylvis again, the Juggernaut intended to finish her off. No. Elise shouted. She got ready to move. But she wasn't fast enough. The Juggernaut reached Phylvis before her and prepared to strike her with its tail. But that did not happen. Instead, Kaguya intercepted the attack and saved Phylvis' life. But not without cost. Blood flew through the air once more as Kaguya herself was slammed into the wall by the Juggernaut. Her right arm just above the elbow having been completely severed. Kaguya! Elise shouted. She was ready to cry. Despair at the situation was beginning to overtake her. Ignoring Elise's cries, the Juggernaut turned its gaze to Phylvis once more. Intending to end her this time around. But just as it was about to move, a spear landed in its path. Vortex Vanquisher. Morix landing right beside it a moment later. That's enough. Morix shouted at the top of his lungs. He then unleashed his Dragonification skill and transformed. Releasing a furious roar of his own at the Juggernaut. Seeing this, the remaining members of the Astria Familia became speechless. While this happened, Leon Michelli and the others arrived, Morix having gone on ahead of them when he heard the Juggernaut being summoned. Arriving on scene, they quickly took in the situation. Seeing Kaguya, Rogue didn't hesitate and rushed to her side. While the others went over to Elise and the rest. Seeing Elise was stunned, Leon Michelli didn't hesitate and slapped her across the face. Which knocked her back to her senses. Everyone listen, prepare to run. Leon Michelli shouted. As she did so, Elise echoed her words and the Astria Familia finally started taking action again. Moving over to Filvis and Kaguya, they performed emergency first aid on them both by splashing them with high-grade potions. While Morax focused his attention solely on the Juggernaut. Seeing the bodies of Asta and Kelty, he felt sad he couldn't arrive in time to save them. But he'll be damned if he lets the monster in front of him kill any more of his allies. For he had come to change the Astria Familia's fate, and that's exactly what he was going to do. Releasing a roar at Morax, the Juggernaut charged at him, signaling the start of their battle. Chapter 99, Chapter 90, Change of Fate, Part 2. Third person, POV. Releasing a roar, the Juggernaut closed the distance to Morax and slashed at him with its claws, creating small wounds on his chest. Fuck. Morax thought. He was hoping his Dragonification would give him an edge against the Juggernaut. But it looks like he was wrong. If he wasn't careful, the creature would kill him as well. But he wasn't going to allow that. Taking his tail, he slammed the Juggernaut into the ground. Then, without wasting another second, Morax grabbed the Juggernaut in both hands and threw its ass right into the middle of Rudra Famila. Although he was determined to change some things, saving the lives of those bastards was not on his list. They were going to get what was coming to them, no matter what. After tossing the Juggernaut, Morax coated his claws in vibrational energy and slammed them into the wall, creating a small cave-in that separated his group from Rudra Familia and the Juggernaut. Due to secretive training on Floor 18, Morax had discovered that when he used his Dragonification skill, he could use any of his magics without the need to chant the spell. A super helpful part of his skill in his book. After making sure the enemies and that murder beast were sealed up nice and tight, he transformed back to normal and moved to grab Vortex Vanquisher. He then ran over to the others. "Let's move," he shouted. Morax then started running, everyone else following behind him. While they ran, the dungeon didn't spawn many monsters, probably due to all the damage it sustained. As for the monsters that did spawn, Morax, Dilek, and Leon Michelli easily dispatched them, while Gaul and Nies brought up the rear. As for Rogue, he was clutching Kaguya like his life depended on it. Elise doing the same with Filvis. Thanks to the high-grade potions, both of them were not knocking at death's door. Even so, they were still in critical condition. The group made their way all the way to the 18th floor without stopping. After arriving, they found a secluded spot to rest. Once they did so, Elise and the others started crying their eyes out, while Morax and his group also came to terms with the Juggernaut. As for Rudra Familia, they all ended up dead, except for Jura, whose plan summoned the Juggernaut in the first place. He survived by using his dead Familia members' bodies as cover. So while Morax did change fate, some things remained the same. But that is a story for the future. Morax, POV. Lying in a hospital bed, bandages secured around my torso, I looked at Ria's sleeping face. Since she is lying in the bed with me. After we made it to the 18th floor and took a slight breather, we came back to the surface as fast as we possibly could. Once we arrived, we came straight to the hospital, where I have been recovering from my injuries for the last 3 days. Apparently the wounds the Juggernaut inflicted went deeper than I thought. Concerning Kaguya and Filvis, both are doing just fine. They are alive and expected to make full recoveries. But both have been placed in magical sleeps to help their injuries heal. Even so, I'm so glad they're both going to make it. As Ria snuggled in closer to me, I ran my hand through her hair. The moment she and the others arrived at the hospital along with Astria after they were informed of our situation, she hasn't left my side. Rose comes by every single day. I really am a lucky man to have them both in my life. Hearing the door to my room open, I looked to see who it was, while Ryu instantly opened her eyes and grabbed a dagger she had hidden under my pillow, ready for a fight. But calmed down when she was. It was Athena and Astria. Morax, Athena said. Goddess, I retorted. Astria has something she wishes to say. Athena spoke. After she did do, Astria walked up and bowed her head to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because of your actions, not all my daughters died. I am so grateful. Astria said over and over again. Lady Astria, please raise your head, I told her. They are my precious friends, so I don't need such thanks for doing what I would have done anyway, I explained to her. Yes, Astria, no need to go further, Athena added. Nodding, Astria lifted her head up. Understood. And just know, Morax, your secret is safe with us, she said. Because shortly after everything settled down, Athena revealed my adepti status to Astria and the others. Given what they're in the dungeon, we had no choice in the matter. Even Arian finally learned of it. It was about time for her too anyway. From what I heard, all of them were quite shocked. But they will keep my secret, which I am ever so grateful for. I appreciate that, I said. It's the least we can do. Astria spoke. Excuse me. Rhea spoke up. But now that everyone is safe, what are we going to do about Evelys moving forward? She asked. A cold look on her face. Clenching her fist, I can hear her grinding her teeth. If they didn't exist, this wouldn't have happened. Morex and the others wouldn't have gotten hurt. Asta and Kelty would still be alive. All of them is because of them. Rhea shouted, her anger boiling over. Rio, believe me, I understand your anger. Athena said. But have no worries. I've already come up with several plans to finally wipe this fifth from existence permanently. She explained. Putting a smile on her face, but with a dead look in her eyes. Scary. I thought. I've never seen Athena this pissed off. Evelys has royally fucked up. I almost feel sorry for them. Almost. As Athena even started chuckling in a creepy manner, I suddenly felt a presence that was not in the room a few minutes before. Show yourself, now. Athena said in a powerful voice. A second later, a cloaked figure simply appeared before our eyes. Apologies for this. The figure spoke. But I instantly knew it was Fel's. Who are you? Ryu asked. Pointing her dagger in Fel's direction. Simply an assistant to Uranus. Fel spoke. Why are you here? Astrea asked. Due to the events your familia recently experienced in the dungeon, he would like a private meeting with you both, ladies Astrea and Athena. Fels explained. Oh. Well then, lead the way. Since there are a few things I would like to discuss with Uranus as well. Athena spoke. As she did so, I prayed for Uranus. Since he's about to face off with a pissed-off war goddess. I would not want to be him right now. Very good. Fels said. He, Athena, and Astrea then left the room. Allowing me to relax once more. Since I know Athena has got this. Chapter 100, Chapter 91, Explanations and Recovery. Third person, POV. Following behind Fels, Athena and Astrea walked down a passageway he had brought them to. Eventually they came to a dead end. But a second after they did so, the wall in front of them moved upward, allowing them to continue. The three then stepped forward, finding themselves in Uranus' personal chamber situated under the guild headquarters. Athena and Astrea went to stand in front of Uranus' altar. After they did so, he looked over to Fels and gave a curt nod. Thank you, Fels, for bringing them here. He said. Fels simply bowed in response. Once he did so, Uranus turned his attention back to Athena and Astrea. Athena, Astrea, thank you both for coming. Uranus said. Of course. You obviously wish to see us to talk about the thing my children encountered in the dungeon, and I want to know what the fuck it was. Athena said. Astrea nodded her head in agreement with her friend's statement. Very well. Uranus said. He then explained to the two goddesses exactly what the Juggernaut was. Including how it came to appear in the first place. Hearing the information, the two goddesses were at a loss for words. Now you see why I called for this meeting. And why I ask neither of you or your familia members to reveal any information about the Juggernaut unless absolutely necessary. Uranus said. Athena and Astrea simply nodded their heads in agreement. Since they both knew if information about the Juggernaut became public knowledge, there would be many who would try and summon it. Either to unleash carnage and death or simply to fight against it in battle to test themselves. People are stupid like that. But what was left unsaid that all three gods thought in the back of their minds is how the dungeon might respond should the Juggernaut be summoned too many times. None of them wanted an answer to that particular question. We understand, Uranus. Astrea spoke. And we shall inform our children as well. I thank you for this. Uranus said. He was extremely glad it was the children of Athena and Astrea who had encountered the Juggernaut. Because he knew that unlike most other gods in the mortal realm, they would not abuse the knowledge they just obtained. The same for their familia members. But Uranus couldn't say this about a lot of other gods. So he was again thankful for the current situation. Even if it was reached after a horrible tragedy took place. Well then, that is all I wish to discuss with you both. I shall have Fels escort you out. Uranus said. Wait just a moment, Uranus. There is a matter I wish to discuss. Athena spoke up. And what might that be, Athena? Uranus asked. Simple. Wiping the filth known as Evelys from this world. Athena spoke. Putting a sinister smile on her face as she did so. I have plans to handle them and I want your approval. Also, you have no need to fear. I won't go too far. But this has gone on long enough. It is time for a requiem. Athena stated. Taking a moment, Uranus thought about Athena's words. Before I agree to anything, I need to have some idea of what your plan is. Uranus said. Of course. It's only natural. Athena said. She then gave a rough idea to Uranus about her plan to finally stomp out Evelys. The founder of the guild wasn't shocked in the slightest. Neither was Astrea, since she had been Athena's friend ever since their time in heaven. She knew her true nature very well. Athena generally didn't make trouble or play games like most gods. But that did not mean she was a pushover. Cross her or slight her in the wrong way and she would destroy you until there was nothing left. No matter who you were. It was this ferocity within Athena that made most gods leave her alone. And those that didn't. Well, it's better not to talk about them. Not to anyone's surprise, all of Athena's familia members were similar to her in personality in this way. When Athena finished telling Uranus about her plan to deal with Evolus, he nodded. Your plan. I approve of it. He said. Since he himself knew Evolus needed to be finished off once and for all. Their existence was impeding the growth of adventurers and endangering Orario as a whole. Thank you. You won't regret this. Athena spoke. After she did so, she and Astrea left Uranus' chamber, escorted by Fels. As they did so, Athena started humming. Very excited to begin another one of her requiem. In her hospital room, Kaguya slowly but surely opened her eyes. After doing so, she looked around and noticed Rogue asleep in a chair right next to her head. A place he had practically been living since the incident with the Juggernaut took place. Other than to eat, bathe, and relieve himself, Rogue had barely left Kaguya's side. His friends and mother had to practically pry him away from her after the first few days. Explaining to him that not taking care of himself would only make Kaguya worried when she woke up. That did the trick and snapped him out of his stupor. Still, this was the most scared he had ever been in his entire life. More than any challenge he faced inside of the dungeon. Rogue. Kaguya said. As soon as she did so, his eyes shot open. You're finally awake. Rogue said. Putting a smile on his face, he gently took her left hand into his. His gaze going to her missing right arm. Looking at where Kaguya's right arm used to be, Rogue felt anger. Namely towards Evolus. But also a bit of anger towards himself. Since if he was just a bit faster or stronger, then maybe Kaguya wouldn't have lost her arm in the first place. Though he didn't dwell on it too much. He was just grateful she was alive. Looking at Kaguya's face, Rogue instantly felt something take hold of him. Then before he knew it, 3 words were out of his mouth. I love you. Yes, Rogue Cheney loved Kaguya Gajuno. He had realized this some time ago, but only now had the courage to say it. Phew, I feel the same. Kaguya said. The two then shared a quick kiss in response to each other's words. Once they did so, Kaguya finally took note of her missing right arm. So that wasn't all a dream. She muttered. That monster. Asta, Kelty. She said. After she did so, tears welled up in Kaguya's eyes and she began to cry for her fallen friends. Rogue said nothing and simply held her hand through it all. After a few moments, Kaguya stopped crying and Rogue gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Thank you. She said. Don't mention it. Rogue spoke. The two then smiled at each other. So hey, what about the others? Also, did Moryx turn into a dragon? She asked. Since Kaguya was barely conscious when Rogue and the others arrived to save her. Yeah. About that. Rogue said. He then filled in Kaguya on all she missed while she had been asleep. Moryx and his adepti status, the truth about the Juggernaut, and everything else he felt was important. I missed quite a bit. Kaguya said. Yeah, well, you had a good excuse. Rogue commented. So anyway, I have something for you. He said. Rogue then reached down beside him and pulled up a box. He then opened it up and revealed the item inside to Kaguya. It was a black Haori and imprinted on the back of it in gold was the Far East symbol for justice. This was the anniversary gift Moryx suggested to Rogue and he agreed it would fit Kaguya perfectly. That's why he got it tailored made for her. As to why he is giving it to her, no, he didn't feel like waiting given what happened. So, what do you think? Rogue asked. Kaguya didn't answer. Instead, she lifted herself up and gave him a hot kiss. Breaking it a moment later, she then whispered something in his ears that made Rogue slightly blush and make him drop his mouth open. Seeing his reaction, Kaguya put a devilish smile on her face. It took a few seconds for Rogue to reboot, but after he did, he quickly put the Haori away and got into bed with Kaguya. They then showed their love for each other in the physical sense. Rogue was especially passionate given what Kaguya told him he was allowed to do. Needless to say, that night both fell asleep satisfied and with smiles on their faces. Chapter 101, Chapter 92, Requiem. Moryx, POV. Sitting in one of the many private rooms of my familia's home, I waited. A week ago I was released from the hospital. Then shortly after me, Kaguya and Filvis followed. The former of which got a prosthetic arm from the Dien sect familia before doing so. And unlike the Maik familia, the Astrea familia will be able to pay it off in no time since they regularly dive into the dungeon. Which all of them are prepared to do again. They've grieved for Asta and Kelty, as have the rest of us. Astria's girls even went back into the dungeon to retrieve their friend's body, and made the exact same gravestone for them on floor 18 as Rio did in canon when she was the only survivor. I guess no matter what I do, some things will never change. As I contemplated this fact, the door to the room opened and Elise entered. Followed by Rogue and Kagaya, who was displaying her new silver arm without a hint of shame. She doesn't cover it at all. Not only that, but she and Rogue have been super lovey-dovey. I'm talking honeymoon phase type of lovey-dovey. Which means something good definitely must have happened between the two. Good for them. As Elise took a seat in one of the chairs, the lovebirds took a seat on one of the remaining couches and started snuggling and kissing like others weren't in the room at all. Seeing this, I put a wry smile on my face, while Elise did the same. We just simply tried to ignore them. Unless they start having sex, that is. But they won't. Probably. I hope. Ignoring the kissing sounds in the room, I tapped my foot on the ground, hoping everyone else a part of this meeting would arrive soon. My wishes were answered as Lyra, Astria, Athena, Leon Michelli, and Rio arrived. As they did so, my gaze landed squarely on Rio. Because she has cut her hair exactly like it was during canon. Except it's still blonde and not green. Rio, you cut your hair? I said. Yes. She stated. Coming to sit down next to me. Is there something wrong? No. It's just unexpected is all. I said. Milhior and the other girls told me it's good for a woman to change her hair every once in a while. So I wanted to try this out. She explained. Does it look bad? No, it looks great. I said. Thank you. Rio responded, putting a happy smile on her face. A moment after she did so, everyone's attention was drawn to Athena as she clapped loudly. Okay, people. She said. Time to finally discuss the plan to rid the filth known as Evelis from this world. It is a little something I have named Operation Purge. Yes. Time to purge. I thought. As you all know, Astria and I met with Uranus to discuss the Juggernaut matter. Athena said. We all nodded. Since our two goddesses told us the details of said meeting right after it happened. Well, during that little chat I got permission from Uranus to put this plan of my mine into motion. Athena explained. Getting a huge grin on her face like a child on their birthday as she did so. I don't know if this should scare me or not. The plan itself goes as follows. A team will go around slaughtering any and all members of Evelis, along with their associates, using any method possible to do so. Murder, traps, poison, assassination. I mean, anything goes. Athena told us. The team will leave no stone unturned and won't allow anyone to escape. Even if they are not adventurers. Oh. So we're going to do what Ryu did in canon. Only for us, Uranus has actually sanctioned our actions. Nice. Lady Athena, what are you saying? Ryu questioned. A frown on her face. That's not justice at all. Not necessarily, Ryu. Athena retorted. Sometimes justice needs to be dark and without remorse. That way innocence won't keep suffering. Yes, Ryu. What Lady Athena is saying is true. Kagaya spoke up. Tell me, what do you all know of my family, the Gajuno? Not much. I said. The others nodding their heads in agreement. Even Rogue. Well, I won't go into too many details, but my clan for generations has been in charge of handling dark jobs in the Far East for Amaterasu. We do exactly what Lady Athena is describing. She explained. Even so, you left your family, right? Leon Michelli questioned. Kagaya gave a curt nod. I did. Because some things they did I couldn't stand. Not to mention they were too uptight and stuffy. So one day I simply decided I had enough and left. She explained. But that doesn't mean I hated all my family stood for. I see. Ryu said. Still, doing this is just a bit. She trailed off, getting a sour expression on her face. Ryu, I understand your hesitation. Athena said. What we are about to undertake is not for the faint of heart or weak-willed. But I know you are neither, which is exactly why I selected you for the team. As well as to be their moral compass and naysayer. Naysayer? Ryu questioned. Simply put, Ryu, if the others on the team go too far, you are to report it to us or put a stop to it yourself. Astria explained. Understood. Ryu spoke. I will do it then. Both goddesses smiled at Ryu answer. Alright, so other than Ryu, the members of this team will be Kagaya, Lyra, Rogue, and Morix. No one else. Athena explained. The reason Elise and Leon Michelli are here today is simply for them to know the plan in its entirety and help us make any last-minute adjustments if needed. We will tell everyone only basic details and no more. One more thing. Other than Uranus, the only ones who shall know all the information spoken in this room will be Ganesha and his captain Shakti. Makes sense. We can't really execute a plan like this to the fullest if the Ganesha familia is hounding our ass. And considering Ganesha kept the existence of the Xenos a secret, I know he can keep this one as well. Anyway. Once most of the formal stuff was out of the way, we began discussing the finer details of Operation Purge, including when and how our little dark justice team would act. We even picked a team name. Eventually the meeting ended. Once it did, I put a feral smile on my face. Since it's finally time to send Evelys to the depths of hell. Third person, POV. In a warehouse in one of Orario's many abandoned districts, a group of Evelys members were inside planning their next action of violence. While some sat around a table discussing matters, others were lazing around drinking or eating. Basically they were all going on without a care in the world. However, that came to an end seconds later. Without any warning, the windows of the warehouse were shattered. The moment this happened, all Evelys members put their guards up and grabbed their weapons, preparing for a fight. But no one came to attack them. Instead, the objects that broke the warehouse windows appeared in front of the Evelys members' eyes, revealing themselves to be small black round balls. What the hell? An Evelys member spoke. But that's all he could do. For in the next second, all of the black round balls inside of the warehouse exploded in the same instant. This killed a great number of Evelys members and heavily wounded several others. As many of them screamed in pain and agony, the door to the warehouse slowly but surely opened. When it did so, 5 figures dressed in all black entered. The one in the lead had 2 swords strapped across their back. 2 katana blades to be specific. Unsheathing their katana, the lead figure of group that entered the warehouse began slicing and stabbing any Evelys members that remained alive without any hesitation. Their companions joining in the killing as well. Before long, the warehouse was a bloodbath. Looking up, the last remaining Evelys member had utter fear on his face at the black figures surrounding his person. "Who are you?" he shouted at them. "You're fucking reckoning," the one with the katana blade said. "My name is Deadpool," he spoke. "And these people beside me are my good friends. Together we make up the Suicide Squad," he explained. "Since we will risk our lives to make sure you and your bastard friends are wiped from this world." After Deadpool finished speaking, he took his katana blades and cut off the man's head from his body. He and his companions then left the warehouse, leaving no trace of themselves, as if they were never there to begin with. Shortly after the appearance of Deadpool and the Suicide Squad, Orario was thrown into chaos. Everyone was afraid of the sudden appearance of such a violent and mysterious group. But eventually they started to calm down when they noticed Deadpool and his group were only targeting Evelys and their associates. Various gods and even some high-ranking adventurers even noticed how the guild and the Ganesha familia didn't really even look that hard into the Suicide Squad's actions. They soon realized it meant someone high-ranking was sanctioning their actions. Most likely Uranus himself. But without any solid proof, no one spoke up. Instead, everyone followed Deadpool and his companions' lead and started to take down Evelys in full force. This broke the organization, bringing the dark era of Orario to a close. Standing on the roof of her familia home in the dead of night, Athena wore a smile on her face. Moving her hands, she acted as if she was a conductor of a musical symphony. "Can you hear it, Orario? This is our requiem for you," she said. Operation Purge was being executed flawlessly. Morax and the Dark Justice team gave Athena all information they managed to acquire, and she created foolproof plans from it. No matter the situation, everything went according to her plans. The goddess of war was holding nothing back, making sure Evelys was ground into nothing but dust in the wind. Showcasing just why you should never ever piss Athena off. Chapter 102, Chapter 93, Celebration. Third person, POV. Cheers everyone. Yeah. At a local bar, the Athena and Astrea familia were having a joint celebration. Since the organization Evelys had finally fallen, and the dark age of Orario had come to an end. Though Morax knew that wasn't entirely the case. He knew that remnants of Evelys were still hiding within the man-made dungeon Gnosis. But he decided to let them be for now. Orario had become too damaged from the continual fighting over these past years. They had not only lost numerous gods, but also adventurers. So Morax knew if he said anything about Evelys still being around, it would plunge the city into darkness once more, and may end up causing worse things to happen than in the original story. That's why he is keeping his mouth shut on the matter. But that doesn't mean he is going to do nothing about the vermin scurrying in the shadows. From a talk he had with Athena and Astrea, it seems they got approval from Uranus to make the Suicide Squad permanent. That means he'll be able to do what needs to be done without any issues. Including fucking with the operations of Evelys to make them weaker than when canon begins. Not to mention the other changes he had already made. Like keeping Artie and the Astrea familia alive. Yes, Morax has hardly any worries that they can deal with Evelys when they reappear in the future. So for now he is going to focus on relaxing and other goals he has on his mind. Finishing off another mug of beer, Morex ate some food before starting on another. Enjoying the sight of his smiling familia and friends. Ah, this is the life, Morex thought. As he did so, he was suddenly engulfed in a hug by none other than Rio. Hic asterisk, I got you, Rio said, a smile on her face. Her cheeks flushed entirely red. Seeing this, Morex knew that Rio was drunk. But that didn't make sense since he had never seen her take a sip of alcohol since the celebration party began tonight. Okay. Who gave Rio alcohol? Morex asked. Echidna immediately raised her hand without a hint of shame. As she did so, Morex looked at her with half-lidded eyes. Oh, Captain, don't look at me like that. Our fairy elf needed to stop being so uptight and cut loose. All I did was give her a little push, Echidna explained. Having found the opportunity to slip some strong but scentless alcohol into Rio's drink earlier in the evening. But apparently Rio had a high tolerance for alcohol since she didn't start getting drunk until she finished off the entire cup. Much better than Ariane, who is currently being fanned with a towel by Milior. Turns out the dark elf is a lightweight who can't hold her liquor at all. She was out of the game after one mug. Echidna, thank you, Rio said, continuing to hold on to Morex. She also started rubbing their cheeks together. Due to this, Morex was torn. On one hand, he wanted to smack Echidna over the head for forcibly getting Rio drunk. But on the other hand, he was loving the drunk Rio he had never seen before and was burning the image into his brain. Since apparently Rio is a touchy-feely type of drunk. So after thinking about it for some time, Morex decided to leave the matter alone. After all, once Rio learns the truth, Echidna will be a world of pain. But for her it would just be intense pleasure. Though that is story for another time. The night continued in earnest, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Even Dialek loosened up and drank alcohol. But unlike his friends, he knew how to pace himself so he didn't pass out. Someone had to make sure the others got home in one piece after all. Nese was doing the same thing for the Astrea Familia. As for Athena, she was plastered. Astrea also ended up drunk. Usually the goddess of justice never touched alcohol, but whenever her friend Athena was around she would always convince her to drink. Thus the members of both familia now have two drunk goddesses on their hands. But again, it was a celebration, so no one minded in the slightest. As Morex finished off another drink, he suddenly found Rio's hand near a place she would never put it in public unless absolutely necessary. Grabbing her hand, he moved it away before his other head began standing at attention. Rio, what are you doing? Morex whispered to her. Hic nothing, Rio sang. It didn't seem like nothing. Morex whispered again. I can't help it. I want it. I need it. Rio whispered, panting a bit as she did so. It's all your fault, you've got me addicted and now I can't live without it. Seeing Rio act in such a manner, Morex had no words. He had never seen her display herself in such a manner. Which in his mind made her extremely hot at the moment. No, down boy, Morex thought. Since he started to feel the spear in his pants rise from Rio's actions. Though they are in public, and since he is not an exhibitionist in any manner, Morex is restraining himself. But once they are home, Morex will definitely shove its spear up Rio's ass. And not the one he uses in battle either. Just wait a bit longer, Morex whispered to Rio. Once we get home I'll give you exactly what you want. Rio shuddered at Morex's words. Yes, I will wait then, Master, Rio whispered. Hearing this, Morex's brain temporarily shut down. Rio had never called him master before. But upon hearing it just now, he has to admit he liked it. What Morex didn't know was that by dominating Rio in the bedroom he had awakened something inside of her. Something that she herself didn't even realize had awakened. But after tonight things will become much clearer in that regard to the both of them. Finishing off another mug, Elise slammed it down on the table. Her face flushed just as red as her cheeks. Once she did this, she noticed Morex and Rio getting a bit frisky with each other and decided to call out to them. Hey! We don't need to see you two humping, Elise shouted at the couple. After she did so, Morex looked at he and scoffed. Like you are one to talk, he said. Since right now Elise is holding on to Filvis and feeling her up just a bit. The black-haired elf not fighting it at all, but rather enjoying it. Huh, what was that, Morex? Elise asked. I said, like you are one to talk, he said to her once more. Sitting there and feeling up your girlfriend without a hint of shame. But of course, my Filvis is super cute. Actually, she is the cutest elf of them all, Elise proclaimed. No, Morex immediately retorted. My Ryu is the cutest elf of them all. The moment Morex said this, Elise narrowed her eyes in his direction. But he did the same. As the two of them locked gazes, invisible sparks began flying between them. Big words. Elise said. But they are not true. Filvis is the cutest elf. Her lustrous black hair sparkles like the night sky, and her red eyes and pale skin make her unique to almost all other elves. That may be true, but Rio's golden hair sparkles like the sun. Not to mention people say she has the face of a fairy all the time. Morex retorted. Yeah, well, that may be true, but Filvis has bigger boobs than Rio. Elise spoke. Elise. Filvis cried in embarrassment. Morex quickly looked at Filvis' chest and then Rio's, before turning his attention back to Alcy and giving her a nod. You are right. Filvis does have a bigger chest than Rio. But even so, Rio's looks are far better. Not to mention she has the better ass between the two of them. Morex proclaimed. No shame in his voice. In his mind, ass is first class. Morex. Rio shouted in embarrassment. But he ignored her. Just like Elise ignored Filvis. The two captains of the Athena and Astrea Familia then got into an argument about which of their lovers was cuter. Saying embarrassing things and the like without any hints of shame on their faces. Meanwhile, Rio and Filvis, the subjects of their intense argument, turned as red as tomatoes in the face. All the way to the tip of their ears at the things their lovers were saying about them. Steam even started to come out of the top of their heads. Seeing what was happening, Dilek and Nice shared a look and then nodded. They then sprung into action. Dilek handled Morex, while Nice handled Elise, ignoring their cries of protest from the two as they did so. Due to this, the celebration finally came to an end. Both familia then returned to their homes, where Elise showed Filvis some intense love. And Morex did the same for Rio, giving her the spear in his pants just like he promised. Needless to say, everyone enjoyed the night. Chapter 103, Chapter 94, A Morning Full of Surprises. Morex, POV. Gah. A cheeky smile on my face, I watched as Rio leaned over the porcelain throne and spat up rainbows into it. Her third time doing so in the last 10 minutes. When she finally finished, she turned to me, and when she saw my smile, attempted to glare. I say attempted to glare, since as soon as Rio changed her facial expression, all the color drained from her face. She then turned to the toilet again and threw up once more. Don't be ashamed, the first hangover is always the hardest. I spoke. Rio finished blowing chunks and then used her arm to wipe her mouth. Then after doing so, she tried to stand up, only for her legs not to listen to her at all. Seeing this, I moved over to her and scooped her up into a princess carry. I then took her back to the bed and placed her in it, earning a quick kiss as my reward. Thank you, she said. Of course, I said. I then placed the covers over her. Now you just stay in bed and rest. I'm going to go get you something to help calm that stomach of yours. Rio nodded. As soon as she did so, I left the room to head downstairs. But not before giving Rio a towel and a bucket, just in case she couldn't make it to the bathroom on her own. Heading straight towards the kitchen, I grabbed some crackers and some tea. I then headed back up to my room. But just as I was about to reach it, I saw quite the sight. The door to Dilek's room opened up, and out walked Milior. Closing the door without hardly making any noise, she turned in my direction, since it was the only way for her to get to her room on the girls' side of our home. The moment she spotted me, we happened to lock eyes. The two of us then stared at each other for several seconds before Milior brought a finger up to her lips and made a shushing motion. She then gave me a wink and walked by me without any hint of shame. Dilek and Millie, huh? I thought. I did not see that one coming, but whatever. Going back to my own business, I entered my room just in time to catch Rio throwing up in the bucket I left her. After she did so, she used the towel to wipe her mouth. Echidna, I'll kill her, Rio muttered. Since the moment she woke up and asked me how she became drunk, I had no choice but to tell her. Well, just make sure you don't do it in the house, I said. Since Echidna brought what's coming upon herself. Rio nodded at my words. Once she did so, I moved her to her and started to clean up her mess. Since when you're in a serious relationship, taking care of your partner when they don't feel well is a job you can't ignore unless certain circumstances allow it. But since I don't have any of those applying to me right now, I'm the doctor today for the patient Rio. As I thought about this, I put a smile on my face. Rio, time for your sponge bath, I told her. Then before she could say anything else, I scooped her up in my arms and ran into the bathroom, kicking the door closed behind me. I then made sure to thoroughly clean each and every inch of Rio, getting a bit of the same treatment in return. Afterwards, Rio was feeling much better, because as her doctor I had just given her the perfect medicine. Third person, POV. Ugh. Groaning, Rogue did his best to open his eyes, ignoring the pounding of his head, his dry mouth, and most of all the aching in his nether regions. Eventually he managed to do it. When he did, he noticed Kaguya lying on top of him, using his chest as a pillow, which Rogue didn't mind at all. But since he needed to use the bathroom, he gently removed her from atop him and laid her down on the left side of the bed. He then stood up and tried to find the bathroom, stumbling a bit since he was very hungover and very tired. After the celebration ended last night, he and Kaguya started going at it until the dawn hours. The two of them had literally just fallen asleep 1 hour ago. But the call of nature demanded his attention, and there was nothing he could do but answer it. As Rogue continued to stumble, he finally found a door and opened it. Stepping out, he immediately realized something strange. He wasn't in his familiar home. Wait, where the hell am I? Rogue asked himself. Only to notice a second later he was being watched. Turning his head, Rogue ended up staring into the eyes of none other than Noin, Rihanna, and Iska. It was then he immediately realized he was in the Astria Familia home. To say the situation Rogue found himself in currently was awkward would be an understatement. Whenever he and Kaguya had sleepovers, she would always come and stay at the owl house. Not because Rogue disliked her home or familia, but he actually felt awkward spending the night in a girls-only familia home. So he never did it, and Kaguya didn't push him to do so, which he appreciated. But it looks like last night he was a little too drunk to notice he had ended up at Stardust Garden. Which wouldn't be so bad if Rogue is being honest. Except right now he isn't wearing any sort of clothing. Everything he has is on full display to the three girls from the Astria Familia standing before him. That is why the current situation is so incredibly awkward. At least things can't get worse, Rogue thought. But then, as if the universe wanted to fuck with him, Rogue's situation got worse. Morning all, Elise said, rounding the corner. Only to stop in her tracks when she spotted the naked Rogue. Ack! Elise screamed at the top of her lungs. Immediately after she did so, Kaguya rushed out of her room, and some more of her fellow familia members rushed to the scene as well, making Rogue at that moment want to find a deep dark hole to crawl into. The moment everyone realized the situation, various reactions took place. Kaguya got a massive blush on her face. Meanwhile, Lyra couldn't take her attention away from Rogue's katana. Patting her stomach, she put a cheeky grin on her face and looked at Kaguya, giving her a thumbs up as she did so. Kaguya, I didn't know you were so brave to be taking that so much. You really are amazing. Lyra spoke. Shut up, Lyra. Kaguya cried in embarrassment. As for Rogue, he hung his head in shame. The worst part is he still had to pee. Slowly but surely Gaul opened his eyes. As he did so, he held a hand to his head and groaned. Then after a few moments he collected his bearings. When he did so, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Not only that, but he was naked. There was also a weight on his chest. Pulling the covers from atop him, Gaul looked down to see a girl with shoulder-length light brown hair sleeping soundly on his chest. This girl is none other than Lunior Faust. But Gaul does not know this yet. This is their first encounter after all. But this would definitely not be their last. Chapter 104, Chapter 95, A Morning Full of Surprises, Part 2. Third person, POV. Still continuing to look down at Lunior, Gaul immediately tried to recall what happened the previous night, doing his best to ignore the pounding in his head due to his hangover as he did so. As Gaul did this, he noticed his right eye hurting. But more importantly, he noticed his morning wood rising, poking Lunior in her stomach. The moment this happened, Lunior instantly woke up, looking Gaul right in his eyes as she did so. I see you're awake, Gaul said. As he did so, the memories from how he ended up in his current situation came back to him. He decided to stay behind at the bar while the others went home to have a few more drinks by himself. Namely due to his complicated relationship with a certain white-haired Amazon. He really enjoyed spending time with Samira, talking to her. And Gaul got the feeling he wanted more. But given her affiliation with the Ishtar Familia, his emotions were getting complicated. Since Gaul knew exactly what kind of a psychotic bitch the goddess who ran the pleasure district was. He still remembers that time when her fat pig of a captain attempted to kill them and rape Morax. Hell, he's lucky he hasn't been snatched up and sucked dry given how many times he's gone to the pleasure district to spend time with Samira. So in short, Gaul was deliberating while drinking booze. As he did this, he noticed a couple of drunks getting handsy with a girl who obviously didn't appreciate it. So he decided to go over and settle the matter. 1, because he couldn't stand stuff like that. And 2, he wanted to drink in peace. Gaul had no idea that the guys were hassling Lunior, an assassin and level 4 just like him. Due to having successfully completing her highest-paying job in a long time, Lunior went out to celebrate. In doing so, she ran into drunks who thought they could force themselves on her. Angry at the men, Lunior instantly took them all down without hesitation. Just after she finished, Gaul arrived. But Lunior didn't know he was trying to help her. Instead, she assumed he was with the guys harassing her. Thus, for his troubles, he got punched in the face. As he fell on his ass and clutched his right eye, Gaul got ready to give Lunior a piece of his mind. But when he finally got a good look at her, his plans instantly changed. Since only one thought ran through his mind. Cute. She's cute. Gall thought. Apparently Lunior was exactly his type of woman. Picking himself up, he then apologized for approaching her without saying anything. Taken by surprise by this, Lunior asked Gall to explain himself. So that's exactly what he did. After hearing how Gall was just trying to help her, Lunior apologized for hitting him. Then one thing led to another, they had a couple of drinks and chatted, and now here they are. Lunior had to admit, Gall was a nice guy. And she very much enjoyed sampling the beast in his pants. Morning. Lunior spoke. Right. Gall said. So, I should probably go, right? Well, you could, but maybe I can take care of your little friend before you do. Lunior asked. Normally she wouldn't do this. But for some reason Gall made her change her usual plans of dealing with one-night stands. Okay. Gall said. He had nothing to do today, and having sex with a girl he thought was cute sounded like a pretty good morning to them. So with both agreed, Gall and Lunior had some morning sexy time. On another note, Lunior's neighbor Chloe did all she could to drown out the sounds of sex. But no matter what, the voices of the two reached her ears. As the Astrea Familia sat around the breakfast table, they simply ate. No one speaking a single word. An awkward silence hanging over them all. Everyone knew the reason for this. All the other girls from the Astrea Familia, and even the goddess herself, had seen Rogue fully naked earlier. If that wasn't awkward, then nothing is. It is for this reason that Rogue is eating breakfast alone in Kagaya's room. Kagaya would love to be in there with him right now. But Astrea asked her to eat with the other. So she relented. But just barely. The silence continued for several more minutes. Nothing but the sounds of utensils and chewing and the air. Until finally someone spoke up. Lyra. Okay, this is killing me. The pink-haired Palom said. Let's just stop this and get it out in the open. Kagaya, we all got a good look at everything your boyfriend has to offer. There, I said it. When Lyra spoke up, the tension was broken and words finally flew. It was so big. Iska said. Kagaya, what does it feel like? Noin asked, red in the face. Does it hurt when you take it in? Mario asked. Those three continued spouting out embarrassing questions in Kagaya's direction. As they did so, her face got redder and redder. Since unlike other girls in the Astrea Familia who have experienced the pleasure of the flesh before, Iska, Noin, and Mario have not. And since Kagaya is the only one with a boyfriend, and since they saw Rogue's katana in all its glory earlier, their hormones and curiosity have been stirred. As the questions continued to fly, Kagaya was about ready to explode. Seeing this, Elise spoke up. All right, you three, that's enough. She said. Kagaya doesn't want to discuss the matter anymore. It happened. But let's move past it. Elise spoke. The other three and the rest of the familia, including Astrea, nodded. Seeing this, Elise smiled. But man, that thing was pretty big. I'm amazed you can walk normally after taking it, Kagaya. Elise spoke. The moment she did so, Kagaya finally snapped. Eating his breakfast in Kagaya's room, Rogue ignored the screams and crashes her head. Simply trying to come to terms with the earlier incident in his own way. Lying on her bed, Milhur had a smile on her face. Since last night she and Dialek had gone all the way. For a while she's liked him now. But she didn't have the courage to say anything. However, last night's happy atmosphere and the alcohol lowering her anxiety gave her the courage to do so. And it turns out he was interested in her as well. So one thing led to another, and now their relationship was changed forever. But whether they would become a couple or not, only time would tell. Chapter 105, Chapter 96, Guy Talk 2, Night of Confessions. Morax, POV. Dodging an attack from a sword aimed at my god, I then punched my attacker in the face, driving him into a nearby wall, bringing the battle to an end. Today my familia and I are assisting the Ganesha familia in taking down a black market trafficking ring, specializing in female elves. Slavery is illegal in Orario. On the surface, that is. So stuff like this is swiftly dealt with. On the surface, that is. Ishtar and Apollo, I'm looking at you too. Anyway. While my familia and I had dealt the hired thugs, Shakti, Arti, and their group secured the prisoners inside of the warehouse we are currently at. Since it's the group's base of operations. As the captured elves were brought out safely, things started to wrap up pretty fast from there. The criminals who were left alive were secured, and any documents on information we found on their operations and associates was also secured. Until eventually the operation was over, ending in complete success. As my familia and I prepared to leave, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Turning around, I saw it was Shakti, giving me a pointed look. Which has been doing for the past few weeks every time we've met. And I have no idea why. I'm pretty sure I haven't offended her in some way. But if I have, I wish she would tell me so we can move past it. Since I'm not the type of guy to let things linger. Yes, Shakti. I asked. Date. She muttered. Sorry, what? I questioned. I have finally decided to take you up on your offer for a date. Shakti explained. The moment she did so and I processed her words, the blue exe screen appeared in my head. I've been trying to get Shakti to go out with me for years, and now here she is accepting. My brain is having trouble accepting this. I see. I said on autopilot. Yes. Shakti said. So then in 3 days' time. Pick me up in front of the Ganesha Familia home. She said. I simply nodded. By then. Shakti said. She then walked away. As soon as she did so, I noticed Artie looking at me and grinning, mouthing the words, "You're welcome," at me. Immediately upon seeing this, I gave her a thumbs up. Oh Artie, you're the best wing woman a guy could ask for. Giving me a thumbs up in response, Artie then walked off. As she did so, my brain finally completed its reboot. I have a date with Shakti. Putting a smile on my face, I rejoined the others and we headed home. While I worked how to conquer another member of my harem. Throwing down a pair of cards onto the pile at the center of the table in front of me, I didn't even try to hide my joy. The guys and are in one of the Owl House recreation rooms having a guys' night, which we haven't done in a while. For tonight's activity, we've chosen to play cards. Specifically Old Maid. Of which I have won the last 3 rounds. Damn it. William muttered. Morex, how are you so good at this? I guess this is just one of my hidden talents. I said. TCH. William clicked his tongue. Cheeky bastard. Just watch, I'll wipe that grin off your face when I win this round. He said. But in the end I won again. Phoo, better luck next, William. Better luck next time. I said. Giving him a pat on the back as I did so. Bastard. William shouted at me. But I ignored him. While Reiner and Gall laughed their asses off. Then all of a sudden Dialek spoke up. So Milhior and I slept together. The moment he said this, the entire room dropped into complete and utter silence. What? Reiner asked. It's true. The night of the celebration party. Dialek said. What are you saying? Gall asked. A blush on his face. Well, given that Milhior is like a sister to him, it's a given he doesn't want to hear about her sex life. Need I say it again? Dialek asked. No, that won't be necessary. I spoke. So, are you guys a couple now? I mean no, but... Dialek trailed off. You want to be? Rogue said. Dialek nodded. I do. He said. That's why I decided to tell you guys this. Just strengthen my resolve to ask Millie to be my girlfriend. Well, good for you, Dialek. Reiner said. But man, this came out of nowhere. I didn't even know you though about Millie in that way. Yes, well. Animal girls have always been my thing. He said. Getting a blush on his face. I see Dialek is a man of culture despite his usual uptight appearance. Nice. Damn it. William shouted. Banging his fist on the table, he started crying tears of jealousy. This is such bullshit. How is everyone getting a girlfriend but me? He complained. Rogue has the Far Eastern beauty Kagaya, Dialek is getting together with Milhior, even Gall has his Amazon girl. Then Morex has Ryu and Rose. It's not fair. Get ready to add Shakti to that list as well. Since she asked me out earlier today. I spoke. As I did so, everyone looked at me with shocked expressions. Are you messing with us? Rogue asked. Nope. I said. She really did. Damn it. William shouted. He then grabbed one of the alcohol bottles and started drinking straight from it. As this happened, Reiner patted him on the back. It'll be all right, buddy. He said. Since he's the only one who can. Given he is the only one besides William who doesn't have a lover. Hey, since we're confessing stuff, I have something to say. Rogue spoke up. He then told us how the entire Estria Familia got a look at him in his birthday suit. A sad smile on his face. Wow, buddy, that's rough. I admitted. Yeah. Dialek agreed. Have you talked to them about it? Gall questioned. Rogue nodded. Yes. Still, it's so awkward. He said. Just give it time. I told him. It won't make things better. But at least it will allow everyone to come to terms with the incident and move on. I also have something to say. Gall spoke up. Looks like tonight is a night of confessions. So I met this girl back during the night of the party and well, I don't know how to explain it. Gall said. He then told us about said girl and I had to do my best not to react too much when he told us her name. To think Gall would sleep with Lunior of all people. Which makes me wonder if she and Chloe will still end up at the hostess of fertility since Rio doesn't work there anymore. I hope they do. Since from the way Gall is talking about her I think he might have a little crush. Actually now that I think about it the two of them are a good match. Add in Samira and Gall is forming his own harem. Wiping a fake tear from my eye I smiled. Looks like I have gained an apprentice who I can teach my ways to without even knowing it. As the harem master I won't fail in this duty. When Gall finished talking I placed a hand on his shoulder. Gall my friend follow your heart. If you like this girl then try and find her again. But remember Samira as well. Since a harem is a complex thing. I explained to him. What, harem? No, It's not like that. He protested. But I simply patted his shoulder in reassurance. No need to deny my friend. Your harem-making abilities are manifesting. Embrace them. I said. Shut up. William cried. I truly love hanging out with these guys. Chapter 106, Chapter 97, Girls Talk 2 Oh my. Third person, POV. Inside of Milhior's room the girls of the Athena Familia are dressed in pajamas. They are having a sleepover. Since it had been some time since the girls got together just to hang out Milhior organized this event. All of which the girls from the Familia were enjoying. Even Ariane, despite the fact she is in her 40s. As the girls happily chatted about various topics eventually they started doing each other's hair. All except for Echidna that this. Because shortly after the slumber party began Rio finally got her revenge on Echidna for getting her drunk during their celebratory party following the destruction of Evelis. Now the white-haired mage is curled up in a fetal position cowering in a corner of the room. As for what Rio did to cause this particular reaction, it's better left unsaid. None of the other girls decided to comment on the situation either. Since they all agreed Echidna brought this on herself due to her own actions. You reap what you sow. Moving on. As the night wore on the girls broke out some alcohol. And this time Rio decided to drink because she wanted to and not because she was tricked into doing so. Echidna even crawled out of her corner to join her friends. However Ariane wasn't allowed to have any alcohol since no one wanted to deal with taking care of her after she passed out from one glass. So no matter how much she potted like a kid the other girls kept the booze out of her reach. A bit tipsy Milhior suddenly decided to speak up. Everyone please listen up. There is something I must say. She announced. When she did do all the other girls looked in her direction. Well you see, Dilek and we had sex. She said. An embarrassed smile on her face after she did so. Hearing this Echidna immediately closed the distance to Milhior and took her hands in her own. Putting their faces inches apart. Oh my. She said. Tell me everything. When did it happen? How many times did you do it? What kind of things did the two of you do? Does Dilek have a big D dash? Before Echidna could finish asking any more inappropriate questions Leon Michelli delivered a close line to her neck, slamming her into the floor. When this happened Echidna got a flushed face. Completely ignoring the flat looks everyone else is giving her. But honestly no one in the Athena Familia can say they would like Echidna to act any other way. Even Rio. But she would never admit such a thing out loud. No really. She would rather die than admit such a thing. Deciding to ignore Echidna like usual the others girls focused their attention back on Milhior. Congratulations I guess. Ariane spoke. So, does this mean you and Dilek are a couple now? Rio questioned. Milhior shook her head. No. We aren't. But, releasing a laugh Milhior's ears and tails started happily moving side to side. When are you two going to make it official? Leon Michelli asked. Since she is happy for her sister in all but blood. Even so she made a mental note to have a chat with Dilek later on. Just to make sure the redhead knew exactly what might happen to him if he ever hurt Milhior. The exact moment this happened Dilek got a shiver down his spine. But that is a story for another time. Well we haven't really discussed it, but I think it will happen soon. Milhior answered. Good for you then. Echidna said. Having recovered from Leon Michelli's earlier attack. Yes, I wish you luck. Ariane said. As do I. Ryu added. Thanks. Milhior said. A smile on her face. She really appreciated all the support her friends were showing her in this matter. No problem. This is what friends are for after all. Leon Michelli spoke up. Everyone else nodding their heads in agreement. Once they did so Ryu decided to speak up. If we are discussing matters then I would like everyone's help in making a decision. She said. Sure, what's the issue, Ryo? Milhyur asked. Well, Morek's birthday is coming up, but I am unsure what to get him. So ideas would be appreciated. Ryo stated. She had been thinking about this for the past few weeks. Yet no matter what idea she came up with, Ryo found it lacking somehow. How about some expensive food or drink? Ariane suggested. I thought of that. But Morex isn't really the type for that sort of thing. All the girls nodded their heads in agreement. Their captain was a simple man who enjoyed simple pleasures. That's not to say he wouldn't enjoy receiving an expensive gift from Ryo, but he definitely wouldn't enjoy it from the bottom of his heart. Which is what Ryo is going for. Ryo, I get why you are asking us, but isn't there someone else you should be discussing this matter with? Namely a certain red-headed werewolf. Echidna spoke. As she did so, the others girls looked at her with shocked expressions on their faces. Since this is one of the rare moments outside of serious matters, Echidna didn't make a perverted suggestion. Hearing Echidna's words, Ryo got an embarrassed look on her face. Since all this time she hadn't talked to Rose at all about Morek's birthday. Despite the fact both of them were in a relationship with him. It's not that the two girls didn't talk or like each other. They did. But when it was concerning their relationship with Morex, both girls tended to keep those details to themselves and never exchange them with each other. Their own personal ways of enjoying their separate private time with Morex. However, after thinking about things for a moment, Ryo suddenly realized there would be no one else who knew Morex just as well as she did beside Rose. So consulting her about his birthday gift was the perfect idea. You are absolutely right. Thank you, Echidna. Ryo said. As she did so, the eyes of the other girls went wide in shock once again. Since Ryo was thanking Echidna for her advice. Which she has never done before. Fufu, you're welcome. Echidna spoke. Puffing out her chest in pride as she did so. She then got up close to Ryo. One more thing, Ryo, I have a suggestion for a birthday gift I'm sure Morex will enjoy from the bottom of his heart. She said. Then before Ryo could say anything, Echidna leaned in close and whispered her idea in her ear. Normally this would earn the witch a smack to the face, but this time Ryo did no such thing. Instead she listened to Echidna's idea for Morex's birthday gift. Even though it brought a massive blush to her face. When Echidna finished, she leaned back. Ryo simply nodded her head in agreement after she did. It's a good idea. Ryo said. But to give Morex the birthday gift, Echidna suggested she would need to talk to Rose first. Since the plan just given to her is something she couldn't pull off without the red-headed werewolf help. And if Rose agreed, then the two of them would move forward together. Turning Morex's 16th birthday into one he will never forget. Chapter 107, Chapter 98, Date with Ankusha. Morex, POV. Opening my bedroom window, I took in a deep breath and then exhaled. A smile on my face as I did so. What a wonderful day it is, I said. Especially since it's finally the day I will go on my date with Shakti. After years of waiting for this fruit to ripen, I will finally be able to taste it. I can't wait. Humming a tune, I showered and then dressed in some casual clothing. Afterwards I headed downstairs, where breakfast was already on the table. Courtesy of Ariane. Sitting down, I grabbed a plate, ignoring Milhyur and Dilek, who were feeding each other with hearts in their hearts. It's been a week since they officially became a couple. Morning, Morex. Reiner said. Morning, my friend. I said. I then made small talk and finished up my breakfast in no time. Once I did, I said my goodbyes and headed out to pick up Shakti for our date. Ignoring the looks I got skipping through the streets, I soon arrived outside the Ganesha Familia home. In doing so, I happened to meet Ilta Farna, an Amazon and the vice captain of the Ganesha Familia. Morning, Ilta. I said. Morning, Morex. She said. We know each other well since we've worked and trained together many times over the years. Congratulations. She told me. Oh, for what? I asked. For finally convincing big sister Shakti to go on a date with you. She explained. Thanks for making me so much money. What? I questioned. After I did so, Ilta explained to me members of the Ganesha Familia had a running betting pool on whether I would continue to pursue Shakti or eventually give up on her due to her constant refusal of my advances. The odds were 10:1 I would eventually give up. But now all those people who get against me are crying due to the loss of their money. The moment Ilta finished explaining things, I put a wry smile on my face and shook my head. Wow. What would Shakti say if she knew you guys were betting on her love life, I wonder? I mean, she sort of already knows so. Right. I said. Just as I did so, I saw Arti coming out of the Ganesha Familia home, dragging her sister right beside her. But unlike usual, Shakti is dresses in casual clothing. A cream-colored skirt that stops just above her knees, paired with a long-sleeve black top and dark brown boots that stop just below her knees. Nice. I burned the image into my brain. Stopping in front of me, Artie presented her sister like some sort of model. Here you are, Morix. Your date for the day, my lovely sister. She explained. Artie, enough. Shakti spoke. First you force me to dress like this and now presenting like I'm some sort of prize. Oh but Shakti, you are a prize. I said. And one I am glad I have won. The moment I said this, Shakti got a blush on her face. Score 1 for me. I thought. Well then, let's be on our way. I said. I then grabbed Shakti's hand and started leading her away. But as soon as I did so, Artie started shouting embarrassing things. Bye sis. Good luck on your date. Also, no need to come home tonight if you get my meaning. Which caused Shakti to get a deep blush on her face. Meanwhile I just gave my wingwoman a thumbs up. Third person, POV. As Morix led Shakti away from the Ganesha Familia home, a group of eyes were following him and his date. Ones that didn't look happy in the slightest as they observed the situation. Morix, POV. After leaving the area of the Ganesha Familia home, the blush on Shakti's face finally receded. She then put back on her usual stoic expression. Even with all the eyes on us and comments being spoken. Hey, is that Ankusha? Yeah. Looks like she's on a date. And with a kid no less. Fuck. Quiet man. That's not just any kid, but Alcyonius. The level 5 captain of the Athena Familia. Shit. Ignoring the peanut gallery, I continued guiding Shakti to our first destination. A crepe stand. Reaching the front, I placed our orders. Lemon for me and blueberry for her. Receiving the snacks, I guided Shakti over to a nearby bench and handed her the blueberry crepe. Taking a bite out of it, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile I simply ate my own crepe, a smirk on my face. You like? I asked. You already know the answer to that. Shakti retorted. Also, when did you learn blueberry is my favorite? I've been preparing for this day for ages, so of course I did my due diligence and research. I explained. I asked your sister. Of course. Shakti mused. Giving me a smile, she continued to eat her crepe and I did the same. Until eventually we both finished. As we did so, I noticed cream on Shakti's face. So I took my thumb and wiped it off, licking it up with my tongue after I did so. When I did so, Shakti gave me a pointed look. You had some cream left over on your face, so I cleaned it up for you. I explained. To do something like that? You have no shame, huh? No, I do. Just not much. I retorted. Now then, onward. I said. Shakti and I then stood up and headed to our next stop. A bookstore. Since like me she enjoys to read. As we browsed the numerous shelves together, Shakti ended up showing me exactly what genre she liked the most. Which turns out to be murder mystery and fantasy adventure books. She really is a girl after my own heart. We continued looking through the store for a while before leaving. Once we did, we simply walked around Orario enjoying each other's company. Different from when we patrolled the city, we were able to leisurely take in all the sights and sounds. Eventually though, I decided to bring the date to an end and escort Shakti home. After we arrived in front of the Ganesha Familia home, she turned to me and raised a brow. You brought me home. I would have thought you would have taken me back to your house and ravished my body all night. Believe me, I want to. But we will have plenty of time for that on the second date, explained. Oh, so you think you are getting a second date, HM? Am I not? I questioned. But Shakti didn't answer. Instead she placed her hands on the side of my face and gave me a kiss. She then smirked at me before heading into her Familia home. I'll take that as a yes on the second date. I thought. Putting a smile on my face, I headed home. Humming a tune, I skipped once again down the roads without a care. But I immediately stopped in my tracks when a man appeared in front of me. His gaze filled with bloodlust. Oh, and what can I do for you? I asked him. You can stay away from our captain, you brat. The man spat. Right after he did so, 6 more people surrounded me from all sides. From what the first guy said, these guys are from the Ganesha Familia. So it looks like it's time to deal with my first haters. Fine then. They can bring it on. Chapter 108, Chapter 99, Stomping the Haters. Looking at the group of men surrounding me, I mentally sighed. Haters. I really don't feel like dealing with this shit. But honestly, I knew this was going to happen eventually. Especially since I want both Shakti and Riveria as my women. Both of them are beautiful, strong, and have a huge fan base across all adventurers in Orario. Particularly within their own familias. Some of whom I knew would turn into petty, violent thugs the moment I started courting either of them. Once again, I expected this. But just because I did does not mean I wanted it to happen. It's so terribly annoying. These people are trying to interfere in the lives of those they supposedly admire and respect, all in some self-guided attempt to protect them. But reality, they just want to keep them for themselves any way they can. It was the same way with celebrities back in my old world. Looks like no matter where I am, some things will never change. Hey brat, say something. Getting out of my thoughts, I once again focused my attention on the leader of this little group. Doing a quick analysis, I'd say he's level 4, while his 6 allies are all level 2. I'll admit it's an impressive group. Most adventurers or people who definitely be intimidated by this lineup. But then again, I am not most people. Hey, stop yelling, it's hurting my ears. I spoke. As I did so, a vein bulged on the head of the leader of the group. Little bastard. He seethed. Right. I mused. Anyway, are you done? Because I would like to go home now. I spoke. Taking notice of all how 7 men slowly started to encircle me and close the distance between us. You aren't going anywhere. One of the other men shouted. That's right. Seems you need a lesson on how to treat your elders. Another spoke. And you also need to learn to keep your hands away from our leader. The group's leader said. Isn't that her decision though? I asked. Shut up. The leader spat at me. As he did so, some spit flew out of his mouth and I moved slightly to dodge it. Say it, don't spray it. I said. As I did so, one of the group stifled a laugh, earning him a glare from the leader whose face was turning bluer by the second. Well, this has been fun, but I'll be on my way now, I said. I then started walking and tried to move past the leader, only for him to place his hand on my shoulder and lean in close, putting our faces inches apart. I'm flattered. But I'm straighter than an arrow, I spoke. As I did so, the same guy from earlier burst out laughing. But this time the leader ignored him. I'll say it once more. Stay away from Shakti, he spoke. She doesn't need a boy like you but a real man. Oh, and where might those be? I questioned. Since all I see in front of me are a group of little boys throwing a temper tantrum. Taking the leader's hand, I threw it off me. Also, don't fucking touch me again without permission, I told him. Fucker, he shouted, releasing spit from his mouth again, which I dodged once again. Enough of this shit, teach him a lesson, boys, the leader shouted. His men then pulled out weapons. Daggers, short swords, and one even put on some brass knuckles. You should have just done what was asked of you, brat, the leader spoke. If only you just listened like a good little boy. Now we have to do things the hard way. Yeah, and after we're done with you, maybe we go pay those 2 bitches of yours some visits and show them what real men are like. One the group shouted, a perverted grin on his face. Sorry. What did you say? He said we might go show that masked elf and red-headed wolf bitch you seem fond of what real men are. The leader spoke. I see. That's what I thought you said. As such, these sacks of shit have now forfeited their lives. Feeling immensely calm, I put a smile on my face and then reached for the hidden dagger I was carrying, since I never go anywhere without a weapon. Whipping it out, I sliced the group's leader right across his eyes without a moment's hesitation. Ag! His screams music to my ears. As he fell to his knees, his comrades stood there stunned in utter silence. But I cared not. Instead, I quickly chanted. Ground and soil, heed my command and come forth. Geo force. The second after I did this, giant stone hands appeared from the ground and captured all my would-be attackers, making sure none of them could escape, including their leader, who is literally crying tears of blood at the moment, his body restrained in the grasp of a giant stone hand. Fuck, I can't move. Hey, why the fuck is he smiling like that? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, I sincerely apologize, one of them shouted. He was the one who laughed at my jokes earlier, and he looks truly remorseful. So I've decided he'll get off easier than the rest. But he's not getting away unscathed. Oh no. None of them are. Third person, POV. After Morix used his magic to restrain the haters, he walked up to the leader, the same calm smile still on his face. Once he closed the distance, he reared back his left leg and without any hesitation kicked him in the balls with the full force his level 5 status granted him. Since when Morix fights a dude, it's nuts or nothing. Hi! The leader cried. As he did so, Morix delivered another full force kick to his balls. Gah! He then did so again. No, stop. And again. Please, I'm sorry. And again. No more, I beg of you. And again. Morix continually kicked the leader of the hater group in the balls at full force. Seeing this, the other members of his group started sweating bullets, because the looks in Morix's eyes told them they were going to get exactly the same treatment as their leader. And what made it even more terrifying is that Morix is keeping a serene smile on his face despite the actions he is taking. Like he isn't even angry at all. But in truth Morex is very angry. To hear both Ryu and Rose threatened is not something he will ever forgive. No matter who it may be. Even if said individual was one of the gods. He'll unleash his fury no matter the consequences. Once Morex noticed the dead look in the leader of the group's eyes, he stopped kicking in his nuts. He then turned to his next target and approached him to give the same punishment. Ignoring his begging and pleading for mercy as he did so. One by one Morex delivered his nut-kicking punishment to all members of the hater group. Most of them cursing the fact they had targeted Morex in the first place. But it's what they deserve. Since Morex is a Chad. The natural predator of haters everywhere. Chapter 109, Chapter 100, Birthday. A serene smile still on my face, I arrived outside the Ganesha Familia home. The ones who tried to attack me following me without even so much attempting to escape. Since they know exactly what would happen to them if they did. Instead of just kicking them in their second heads like I did earlier, I told them that if they ran while I escorted them to be punished by their familia for their crimes, I would snip their things clean off. And I was deadly serious. The moment our group arrived at our destination, several members of the familia rushed out. Then 5 minutes later Shakti, Arti, and several others came out and joined us. Morex, what is this? Shakti asked me. When she did, I turned to my would-be attackers. Speak. I said. Yes, Morex, sir. They shouted in unison. After they did so, they explained the events of how this situation came about. Me adding in my own details when I felt it was necessary. As the group explained their actions, Shakti got an angry expression on her. Which actually makes her look hotter if I am being honest. A lot of the other Ganesha Familia members also got angry and disgusted looks on their faces as they heard the tale. While several of them looked at me like I grew a second head. The men in particular gripped their nether regions and took several steps back from me. Arti even gave me a wry look. Morex, remind me never to truly piss you off. Will do, my friend. I said. Giving her a thumbs up. Just as I finished doing so, Ganesha arrived and the story was quickly recounted to him. The moment it was over, he looked at the men kneeling on the ground. Utterly disgraceful. Take them away. He ordered. His familia members followed his orders. Once this happened, Ganesha turned to me and bowed his head. Morex, please forgive me for this. To think such members of my familia would act toward you in such a manner, it truly brings me shame. I shook my head. Raise your head, Ganesha. It's not your fault but their own. I hold no grudge against you or the others for the actions of a few. Hearing me, Ganesha raised his head. You have my thanks. And rest assured they will be severely punished. He spoke. I gave him a curt nod in response. When I did so, Ganesha turned to re-enter his home. Meanwhile, Shakti came up to me. She attempted to speak, but before she could, I placed a finger on her lips. Didn't you just hear me? I don't blame anyone else for the actions of those guys. Including you. I explained. A moment passed before Shakti nodded in resignation. Good. I'm glad we have an understanding. Well then, see you all later. I said. I then said goodbye to the Ganesha Familia once more, finally on me way home for real. Thinking about Rose and Ryu as I did so. I want to see them both. Wonder what they are up to right now. Third person, POV. Standing outside Rose's home, Ryu took a deep breath before knocking. A moment passed before Rose opened the door. As she did so, her eyes widened for a moment. Since Ryu had never visited her home before. Morex has many times. But never Ryu or anyone else in her familia. When she interacted with them, she only did so at the guild or in public. Even though Morex and the rest of them had invited her to join them for parties and such several times. She always declined. Rose just isn't much of a joiner. Even when her guild co-workers go out, she hardly ever joins them. That's just the kind of person she is. Ryu, this is a surprise. Rose said. Yes. Ryu responded. Well, would you like to come in? Rose asked. Yes. Ryu said. She then walked in and Rose closed the door behind her. Rose then led Ryu to the living room and the two sat down across from each other. A strange and uncomfortable silence settling over the two girls. Since both of them are women of few words. Which proves Morex certainly has a type. 5 minutes passed with neither woman saying anything. Damn it. Speak up, lion. Ryu thought. Trying to get over her nerves. She had gone over this moment in her head with Rose many times. But now that it is actually happening, her mind is going blank. Seeing Ryu was struggling, Rose decided to move things along. So Ryu, what brings you here? Did something happen to Morex? No. He's fine. Actually, he's on a date with Shakti. Ryu spoke. Rose gave a curt nod in response. I know. He told me about it the other day. She said. Since Morex knew good communication was key in a relationship, especially a harem. And unlike those weak-willed beta harem protagonists from most light novel series, he was not going to have his women at each other's throats over trivial matters. That's why he informed Ryu and Rose about his date with Shakti and had proper discussions with both of them about the matter to see if there were any issues. There were none. Which he was grateful for. But if there was some, he would have worked it out. I see. Ryu said. So the reason I am here. Morex's birthday is coming up soon and well, a friend suggested to me a gift I could give him that he would enjoy immensely, but to give it to him I require your help. She explained. I see. And what sort of gift are you going to give him that requires my assistance? Rose asked. Hearing this, Ryu got a flushed face but didn't back down. She quickly told Rose about the gift she wanted to give Morex. When it was over, the redhead werewolf was giving Ryu a smirk of all things. That's quite the gift. Rose said. I know. So, will you help me? Ryu asked. Rose didn't say anything for several seconds, until eventually she nodded her head. Sure. Let's do it. Rose said. After she did so, she and Ryu began talking about the gift in detail. Morex, POV. A smile on my face, I headed back to the owl house. Reiner, Milhior, and Leon Michelli by my side. We just spent a good day dungeon diving and now we're heading home to relax. Reaching our home, I stepped through the front door first. But the moment I did so, several people jumped out and yelled. Surprise. It took a moment for me to realize what was happening. It was a party for me. Looking around, I saw the others, the Astria Familia, Rose, Kajin, even Shakti and Artie. This is all for me? I asked. Of course. And we definitely surprised you, right? Artie asked. I nodded. Yeah, you did. Since I didn't see this coming at all. So, are you just going to stand there or are you going to enjoy your party, birthday boy? Elise asked me. I think the answer is obvious, Elise. Let's party. I shouted. Yeah. Everyone cheered. Thus the party began in earnest. We drank, we ate, Echidna got beat up by Rogue when she started groping Kagaya after she got drunk. Then Kagaya beat her up after she changed targets to Rogue. It was a happy time all around. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. Before I knew it, the moon was high in the sky. When the party finally died down, I headed up to my room. Entering, I suddenly heard someone come in behind me and close the door. Then before I could even turn around, a blindfold was placed over my eyes. But since I knew my friends wouldn't do anything to ever hurt me, I just went with it. Then before I could even think about what was going on, my clothes were stripped off and my hands were tied behind my back. I was then pushed on the bed back first. Once the blindfold was removed. That's when I saw Ryu and Rose standing before me completely and utterly naked. Both with flushed faces. So, what's this? I asked. Your present. Rose said. Us, together. Ryu told me. What? I questioned in utter shock. If I am asleep and this is some kind of dream, I definitely don't want to wake up. But if it's not, then. Best birthday gift. Ever. Chapter 110, Chapter 101, An Unforgettable Gift asterisk. Third person, POV. To say Morex was stunned would be an understatement. Ryu and Rose are standing before him, saying they are about to have a threesome. To say he hasn't dreamed of such a moment since he started forming his harem would be an utter lie. Every man dreams of a situation like this. But Morex didn't press the issue. Especially with how Ryu told him way back she would never share a bed with another woman. But it looks like her opinion has changed a little. I am not dreaming, right? Morex questioned. Not at all. This is really happening. Rose spoke. Why, yes. Ryu stammered. So, whose idea was this? Just curious. Morex asked. As he did so, Rose looked at Ryu, who got a small blush on her face. Meanwhile, Morex's brain was filled with the blue EXE screen and then crashed and started rebooting. Since he never would have thought Ryu of all people to suggest a threesome. She's only ever naughty with him and no one else. Once again, this just proves to Morex it really is the quiet ones who are the kinkiest between the sheets. I wanted to give you a gift you would enjoy from the bottom of your heart. Ryu explained. I see. Thank you. Morex said. You as well, Rose. Don't thank us yet. We haven't even given you the gift. Rose spoke. So enough talk, let's start. Right. Ryu said. She then went over to the desk and pulled out a vial filled with light pink liquid. It was an aphrodisiac she had asked Echidna to buy for her for this night. Since Ryu is still too pure to publicly do something like that. Thus she relied on her perverted friend. Removing the top of the vial, Ryu returned to Rose and Morex and explained to Morex what she was holding. Since Rose knew about the aphrodisiac already, she was the one who suggested it in the first place. After she agreed to this birthday threesome weeks earlier when Ryu came to see her, Morex nodded his head at the explanation. Understood. I'm fine with it, he said. Ryu nodded. She then took a sip of the aphrodisiac before giving some to Morex and finally the last bit to Rose. At first nothing happened. But then all of a sudden everything changed. Ha! All three of them let out moans of immense pleasure and Morex's dick started go get hard almost instantly. That is because the particular aphrodisiac the three had just ingested was one of the most potent on the market. One that would increase both one's libido and sensitivity by 5x normal times. It is normally used by adventurers looking for some really intense fun. Though Ryu didn't know this. Echidna did, of course. So she got it for her friend so she could have a really good time. Before even a minute passed, Morex was rock hard and precum was already leaking from the tip of his dick. Seeing this, Ryu licked her lips like a hungry beast. Unable to hold back, she dropped to her knees in front of Morex and took his entire length into her mouth without any hesitation. SLRP, SLRP, SLRP. Sucking like a vacuum hose, Ryu gobbled up Morex and didn't come up for air. As she started leaking juices between her legs, she began playing with herself while continuing to suck Morex off, moaning in intense pleasure as she did so. Not wanting to be left out, Rose climbed up the bed and moved to place Morex's head in her lap. She then smashed her breasts atop his face and started playing with his nipples. Ah! Moaning in pleasure, Morex's senses were overloaded as Ryu sucked his cock and Rose teased his nipples in between her fingers. As for him, he sucked on Rose's breasts, giving them light bites as he did so. The three of them began drowning in pleasure. Continuing to suck Morex off, Ryu's mouth became filled with a mixture of both saliva and precum. Feeling his pressure build, Morex began bucking his hips. Seeing this, Rose got a naughty idea. Removing her hands from Morex's nipples, she moved them to the top of Ryu's head and shoved her all the way down on their shared lover's dick. As Morex's tip touched the back of Ryu's throat, he couldn't hold back any longer. He came. As cum traveled down Ryu's throat, she couldn't swallow it all and had to remove her head from his dick. When she did, Morex continued to ejaculate, showering her with cum. Until finally he stopped. But then Ryu's chest, thighs, and arms were painted white. Breathing heavily, Ryu scooped up all the cum and began eating it and swallowing it. Seeing this, Morex got hard again instantly. Now it's my turn. Rose spoke. Pulling Morex fully onto the bed, she then positioned her pussy over his dick. As her juices dropped down onto his length, he stared into her eyes, giving her a pleading look to hurry up and let him come again. Seeing this, Rose's entire body shuddered. She then dropped herself onto Morex, taking his entire length inside in one go. Fuck! Rose screamed at the top of her lungs. Ignoring this, Morex began thrusting like a piston. Stirring Rose's insides, he rocked his hips without stopping. As he did so, the red-headed werewolf tongue hung out of her mouth like a dog in heat. Seeing she was being left out, Ryu climbed atop the bed to rejoin the fun. Bringing Morex's face up to her own, she gave him a wet and sloppy kiss, their tongues fighting for dominance as saliva leaked out of their mouths. Mua SLRP ma red heart red heart. The kiss between Ryu and Morex only got deeper and hotter. Meanwhile, Rose lost herself in riding Mora. Dick, her juices flooding out of her pussy onto it. Which only increased Morex's pleasure by another fold. Taking her hands, Rose leaned forward and tasked her nails across Morex's chest, drawing the smallest bit of blood. But this only made him pound her pussy faster. Yes, keep going. Mess me up. Give me more. Rose cried. Her pussy getting tighter and turning into a vice grip. Feeling himself close, Morex got an idea. Rip. He tore the rope binding his wrist with ease and then grabbed Rose's tail and pulled. No, no, my tail. Rose cried. She then unleashed wave after wave of orgasm onto Morex's dick. This in turn caused him to fun hard. He sent shot after shot of cum deep into Rose. As the two orgasmed in unison, Morex moaned into Ryu's mouth, which gave her her first orgasm of the night. From the all pleasure she got, Rose's mind eventually went blank. She fell off of Morex's dick, twitching as cum leaked out of her pussy. Seeing this, Ryu attempted to move to get to it, only for Morex to grab hold of her wrist and stop her from doing so. Due to this, Ryu started panting heavily, her entire body shuddering. Seeing this, Morex's sadistic side started coming out in full force. Taking 2 fingers, he stuck them into Ryu's mouth. Suck! He ordered. Complying, Ryu ran her tongue all along Morex's fingers. As she did so, she never took her eyes off the fun leaking out of Rose. Eventually, Morex removed his fingers from her mouth. Immediately after he did so, he stuck them in her sobbing wet pussy and used them to stir her job, leaving love bites all over her body as well. Nah. Yes. More. Ryu moaned in pleasure. Before long her body was covered in red marks and her hair was stuck to her face with sweat. Seeing this, Morex knew she was ready. And so was he, since he was rock hard once more. Pulling Ryu onto the bed, Morex placed her on all fours and got behind her. He then gave her ass a slap. Slap. Ha! Ryu moaned, cunning instantly. Taking his dick, Morex placed it between her ass cheeks and started grinding. Falling flat on her face, Ryu had a hazy look in her eyes. Please, give it. She managed to spout. Well, since you've been so good. Okay. Morex said. He then slammed himself into Ryu's asshole. Not giving her any time to adjust, he started thrusting as hard and as fast as he could. Picking up Rose, he started playing with her pussy and sucking on her breasts, despite the fact she was still slightly out of it. Enjoying his two women with all he had, Morex felt his body heat up and go over the edge. Just as he came in Ryu, he stuck his fingers up Rose's pussy, causing her to come once more as well. Ah. As his two lovers moaned in pleasure due to their mutual orgasms, Morex wondered just how many more times he could make them do so before the night was over. Thus he gave them a 10-minute rest before all three started again. Doing almost every position and drowning in pleasure until the morning sun came over the horizon. Chapter 111, Chapter 102, We're Rich. Morex, POV. MHM. Hearing light groaning in my left ear, I slowly but surely opened my eyes. In doing so, I found myself in quite a nice position. I am in my bed lying on top of Rose, my head resting on her breasts like a pillow. Meanwhile, Ryu is lying on top of me, using me as her pillow. The three of us are a sandwich and I am the meat between the two pieces of bread. And being sandwiched between two such lovely pieces of bread is a memory I will always remember. Along with the 16th birthday present I got last night. I will certainly never forget that, even if I were to die and reincarnate again. It was incredibly wonderful and special. Even if I were to have another threesome in the future, I think that one will always be number one on my list. Speaking of, now that I know Ryu and Rose are open to it, I hope to have more fun like last night in the future. I also need to check if Shakti would be open to the same in the future, and Reveria as well after I make her one of my women. Just thinking about such thing brings a smile to my face. My other head seems to be in total agreement with such thoughts as well, since it is standing at full attention. However, after my dick became fully erect, I noticed a throbbing pain in my nether regions. Ow. I winced. I then adjusted my position atop Rose and worked to get my erection to calm down. Looks like even with my high-level adventurer body, after copious amounts of sex and coming even, I need time to recover properly. After a few moments passed, my erection finally calmed down and the pain disappeared. Once it did so, I looked out the window and noticed the moon slowly beginning to rise into the sky. Seeing this, I knew it meant the three of us slept the entire day, since I definitely remembering the sun being up when we finished our last round. We must have been pretty tired and spent to have slept the entire day. I mused. Right after I did so, I felt the urge to pee. The moment this happened, I slipped from atop Rose, and then carefully removed Rhea from atop me and placed her back in the bed. Placing the covers over my two ladies before going to the bathroom to handle business. Once I did so, I decided to take a shower and get cleaned up, since I was sticky and sweaty all over. After cleaning myself up, I felt extremely hungry. So I left the room and headed down to the kitchen, deciding to eat my fill, since our fridge is always fully stocked. Once I was done, I returned to my room and climbed back into bed, snuggling up with Rhea and Rose. Drifting back off to sleep, a content smile on my face. Sitting at the main table in the dining hall, I enjoyed some lunch with Rhea, William, Ariane, and Gaul. The five of us had just returned from a daily patrol of the city. As we ate, Rhea attempted to feed me, not embarrassed in the slightest. 2 weeks have passed since my 16th birthday, and ever since that night we shared with Rose, a change has taken place in her. She's a lot more open and affectionate now. Even when we are out in public. Which I personally love. Eating the food she offered me, I fed her in the same manner, and she accepted it without hesitation. Hey, you two, stop showing off your love so openly. Be mindful to the feelings of others, damn it. William shouted. Quiet, William, you are just salty since you don't have girlfriend. Gaul commented. Irk. William groaned. Then I'm pretty certain a giant red arrow pierced his body. I don't want to hear that from you, Gaul. Since you don't have one either. William retorted. Even that girl you told us about has vanished on you. Guess that means your luck with woman is just that bad. He said. As he did so, Gaul's brow twitched in anger. Since bringing up Lunior around him is a no-no. Gaul took my advice and tried to track her down, since he wanted to figure out his feelings for her more. But after tracking down her home, he found out she had disappeared one day and never returned. Since then he hasn't been able to find any trace of her at all. Which has had him a bit down in the dumps. Though I get why. A girl he potentially likes has just vanished. If I were in his position, I would probably be feeling the same way. However, if things play out like they did in canon, then Gaul and Lunior will meet at the Hostess of Fertility in the future when she starts working there. I actually hope that is one part of the original story that stays the same. Say that again, William, I dare you. Gaul spoke. What, didn't hear me the first time? William questioned. The two of them then started glaring daggers at each other. But before things could progress any further, Athena and Leon Michelli entered. You two, that's enough. Athena spoke, leveling a glare at the two of them. When she did, they both backed down. But just as this happened, something else took place. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's finally complete, ha ha ha. Echidna came running into the dining room, a crazed expression on her face. Seeing this, I sighed. Well, it looks like Echidna has finally snapped. I mused. Yep. Gaul agreed. I'm surprised it took this long. William added. Well, we all knew this would happen eventually. Leon Michelli spoke. I know you guys are just trying to mess with me, but those comments still hurt, you know. Echidna explained. And just for the record, I have not gone crazy. I'm just so excited I have finally completed a project I have been working on the past 2 years. And what project might that be? Arian asked. A proud grin on her face, Echidna placed a book standing up on the table for all of us to see. Why, I just completed creating my first fully functioning grimoire, she said. As she did so, all of us turned to Echidna and got shocked expressions on our faces. I have never asked her what she works on in that lab of hers since it's her own personal space, but to think one of her projects was creating a grimoire. Nice. Very nice. The number of people who can create grimoire in Orario can be counted on only one of my hands. To accomplish such a task, one needs both the mage and mystery developmental abilities. Obtaining the first is relatively easy, but as to the requirements of obtaining the second, well, it's a complete and utter mystery. No pun intended. Besides Fells, Echidna is the only person I know for certain who has both the mage and mystery developmental abilities. Not even the Loki and Freya Familia with all their members has a person with such abilities. Which makes Echidna a super rare gem. And now that she can actively create grimoire, it means our Familia members can gain magic anytime they want. Not only that, we can sell her grimoire and bring in the cash. Since I hear all the time how the Hermes Familia gets tons of money for selling Asphy's magic items. This is a double boon for us. Echidna. Not to be rude, but how can you be so sure your grimoire works? Rhea questioned. I can do that right now, Athena said. She then took the grimoire from Echidna and started reading it. Because when gods read a grimoire, nothing happened. Their arcanum while sealed prevents such a thing from happening. In less than 5 minutes, Athena finished reading the grimoire and then put a smile on her face. I can confirm it's a true grimoire, she spoke. We're rich, William shouted. He then realized what he said and got a slight blush of embarrassment on his face. Sorry. I got carried away. It's fine, Echidna said. I intended to use my grimoire to help the Familia anyway, so yes. In a sense, we are rich. Of course, I will be taking half of all profits made from the sale of any grimoire I create for myself, she said. I need money for the materials and such. And those things aren't cheap. I'm fine with that, Athena spoke. As are the rest of us, I said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. All right, now that matter is settled, let's start thinking about who our first customer should be, Athena said. She's right. We aren't just going to sell the grimoire Echidna creates to anybody. There's also the fact that once it gets out she can create grimoire, several gods will start eyeing her and our Familia. Though that's not to say I am too worried. Most of those people will simply be pebbles. Our Familia is strong, and we have allies in both the Ganesha and Astrea Familias. So trying messing with us is not something many would do. Even so, I know there will be idiots who will try. Thinking about that and various other details for a moment, I suddenly got a brilliant idea. As I did so, I couldn't help but put a grin on my face. Oh, Morex has that scary smile on his face, Gaul commented. Looks like our captain has another crazy idea in his head, William said. Captain, please take it easy on this time, Arian asked. You guys, have some more faith in your captain. Not all my ideas are crazy, I spoke. Yeah, but generally when you that grin your face they are, Ryu spoke. No comment, I said. So you aren't denying it? Leon Michelli questioned. I chose the best option, which was not to respond. Instead, I went ahead and told them all my idea. After I did so, Athena put a grin on her face exactly like mine. As did Echidna. Oh no, they're all smiling the same way, William said. It means this idea is going to be our plan whether we like it or not, he said. The others nodding their heads in agreement. but Athena, Echidna, and I chose to ignore them and instead discuss the details of the plan I just proposed. Since if it works out we will be getting more than just money. A lot more. Chapter 112, Chapter 103, Mail Delivery. A grin on my face I walked with Dilek, Leon Michelli, and Reiner. The four of us eventually arriving at our destination. Twilight Manor. Home of the Loki Familia. The moment we arrived outside the entrance the two guards on duty took notice of us and started whispering between themselves. Eventually though they stopped and one of them walked up towards us. "Hello, what business do you have here?" he asked. "Morex Lapis, captain of the Athena Familia. Here to deliver a message on behalf of my goddess to either the goddess Loki herself or one of the Loki Familia senior executives," I explained. As I did so the guard simply nodded. He then went back over to his partner and had a quick discussion. But that only lasted a moment before his partner entered the grounds of the manor, likely to retrieve either Loki herself or Finn, Gareth, or my hope Reveria. As the four of us waited for the guard who went off to return, a sizable crowd started forming and taking notice of us. We simply acknowledged them and continued patiently waiting. "Hey, what the fuck is going on over here?" Well, that is until a certain Sundara werewolf showed up yelling. Bet Loga. Coming out of the crowd he took notice of our group. He then walked up to us. "Who the hell are you, and why are you here?" he asked. But I ignored him. As did the others. Although I know Bet isn't a bad guy since I remember his backstory from my previous life, I'll be damned if I'm going to let him walk all over him like many members of the Loki Familia do. If I was the captain I would have beat his ass black and blue until he learned some semblance of proper manners. Really, Finn is a bit too lenient with this guy, I thought. Just as I did so Bet decided it would be a good idea to grab my collar. I said, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" he asked again. As he did so I grabbed his wrist and squeezed as hard as I could. When I did a small pop was heard and the werewolf fell to his knees. As he did so audible grasps rang out from the Loki Familia members looking at the scene. No way, he brought Bet to his knees. Who is that guy? Wait, isn't he the captain of the Athena Familia, Morex Lapis? Yeah. I heard he's level 5. More and more whispers rang out but I ignored them. Instead I looked down at Bet on the ground, giving me an angry look. He then tried to move but I squeezed his wrist tighter, stopping him in his tracks. "Don't move," I told him. "I've dislocated your wrist. But if you insist on acting out I'll break it," I told him. A completely serious look on my face. "Why you dash? What is going on here?" a female voice asked. Looking up I saw Reveria come out of the crowd, Finn right beside her. "Oh, just the people I wanted to see," I said. "Greetings Finn and Reveria," I spoke. "Morex Lapis, captain of the Athena Familia. What brings you to our home?" Finn asked. "Also, can you please let go of Bet?" Sure, I said. I then let go of his wrist. "But really, is the Loki Familia allowing people like him in?" I questioned. "And what do you mean by that?" Finn asked. "We are just standing here waiting, and this guy got in our captain's face for no reason," Leon Michelli explained. The Loki Familia members who were here since the beginning giving the same version of events. After this happened Finn gave me an apologetic look, while Reveria glared at Bet but he ignored it. "I apologize for that," Finn spoke. "And I accept," I said. "I have no reason to cause strife with the Loki Familia. But if it happens again I'll teach this rabid dog some manners and I won't restrain myself," I spoke. Releasing a bit of my aura as I did so. Putting a dark smile on my face to accompany it. Finn simply nodded, as did Reveria. Meanwhile Bet looked like he wanted to say something but kept his mouth shut. That's the first good choice he's made since we've met. After a moment passed I reined in my aura. Once I did so I nodded to Dilek and he retrieved a letter from his pocket. He then walked up to Reveria and handed it to her. "Everything you need to know about the particulars of what we wish to discuss is in that letter," I explained. "Well then, please excuse us and have a nice day," I said. Once I did so my group and left Twilight Manor. And I gave myself a pat on the back at a job well done. Third person, POV. Loki released an audible sigh from her lips. She is currently in Finn's office with him, Reveria, and Gareth. After Morex and his group left Twilight Manor Finn called for a meeting between all four of them and relayed the earlier events of what transpired at the entrance earlier to Gareth and the trickster god. Which immediately soured Loki's mood. Really, just what was Bet thinking? Gareth questioned. He's lucky Morex isn't known for his temper. Otherwise he might have lost a limb or two, Reveria added. Well, she was exaggerating just a bit. But everyone knew what her point was. Bet basically assaulted the captain of a different familia when he was showing him no hostility whatsoever. So Morax was well within his rights to defend himself. And all the executives and Loki knew just how strong the Athena familia was despite its small number, especially their captain who already a first-class adventurer despite his few short years as an adventurer. Loki in particular knew how much Athena cared for her children, and how violent she would become should someone harm them. They were similar in that regard. So once again, she is thankful Athena's children weren't easily aggravated and that Bet didn't actually truly attack anyone. Because if he had the four of them in the room would be having a very different conversation right now. Let's just be grateful things ended the way they did. Finn spoke. The other three nodding their heads in agreement. After they did so, Loki spoke up. So, what did Athena's children want? Loki questioned. They delivered a letter and said all the details would be inside. Riveria spoke. She then took out the letter Dilek handed her earlier and opened it. Once she did, the three executives and their goddess read its contents, leaving them all with shocked expressions on their faces. Except for Finn. After he finished reading the contents of the letter, the gears in his mind started turning, imagining several possible scenarios in regards to it. Are they serious? Gareth asked. No one would deliver a letter like this if they weren't. Finn commented. But for them to be so bold. Loki didn't say anything. Instead, she slightly opened her eyes and put a grin on her face. Seeing this, all three executives of the familia knew Loki found the letter's contents intriguing. And now that she had, there was no stopping her from moving forward in pursuing it. Which Athena knew would happen, since she had a decent understanding of Loki's personality quite well. So really, everything is moving exactly as she planned. Loki hasn't realized it yet, but she's fallen right into the palm of Athena's hand. Chapter 113, Chapter 104, Let's Make a Deal. Third person, POV. A skip in her step like usual, Loki arrived outside the Athena familia home. Riveria on her right and Ace on her left. They are her bodyguards today. Walking through the front gate, they reached the entrance of All House, and then Loki knocked. A second after she did so, Milhir opened the door. Please come in, and follow me, she said. After she did so, Loki, Riveria, and Ace stepped inside and Milhir closed the door behind them. Once she did so, she guided them to the meeting room. She then opened the door and ushered them inside, where Athena was waiting, along with Morax, Leon Michelli, and Echidna. As Loki took a seat on the couch opposite of Athena, Milhir closed the door. The moment this happened, Athena pointed to the cookies and tea on the table. Please, help yourselves, she said. Since Athena takes being a good host seriously. Don't mind if I do, Loki said. She then started enjoying the cookies and tea in front of her without hesitation. Sighing at her goddess's antics, Riveria lightly shook her head before claiming on of the cups of tea for herself. Meanwhile, Ace simply stayed standing and kept looking at Morax and the others. One thought passing through her mind. Strong, Ace thought. From just a quick glance, she knew Morax and her friends were stronger than her. Which makes sense since Ace just recently became level 4. Moving on. After eating and drinking for a bit, Loki sat back on the couch. She then put on a serious air and looked directly at Athena. So, are you serious about the proposal you made in your letter? Naturally, Athena said, not flinching under Loki's gaze. As to the contents of the letter Morax and the others delivered to the Loki familia the other day, it is the following. Athena wanted to make a deal with Loki. She would supply her familia with grimoires, and in exchange Loki would have Riveria tutor Reiner and Echidna in the ways of magic. Since just like the jade-haired elf, both Reiner and Echidna could use more magic than the 3 spell slots the Fauna gave to all who received it, thanks to the skills they acquired. And to truly help the two of them grow to their fullest potential because of these skills, she wanted someone who was similar to train and instruct them how best to do so. Riveria fit the bill. This proposal is what shocked Loki and her top executives the other day when they read the contents of the delivered letter. Since Athena was so blatantly asking for a member of another familia to train members of her own. The practice itself isn't illegal, but rather it's one of those many unspoken rules between familia that their members do not train the members of other familia unless expressly given permission by their god or goddess. And even then, the training is never done too deeply. That is simply because familia develop training methods which they wish to keep to themselves, and also training the members of other familia risk a familia's secrets being discovered by outsiders. Which would be very bad. Again, this is why training between members of 2 different familia is usually heavily monitored. And asking another familia to train members of your familia, well, that is something else entirely. Hardly anyone does it. Since all familia have their own pride. But in Athena's mind, pride doesn't come into the deal she is asking for. She simply wants her 2 children to grow stronger. On the surface, that is. But underneath the training, Athena wants to show Orario her familia is making a deep connection with the Loki familia. Since if people see the Athena familia has a good and working relationship with one of the two most powerful familia in the city, then they won't mess with them at all. Since it might incur the wrath of Loki and her children. Which is exactly what Morax was going for when he proposed the premise of this deal to Athena and the rest the other day. If Loki takes the deal, Reiner and Echidna get stronger, and learn to better use their magic copying skills. Sure, Morax knew that this deal would also make the Loki familia stronger, since giving them Grimoire would allow more of their members to learn magic, but sometimes you have to give to get. On another note, if this deal goes through, Morax will be able to get closer to Reveria. Which will make making her a part of his harem easier. But that's not the only reason he proposed this plan. Absolutely not. It's like half at best. Anyway. Loki went quiet and simply looked at Athena and her children. But the goddess and her familia members gave nothing away with their facial expressions. Loki couldn't get a read on them at all. Though she really didn't have to. Since Finn deduced the plan of the Athena familia and told Loki about it before she came for this meeting. Well, Athena and Morax already expected this, given who smart Finn was. But even so, that didn't change things in their minds. If Loki took the deal they offered, it would be great, and if they didn't, well, they would be slightly upset, but not so much so they couldn't simply move on. This was a business deal after all, not personal. So, if I were to agree to this deal, how many grimoires would my familia get? Loki asked. 2 a year to start out with. Athena instantly replied. Only 2? Loki questioned. Don't be greedy, Loki. Athena instantly retorted. You know grimoires take both time and a lot of materials to make. Not to mention my little Echidna is not going to stop living her life just to make those things. She explained. Which is true. Echidna had no intentions of stopping going into the dungeon with the others in her familia and getting stronger. She still wants to get stronger and go farther with all of them. Even if she also has a side hustle now. We will also have other clients besides the Loki familia. Athena said. So 2 a year is the most I can promise right now. That is if you take the deal, of course. She spoke. Taking a sip of her tea after she did. Rubbing her chin, Loki thought about all the pros and cons of the deal on the table in front of her. Then after a moment she decided on her answer. All right. I'll take you up on your offer. Loki spoke. 2 grimoire a year, and in exchange Mama Reveria will tutor your Solomon and cute white-haired witch in magic. She explained. Ignoring the glare Reveria shot her when she called her the M word. Excellent. Athena said. She then snapped her fingers. The moment she did so, Morax reached behind the couch and picked up 3 books. He then walked over to Reveria and handed them to her. Here you are. Your first payment, with a little extra. Athena explained. Giving Morax a nod, Reveria took the 3 grimoire from him. Officially sealing the deal between the Athena familia and Loki familia. Which would have future effects. Especially on the relationship between the famous 9 Hells and Alcyonius. But that is a story for another time. Chapter 114, Chapter 105, Ariane Determination. Third person, POV. In Athena's room, Ariane is sitting on her goddess's bed with her back to her. Getting her status updated. It's done. Athena spoke. She then removed the paper from Ariane's back. Once she did so, the dark elf slipped back on her shirt. A moment after she did so, Athena handed her a status sheet and Ariane began reading it. Ariane. Maple. Level 2. Strength, E420 E428. Endurance, E425 E435. Dexterity, A895 S906. Agility, S900 S918. Magic, S910 S930. Magic. Sand Trap, an earth-type magic which creates pitfalls of quicksand. Size of the pitfall is proportional to how much mind is used when casting the spell. Chant, be swallowed by the earth. Slot 2. Slot 3. Skills. 1 with nature, when in combat in a forested area, Ariane receives double stats in strength, endurance, and agility. Developmental abilities. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Seeing her new stats, Ariane put a smile on her face. Since she had finally raised her dexterity up to rank S. Now that she had achieved this goal, she was ready to level up. Ever since achieving level 2 shortly after the end of the Great Feud 2 years ago, Ariane hadn't moved up to level 3. Not because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to. Ariane wanted her base stats to reach a certain threshold before going for another level up. And now that they had, she was ready to move forward. Especially since she didn't want her friends to get any farther ahead of her. Ariane wanted to catch up to them in terms of strength as quickly as possible. All due to her own determination. Once she was finished reviewing her new status, Ariane gave the paper to Athena, who disposed of it. Thank you, Athena. Well then, please excuse me. Ariane said. She then stood up and headed for the door to leave Athena's room. But as soon as she placed her hand on the doorknob, Athena spoke up. "The next time you ask me to update your status, I better be making you level 3. She said. Hearing this, Ariane fumbled with the doorknob and got a light blush on her cheeks. Turning around, she saw Athena giving her a knowing smile. Since the goddess could read her children quite easily, Ariane especially since she was an elf, she knew the exact thoughts the dark elf had rolling around in her head. Which is why she decided to tease her a bit. Athena does the same with the others as well. Especially Rio. It seems just like her familiar captain, Athena has a slight sadistic side. Right. Bye. Ariane recovered and said. She then left Athena's room for real. Once she did so, she took a moment to get herself under control. Then once she accomplished this, she made her way to Morik's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," he said. Once Ariane heard this, she opened the door and walked inside, finding Morik seating behind his desk working on a mountain of paperwork. Leon Michelli assisting him. "Ariane, what's up?" Morik asked. "Captain, I am ready to level up," she spoke. "I see." Morik mused. "All right then. Reiner, William, and Milhior are free, so have them help you out. Just don't do anything unnecessary," he spoke. "Understood, Captain," Ariane said. "Also, what's with all the paperwork?" she asked. Since usual, Morik never had this much paperwork to take care of. Hearing the question, Morik sighed. "It's because we're going to start selling grimoire. Apparently there were strict laws in place in Orario about dealing in magic items and such, grimoire especially. The paperwork Morik and Leon Michelli are working on had all come from the guild. It was a bunch of documents they had to sign and get approved before they could officially start selling the grimoire Echidna makes for money. Most of them being tax documents from what Morik saw. Seeing this, he now understood why the Hermes Familia sometimes sold Asfi's magic items under the table. They could take all the money for themselves and not have to pay taxes imposed by the guild when they sold such things through official channels. Hearing the explanation about the paperwork, Ariane simply put a wry smile on her face. "I see. Well, keep at it. I'm sure working together you two can finish it up no time." "Thanks," Morik said. As soon as he did so, Leon Michelli slammed another signed stack of documents on the table. A crazed look in her eyes as she did so. "Stop talking, Morik. Back to signing these stacks of white devils from the deepest parts of hell." Picking up another stack of paperwork, Leon Michelli started reviewing and signing once more. Deciding not to touch on just happened, Morik went back to signing paperwork, while Ariane left the room and closed the door behind her. She then went to assemble her team to assist her in her goal of leveling up. Swinging down her blade, Ariane killed the dark fungus in front of her. She then regrouped with her party. After she had assembled Milhior, Reiner, and William, they agreed to assist her without question. Once they had the party of 4 entered the dungeon and headed down to Large Tree Labyrinth, looking for a challenge for Ariane so she could level up. And if they couldn't find anything today, then they would come back tomorrow. As they finished killing the monsters who just spawned in front of them, Ariane's party continued traversing through the labyrinth. While doing so, Reiner practiced with his newly acquired weapons. A pair of daggers he named Alpha and Omega. Image here. Reiner had always used daggers since he knew simply relying on his magic would not hold up as he and his friends traveled deeper into the dungeon. But staffs and staves never really agreed with him like other mages. Thus, after his familia got some money, he commissioned the Goblin Familia to make him his daggers, which had mithril embedded in them as well as several other magically conductive ingots, all of which reduced his mind usage when casting spells. They were Reiner's perfect weapons. The party kept moving across the labyrinth, killing monsters as they spawned. But they really didn't find anything to help Ariane level up. Until they did. Coming to a clearing, the group stumbled upon a green dragon of all things. The moment they did so, Ariane put a smile on her face and stepped forward. "Ariane, you sure?" Reiner asked. The dark elf nodded. "I am. Besides, if I get in trouble, I know you guys will save me, so it's fine." Ariane spoke. Since she had complete faith her friends would come to her rescue. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't step forward, but were ready to jump in and help the moment they felt Ariane needed it. Giving her friends a silent thanks, Ariane continued closing the distance to the green dragon. When she was in about 20 meters of the monster, its closed eyes snapped open and focused on her. Seeing this, Ariane simply grinned and drew her blade, signaling the start of their battle. Chapter 115, Chapter 106, Elf vs. Dragon. Third person, POV. The moment Ariane drew her sword, the green dragon didn't waste any time. Standing to its feet, it charged at her, closing the distance in an instant. But Ariane didn't flinch in the slightest. Keeping her calm, she avoided a swipe of the green dragon's left claw and then moved to deliver a slash to its side. Her attack connected, but her blade didn't penetrate the hide deep enough, leaving only a superficial wound. Seeing this, Ariane quickly backed off. But the moment she did so, the green dragon lashed out with its tail in her direction. Jumping back, Ariane narrowly dodged the attack. Landing, the dark elf rushed forward and moved into the dragon's blind spot. She then began slashing, delivering cut after cut to its body. Roaring out in pain, the green dragon turned to face Ariane. But she backed off the moment I did. She then continued employing the same hit-and-run tactic, dealing damage to her opponent. Still, none of her attacks were able to finish off the monster in front of her. Seeing this, Ariane decided to add in more to the mix. Putting distance between her and the green dragon, she prepared to chant the incantation for her magic. Only for the green dragon to unleash a green breathe attack in her direction. Reacting as fast as possible, Ariane moved to dodge. But she wasn't able to avoid the attack entirely. Getting hit, the dragon's attack gave her burns along the left side of her body and blew her into a nearby tree. Seeing this, Milhior got prepared to assist Ariane. Only for Reiner to hold up a hand in front of her and shake his head. I know it's difficult, but she can still keep going. So let's allow her to. He spoke. Milhior took a moment, but then she decided to back down. Reiner gave her a curt nod in response. Hoping he was making the right decision in the back of his mind. Falling to her knees, Ariane used her blade for support and stood to her feet. The green dragon simply staring at her as she did so, a sort of smirk on its face. Seeing the monster mocking her, Ariane ground her teeth, feeling a renewed urge to tear the beast in front of her apart. Reaching into a pouch she kept secured at her waist, she broke out a potion and threw it on her wounds. Wincing, she ignored the slight pain as the burns healed. Once they did, she returned to the fray. Taking her blade, Ariane got in close to the green dragon from the front. When she did, the dragon used the same breath attack it did earlier. But this time Ariane dodged. Even as the dragon continually launched the attack at her. While this happened, she began to chant. Be swallowed by the earth. Sand trap. The moment Ariane finished chanting her spell, a giant pit of sand formed under the green dragon, dragging it inside. As soon as this happened, the dragon attempted to free itself. But as it did, Ariane reached it and then jumped in the air towards its face, stabbing it straight in its left eye without any hesitation. Arg. Releasing a horrid cry of pain, the green dragon began thrashing about. As it did, Ariane gripped her sword and then yanked it out, landing on the ground. Once this happened, the green dragon unleashed its breath attack at her again. But she rolled to the side and dodged. Then once she did so, Ariane moved into the dragon's blind spot again. All the while it was still digging itself out of the sand. Moving as fast as she could, Ariane jumped onto the green dragon and then ran up its body. She then planted her blade right through the middle of its skull, where its magic stone was said to be located. The moment Ariane's blade landed, the dragon's entire body stopped moving. Then a few seconds later it turned into dust, signaling Ariane had killed it. When this happened, she put a big smile on her face. She also fell on her ass, since the dragon's head was several meters in the air. Even so, she still wore a smile on her face at her victory. As did her friends. Sitting on Athena's bed, Ariane waited with anticipation. After getting her wounds treated and having dinner with the others, here she was getting her status updated. Hoping she had done enough to reach level 3. When the glow out of the corner of her eye finally died down, Ariane turned to look at Athena, who had a grin on her face. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Athena said. Yes. Ariane cried. Now calm down. I know you are excited, but there is still one more thing you need to do. Select your second developmental ability. Athena explained. Here are the choices. Mage, Chain Attack, Swordsmanship, and Hunter. All of them sounded good to Ariane. Taking a moment to think, she made her decision. Swordsmanship. She said. Will do. Athena said. She then gave Ariane that developmental ability. Well, we're done. Also, you got some new magic as well. Athena said. She then handed Ariane her status sheet. The moment Athena did this, Ariane's eyes scanned it. Ariane Maple. Level 2. Strength, E428, I0. Endurance, E435, I0. Dexterity, S906, I0. Agility, S918, I0. Magic, S930, I0. Magic. Sand Trap, an earth-type magic which creates pitfalls of quicksand. Size of the pitfall is proportional to how much mind is used when casting the spell. Chant, Be Swallowed by the Earth. Thorn Binding, a plant-type magic which summons forth vines which can be manipulated however the summoner sees fit. These vines also slowly absorb the mind of anyone the user sees as an enemy. Chant, Come my vines. Go forth towards my enemies and bind them, entrap them, and swallow them up until nothing remains. Slot 3. Skills. 1 with nature. When in combat in a forested area, Ariane receives double stats in strength, endurance, and agility. Developmental abilities. Abnormal resistance, rank H. Swordsmanship, rank I. Seeing her new status and level, Ariane couldn't be any happier. Now she is one step closer to her friends. Chapter 116, Chapter 107, Unexpected Reencounter. Third person, POV. Moving through the streets of Orario, the entire Athena familia were on their way to the hostess of fertility. It was a night of celebration after all. Not only had Ariane reached level 3, but Morex and Leon Michelli had finally finished all the paperwork the guild had assigned them so they could sell the grimoire Echidna makes without any issues. To congratulate her children for all their hard work, Athena took them out to party. Arriving at the hostess, the Athena familia wasted no time and entered through the front doors. The moment they did so, their eyes were assaulted by the usual sight seen at the restaurant during the night. Adventurers blowing off steam, and delicious food. Reservation Naya. Anya cried out the moment the Athena familia entered the hostess. Once she did so, the cat girl sat them down at a table. She then handed them menus and took their drink orders. Then before long the Athena familia ordered and their food was brought out to them. But as this happened, Gaul spotted a familiar face. Lunior. She was bringing food to his table along with Anya. Assigned to do so by Mamma Mia. Seeing her again after he looked for her for a while, Gaul had no idea what to say. Lunior was in the same boat when she finally noticed Gaul sitting at the Athena familia table. She almost dropped the plates of food she was holding on the tray. But luckily Morex was sitting right next to Gaul and managed to retrieve it just in time. He was also glad that Lunior ended up at the hostess just like in the original story. Chloe as well, who Morex spotted earlier. Now he has no idea how this happened since Ryu is part of their familia, but well, it doesn't really matter to him in the long run. So long as the two girls are working at the hostess. And plus now Gaul has a chance to form his own small harem. Which Morex will gladly help him do. It is a master's job to show his apprentice the way after all. Moving on. After Gaul's brain finally rebooted once he saw Lunior, he broke the silence between him. Hey. He said. Right. Lunior responded. A simple greeting and then the silence returned. Hey Gaul, do you know her? Leon Michelli asked her brother. Thank you sis. Gaul thought. Leave it to his sister to simply run over the mood of a situation like a bull in a china shop. Gaul, are you perhaps thinking something mean about me? Leon Michelli asked. Nope, not at all sis. Gaul said. Lying as easily as he breathed. And yes, I do know her. This is the girl I told you guys about. Gaul said. Since he happened to mention Lunior to the girls in his familia and Athena herself. The moment Gaul said this, Lunior got a light blush on her face, while the eye of all members of the Athena familia turned toward her. This guy is part of the Athena familia, not to mention he told them about me. Lunior thought. She was flattered and embarrassed at the same time. Though before things could go any further, Lunior stiffened when she felt a glare directed at her. She knew it was Mamma Mia. Sorry but I need to get back to work. Lunior said. Right, yeah. I completely understand. Gaul responded. Once he did so, Lunior went back to working. Even so, Gaul couldn't help but look at her. So that's her, huh? Rogue asked. Yeah, I can see how you might fall for her. She's definitely your type of girl. Leon Michelli said. Damn it, I was hoping she was made up. William said. Drinking from his beer mug as he did so. But everyone just ignored his salty butt. To think after you looked for her and didn't find her, the two of you would end up meeting like this. Milhier mused. It must be some sort of fate. Ryu said. Yeah, must be. Morex added. Yeah. Gaul said. Not really paying attention to his friends and sister's comments. Instead his mind was filled with thoughts on Lunior. Well, I'm glad for Gaul. But we came here to party, so let's do so. Athena cried. Lifting a mug of beer into the air. A smile on her face. Her switch has been flipped to party mode. Hearing this, the other members of the Athena familia also decided to follow her lead. Even Gaul. He knew he would get his chance to talk to Lunior eventually, so for now he just enjoyed the good food and drink along with his familia. It's why they came here in the first place. As the night went on, the Athena familia really did party. Until eventually the hostess reached closing time. When this happened, the Athena familia backed up and got ready to head home since they wanted to stay out and party until the last moment. All of them were pretty drunk. Hell, Athena has passed out from drinking. The only exceptions were Rio, Ariane, and Dilek. A few people decided to remain adults to get the kids home. We're closing up. Mamma Mia shouted. So get your SS out. she said to any remaining guest. No one argued with her. Especially given she is a level 6 former adventurer and former captain of the strongest familia in the city. People who tried to go against Mia were either really stupid, really arrogant, or a combination of both. As the Athena familia picked themselves up and got ready to leave, Gaul approached Lunior. Reaching her, he simply waited for her to look at him. When she did, he put a soft smile on his face. Hey, so, can we talk? He asked. Hoping she would agree. About what? She asked. Well. I mean, stuff. Gaul said. He is not doing well. Not only is he drunk, but he's not sure how to express his feelings about Lunior at the moment. The one thing he does know is that he really wants to talk to her for a moment or two. Sorry, I'm still working. Lunior told him. Girl, talk to the lion boy. Mamma Mia suddenly spoke up. She had watched Gaul follow Lunior around the pub the entire night with his eyes. Looking like a lost kitty who was too scared to move. Honestly, she found it both a little cute and disgusting at the same time. That's why she's trying to fix the situation between the two of them right now in her own way. Turning to Mia, Gaul slightly bowed. Thank you, ma'am. He told her. Well, at least you have manners. More than I can say for some of these barbarians. Mia commented. Gaul simply stayed bowing for a few more seconds before turning his attention back to Lunior. So, can you talk? I mean, if you don't want to, that's fine as well. Just well, I would really like to. Gaul explained. Sure, we can talk. Lunior said. Since honestly she wanted to talk to Gaul as well. Once she agreed, the two of them took a seat at an open table in the corner of the pub. Seeing this, Morex put a soft smile on his face. Nice job, Gaul. He thought. After he did so, he ushered his other familia members out of the hostess. Since Gaul needed to do the next part without too many prying eyes on him. Talking to a girl you like is never an easy thing to do after all. Chapter 117, Omake, the chocolate-making drill sergeant. A/N, a short Valentine's Day chapter. Sorry it's a bit late. Morex, POV. Wearing an apron, I stood in the kitchen of the owl house, Rose directly on my left wearing on as well. An annoyed expression on her face. Which I don't blame her for. Since right now I'm slightly annoyed as well. Standing before us are Ina, Elise, Gaul, and Rogue. Why? We are getting ready to instruct them on how to make homemade chocolate. Valentine's Day is approaching in Orario. The other day at the guild, Ina asked Rose to help her make some chocolates for a certain someone. But I know exactly who they are for. A certain bunny protagonist who finally showed up a few weeks ago. Looks like his harem aura is already in full effect, given how Ina is acting. Since she's never made chocolates for anyone before, from what Rose tells me. She's received them from her adventurers, both male and female I might add, but she's never given any back. So Belle is one lucky guy. Even if his denseness from being a harem protagonist won't allow him to see it. Moving on. Rose told Ina no on helping her. But the half-elf just kept asking and Rose finally agreed. Somehow Elise overheard this and asked to get in on the action. Which caused Rose to ask me to help her out, since Elise has the type of personality she has trouble dealing with the most. I agreed. However, when I told the others this, Rogue and Gaul decided to join us. Now here the six of our. Let's get started. Rose spoke. She then lifted up the rolling pin on the table in front of us and pointed at Ina and the others. From here on out you will follow my instructions to the letter. Is that clear? Yes. Ina said. Sorry, I didn't catch that since only one of you answered. I asked, am I clear? Yes, ma'am. Everyone shouted this time. Stiffening up like military recruits in front of their drill sergeant. I never seen this side of Rose before, but I'm seriously aroused by it. Drill Sergeant Rose can order me around any time. Excellent. Now then, let's begin. Rose said. After she did so, we started the crash course in chocolate making 101. Ina, you're whipping the mix too fast, go slower. Elise, no more extra ingredients or the overall flavor will be ruined. Rogue, the batter needs time to harden, so stop poking it and wait. Rose gave out instructions, smacking anyone who didn't follow her words with the rolling pin in her hands. While I simply stood to the side, a wry smile on my face. I'm not even needed. Before I knew it, everything was over. The chocolates were done and the four who made them were standing as stiff as boards as Rose examined their creations. Once she finished doing so, she ate on from each person's batch. Seems like you maggots weren't a waste of my time after all. Rose said. All your chocolates are edible. Wait, did Rose just call us maggots? Rogue asked. But no one spoke up. Thank you once more, Rose. Ina told her. I really appreciate this. Really? The same. Elise said. Me 3. Gall added. Me 4. Rogue said. Just shut up and clean up. Rose spat. But everyone just ignored her and smiled in her direction. Ah, look, Teacher Rose, your students are praising you. I said. Shut up. Rose cried, going a bit red in the face from embarrassment as she did so. She's just too cute sometimes. Chapter 118, Poll. I thank all my readers for supporting my Danmachi story so far. Really, you guys are the best. Now a question for you. I want to start another Danmachi story. I won't stop this one, and the second will be on back burner until this one is where I want it to be. Still, I am having trouble picking an idea. So I made this poll to help me decide. Here are the choices. 1. A self-insert into Bel Cranel right after he joins Hestia Familia. 2. A reincarnation story where the MC is the son of Zald and Althea. 3. An MC reborn as Sieg from Fate/Apocrypha with slight crossover elements in the story. Cast your vote. Chapter 119, Poll Results. Well, the results are in, and here is the winner. It's option 3. An MC reborn as Sieg from Fate/Apocrypha with slight crossover elements. Now I'm not sure when I will start this story, but I will start it, and when I do I will let all you readers knows. Also, if anyone wants to try and write my other 2 ideas as one of their own, I'm fine with it. Now on to another important matter. Sieg's harem. Decided harem members. Just to be clear, there will only be 5. I think that's the limit, otherwise the story just fails in my opinion. 1. Jean Dark from Fate/Apocrypha, since having Sieg with Jean is just wrong. 2. Artemis, goddess of chastity. Not once Sieg gets a hold of her. 3. Elise Lovell, I have a thing for redheads. Sue me. 4. Tioni Hyrut, I don't see her used much, which is a shame. All one simply needs to do is defeated her before Finn. 5. Astria, a beauty in all the right ways. Not to mention she thinks of her familia members as daughters. So Sieg will enjoy the legendary Oyakadon, smiley face. So haven't decided when I will publish this story, but when I do I will let you all know. Thanks for the help. One more thing. I'm not sure if Sieg should join a familia or not. And if he doesn't, then his powers will be explained in the story when I put it out. Also, a new chapter of Rampart is coming out either today or tomorrow. Chapter 120, Chapter 108, A Drunken Confession. Third person, POV. As Gall and Lunior sat at the table they had selected to have their conversation, an awkward silence filled the air between them. Neither of them moved to speak. Which only made the awkwardness that much worse. Damn it. Say something, you idiot. Gall internally screamed. He then took a deep breath before speaking. That uniform looks really cute on you. Gall spoke. Then immediately after he did so he slapped a hand over his mouth. A bit shocked at the words that had just come out of his mouth. But it was too late to take them back. Hearing Gall's compliment, Lunior got a light blush on her face. It's not like male, and some female, customers didn't compliment her. But with Gall it was slightly different, given their brief sexual encounter. Thank you. Lunior managed to say. After the blush on her face calmed down. It's no big deal. Gall retorted. So, how have you been doing since the last time we saw each other? Good. Lunior said. I started working here and Mamma Mia is great. She explained. Though she left out all the details of how she ended up working at the Hostess of Fertility in the first place. She and another new waitress, Chloe, had been hired by the Bruno Trading Company to take out a rival group. Both of them were growing tired of assassin jobs, so they both agreed to take the request. But both made the stipulation it would be their last job ever. The member of the trading company who met with both of them agreed to this. Thus Chloe and Lunior set about destroying the rival organization. Only to realize just how powerful said organization was. Both failed the mission, as such the Bruno Trading Company began targeting them. Forcing both girls to go on the run. Then by sheer coincidence they met each other and learned the Bruno Trading Company was after them both. So they decided to work together to avoid their common enemy. But one day both girls ended up getting caught in a trap set up the company, and ended up critically wounded. Then the two of them just so happened to meet Seer. Thus they were brought to the Hostess of Fertility, and the rest of the story events happened pretty much exactly like in the light novel, episode of Rio. Mamma Mia defeated the Bruno Trading Company single-handedly and Chloe and Lunior joined the Hostess of Fertility permanently. Gall nodded at Lunior's words. Great, I'm glad for you. So, would you like to go out on a date with me? He bluntly asked. When Lunior heard Gall's question she went beet red in the face. What are you saying all of a sudden? Lunior asked. Ah, sorry. I'm not trying to come off as a creep or anything, it's just. Well, I think I might like you and want to get to know you a bit better. Gaul explained, getting a small blush of his own. Ever since we shared that night together I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Since you're totally my type. As Gaul started speaking his true feelings without a filter, the blush on Lunior's face only got deeper and deeper. If there were people in the pub right now witnessing the current scene, she would have definitely passed out from embarrassment already. So yeah, would you go on a date with me? Gaul asked. I mean. Lunior stuttered. She couldn't form a complete sentence, given Gaul just basically confessed to her. It's not like she hadn't received confessions before, but again with Gaul for some reason it was slightly different. Lunior has yet to realize she has some sort of feelings for Gaul as well. As she continued to stutter and try to find her footing, 3 pairs of eyes were looking at the 2 of them from the hallway. Belonging to Seer, Anya, and Chloe. Naya, unfair. Chloe whined. For Lunior to have such a cute guy like that after her. Right. I want a boy to chase me like that as well, Naya. Anya said. And it looks like Lunior really like him as well. Seer mused. Fufu, I wonder if she's already sampled the beast in his pants as well. Seer was right on the money with her statement, even if she didn't know it. 5 minutes passed before Lunior stopped stuttering. After she did so, she took a moment to think about Gaul's request. Well, I don't hate him. No, I think I might actually like him a bit. He seems like an honest guy. She thought. Not to mention he's part of the Athena Familia, who work to keep order in the city. But with what I've done I don't think. Lunior, are you done chatting with your boyfriend yet? The question came from Seer, who walked over to the table the 2 were sitting at. A mischievous smile on her face. Hearing her question, both Gaul and Lunior got massive blushes on their faces. Boyfriend. Lunior shouted. I'm not. Gaul shouted. Oh, but you want to be, don't you, Mr. Gaul? Seer asked. I mean. Gaul trailed off. His ears twitching and his tail wagging. As well as the blush on his face getting deeper. Yes. He squeaked out. Seer, stop it. Lunior cried out in utter embarrassment. If Seer was teasing her any other time it would have been fine. But right now she couldn't deal with it in the slightest. Lunior, no need to get upset. After all, Mr. Gaul wants to be your boyfriend and you obviously like him, so why not get together already and start making some lion person babies? Seer said. Babies. Lunior cried. It's too early. Gaul shouted. As the 2 got even more embarrassed, Seer giggled, her mischievous grin getting wider as she did so. Seeing this, both Anya and Chloe made a mental note to never have a conversation with a boy they liked around Seer. You know what, I'll just go. Gaul suddenly spoke up. You don't have to give me an answer right now, Lunior. Take your time and think about it. I'll see you later. He quickly said. He then got up to leave, but before he did, Lunior spoke again. Okay. Let's go on a date. She said. Gaul questioned. Stopping in his tracks as he did so. Yes. Let's go on a date. Lunior repeated. She wanted to move forward from her past as an assassin, and this was a way to do so. Since she liked Gaul, she might as well give him a chance and see where it goes. All right. Gaul said. Thank you. Well then, good night. He told her. Gaul then looked at Seer. You as well. And the girl's spying on us. He said. Shooting his gaze in the direction Chloe and Anya were hiding. But the 2 of them didn't care in the slightest. Once Gaul was done saying his goodbyes, he left the hostess and started on his way back to the owl house. A stupid on his face. Since Lunior agreed to go out with him. Yes, she said yes. Gaul spoke. He couldn't wait to tell everyone about this. His sister, Morix, and Samira. Wait, Samira. Gaul suddenly spoke. He then stopped in his tracks and started sweating bullets. When asking Lunior for the date, he completely forgot to mention the white-haired Amazon. Things will be fine. It'll all be fine. Gaul told himself. Even though he didn't really believe it at the moment. I need to talk to Morix immediately. Gaul said. Since Morix was the only person he knew in a successful relationship with multiple women, and that's what Gaul wanted. He wanted both Lunior and Samira to be his. Making that resolve in his heart, he continued on his way home. Hoping he could make his dream a reality. When Morix learned of Gaul's intentions, he would cry tears of joy. Since it means his friend had finally become his true apprentice in the ways of building a harem. A task Morix would more than willing to help him out with. Since he is a master of making them. Chapter 121, Chapter 109, Let's Go Kill a Two-Headed Dragon. Third person, POV. Inside of Athena's room, Rio sat on her goddess's bed, getting her status updated. It had a few weeks since she had done so, and when Morax noticed this he told her to go and get it checked. So here she is. As Athena finished checking and updating Ryu's status, the elf slipped her shirt back on. So, how does it look, Lady Athena? Ryu asked. Good. You are doing well, Ryu. Also, you seem to have obtained a new skill. Athena explained. She then handed Ryu her status sheet so she could see her progress herself. Taking the paper from Athena, Ryu looked at her current status. Name, Ryu Lion. Level, 4. Strength, E455, E462. Endurance, D550, D559. Dexterity, S945, S951. Agility, S930, S939. Magic, S905, S912. Magic. Noah Heal, a healing type magic which heals the target's wounds and restores stamina, though it takes time for the magic to take effect. Effect rises in forested areas. Chant, the song of a now distant forest. The nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those that seek you. Luminous Wind, an offensive wind and light wide area attack type magic. The user summons green stardust to attack the enemy. The stardust gathers in several orbs which the user can release all at once to cover a wide area or keep some near to apply them at a convenient moment. The user can make a single orb explode with the chant, Luvia. Chant, in the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of starfire. Give the mercy of light to the one who abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light with stardust and destroy the enemy. Slot 3. Skills. Arrow Mana, the user's attack power increases the faster they are running. A blue flash will border their weapon when the skill is in effect. Fairy Serenade, the effect of the user's magic is increased and the effect rises at night. Mind Load, the user's strength stat is increased when attacking using mind. Active Trigger. Whisper on the Wind, decreases the amount of mind used when casting spells based on how fast the user is running. Developmental abilities. Hunter, rank G. Abnormal Resistance, rank G. Magic Resistance, I. After reviewing her new status, Ryu handed her sheet to Athena, who disposed of it. So, what do you think? Athena asked Ryu. It's good. Ryu replied. Actually, her status so good enough that Ryu came to the decision she is ready to level up. Standing up from Athena's bed, she left her goddess's room to go discuss her decision with Morax. Morax, POV. Sitting in my office, I was finishing up some paperwork when I heard a knock. Come in. I said. When I did, Ryu entered, closing the door behind her. She then came to stand in front of my desk. Yes, Ryu. I asked her. I just finished having my status updated by Athena. She explained. After reviewing it, I feel I am ready to level up. I see. Well, alright then, but let's discuss it with the others later. I said. Ryu nodded. Sure, that's fine. Great. I said. Finishing up the last of my paperwork. Now then, since business has been concluded, it's time for some play. I said. I then stood up from my chair and walked around to Ryu. Grabbing her, but I gave it a light slap and a squeeze, making Ryu's entire body shudder. Since she really enjoys it when I play with her ass. Besides her ears, it's her biggest weak spot. Morax, in your office. Ryu cried. Her face flushed. You really are a pervert. Says the person who loves it when I slap and punish her ass. I retorted. I then picked Ryu up and sat her atop my desk. Going in for a kiss, my fairy elf didn't protest any longer, and we have into carnal pleasure. Making sure to pick up all the papers that fell off my desk afterwards. We also checked to make sure none of either of our fluids stained them. Since that happened once more, and we never wanted a repeat of said situation ever again. Sitting on the couch in the living room, I had Ryu seated in my lap. The others sitting around us. Since we are having our nightly meeting. So Ryu told me earlier she feels she's ready to level up. I said. Ryu nodding her head. Yes, I am. What a coincidence. I feel ready to level up as well. Leon Michelli said. Me too. Rogue said. I'm ready to become level 5. He stated. Me as well. Dialect stated. Well then, looks like we need to do something big to get you all what you want. And I just so happen to have the perfect plan in mind. I said. What might that be, Captain? Arian asked. We'll fight and defeat the Amphisbaena. I spoke. Since although we have been to the lower and deep floors a number of times now, the only monster Rex we've ever fought and defeated is the Goliath. But if we want go get stronger, that needs to change. We need to push ourselves past our limits. Thus it's time to go and kill that two-headed dragon. It's classified as level 5 and level 6 if fought while in the water. A perfect challenge for everyone to gain the Excelia needed to reach their next levels. Any objections? I asked. No one spoke up. Looks like the plan is set. I spoke. Amphispana, here we come. Chapter 122, Chapter 110, New Weapons. Sitting with my back to Athena, I waited patiently as she finished updating my status. Because to take down the Amphispiana, the others and I are going to need every advantage we can get. That thing is no joke. I remember it from the light novels, and I'm pretty sure the only way the Hestia Familia beat it was due to plot armor. Otherwise they probably would have ended up dead. Which is why I want to make sure my friends and I are as prepared as possible so we don't lose anyone. No, rather I won't allow anyone to be lost. As the glow on my back died down, Athena handed me my status sheet and I reviewed it. Name, Morex Lapis. Level, 5. A/N, I said he was level 5 already in a previous chapter. Strength, E458, E465. Endurance, D502, D515. Dexterity, D505, D519. Agility, E492, D500. Magic, D520, D528. Magic. Geoforce, an Earth-type magic that allows the user to create and manipulate Earth constructs. The more complex the constructs are, the faster mind is drained. Chant, ground and soil, heed my command and come forth. Seismic burst, an enchantment-type magic that allows the user to generate compressed vibrational energy around their arms or legs and coat their weapons with it. Chant, tear the earth asunder. Planet befall, an offensive wide-area earth attack-type magic which allows one to summon a meteorite 25 meters in diameter within an area of a 50-meter radius of their own body to attack enemies. Chant, I will have order. Skills. Geo Archon, increases the effect and power of any earth-based magic. It also doubles the user's strength and agility stats anytime they are in combat within rocky terrain. This allows one to be able to sense people within a 50-meter radius upon rocky terrain, but only if they are part of one's familia. Dragonification allows one to transform into a dragon that is 7 meters in length. Doing so boosts all of his stats by double. Active trigger. Transformation drastically drains mind and physical stamina. Gaia's Embrace, when inside of rocky terrain the user's mind and physical stamina is actively but slowly restored faster than normal. Lord of Geo, heavily increases the user's resistance to earth-based magic attacks, as well as reduces the mind usage required when the user employs earth-based magic themselves. Developmental abilities. Hunter, rank G. Abnormal resistance, rank G. Mage, rank I. Spearmanship, rank I. Looking at my status, I nodded. Things are looking good. With any luck I will reach level 6 by next year. Then I'll max out all my stats and go for level 7. Once I was finished reviewing my status, I handed the paper to Athena and she disposed of it. As she did so, I put my shirt back on and then bid her farewell. I have an appointment I needed to keep after all. Reaching the gates of the Hephaestus Familia home, I greeted the guards and then walked straight inside. Over the years they've come to know me, so I can do this. After entering through the gates, I headed to Kaijin's workshop. When I got there I knocked on the door, but got no answer. So I knocked again and still got no answer. Seeing this, I kicked the door open without any hesitation. Otherwise Kaijin will never answer it. I've learned this over the years since he became my personal blacksmith. When he's working or thinking about a new project, he blocks out everything else. So unless you are forceful, you won't get anywhere with him. The same way Tsubaki was when we met all those years ago. As the door hit the wall, Kaijin turned away from his desk and looked at me. "Oh Morex, when did you get here?" he asked. "A few minutes ago, but since you weren't answering I decided to make my presence known," I explained. Stepping inside his workshop. Sorry about that. I was thinking of a new project," Kaijin said. I waved him off. "It's fine. I know how you are. So, is it ready?" I asked him. "Sure is," Kaijin said. He then went over to one of his weapons racks and retrieved Vortex Vanquisher. But it's not the same as before. It's new and improved. Now's it's a blend of mithril and adamantite. Kaijin also imbued it with the Durandal property. So now my spear is a first-class weapon with an estimated value of 250 million valis. But in my eyes it's worth it. Not to mention I get a discount for retrieving materials from the dungeon for Kaijin when he can't go himself. He's actually level 4 and was quite active in the dungeon during his youth. But he decided to focus on blacksmithing after a while. As my Draven blacksmith and friend handed me Vortex Vanquisher, I started preforming some basic movements with it, getting a feel for how it's changed since it's been upgraded. After a few moments I stopped. The weight. It's heavier than before. I spoke. Yep, that would be the adamantite you had me add to it. Kaijin said. I see. I said. The new weight will take some getting used to, but it's nothing I can't handle. Thanks Kaijin. I told him. No problem. You are one of my best customers after all. He said. And I'll continue to be so long as you keep doing great work like this. I said. Pointing at Vortex Vanquisher as I did. Once I get back from my expedition, let's go drink and celebrate. Sure thing. He told me. Once he did so, I left and headed back to the Owl House to train with Vortex Vanquisher in preparation for the expedition. As I arrived back home, I noticed Gaul, Leon Michelli, Dialek, and Rogue standing in the courtyard. Each of them brandishing their new weapons which they received from the Gobina Familia. Since we're making money due to selling Echidna's grimoires and our dives into the dungeon, we all decided it was time for an equipment upgrade. I walked over to them, giving a low whistle at their new equipment. Nice new weapons you guys have got, I said. Leon Michelli is wielding her new blade. An adamantite sword which she named Elysium. Image here. Gaul has a new pair of gauntlets, which he calls Nemaios. Image here. Dialek has a new claymore blade composed of mithril and various ingots which he has named Wolf's Gravestone. Image here. Finally, Rogue has a newly forged katana composed of the rare metal from the Far East Hurricane, which he has named Yoro. Image here. All of these weapons, like my new Vortex Vanquisher, are first-class weapons. But again, it's worth it since we all want to go further and surpass our limits. Vortex Vanquisher is looking good as well, Morex. Dialek spoke. Thanks. I replied. So, you guys up for some training? Yes, definitely. Rogue said. Of course. Leon Michelli spoke. We need to prepare for the expedition after all. Gaul said. And we need to get acquainted with our new weapons. Dialek added. All right then, let's get to it. I said. Thus our training with our new weapons began. Chapter 123, Chapter 111, Athena Familia vs. Amphispiana. Standing in front of the others, I looked over them, since today is the day we are leaving on our expedition to take down the Amphispiana. After 3 weeks of preparation, it's finally time. All right, let's move out, I said. Once I did so, I pulled up my hood and we left the Owl House and started heading towards Babel Tower. As we did so, I couldn't help but turn my gaze to Rio. Since for some reason she's finally started wearing the same adventurer outfit she did during canon. Image here. Which I have no issue with, it's just seeing Rio wearing that makes it hard to focus at times. Especially since she's wearing bloomers that leave little to the imagination. I still can't wrap my head around where Rio got the idea to wear something like what she is. I thought elves are conservative, and yet here she is displaying a lot of her skin. Maybe I'll ask her about it. But not right now. I need all my focus for the battle ahead. Since it's not going to be easy. Not in the slightest. Third person, POV. Standing on the edge of a cliff in a large cave on the 27th floor, Morex looked at the scene before him. A large lake with only one tunnel for both entrance and exit. He also noted several other tunnels that allowed entrance and exit to the large cave he was in. But the tunnel of the lake is his main focus. As Morex continued focusing his gaze on the lake entrance, Rio walked up to his side and stood by him. Neither of them saying a word. As the two stood in silence, they were suddenly put on guard when they heard a loud roar heading in their direction. Rarg. It's time. Morex said. Yes. Rio retorted, nodding. A few moments after the two of them spoke, Reiner, Rogue, and Gaul came running through the lake entrance tunnel. Since there were footpaths on either side of the river. The moment after the three of them entered the cave, a massive beast did the same thing. It is the Amphispiana. Morex had instructed Reiner, Rogue, and Gaul to lure the monster Rex to the specific area they are in as part of his plan to defeat the monster. Now, it is time for Phase 2 to begin. The moment the Amphispiana was situated in the lake of the cave, Morex raised his free hand, which was a symbol to Echidna. Seeing it, she raised gloom in the direction of the lake tunnel entrance and chanted. Pierce, destroy, and rip apart. Hunt them down no matter where they may run or hide. Obliterate. Jewald. Using her magic, Echidna destroyed the lake tunnel entrance, trapping the Amphispiana in the cave. Morex had researched this monster Rex in detail, and he knew fighting it on the open water of the Water City would be suicide. That's why he created a plan to trap the beast so he and his familia can defeat it without having to worry about it trying to escape. But trapping it was the easy part, now the hard part comes. Letting out two ferocious roars, the Amphispiana turned its attention to the Athena familia who was scattered throughout the cave it was now trapped in. Paying the beast no mind, Morex pointed the tip of Vortex Vanquisher in its direction. Charge. he shouted. The moment he did so, the battle began. Taking off in a run, Danmachi approached the Amphispina from the left side, while Danmachi approached it from the right side. The two of them brandishing their weapons intending to strike the monster. However, before this could happen, the Amphispina's left head unleashed its blue flame attack in the direction of Danmachi. Seeing this, she immediately backed off, running into one of the tunnels to avoid the attack. This is another region the Athena Familia chose this location. They can use the multiple tunnels for cover. And they had already done damage inside all of them, so no monsters would spawn as they battled against the Amphispina. While Danmachi escaped being burnt to a crisp, Danmachi reached the monster and delivered a slash to it using Wolf's Gravestone. He then backed off. As he did so, Morax and Rio prepared to launch their own attacks. Ground and soil, heed my command and come forth. Geo-force. In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of starfire. Give the mercy of light to the one who abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light with stardust and destroy the enemy. Luminous wind. When Morax finished his chant, several large stone spikes launched themselves from the ground toward the Amphispina, while Rio sent her stardust orbs to attack it simultaneously. Seeing the incoming attacks and sensing magic, the right head of the Amphispina unleashed its crimson mist to diffuse the magic before it even reached its body. Which worked on Rio's attack, but not on Morax's. His stone spikes pierced the Amphispina's body and did damage to it. Since Morax's attack wasn't pure magic, but rather he used his magic to manipulate and shape the nearby earth this time around. Thus the Amphispina's magic diffusing mist didn't affect it. Receiving Morax's attack, the Amphispina cried out in pain. As it did so, Rogue, Danmachi, and Gaul came out of the tunnels they were hiding in and pressed the attack. They delivered blow after blow to the Amphispina, which worked in wearing the monster Rex down, but it also made it angrier and angrier as the minutes went by. Eventually the two heads released a simultaneous roar. When they did so, they swept out their necks, hoping to strike Rogue and the others. But when they did, they retreated to the tunnels just like they had been doing, avoiding the attacks. Though right after this happened, the Amphispina's left head looked in the direction of the tunnel Rogue went through and then unleashed its flame attack directly towards it. Incoming Rogue. Morax shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing his captain and friend, Rogue ran as fast as he could, the blue flames of the Amphispina chasing him. Still, he continued to run. Until eventually he reached a central point where all the tunnels that led to the cave where the Amphispina is currently trapped met. The moment he did so, Rogue dove out of the path of the flames, narrowly escaping their touch. But he did. As he took a few deep breaths to recover, he hoped the others could manage without him for a while. Back in the tunnel, Morax turned to Rio, who simply nodded. She then left him to go and check on Rogue. After this happened, Morax focused his attention back on the Amphispina, who directed its gaze towards the sealed-off tunnel. Turning in its direction, it started heading towards it. It's trying to escape. Cut it off. Morax shouted. Just after he did so, Echidna unleashed Jewald, and Reiner unleashed Azuchi. But the Amphispina sensed the attacks incoming and dove under the water to avoid them. Then a second after this happened, blue flames broke the surface of the water, and went in all directions of the cave. Backing up into the tunnel behind him, Morax watched as the cave became a sea of blue flames. He could feel the heat from where he stood. As the flames continued, he started to hear banging taking place inside of the cave. Damn! He cursed, realizing the Amphispina was only trying to keep them busy enough to escape the cave. Despite this, Morax isn't about to give up. He waited until the flames finally stopped. In that brief moment, Morax ran back into the cave. He then aimed Vortex Vanquisher like a javelin and hurled it in the direction of the Amphispina's blue head, his attack striking it right in its left eye. As the monster roared out in pain from having its eye pierced, Morax jumped down and landed next to the lake. He then spoke an incantation. I will have order. Planet befall. The second after Morax completed his magic, a large magic circle appeared in the air above him, and then a second later a meteorite exited it and went straight towards the Amphispina, striking it directly. As the explosion occurred, the cave shook, but Morax remained steadfast. But so did the Amphispina. Turning its one remaining good eye in the direction of Morax, the blue head prepared to unleash its flame attack at him. Only for Milhur and Ariane to come out and strike it at that exact moment. Seeing his friends come to his aid, Morax moved close to the blue head of the Amphispina and retrieved his spear from its eye. He, Milhur, and Ariane then retreated. But not before the blue head of the Amphispina managed to get off a small round of flames in their direction, which managed to hit Morax on his left arm. Ack! Falling into the tunnel, Morax screamed as his left arm burned. Seeing this, Milhur acted immediately. She retrieved an anti-burning potion and tossed it on the wound, which stopped the flames. She then retrieved a high potion and tossed it on the wound, repairing any damage. Thanks, Millie. Morex said through gritted teeth. Don't mention it. Can you stand? She asked. Yeah. Morex said. He then stood to his feet, leaning on Vortex Vanquisher for support. Once he did so, the three of them moved to regroup with the others. Arriving at where the tunnels met, they were greeted to the sight of Rogue, who is still alive, making them all breathe a sigh of relief. Morex, Ryu said. She then ran over to him and checked his injury. It's fine. But let's head back in there and finish this. The Amphispiana is trying to escape. And if it does, defeating it will become that much harder. He explained. After he did so, his friends nodded their heads. It had time to finish the battle. The entire Athena Familia entered the cave. As they did so, they noticed the Amphispiana had completely recovered its strength. Turning its attention to them, the blue head released its flames. When it did, Morex was prepared this time. Ground and soil, heed my command and come forth. Geo-force. He created a shield of earth to block the flames. Then as soon as they stopped, he lowered it. William, you're on. Morex spoke. The moment he did so, William stepped forward and took hold of his bow. As he did so, the Amphispiana prepared to attack him. But before it could, the others intervened, allowing William to focus. Aiming his bow in the direction of the Amphispiana, William began chanting the incantation for his new magic, which he obtained from reading a grimoire he received from Echidna. The sun, the moon, and the stars heed my call. Grant me your power. Give me a weapon with which to slay my enemies with. A shot that will never miss, one that will chase my foes down and smite them no matter what stands in its way. A shot that burns brightly just as you three do when you appear. The sun, the moon, and the stars, I implore you once again, give form to my weapon and grant it to me. Starlight shot. The moment William finished his chant, an arrow of pure light appeared in his grasp. Notching it in his bow, he then took aim and unleashed it. When William did this, the arrow of light rocketed forward and pierced the body of the Amphispiana, causing massive damage and creating a massive explosion. This is William's new magic, Starlight Shot, which allows him to create an arrow of pure light with incredible attack power. As the Amphispiana roared in pain, the rest of the Athena Familia pressed the attack, using magic and weapons, until eventually the monster Rex was on its last legs. Seeing this, Morex ran forward alongside Ryo. Then when the couple reached the beast, Ryo delivered a slash cutting of its left head, while Morex used Vortex Vanquisher to sever its right, ending the beast in the battle. As the monster evaporated and its magic stone hit the water, the Athena Familia celebrated their victory against their first lower floor boss. Chapter 124, Chapter 112, Let's Go to the Beach. Morex, POV. Lying in my bed, I watched the sunrise as Ryo used me as her personal pillow like she usually does when she stays in my room. Last night we went out and had a huge celebration, since defeating the Amphispiana allowed Ryo to reach level 5 just like she wanted. The others as well. Not only that, but it turns out the rest of us fulfilled the conditions to level up. So when we are ready we can do so. It was all around good news. As I finished watching the sunrise, I felt a pleasant sensation on my rising morning wood. Looking, I saw Ryo is grinding on me, a smile on her face. But her eyes are still closed. Morex, more. Don't stop. Please teach this naughty elf maid a lesson. She said. Oh, she must be having a sex dream, I thought. But seriously, Ryo is really lewd. Since we've never done any sort of maid roleplay before. Yet she's dreaming about it. Looks like I know something else we can do in the future. As I put a smile on my face, I enjoyed Ryo's morning wake-up call. Even if she didn't realize she was giving me one. When the time came, and I got my happy ending, I woke Ryo up, and then after we cleaned ourselves we went downstairs and joined the others for breakfast. Then after we finished eating, Athena clapped our hands, drawing everyone's attention to her. Alright my lovely children, I have an announcement to make. Since you've all been working so hard, I think you deserve a little treat. As such, I'm taking us all on a vacation to Melon. She explained. Oh, the beach, I said. Let's go. I want to have some fun under the sun. William spoke. Just thinking of all those lovely men and women wearing swimsuits. How delicious. Echidna said, drooling a little. I think a vacation would be good. We don't want everyone to burn out. Dialek spoke. Dialek, don't lie. You just want to see Millie in a swimsuit, don't you? Leon Michelli asked. No comment. Dialek responded. Swimsuit Ryo. I thought. That's going to be wonderful. Okay, settle down. I know you are all excited, but things aren't going to be that easy. First we need to fill out the necessary forms for the trip from the guild. No. Leon Michelli shouted. No, paperwork. No, no, no. I won't. She cried, getting a slightly crazed look in her eyes as she did so. Yeah, paperwork is her kryptonite. Okay, Leon, just calm down. I will help Athena fill out the forms. So you don't have to worry. I told her. Thank you, Morix. Leon Michelli said. After she did so, I put a wry smile on my face. The meeting ended quickly thereafter. Then once it did, I got dressed and started heading towards the Pantheon with Athena and William. The three of us arrived in no time. Once we did, we went straight up to Rose, where I gave her a quick kiss. Morning, Rose, I said. Morix, William, and Goddess Athena. What can I help you with today? She asked. We need the forms we need to fill out so we can go to Melon. Athena explained. Oh, heading to Melon are we? Rose asked. Yep. For vacation. I told her. I see. Rose said. One moment. I will go and retrieve all the necessary forms you need to fill out. She said. Rose then walked off and returned 10 minutes later, handing me a stack of forms. After she did so, I leaned in closer to her. Hey, no need to worry. I'll come see you before we leave and we can spend some quality time together. I whispered to her. Since I know Rose felt a little down when she heard I would be going on vacation without her. Although her facial expression didn't change. But if I couldn't read my girl, then I wouldn't be able to call myself her man. Simple as that. Hearing my words, Rose's ears and tail wagged slightly. Bye, Rose. See you later, I said. The three of us then left the Pantheon and started making our way home. Only to run into Demeter, one of Athena's other close friends from heaven, as we did so. Athena, good morning, she said. Oh, Demeter, good morning to you as well. She spoke. How are you doing today? Good, she replied. Also, tell that white lion boy of yours thank you for me. Egal, why? Athena asked. Because he made Lunior extremely happy. Demeter explained. Since Gaul and Lunior started officially dating. And Lunior is basically a part of Demeter's familia. So I can see why she wants to give Gaul thanks. Will do, Athena said. Thank you, Demeter said. We then parted ways with her and continued on our way back to the Owl House. Arriving, Athena and I went straight to my office and started working on filling out all the forms so our familia could go on a vacation to Melon. Since Orario has strict guidelines about powerful familia within its borders leaving the city. The higher ranked and more powerful a familia is, the more stringent the requirements for them to leave Orario's borders is. It's a pain to do this, but it's so order within the dungeon city can be maintained. That's why I'm doing it. Since I definitely want to see Rio in a swimsuit. Chapter 125, Chapter 113, Vacation. A smile on my face, I enjoyed the gentle breeze as I relaxed in the wagon I am riding in along with the others. Since we are finally on our way to Melon to start our vacation. We completed the paperwork 2 weeks ago, but it took time for the guild to process it. However, the moment they did, we were off, and now after a day of leisurely travel we are almost at our destination. As we came over a hill, I spotted Melon in the distance. Looks like we've arrived, I said. Finally, the beach, William shouted. Yes, the beach, Echidna echoed. The wagon arrived in town in no time at all. Once it did, we all disembarked and headed to a local hotel that could accommodate our entire familia and checked in. Then right after we did so, we all decided it was time for some fun in the sun. We headed straight to the beach. Standing in the sand, I looked out at the water. Perfect day for some fun at the beach, I said. Yep, sure is, Reiner added. The two of us had already changed into our swimwear and are waiting for everyone else. I am sporting some dark orange swim trunks, while Reiner is wearing some dark red ones. A few moments passed before the rest of the guys joined up with us. Dialek is wearing blood red trunks, Rogue is wearing black trunks, Gaul is wearing yellow ones, while William is wearing sunglasses and a dark green speedo of all things. Looks like our half-elf archer is really going all out. Finally, we are here, William said, turning his head from side to side. And even though I can't see his eyes due to his sunglasses, I know his gaze are focused on all the women running around in bikinis all around us. A majority of them are actually looking in our group's direction, eyeing us like pieces of meat. Which I am flattered by, but I've already got women in my life so I pay them no attention. What are we waiting for? Let's go and enjoy the water, Gaul said. Wait. We need to wait for Athena and the girls. Dialek spoke up. Then just as soon as he did, they arrived. Sorry for the wait, boys, Athena said. She came leading the girls, wearing a dark blue bikini with sunglasses covering her eyes just like William. Following her is Leon Michelli wearing a white bikini. Milhior is wearing a pink bikini with frills. Who Dilek can't take his eyes off of. His nose is even bleeding a little bit. Echidna is wearing an all-black bikini that actually works great with her naturally pale skin. Her hair is also tied up in a bun. Ariane is wearing a one-piece purple swimsuit, using her hands to cover her chest with an embarrassed expression on her face. But that is only making the males, and a good number of females, stare at her even more than everyone else in our group. Finally there is Rio, who is wearing a purple and floral pattern bikini. Image here. Looking at her I can feel my nose bleed a little bit. Oh yeah, doing all that paperwork for this vacation was definitely worth it, I thought, burning the image of Rio wearing a swimsuit into my brain. Alright, time for fun, William shouted. He then ran towards the water, followed by Gaul. Echidna not far behind. Going over to Dilek, Milhior grabbed his right arm and pushed it into her breasts, pulling him towards the water. As she did so his nosebleed only got worse. Meanwhile the others set up our beach equipment. Then before I knew it Athena was sunbathing alongside Leon Michelli. While Rogue was sitting in the shade, muttering under his breath how he wished Kagaya was with us so he could see her in a swimsuit. Now I bet that would be a sight. Of course I am speaking objectively. I would never have fantasies about my friend's girlfriend. That violates the bro code, which I follow as best I can. Moving on. Pretty soon everyone was doing their own thing. Except for Rio, who was standing in place, fidgeting while looking at the water. Seeing this I went over to her. Hey, what's the matter? If you want to go and play in the water just go. I want to but. Rio trailed off, getting an embarrassed expression on her face. Don't tell me, I thought. Rio, can you not swim? I asked her. Not so loud. She slightly shouted, confirming my suspicions. Hey, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. And lucky for you you've got a great boyfriend who is ready and willing to teach you how to swim, I said. I then took her hand and led her over to the water. Getting in I led Ryu out just a bit offshore. Now then, swimming is simple. Lean forward and start slightly kicking your legs. I'll hold onto your hands, and I won't let go until you're ready, I explained. Ryu nodded. She then did what I asked. As I took both her hands she started lightly kicking in the water, and I gave her instructions when she messed up. Then before I knew it Ryu was swimming like a pro. Once she was the two of us fully enjoyed the beach alongside everyone else. Opening the door to hotel I shared with the other guys in my familia I went inside. After a fun day at the beach we went out for some local food, and now had only just gotten back to the hotel. The others are downstairs playing some cards, but I am ready for a bath. Since the place we are staying at has outdoor ones. Moving over to one of the closets I got ready to collect some towels and a robe, only to sense a presence enter the room. The moment I did so I pulled out a hidden knife I always carried on me for protection. Show yourself, whoever you are, I said. No need for that Morex lapis, a familiar voice said. Then in the next second Fells appeared before my eyes. You are the one from before, I said. Since Fells still hadn't told any of us his name, which is why I can't use it. Yes. Greetings again, my name is Fells by the way, he said. Okay then Fells, what are you doing here? I asked him. I come seeking the assistance of the Athena Familia on a matter of extreme urgency, Fells explained. We're on vacation, I told him. I know. And again, I would not be asking if it was not extremely important. However, the circumstances are that dire. There is also no one else I can ask. Please, Fells said. As he did so I sighed and then lowered my knife. What is it you require assistance with? A rescue mission, Fells spoke. One that is extremely important to Uranus, he said. Let me get my familia, and then you can tell us all the details, I said. I then stepped out of the room, wondering exactly what is so important to Fells and Uranus they would interrupt our vacation. Chapter 126, Chapter 114, Rescue. It only took me a few moments to find and gather everyone and bring them back to the guys' room, where Fells was waiting patiently. As I closed the door I went to stand by Athena's side. Right after I did so Fells reached into his cloak and took out a bell. He then shook it, and a strange sensation passed over me. What did you just do? Athena asked. I covered the room in a silencing barrier so our conversation cannot be overheard. On purpose or by accident, Fells explained. Oh, so interesting, Echidna said. Her gaze focused on the item in Fells' grasp. Echidna, I said. Right, sorry. I'll ask about it later, she said. I gave her a curt nod in response. So then Fells, what does Auranas wish my children to do for him? Athena asked. As I told your captain before, a rescue mission. Fells said. One that must be completed tonight. Are you crazy? Athena asked. Asking us to perform a rescue mission so last minute. You're not giving us any time to prepare. I realize that, and once more I apologize. You will be compensated for your troubles. Auranas has given his word on the matter. Fells explained. He better have. Athena said. So then, please tell us the details. She asked. Fells gave a nod in response. At 2 a.m. a slaver boat will be docking at an abandoned dock on Melon's southeastern coast. Once they do, they will make an exchange with a group of individuals I have been tracking for some time now who kidnapped the individual your familia will be rescuing. Fells explained. Who are these individuals you have been tracking? Dialek asked. They are members of the Ikelos familia. Fells revealed. The moment he said that, all of us got disgusted looks on our faces. Since the Ikelos familia is well known to be involved in criminal activities even now, but finding proof to take them down permanently has been difficult. Those bastards are careful. Not to mention they are actually quite strong. A good number of their members are level 3 and they have about a dozen level 4s. Then there is their captain. Dix Perdix. He's level 5, and although he's a piece of shit wearing human skin, his skills are the real deal. So now I can see why Fells is asking for our assistance. Especially with the Ikelos familia involved. This also means the individual he is asking us to rescue is most likely a Xenos. Which should be fine. I don't think any of the others would take issue with the Xenos. I know I don't. Still, I'll be on guard just in case. I see. Athena spoke. Very well then. Everyone, let's begin making preparations. Yes, Athena. We all said in unison. We then started prepping for the rescue operation. It's 8 p.m. right now, which means we have 6 hours until the rescue. Again, not a lot of mine, but we can definitely make it work. Those criminal scum won't know what hit them. Third person, POV. Under the cover of darkness, a medium-sized boat entered an abandoned dock. As it did so, a group of 7 individuals were waiting on shore in front of it. Standing around a cage covered with a tarp. These individuals belong to the Ikelos familia. Looks like our contact has arrived. The leader of the Ikelos familia members spoke. Let's make the deal and get paid. Then celebrate. He told his men. All of whom grinned and shouted in agreement. They paid no mind to their surroundings, since it was the dead of night and they were in an abandoned area that people rarely ventured into. That's why they decided to be somewhat loud. However, they all quieted down instantly, when the boat that had just docked was attacked with magic from both its left and right side. Seeing this put the Ikelos familia members on guard immediately. Shit, we've been found out. One of the members cried. Yeah, but by who? One questioned. Doesn't matter. We can worry about finding the traitor later. Retreat. The leader ordered. As he did so, his men followed his commands. They started retreating, taking the cage covered with the tarp along with them. The group moved to an alley in between some abandoned warehouses on the dock. But seconds after they did, a giant stone wall appeared in their path, blocking their advance. Shit. The leader shouted. Destroy that stone wall. He ordered his men. One of them with a large warhammer stepped up to do so. But before he could even take a swing, a shadow appeared over him, causing the men to look up. When he did so, he saw Rhea descending towards him from the sky. Alf's Lumina held tightly in her grasp. She reached the warhammer-wielding man and delivered a chop to the top of his head, killing him instantly. Landing on the ground, Rhea then pointed her weapon at the remaining Ikelos familia members. A cold look in her eyes. Give up and you will live. She spoke. Shut it, bitch. The leader screamed at Rio. He then took a moment to look at her body, and licked his lips in a perverted manner. Actually, now that I get a better look at you, I can see you're just my type. So how about I teach you some manner and then we can have some real foodash? The leader of the Ikelos familia members stopped speaking. He then fell to his knees with a cold sweat racing down his entire body. The reason? Immense killing intent was being directed at him. Courtesy of Morix. Shit, boss. Get up. Fuck this. I'm out of here. One of the Ikelos familia members screamed. But before he could make his escape, Rogue stepped out from the shadows directly behind him, and then placed him in a sleeper hold, pulling him back into the shadows. All without his comrades being any wiser. Speaking of the rest of the Ikelos familia members, most of them raised their weapons in Rhea's direction. Screw this. One of them shouted. There's only one elf bitch in front of us. So let's take her ass out and then we can escape. Yeah. The rest of the Ikelos Familia members shouted. Those poor dumb bastards. Just as they moved to attack Dialek, Leon Michelli, and Gaul entered the fray, jumping down from the rooftops of the warehouses to assist Rio. In no time at all the four of them made short work of the Ikelos Familia members, their leader not moving the entire time. Since the immense killing intent Morex is directing at him kept him in place, he felt that if he made a single move he would die in an instant. Which isn't entirely untrue. When the leader of the Ikelos Familia members was the only one remaining, Morex made his appearance. Jumping down from one of the warehouse rooftops, he slowly but surely walked up to the leader, a completely serene smile on his face. But what the leader saw was a demon in human skin. Reaching the leader, Morex leaned down and looked him directly in the eyes, placing his left hand gently on his shoulder. Hey. So, I didn't quite catch what you said earlier. Morex spoke. What? The leader asked. I said. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly earlier. That you were going to teach the masked elf some manners, and then have some fun or something along those lines, right? Morex spoke. The leader stuttered. Since he felt that if he answered in a way Morex didn't like he would experience a fate far worse than death. Well, I'm waiting. Answer me. Morex spoke. But he didn't sound mad or angry at all, which only made the last remaining member of the Ikelos Familia fear for his life even more than he already was. I mean. Yes. The Ikelos Familia member answered. Good, that's what I thought you said. Morex spoke. He then squeezed the shoulder of the Ikelos Familia member tighter and tighter until. Pop. It made a popping sound, signifying Morex just broke his shoulder. Ack. The Ikelos Familia member screamed in pain. But Morex cared not. He then held onto him and leaned into his ear. Then he whispered. If you ever look at my precious Rio or any woman like the way you did earlier ever again, next time I won't just break your shoulder. I'll cut off that thing between your legs. Are we clear? Yes. The Ikelos Familia member shouted. Good. Morex said. He then leaned back and punched the Ikelos Familia member in the face, knocking him out. Once he did this, Morex put a normal smile on his face and moved over to the tarp-covered cage, like what he just did was done by an entirely different person. None of his Familia members commented on it though, since they all knew what Morex was like. He could go from relaxed and happy to a cold and calculating killer in an instant. But none of them were scared of him. Reaching the cage, Morex didn't hesitate. He grabbed the tarp and pulled it off, confirming his suspicions. Inside the cage was a female, but she has monster features, those of a harpy. The Athena Familia had just rescued a Xenos. Chapter 127, Chapter 115, Xenos. Third person, POV. After Morex removed the tarp from the cage, everyone was left speechless. Since inside of the cage was a monster. A harpy. But it wasn't attacking them. Rather it was cowering in fear of them. Please, don't hurt me. The harpy girl spoke. As she did so, everyone got even more confused than they already were. Wait, is she a monster? Leon Michelli asked. She looks like one. But she's talking. Dialek pointed out. What the fuck? Gaul blurted out, saying the words on everyone's mind. Except for Morex, of course. Since thanks to his foreknowledge he knew exactly what was going on. Still, he put a surprised expression on his face as to not let his friends know the truth. He's a pretty decent actor. Rhea said nothing. She just continued staring at the harpy girl in the cage. Coming out the shadows where he was hiding, Rogue did the same thing. As the Athena Familia members continued to stare at the Xenos, Fells appeared in the alley. Well done. I thank you for your assistance, Athena Familia. He spoke. Hey, explain. Leon Michelli demanded. Why is there a monster girl in front of us talking and scared? She asked. Everything will be explained in due time. But let us leave the area first, since I don't think this is the best place to have that conversation. Fells said. Fells is right. Let's move out. Morex spoke. He then walked up to the cage and cut it open using Vortex Vanquisher. After he did so, the harpy girl climbed out. Some of her fear gone after seeing Fells, since she knew him. And she knew he would never do anything to harm her. Same for his allies. Once the harpy girl was free from her cage, the Athena Familia left the area, making sure not to forget to bring the unconscious Ikelos Familia member along with them. He still had some questions to answer after all, no matter if he wanted to or not. Morex, POV. Standing against the wall of the abandoned warehouse we selected as our meeting place after the operation, I watched as the Xenos we rescued interacted with the others. Turns out her name is Fear. One of the Xenos who appears during canon. Though I didn't realize such until she told us her name. After living in this world for so long, I've forgotten a lot of minor details about the Danmachi plot. The major events are still firmly in my mind, but little things have slipped. Like the names of certain characters. Overall, it's not a huge deal in the long run. Hearing the door to the warehouse opened, I turned my head in its direction. Seeing Reiner and his group enter. Since they were the ones responsible for dealing with the slavers and their ship. "Hey, so how did it go?" I asked them. "We didn't have any problems. We eliminated the slavers and their ship entirely," Reiner explained. "Nice work," I said. "Right," Reiner said. After he did so, his gaze then immediately went to Fear. Is that a harpy or have I gone insane?" William asked. "No, that is a harpy. But she's not dangerous. She's an intelligent monster who has feeling and emotions," I explained. "Oh!" Echidna shouted, getting a strange smile on her face and a weird look in her eyes. Running up to Fear, she started panting heavily like some pervert. "Intelligent monster. Ha, hey little one, what do you say to letting me examine your body thoroughly?" Echidna asked. As she did so, I gave a nod in Rhea's direction. Getting one in return, she took out Alf's Lumina and smacked Echidna over the head. Before grabbing her collar and dragging her away from Fear. Just as she did so, Fels returned, Athena by his side. Since she stayed at the hotel while we conducted the operation. Upon entering, Athena's eyes landed on Fear. She then put a dangerous smile on her face and turned to Fels. "Fels, mind explaining?" she said. As she did so, I saw Fels shiver visibly. Which he shouldn't be able to do since he has no skin on his bones. Hey, bone joke. Anyway. Yes. I was just waiting for everyone to arrive before giving an explanation to what Fear is, Fels said. After he did so, we then all gathered around him and he told us everything about the Xenos. How they are intelligent monsters born in the dungeon, how other monsters hunt them, how they long for the surface, and how they are being sold on the black market. But most importantly, he told us how Arenas wishes to be able to help the Xenos live on the surface one day. So that's Arenas' game. Athena mused. Yes, Lord Arenas wishes to help the Xenos. Fels explained. No matter how long it may take. Of course. It's not like people will just accept the Xenos. Milhur spoke up. She's right. They look like monsters and people usually always judge based on outside appearance instead of what's inside. If the Xenos' existence was made known to the world at large, adventurers would start hunting them as well. Thank you for explaining things to us, Fels. Now then, I have 3 questions for you. Who else knows about the Xenos? What are Uranus's plan to help introduce them to the surface world? Finally, was Arenas always planning to get my familia and I involved with the Xenos? Athena asked. She took the words right out of my mouth. I'm pretty sure Arenas and Fels could have rescued Fear without us some way. Yet, they specifically asked for my familia's help. Telling me they wanted to introduce us to a Xenos, and had hardly any fears we would hurt her. Everything is probably all going according to Arenas' plan. He's not the leader of Orario and the guild for nothing. To answer your questions in order, Lady Athena. Ganesha knows about the Xenos, as does his captain Shaktivarma. For your second question, this year we will introduce an event in Orario known as Monsterphilia. Where the Ganesha Familia will bring monsters from the dungeon up to the surface and tame them in front of the public. Showcasing that monsters can be docile and can be understood. As for the last question, yes. Arenas was always planning to involve the Athena Familia with the Xenos. He felt that you would not judge them as monsters, but rather assist us in helping them. Fels spoke. I see. Athena mused. Well, Arenas was right. My children and I will have no issues aiding the Xenos. Isn't that right, all of you? She asked us. I'm fine with it. Gaul said. Yeah, I've got no problem with this. Rogue said. So there are more Xenos than just the cute little harpy. I want to study them all. Echidna said. I see no problem in helping them. Ryu stated. Everyone else agreed in helping the Xenos as well. There you have it, Fels. Athena said. You can tell Arenas we are on board. He will be most pleased to hear that. Fels stated. Also, we wish to ask the Astria Familia to help us in our cause to bring the Xenos to the surface, and we would like your assistance in bringing them into the fold. He said. No problem. I have no doubt Astria and her girls would be more than happy to help the Xenos out. I'll talk to her about it and let you know. Athena said. Most appreciated. Fels said. Well then, I think it is time Fear and I took our leave. Please enjoy the rest of your vacation. He spoke. With that we said our goodbyes to fear and fells and returned to our hotel. A mission accomplished and a new one gained. Just another day in the world of Danmachi. A/N, so I just want to say that JC staff killed it on this week's episode of Danmachi. They really captured the demise of the Astrea Familia so well. Showcasing all of Ria's pain and grief. As well as her anger. And cuteness. Considering the blush she gave Belle during the end of the episode. Yep, it was excellent. But next week's episode will be even better. Since it's finally time for the 37th floor safe zone scene, where Belle and Ryu hug each other naked. I swear if the anime ruins it I won't ever forgive them. It better be glorious. That's all. Chapter 128, Chapter 116, Haruheim. Lying down in the wagon I got comfortable. The other filing inside and doing the same. After 2 weeks in Melon for our vacation we're finally heading back to Orario today. Which I am looking forward to. Since while vacation has been fun, home is where the heart is. Not to mention I can't wait to see Rose and Shakti. Once everyone was settled in the carriage it started moving, and we got on our way. Leaving Melon behind us. As we did I glanced at Rio, and deciding on something. Moving I placed my head on her lap. Which caused her to get a massive blush on her face all the way to her ears. Morax, what are you doing? She shouted. Nothing. I just want to use your awesome thighs as a pillow inside the hard wooden floor of the wagon is all. I casually said. I can stop if you want. No, just, give me some warning next time. Ryu whispered. But then I wouldn't get to see such a cute side of you. I replied. Which only made Ryu's blush deeper, and her ears twitch. Hey, enough with the pink zone you two. William complained. But Ryu and I ignored him. As she settled down I closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep on one of the best thigh pillows I've ever had. My eyes shooting open I saw up. Since I sensed killing intent being aimed in my direction. Looking around I saw we were still on the road back towards Orario. And since the road between Melon and Orario is regularly cleared of monsters due to the guild, the killing intent can only be coming from one source. Bandits. How many? I asked. Since everyone else was on alert as well. I'd say about 10, no 15 in total. Gall said. His ears twitching as he tried to use his enhanced animal hearing to give us an estimate of how many enemies there are. Echidna, Rogue, Reiner, and William. Protect Athena and the wagon. Everyone else, we're taking out the bandits directly. I said. Grabbing Vortex Vanquisher. These bastards picked the wrong people to fuck with. At my words everyone nodded. Once they did so all that was left to do was wait. Which we didn't have to do for long. Since 10 minutes passed and then people jumped out of the trees and bushes along the path, surrounding the wagon in a matter of seconds. No one will get hurt, so long as you do what we say. A male voice called out. Standing up I exited the wagon. As I did so I did a quick survey of the situation. 15 bandits, just like Gall said. All of them are surrounding the wagon, which means we don't have to deal with any long-range fighters or attacks. I thought. Excellent. Going around to the front of the wagon I saw the driver's entire body shaking. I gave him a reassuring smile, before turning my attention to the leader of the bandits. It is a huge man made of muscle, and standing at about 188 centimeters tall. Which makes him close to my own height of 191 centimeters. He is wearing a cocky grin on his face. So, they sent you out to negotiate, huh? The man asked me. Nope. I said. I just came out first to assess the situation. And it's just as we thought. There is nothing to worry about. I said. As I did so a vein on the bandit leader's forehead popped. Fucking brat. He spat. He then picked up the large sword planted in the ground next to him and pointed it at me. Got anything to say now? You're annoying. So die. I said. I then stabbed him straight through the heart with Vortex Vanquisher before he could even react. Pulling out my spear I gave the signal to the others. Start the party. I shouted. When I did so I heard them move out and start dealing with the bandits. Ack. Fuck. No, wait. No. The bandits begged for mercy but we showed them none. I quickly made short work of the ones in front of me. Then I regrouped with the others. What do we do with the bodies? Dialek asked. Echidna will use her magic to burn them. Then once we get back to Orario we'll make an official report to the guild. I said. Since bandits on this path would be bad for both cities. The others nodded at my words. After they did so we checked on the driver. He was fine. So then we prepared to get moving again. Only to stop when we heard a rustling in the bushes. Turning in its direction I had Vortex Vanquisher at the ready and approached the direction the noise came from. I got closer and closer, and when I was close enough I moved the bushes out of the way to see a dark brown sack of all things. And it was moving. Ryu and Leon Michelli arrived at my side and gazed at the sack as well. So, what should we do with it? Leon Michelli asked. I say we open it. I said. But we have no idea what's inside, it could be dangerous. Ryu said. While true, you just said we have no idea what's inside, Ryu. So let's open it and find out before we do anything else. I said. I'll open it. Watch my back. I told the two of them. They got their weapons ready. After they did so I untied the sack. When I did so the thing moving around inside crawled out, and my mouth almost hit the floor when I saw who it was. Haruhime. It looks like we just killed the bandits who were going to sell her in Orario, where she would then become a slave to the Ishtar familia. Turning her gaze in our direction, Haruhime flinched back in fright. Hey, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you. I said. I then leaned down toward her and extended my hand. We're not going to hurt you. Promise. I said. Haruhime stared at my outstretched hand for several long seconds. But eventually she took it. Once she did so I led her back to the wagon and introduced her to the others. So cute. Milhior and Echidna said in unison upon seeing Haruhime. They then started cuddling her and the like. Seeing this I put a small smile on my face. All right. I think we've wasted enough time here. Let's get a move on. I said. Once I did so William went to go sit up front with our driver, to protect him in case we run into any more trouble. The wagon then started moving again shortly after. As we did so I noticed Haruhime smiling a bit as Milhior and Echidna played with her. Good for her. After what she's been through the girl needs some happiness. And if I have anything to say about it, it will stay that way. I think we just found a new familia member. A/N, hope you enjoyed this chapter. The story never really specified when Haruhime arrived in Orario, so I decided to do it like this in my story. Also my main focus will be on this fanfic, and another one. A One Piece fanfic I am working on known as One Piece D. With the strongest crew. Check it out. Also give me power stones and reviews or I will curse you will erectile dysfunction. Chapter 129, Chapter 117, Home Sweet Home, Part 1. As the wagon continued on its way to Orario I moved over to Athena and discussed adding Haruhime to our familia. The girl was the prisoner of bandits, and she won't have any place else to go or anyone to look after her. That's why I think we should take her in. I said. Athena nodded. I agree. But let's save the rest of the discussion for when we get home. I nodded at her words. Once I did so I moved back over to Ryu and the others. Then in no time at all we reached one of the gates leading into Orario. As the wagon came to a stop all of us were asked to step out. For formality's sake. As the guards on duty went through the motions. One of them turned their gaze to Haruhime who was clinging to Milhior. Who is that girl? He asked. We rescued her from bandits and now she under our protection. I explained. I see. The guard said. Very well. He then let the matter lie. Once he did we then finished up procedures for admittance into the city and were led inside its walls. Finally, we're home. I said. I hoped you missed us Orario. Since we certainly missed you. Paying the wagon driver for bringing us home we all headed directly for the owl house. As we did so we happened to run into members of the Astria familia. Specifically Lyra, Noin, Nees, Iska, and Philvis. Oh, look who it is. So you guys are back from vacation, huh? Lyra asked. Being as blunt and brash as usual. Though I have to say I really like her personality. It's quite refreshing. Yep, we're back. Leon Michelli stated. So, anything interesting happened while we were out of the city? Nothing at all. Just normal stuff. Nees said. Good. I'm glad things didn't go to hell while we were gone. I spoke. Well, even if it had we would have handled it. Lyra replied. Yes, I know that well. I said. Well, it's great to see you girls but we must be going. Athena spoke. Also please inform Astria I wish to discuss a matter with her at her earliest convenience. Maybe over drinks. Please no Lady Athena. Philvis spoke up. Yes, please don't get Lady Astria drunk. We can't handle a repeat of last time. Noin said. The others girls of the Astria familia putting wry smiles on their faces. I can't blame them though. Since apparently Astria never touches alcohol unless she is in the presence of Athena. Who always manages to get her drunk. And well, turns out just like Ryu Astria is the touchy-feely type of drunk. Last time we went out together and it happened she started giving affections with a smile on her face. Not only to her own familia members but to me and my friends as well. Same with a couple of the other patrons of the bar. It was quite the interesting night to say the least. At the pleas of Noin and the others, Athena just put a smirk on her face. No promises, girls, she said. Hearing this, the girls simply sighed in resignation, while Athena continued smirking. The rest of us just put wry smiles on our faces. Well, see you guys later, I said. Right. Lyra spoke. She then looked at Rogue. Oh, and Rogue, I'll let Kagaya know you're back, since she has been very eager to see you, the pink-haired Palom said, raising her brows as she did. Then without saying anything else, she and the other girls left. What did Lyra mean? Rogue asked. You'll probably find out soon enough, I said. Though I think I know what she was talking about. Kagaya has gone without Rogue for 2 weeks, so she probably needs some sweet loving. My friend better prepare himself, since he's likely about to be sucked completely dry. Then again, if I was with a girl like Kagaya, I wouldn't mind her sucking me dry at all. Nope, not at all. Our group reached our home in no time at all. Entering, we headed into the living room. All right, everyone, Athena spoke up. I know you all have things you want to do or get done. But first I want to propose something to you all, she said. Athena then walked over to Haruheim and placed a hand gently atop her head. Since this little lady doesn't seem to have anywhere else to go, I was thinking of having her join our familia. Any objections? Haruheim said. Nope, I said. None at all. Dialek spoke. I welcome her with open arms, Ryu said. Let's have the little lady join us. Leon Michelli spoke. The others also voiced their acceptance of allowing Haruheim to join us. Well, it's unanimous then. But there is still one opinion that matters above all, Athena said. She then looked at Haruheim. Little lady, would you like to join us? Haruheim didn't say anything for several seconds. But eventually she slowly nodded her head. Yes. I would like to join you, she softly spoke. That settles it. Great, Athena said. Also, what might your name be? Since Haruheim hasn't told us her name and we didn't ask on the trip back, we didn't want to overwhelm her. Sanjuno Haruheim, Haruheim said. Well, Haruheim, welcome to the Athena familia, I told the girl, giving her a smile. One which I got in return. Right after I did, Athena escorted Haruheim up towards her room to give her fauna in private. Once she did, everyone went off to do their own thing. I got ready to head up to my room, only to hear a knock on the front door. Going over to it, I opened it up to see Kagaya standing right outside. Hey Kagaya, here to see Rogue? I asked. A knowing smirk on my face. My Morax, it looks like your face has ended up in a rather nasty position. Would you like me to fix it for you like I did Lyra's a short while ago? Kagaya asked. A smile on her face. But her eyes aren't smiling at all. No, no, I said, dropping my smirk. Come in, I said. Kagaya then stepped inside. Once she did, I closed the door behind her. That's when Rogue came out of the living room. Kagaya? He questioned. But she said nothing. Instead, she ran up to him and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. She then dragged him up the stairs as fast as she could. Though Rogue didn't try to fight her at all. Instead, he looked both happy and scared at the same time. As a man who is about to be sucked dry, I understand. Good luck, comrade. Good luck. Chapter 130, Chapter 118, Home Sweet Home, Part 2. Third person, POV. A stupid grin on his face, Gaul moved through the streets of Orario, on his way to the hostess to see Luinor. Since it was still early, he knew it wouldn't be busy like how it is at night. Meaning he could probably spend a few moments talking to her. And if Mamma Mia got upset, Gaul would just order something. He is actually hungry anyway, so things would work out perfectly. Though he really did just want to see Luinor. She was on his mind while he was on vacation with the others in Melon. As was Samira. Speaking of, I really need to introduce the two of them soon, Gaul thought. Since he still hadn't introduced the two girls that hold the top places in his heart. Which was bad. Since Morax told him that if he wanted to be with more than one girl, he needed to be honest with them and made sure they liked each other or at least could stand to be around each other. Otherwise, Gaul might be forced to choose between them in the best case, or in the worst case lose them both. As Morax told Gaul all this, he took it to heart. He also wrote it all down in a notebook for future reference. While continuing on his way to the hostess, Gall worked to devise a plan to introduce Samira and Luinor to each other. That is until a voice called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Gall. Turning around, Gall saw Samira. Seeing her, his ears and tail started twitching happily. Hey. He told her. So, it looks like you are back from vacation. Samira said. Since Gall told her about his plans before he left. Yep. The others and I just got back today. He explained. I see. Well then, how about you come by tonight? Samira said. She then walked up to Gall and blew in his ears. Right after she whispered. I'll make sure to make you roar all night long. The moment Gall heard those words, a shiver of anticipation ran across his entire body. But after it did, he remembered what he was just thinking about moments ago. Ah, Samira, while that does sound great, there is actually something I need to talk to you about. Gall explained. As he did so, Samira leaned back and gave him a curious look. Well, the thing is dash. Gall. Turning stiff as a board, Gall slowly turned around to find Luinor standing right behind him, bags of groceries in her arms. Seer standing right by her side in the same position. To say the situation Gall now found himself was awkward would be an understatement. You're back. Luinor said. Yes. We just got back today. Gall managed to say. Welcome back, Mr. Gall. I hope your vacation went well. Seer said. Yes. It did. Thank you, Seer. Gall told her. Oh Gall, do you know these girls? Samira asked. As she did so, both Luinor and Seer turned their gazes to the scantily clad white-haired Amazon. Looking at Samira, Luinor's womanly instincts started going off like crazy. Hello there. Who might you be and how do you know Gall? Luinor asked. Narrowing her eyes at Samira. But to Samira's credit, she didn't flinch from the brown-haired girl's gaze. She simply smirked and draped her arms around Gall. The name is Samira. She answered Luinor. And as for how I know Gall, well, I don't think that's a topic that should be discussed on the streets. She spoke. Since Samira wasn't that shameless. I see. Luinor said, narrowing her eyes. She then put a smile on her face and looked directly at Gall. But her eyes are not smiling at all. Gall, care to explain? Luinor asked in a sickeningly sweet voice. Which made Gall swallow a lump in his throat. This is not how he wanted the two most important women in his life to meet. At least things can't get any worse. Gall thought. Oh my Mr. Gall. To think you would be dating our Luinor and have this Amazon on the side. You are quite the womanizer, aren't you? Seer said. Damn it, Seer. Gall thought. In her usual fashion, Seer decided to add fuel to the fire without any hint of remorse for her actions. Oh, so you are dating the brown-haired girl, Gall? Samira said. Well, she looks like your type. I don't mind, by the way. So long as I can still enjoy you. She said. Brushing Gall's tail with her hand. Since Amazons weren't prudish when it came to being in a relationship with multiple partners at once. So long as their desires were satisfied. Hearing Samira's words to Gall, the smile on Luinor's face only got bigger. She also squeezed the bag of groceries she was carrying so hard in her arms they burst. Gall. I'm still waiting for an explanation. Luinor said. Hearing this, Gall simply sighed in resignation. He was in the exact situation Morex had warned him would happen if he didn't hurry up and introduce Luinor and Samira. So now he had to face the consequences of his actions. Or rather his inaction. I will explain everything. Gall said. Resigned to whatever fate awaited him after the upcoming conversation. As Gall's relationships were clashing and in danger of falling apart, another member of the Athena Familius relationship was the exact opposite. It was strong and only getting stronger. Creak, creak, creak. Rogue's bed creaked loudly as Kaguya rode him without any hesitations or reservations. Ever since she had dragged him into his room, she had been doing so. Having turned into a beast that was sucking him dry. They had been going at it non-stop and didn't show any signs of slowing down. Ha! Releasing a cry of pleasure, Kaguya orgasmed. As did Rogue. Once this happened, she fell atop him. Their bodies covered in sweat and shining. Then only 5 minutes passed before Kaguya was ready to go again. But Rogue wasn't the same. Hey, wait a moment, Kaguya. I need a bit more time to recover. Rogue said. But Kaguya ignored him. Foo-foo. Sorry, I can't wait that long. Just lie down and I take care of everything. She said. Kaguya then got started despite Rogue's pleas. As she started riding him again, Rogue could swear he saw hearts appear in Kaguya's eyes. He could also swear her breasts had gotten slightly bigger since he saw her before he went on vacation. Is this what they call womanly charm? Rogue thought. just as he came again. But even so Kaguya continued riding him. She wasn't satisfied. When Rogue went on vacation Kaguya soon found herself extremely frustrated and she couldn't satisfy her urges. Even when she tried to do so herself. So the moment she heard Rogue was back she went to him and finally got some release. But she was bent up and now she wasn't going to stop until she completely had her fill. Needless to say Rogue didn't get any rest for the rest of the day or most of the time. By the time Kaguya was finished with him he was basically a raisin. As she lay atop him soundly asleep, his nether regions throbbed in pain. Despite this he had an utterly satisfied smile on his face. So in the end both Kaguya and Rogue ended up content. Chapter 131, Chapter 119, One Strange Morning. Morex, POV. Releasing a yawn I got up from bed and then headed to the bathroom to relieve myself. Feeling completely and utterly refreshed. There's just something about sleeping in your own bed that makes rest all the more enjoyable if you ask me. Once I finished using the bathroom I hopped in the shower before putting on some comfortable clothing and heading downstairs. I wanted to eat something before heading out to see Shakti. Yesterday after going to see Rose at the guild I went to the Ganesha Familia home to see her. But I couldn't since Shakti was on a rare expedition into the dungeon from what Ilta told me. Apparently she's trying to level up. As to why Ilta explained to me it was because of RD's progress. She was steadily closing the gap in levels. Basically Shakti doesn't want her little sister to be stronger than her. Although she would never admit it. I find it adorable and I'm all for it. A level 6 Shakti is welcome as far as I am concerned. She's going to return from the expedition today and when she does I will greet her with a hug and a kiss. Like a proper lover should. Reaching the first floor I headed for the kitchen. Only to find Rogue sitting at the dining table, eating from a massive plate of food and drinking from a large mug filled with water. Not that I can blame him. He looks like a raisin right now. I knew Kaguya would suck him dry, but damn. I didn't think she'd take it this far. Also, despite looking completely exhausted Rogue has this serene smile on his face. Like he's reached some sort of enlightenment. Hey Rogue, how are you doing? I asked. Morex. I'm great. He said. I just finished experiencing one of life's hidden treasures. He spoke. Right. I said. Well, good for you. I told him. I then went into the kitchen and got some food for myself. Rogue and I then sat in comfortable silence as we ate our meals. That is until he stood up. Revealing he was holding a bag of ice on his nether regions. You okay there? I asked. It's fine. He said. For in this intense pain I have found great pleasure. He told me. Right. I mused. Taking another bite of my food. Welp, it looks like Rogue might be a bit of a masochist now. I thought. I'm sure it'll be fine. Finishing up my food I said goodbye to Rogue and then left All House and headed straight towards Babel Tower. Shortly after I arrived I saw Shakti, RD, and their party exit it. The moment I did so I ran over to Shakti with a stupid grin on my face and hugged her. Shakti, I'm back. I said. I then gave her a quick kiss. Ignoring the killing intent directed at me after I did so. Morex. Stop this. Shakti shouted. Trying and failing to push me away. What's the matter, can't a guy greet his lover after having not seen her in a while? I asked. Rubbing our cheeks together after I did so. Enough. Shakti cried. But not in anger. The blush on her face showed everyone she was embarrassed to her core. But it made her cuter in my eyes. Let go of me this instant. Shakti yelled. As she did so I let go of her and then pouted. Running over to RD I wiped a fake tear from my eye. RD, your sister is being mean to me. I whined like a child. Does she not like me anymore? I don't Morex. Maybe she doesn't. RD said. Playing along with me she gave me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Stop it you too. Shakti cried out. Morex I do like you. But the stuff you just did should only be done in private. I see. So when we are alone I can do whatever I want to you. Thanks. I understand. I said. I then put a smile on my face. What? No, I didn't say that. Shakti said. Well I just wanted to greet you. By then I will see you later. I said. Ignoring Shakti's screams and shouts. Teasing the women I am in relationships with is always so much fun. Since each one of them always acts so serious or stoic. Rio, Rose, Shakti. I only mess with them to help them lighten up. It's certainly not because I take a certain amount of pleasure in embarrassing them or looking at their cute expressions when I do. Nope, that is definitely not the case. After leaving Babel Tower I decided to head to a nearby park and take a leisurely walk. No one is out yet since it's still so early in the morning, allowing me to enjoy a nice silence as I stroll. Moving through the park I enjoyed my walk with a smile on my face. A nice breeze is blowing. The temperature is just right. There is a man leaning against a tree for support as he throws up in a nearby bush, which usually wouldn't concern me. Except the man in question spitting up rainbows is Gall. Once I noticed this, I walked over to him. "Hey Gall, rough night?" I asked him. Since after he left to go see Luinor yesterday he didn't return home. Finishing his latest hurl he turned to look at me. A grim expression on his face. It was both rough and pleasurable. Gall spoke as he answered my question. "So you had a good night with Luinor?" I questioned. "Irk." At my question a dark cloud appeared over Gall's head and his ears and tail dripped. Okay. Something definitely happened, I thought. "Hey. You can talk to me if you want. What are friends for?" The moment I said this Gall smiled. He then immediately turned back to the bushes and vomited once more. I waited for him to finish before slinging one of his arms around me. "Come on buddy, let's get you home," I said. I then quickly got Gall back to the owl house. Taking him to his room I placed him in his bed, and put a bucket at his side. I then went to inform Leon Michelli about his situation so we could both check up on him throughout the day. When I got done she shook her head and sighed. Really, what a troublesome brother I have. Despite her words I know she really cares for him and will be checking on him constantly. When I finished with that I got ready to head to my room. Only for Dialect to come get me. Since apparently Elise had come to speak to me. Heading to the front door I was greeted by the sight of my friend. "Good morning Elise. So, what's up?" I asked her. "Morix, let's go out for drinks tonight. I need your advice," she said. "On what exactly?" I asked. "My relationship with Filvis," Elise said. Then before I could respond Elise spoke again. "I'll be here to pick you up around 7. Bye now." Elise then ran off. First Rogue, then Gall, and now Elise. This has truly been one of the strangest mornings I've ever had. Chapter 132, Chapter 120, Morix the Relationship Guru. Standing outside the gate of Owl House I waited with my back against the wall and my arms crossed. Since it was close to the time Elise had asked to meet up with me earlier before she ran off and left me without a chance to refuse her invitation. A few more moments passed before she finally showed up. As she did so I gave her a pointed look. "Oh, so nice of you to show up Elise. I wasn't sure you would considering how fast you ran away earlier. Giving me no chance to refuse your invitation," I said. As I did so Elise rubbed the back of her head, putting an apologetic smile on her face. "Sorry about that. I really am. It's just I didn't want you to refuse. So I ran off before you could. It's fine. Let's go," I said. So long as Elise understands what she did is wrong I have no issues with accepting her request. Giving me a nod Elise started leading the way and I followed right behind her. Finding myself in a private room at a bar I nursed a mug of beer. While Elise is drinking her third. Various plates of food on the table between us. All being paid for by Elise. Since she is the one who asked me to come out and talk. Which she hasn't done much of. Slamming the mug down Elise let out a breathe. "Ah, good stuff. Then again this place always has quality liquor," she said. Her cheeks a bit flushed, since she is tipsy. "Right. So you wanted to talk about your relationship with Filvis?" I asked. "Well yes and no," Elise said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Things with Filvis are good. But the other night just after we finished doing it she started talking about things she wanted to try," Elise explained to me. When she did so I promptly stood up and got ready to leave the room. "Bye Elise. Thanks for the food and drink," I said. I then headed towards the door, since talking about Elise and Filvis' sex life is something I definitely don't want to do. "No wait," Elise shouted. She then shot out of her chair and grabbed my waist. Beginning to cling to me like a vice grip. "Let go," I said. Trying and failing to pry Elise off. "Please Morix, don't go. I need advice on this matter and you are the only one I can ask," Elise said. "Hell no," I retorted. "I thought you were having normal troubles in your relationship. Not bedroom troubles. Sorry, can't help you. Really, this is something you should really ask Kagaya about." "I already did," Elise admitted. And she didn't really have any advice for me since she told me she and Rogue mainly focus on roleplay in bed and not the stuff Filvis suggested. "Stop," I shouted. "I don't want to hear about my friend's sex life. Please, you really are the only one I can turn to." After all, you are in a relationship with 3 women at the same time. So you must have some idea of how I can handle the situation with Philvis. Flattery will get you nowhere, I said. But seeing as Elise isn't letting go, I'll give her advice just this once. Okay, enough. I will hear you out, I said. When I did so, Elise finally let go of me. The two of us then returned to our seats. So, what is the stuff Philvis wants to try in bed? I asked, trying to get the conversation over with as quickly as possible. Well, it's rather. Elise trailed off. She then explained what Philvis suggested they try in the bedroom, which involves rope, a blindfold, and chocolate syrup. When she finished, I couldn't believe what I just heard, making me wonder if all elves are really just perverts. I thought it was only Lafia. But given how Ryu acts in the bedroom, and now the erotic idea Elise just told me about that Philvis has, I am starting to seriously consider it. So what do you think I should do? Elise asked me. Have a proper conversation with Philvis about the matter. If you are uncomfortable with the idea, let her know, and if not, then give it a try. You might like it, I explained, making a mental note to try what Elise just told me with Rio. I see. I mean, I was thinking along those lines, but having someone reinforce the idea really helps. Thanks, Morex. Sure, I said. Looks like I have become some sort of relationship guru. When the discussion was over, Elise and I went back to enjoying our food and drink, never bringing the matter up again the entire night. Though I can't say I didn't think about it. I also thought about what Elise said about Kagaya and Rogue doing roleplay. Prime blackmail material obtained. Chapter 133, Chapter 121, Gaul's relationship troubles. Third person, POV. Ugh. Gaul groaned. As he did so, he slowly but surely opened his eyes. Oh, looks like you're finally awake. Turning his head to the right, Gaul saw his sister sitting in a chair. A moment later he realized he was in his room at Owl House. Sis. Why are you in my room? Gaul asked. Well, someone had to watch over you considering the condition you were in, Leon Michelli bluntly said. She then explained how Morex found him yesterday in the park and brought him home. Afterwards she started watching over him, which she has been doing all night long, while Gaul threw up and then fell asleep on repeat and nothing else. Hearing this, Gaul's ears drooped, as did his tail. Sorry, sis, he said. It's fine, Leon Michelli replied. What I want to know is why you ended up in such a state in the first place. Since Leon Michelli knew her little brother quite well, and knew he simply wouldn't end up a mess like he was for no good reason. Does it have something to do with Lunior? Leon Michelli asked. Irk! Gaul exclaimed, getting a small cloud of depression over him at the mention of Lunior's name. Seeing this, Leon Michelli knew she had hit the nail on the head, so to speak. All right, what happened? Leon Michelli asked. It's like this, Gaul began, since he knew his sister wouldn't drop the matter until he gave her a proper explanation. That's why he didn't try and avoid the subject. He simply began explaining to her what happened the day before yesterday when he went to see Luinor. Flashback. On his knees, Gaul hung his head low in front of Luinor. She is sitting in a chair directly in front of him. The two of them are in her room at the Hostess of Fertility. After their encounter earlier, where Luinor met Samira, Gaul had no choice but to come clean in the matter regarding his relationship with her. So after saying farewell to his Amazon lover, he headed back towards the Hostess with Seer and Luinor, where he and his brown-haired lover could have the conversation she asked for. I see, Luinor said, after Gaul finished explaining his relationship with Samira to her. Do you have anything else to say? She asked him. No, Gaul responded. He had nothing else to say. Well, actually that's not true. Gaul had many things he wanted to say, but considering the situation he kept his mouth shut. Namely because most of the things he wanted to say to Luinor would probably just sound like begging or excuses right now. All of which is because he simply didn't introduce his two lovers quickly enough. Now he was facing the consequences. To say that Luinor wasn't upset with Gaul would be an understatement. She is very angry. He had kept the fact he had an Amazon lover from her. No, just the fact he had another lover besides her was shocking. Luinor didn't think Gaul was that kind of guy. To her he was sweet, kind, a little hot-headed, and charming. Which is why she agreed to start dating him in the first place. Now though, I understand if you want to end our relationship. Gaul spoke up, breaking the silence, putting a sad smile on his face as he did so, since he realized that was the most likely outcome. I'm not sure, Gaul. Luinor spoke. I need some time to think. Understood, Gaul said. When do you think you'll be ready to give me an answer? By the end of the week, I suppose. Luinor said. Got it. Excuse me then. Gall said. He then silently left Lunior's room and then the hostess of fertility itself. Hoping in his heart he didn't lose one of the two women who held a place in his heart. Flashback end. After Gall finished his conversation with Luinor, he went to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He then eventually ended up in the pleasure quarter where he spent the entire night talking and fucking Samira. Until Morex found him in the park the next morning. And that's how it is. Gall said. Finishing up his explanation to his sister. Sighing, Leon Michelli pinched the bridge of her nose. There are many things she wanted to say to her brother right now, but she held her tongue. Since he was already worried about his relationship with Luinor. Instead she gave him a reassuring pat on the back. I'm sure it'll be fine. Leon Michelli said. Here's hoping, sis. Here's hoping. Gall said. Really, he is hoping Luinor doesn't break up with him. But it's not like he will blame her if she did. Chapter 134, Chapter 122, Haruheim Situation. Morex, POV. Sitting at the breakfast table, I ate with the others. Despite the night I had last night drinking with Elise. Including Kagaya, who is glowing. I guess sucking Rogue dry really did wonders for her. Anyway. I turned my gaze to our newest Familia member, Haruheim. Who is sitting next to Milhior. She's really taking a liking to her. Then again, Milhior just has that approachable aura about her. Even Ryu got friendly with her shortly after she joined us. Which isn't common for my reserved fairy elf. As breakfast continued, I noticed Haruheim glancing at Kagaya and vice versa. Which makes sense, since both of them are from the Far East. Finally, after everyone finished eating, Haruheim spoke up to address the matter. Pretty lady, are you from the same place as me? She asked Kagaya. Oh, so you are from the Far East as I suspected. Kagaya replied. And are you a member of the Sanju clan? Haruheim nodded her head. Again, as I thought. You look like a member of the clan I saw when I was in my homeland. But tell me, why are you here and now a part of the Athena Familia? She asked. That's when Haruheim clung to Milhior and slowly told us her story. How a Palom framed her for eating an offering and how her father believed him over his own daughter. Who then sold Haruheim to said Palom. Which then ran away and left her to die at the hands of the bandits we encountered on our way back from Melon. But instead of killing Haruheim, they planned to sell her off upon reaching Orario. By the time the little fox girl was finished, she had tears in her eyes. While everyone else has looks of shock and utter disgust on their faces. Except for Kagaya. She is smiling. But even though she is she, there is no light on her eyes. Haruheim continued to cry. Milhior, please take Haruheim to her room. I asked. Milhior nodded and then left the table, escorting Haruheim. As she did so, Gall walked into the room. A blanket wrapped around his body, with a hollow look in his eyes. Good morning. He softly said. He then grabbed some food and headed back to his room. Leon Michelli informed me of his situation with Luinor this morning in my office. Normally I wouldn't meddle in the personal relationships of my friends like that, but I am also the Familia captain, so any significant change in one of the Familia members' mental states is something I need to know about. And Gall has had a significant mental change. Which is his own fault, honestly. Since when he asked me for advice on the matter, I told him to introduce Luinor and Samira as soon as possible. Mostly for the former's sake instead of the latter's. Since I suspected Samira would be okay with Gall having lovers other than her. The real issue was Luinor's feelings on the matter. Which have now blown up, and now Gall might lose her. Though I am hoping my friend won't. All I can do is wait and see. Wow, Gall looks even worse than he did the other day. What happened to him? William asked. Since only Leon Michelli and I know fully about Gall's romantic situation. He made a mistake in his love life. Leon Michelli said. Which will resolve itself in a few days. She explained. Once she did, no one brought the matter up again. Since Leon Michelli basically just told everyone to leave it alone, which they are. Out of respect for Gall's privacy. I won't ask about the matter, but inform me if it gets worse. Athena said. Yes, Lady Athena. Leon Michelli said. We will. I added. Excellent, thank you. She said. Athena then put a serious look on her face. Now then, there is something I need to tell you all about Haruheim. Hearing this, Kagaya got up to leave, only for Athena to shake her head. No need for you to leave, Kagaya. After all, I trust you won't tell anyone but Astria what I'm about to reveal. Besides, you already know Morek's secret, so I don't see the harm in adding another. She explained. Which shows just how much Athena trusts Astria and her familia, and vice versa. At Athena's words, Kagaya sat back down. When she did, Athena told us all about Haruheim's level-boosting magic. Once she finished, the room got so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just how broken are our familia members? William questioned. Breaking the silence. A magic to boost one's level. I've never heard of such a thing. Reiner said. I know it was always said that the Renard species possessed unique magic, but still. Echidna trailed off. Even she has no words. Which I completely understand. Yes. I was surprised as well when I saw her status. Athena explained. But no matter how many times I looked at it, the results didn't change. Which is why I decided to inform the rest of you immediately. So that we can develop plans to keep Haruheim safe. Because if Haruheim's magic was ever discovered, gods and goddesses would turn Orario into a sea of blood to get a hold of her. Of that, I am certain. Wouldn't the simplest solution just to have Haruheim not ever use her magic? Ariane spoke up. I considered that. But that comes with its own set of problems, Ariane. Athena replied. From what I can see, Haruheim won't ever be a frontline fighter like you or Rio. But rather she is more in line with a rearguard sorcerer/supporter build. Meaning she will be using magic to mostly assist in battle. And although I've talked with Haruheim and told her not to tell anyone about her magic nor use it in public, I know one day she will make a decision to use it on her own. Also, her magic stat will be her main point of growth. It will most likely be the key to her future level ups. That's why she can't not use magic. I see. Understood. Ariane said. How about if I give Haruheim one of my Grimoire so she can learn another magic? Echidna suggested. That's not a viable option right now either. Athena replied. Grimoire give a person magic based on experiences, strong emotions, etc. A lot of which Haruheim doesn't have right now. So giving her a Grimoire at this stage would be more detrimental to her growth. Besides, since Grimoire give people random magic, we have no way of knowing if the spell Haruheim will obtain from one will be useful or not. So for now we will hold off on giving her one. She explained. Then how should we go about training her? Dialek asked. First, let's make her purely a supporter for a year or two. During that time we will teach her about magic, weapons, and martial arts. That way she can have a variety of ways to grow and defend herself without the need to rely on her magic, I said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Reiner, can I ask you to teach Haruheim about magic? Hey, what about me? Echidna asked. No way. I don't want Haruheim to turn into a mini-you. I immediately replied. One Echidna is manageable. But two would be a headache. Haruheim is an impressionable young girl. I don't want her picking up strange habits from a resident pervert. Oh, come on. I won't do anything perverted in front of a child. I have self-restraint. Echidna said. Could have fooled me. Ryu said. Getting a joke in. After she did so, Echidna glared at her. Quiet, Iroelf. I know you like to act all prim and proper in public, but on the inside you are just as much as a pervert as I am. The moans I sometimes hear from Morek's room prove it. She said. Then there was that aphrodisiac you asked me to get for you. As she did so, Ryu started glaring daggers at Echidna, who glared right back. I'm pretty certain invisible lightning sparks are flying between them right now. So as a man I know exactly what to do. Stay out of it. I am crazy, but not crazy enough to get into a fight between women. Ignoring those two, I turned to Kagaya. Kagaya, can you help out with Haruheim training? Of course. It would be my pleasure. She said. Thanks. I said. Since if Haruheim should mimic anyone, I would rather it be Kagaya. Since I think of her as a real badass. Chapter 135, Chapter 123, Gaul's Troubles Resolved. Third person, POV. Walking up to the gate of the owl house, Luinor took a deep breath before crossing the threshold. The end of the week was here. So just like she told Gaul, she had an answer ready concerning their romantic relationship. Going up to the front door, Luinor knocked. Then a moment later the door was opened. And by none other than Leon Michelli. When this happened, Luinor couldn't help but put a cramped smile on her face. Since she had come to the owl house to talk to Gaul about the future of their relationship, and the person who greets her is his elder sister. The person in the world likely most vested in seeing Gaul happy. Come in, Luinor. Also stop looking like that. Whatever happens between you and my brother happens. It's really none of my business. Leon Michelli said. As if she was reading Luinor's thoughts. Besides, that idiot brought this on himself. So he must suffer the consequences. Whatever they may be. Leon Michelli explained. As she did so, the cramped smile vanished from Luinor's face and she entered the owl house. Once she did so, Leon Michelli closed the door and then led Luinor to Gaul's room. Go on in. Leon Michelli said. And if he isn't awake then hit him over the head. It's always worked for me. She explained. As she did so, Leonor put a wry smile on her face. Ignoring it, Leon Michelli went on her way, silently hoping that if Leonor gave her brother another chance he wouldn't mess it up this time around. As Leon Michelli went on her way, Leonor opened up Gal's door and went inside. Closing it behind her, she looked around and saw him standing near his bed, drying off his body with a towel. Since Gal had just finished a shower. Noticing Leonor, Gal stopped drying himself and stared at her. "Hey," he said. "Hey," she replied. The two then stood staring at each other in awkward silence. Leonor doing her best to keep her gaze focused on Gal's face and not his six-pack of abs or his other head, which is out in all its glory. Please put some clothes on," Leonor finally managed to say. "Right. Sure," Gal said. He then moved over to his dresser and slipped on a long-sleeve shirt and pants. Once he did, he moved to sit on his bed, while Leonor pulled out his desk chair and sat down. "So, you've decided then?" Gal said, his voice shaking. "I have," Leonor replied. "But before I give you my answer, let me ask you one thing. Besides the Amazon, were there any other girls?" "No," Gal immediately replied. "It's only you and Samira, I swear." "Well, at first it was just her, but then I met you. I didn't know I would develop feelings for you like I did. It just happened. And then I asked you out. I was also planning to introduce Samira to you. Really, I was. But I was too slow, and now here we are," he explained. "But once again, there is no one else. You two are the top and only girls in my heart." "I see," Leonor said. "Good to know. And it better stay that way unless I and the Amazon say so," she told him. Hearing this, Gal's ears perked up, as did his tail. "Wait, are you saying you still want to be my girlfriend?" he asked. "Yes," Leonor said. She had thought long and hard about the decision, especially after her anger died down after finding out Gal had another lover besides her. Leonor soon realized Gal was truly remorseful in hiding his relationship with Samira from her. So she decided go give him another chance. But only one. "Yes," Gal cried. He put a stupid grin on his face and then jumped in the air for joy. 5 minutes passed before he eventually calmed down. "Thank you. I promise you won't regret this," Gal said. "I know I won't," Leonor replied. "Yes, you won't," Gal said. He then thought of another topic they needed to discuss. "So hey, are you okay with my relationship with Samira?" Gal asked. Since if Leonor wants to move forward with him, he wants her to be okay with Samira. Otherwise Gal might be forced to choose between the two of them, which he did not want to do. To Gal's question, Leonor nodded her head. "You are really fine with it?" Gal asked again. "Yes," Leonor said. She's known many adventures and people, both male and female, who have had more than one partner at a time. Although she herself never expected to end up in such a relationship, it's not like she hates it. So long as Gal still cherishes her, she is fine with him being with the Amazon. No, her name is Samira. I need to remember that, Leonor thought. Hearing Leonor say she is fine sharing him with Samira, Gal once again jumped up and danced like an idiot. Now he knows how Morex feels being in a relationship with more than one woman. It's a nice feeling. Stopping his dance once more, Gal scooped Leonor into his arms and then kissed her, which she happily returned. As they deepened their kiss, soon both were completely out of their clothes and Gal unleashed the sleeping beast within him, not letting Leonor sleep all night long. As the morning sun rose, the couple slept peacefully, holding each other in their arms. Leonor having completely forgotten she was supposed to work the morning shift at the Hostess of Fertility. Needless to say, when she showed up later, Mamma Mia was not happy at both her and Gal. But like a couple, they suffered through the angry dwarf's punishment together. Chapter 136, Chapter 124, A Chat Between Goddesses. Third person, POV. A smile on her face, Athena walked through the streets of Orario, Ariane and Dialek at her side, since they were her escorts for the day. As all three of them moved through the street, citizens waved and smiled at them, which the three of them did in return. Since just like the Astrea Familia and Ganesha Familia, the Athena Familia worked to keep order in Orario actively. Unlike some of the other familias who only took action when they had no other choice. But that is neither here nor there. The group of three eventually arrived at a shop that sold expensive liquor. Going inside, Athena purchased 6 bottles of highly expensive Dwarven Mountain brandy, a drink that is said to be able to knock a deity on their ass after just a few sips. Well, most that is. But for someone who loves hard liquor like Athena, she could drink 3 bottles of the stuff before passing out. And unlike a certain redhead goddess, Athena knew how to restrain her drinking habit and only indulged in the hard stuff sparingly. Her purchase in hand, Athena left the store. Then she, Dialek, and Arian headed for their next destination. Stardust Garden. Since today she had a meeting with her friend Astrea. Arriving at the Astrea Familia home, Athena walked right up to the front door and knocked. A second later it was opened by Lyra. "Lady Athena. Come in," Lyra said. "Don't mind if I do," Athena said. She, Dialek, and Arian then stepped inside. Athena then went straight to Astrea's office and opened her door without any hesitation. When this happened, Astrea stopped working on the documents in front of her. "Astrea, I'm here." "Enough work, let's drink," Athena said, taking one of the brandy bottles out of the bag and shaking it. Seeing this, Astrea put a wry smile on her face. Meanwhile, the Astrea Familia members who heard Athena offer alcohol to Astrea all felt headaches coming on. Arian and Dialek simply sighed at their goddess's antics. "Athena, I thought you came here to have a meeting," Astrea said. "Oh, I did," Athena replied, a serious expression on her face. But that only lasted for an instant before she smiled again. "However, once all the serious stuff is out of the way, why can't the two of us enjoy ourselves with some fine liquor?" she questioned. Astrea simply sighed at her friend's antics once more. "Okay," she said. "Great," Athena said. She then shut the door to Astrea's office and took a seat on the couch. Afterwards, Athena began explaining about the Xenos and their relation to Uranus, as well as about Haruheim and her magic. The moment Athena mentioned those two things, Astrea became intently focused on every word out of her friend's mouth, until she eventually stopped talking. "So there you have it," Athena said. "What do you say to helping us out with the Xenos?" she asked. "Of course. My girls and I would have no trouble in aiding them," Astrea said, since she knew none in her familia would take issue with the Xenos. Just as Athena suspected. The same with Uranus. "Great to hear," Athena said. "I'll contact Uranus and let him know. Now then, time to drink," she said. Athena then took out one of the bottles of dwarven brandy and cracked it open. She then handed it over to Astrea, while took another out and opened it for herself, taking a big gulp from it right after she did. As for Astrea, she only took a small sip of the brandy. But shortly after she did, her face became slightly flushed. "Athena, what liquor is this?" Astrea asked. Since she thought she had quite a high alcohol tolerance, yet she is already feeling tipsy. "Dwarven mountain brandy," Athena answered. Hearing this, Astrea put down the bottle in her hand, only for Athena to place it right back in her grasp a second later. "Oh, come on, Astrea. Don't make me drink alone," Athena said, pouting a bit as she did so. Seeing her friend's pouting face, the goddess of justice folded, just like she did every time she and Athena drank together. It is one of Astrea's only weak points. Picking up the brandy, she began drinking again, until eventually she finished off the entire bottle. Her face completely flushed, signifying that Astrea was drunk. Athena was as well. As the two goddesses continued drinking, eventually someone came to check on them. Opening the office door, Rihanna peeked her head inside. "Astrea, Athena, are you two all right?" she asked. When she did so, Astrea sprang up from her seat and rushed over to Rihanna. She then threw open the door and pulled the girl into a hug, shoving her face into her ample cleavage. "Rihanna, I love you. Hick, so much. I love all you girls so much. Hick," Astrea drunkenly said, ignoring how Rihanna was struggling to escape her grasp. This is drunk Astrea, who openly shows affection without reservation. "Oh no, Lady Astrea is drunk," Noin shouted for the entire house to hear. Just as she did so, Astrea turned her gaze to the dark-haired girl, like a predator with prey in its sights. The moment this happened, Noin got a shiver across her entire body. "Noin," Astrea sang. She then released Rihanna from the hug she had her in and leapt in Noin's direction, only for her to dodge at the last second. In doing so, Astrea ran right into Lyra. The moment after this happened, the pink-haired Palom became the object of Astrea's drunken affections. "Gah, no. Help me," Lyra shouted, as Astrea latched onto her and started hugging her, rubbing their cheeks together. But despite her cry for help, no one came to Lyra's aid. In fact, a lot of her familia members simply turned their heads away from the scene, pretending they didn't see anything, since none of them wanted to be Astrea's next target, though some didn't. Philvis gave her a sympathetic smile, while Kagaya held her hands together and said a silent prayer for Lyra's sacrifice. Those two actions actually stung her more than just being ignored. In the end, even Elise avoided the situation. Thus Lyra suffered until Astrea passed out from being drunk. As she did so, Athena laughed her ass off. When this happened, Ariane and Dialec collected their goddess and quickly left Stardust Garden, since they felt they had overstayed their welcome. Chapter 137, Chapter 125, Astrea Familia grows. A/N, okay, the next couple of chapters will mostly be time skips and then canon will begin. What's left of it anyway? It will also have some major changes to it. Stay tuned. Third person, POV. As the morning sun flooded her bedroom through her windows, Elise slowly woke up and then yawned. She then tried to get out of bed, only to feel herself unable to. Looking down, she saw a pair of slender arms holding her waist, which belonged to her girlfriend, Philvis. Turning over to look at the sleeping black-haired elf, Elise put an even brighter smile on her face. She's so cute when asleep, Elise thought. Actually, she could watch Philvis sleep for hours. But today was an important day for the entire familia, so she needed to get out of bed and get ready. Reaching down, Elise gently shook Philvis. Philvis, wake up, she said. But Philvis didn't budge. Come on, get up, Elise said once more, only for Philvis to remain asleep. Seeing Philvis wasn't budging, Elise began thinking of another way to escape her lover's grasp. Naturally, she could just force her way out, but she didn't want to do that. As Elise racked her brain, suddenly she stopped when Philvis slowly opened up her eyes, releasing a small yawn after she did so. Good morning, Elise, Philvis said. Morning, Philvis, she said. Elise then leaned down and gave Philvis a quick peck on the lips, only for Philvis to pull Elise down and begin planting kisses all over her neck and face. No, Philvis. Stop, we need to get up, Elise said. But Philvis ignored her. Since this morning she is feeling very frisky. Moving one of her hands down, Philvis started playing with Elise's breasts, which caused the redhead to moan out in pleasure, leading to neither of them leaving the bed for at least another 2 hours. Exiting Elise's room, the redhead looked tired. Meanwhile, Philvis, who is walking beside her, has a smile on her face and looks completely refreshed. Moo, really, Philvis? 2 times before breakfast? Even though today is an important day for the entire familia, Elise said. Well, you certainly didn't try very hard to stop me, Philvis replied. Ack. Knowing that Philvis was right, Elise decided to shut her mouth. Seeing this, Philvis put a small smirk on her face. The two of them eventually reached the breakfast table, where the meal was in full swing. As the pair took their seats, Kaguya couldn't help but smile at them. Oh my, what's this? Both of you are so late today of all days. A late night perhaps? She asked, placing a sleeve of her kimono over her mouth to hide a knowing grin. Kaguya, please don't tease them, Astrea said. Fine, but just for today, Kaguya replied. Thank you, Astrea said. The familia then finished their breakfast in peace. Afterwards they began making preparations for the day's big event. They were welcoming new members to their familia. A year has gone by since the Juggernaut incident when Kelty and Asta lost their lives. The Astrea familia had grieved for their friends and still keep them in their hearts. But they also know the two of them would not wish for their friends to stagnate. Thus the Astrea familia has been moving forward. Actually, in the past year, Lyra and Philvis have reached level 4. While Nise, Kaguya, and Elise have all become level 5. Seeing her daughter's growth, and realizing it was a time for new beginnings, Astrea made the decision to look for new members. Of course, she discussed it at length with Elise and everyone else, and they were okay with it. Now the day has come for the familia to finally welcome their new recruits. Soon the time came. All right, let's begin, Astrea said, standing in front of all her familia members. Today we will be welcoming 4 new members into our familia, she explained. Wow, 4. Elise mused. Usually small familia like theirs only welcomed 1 or 2 new recruits at a time. Astrea knew this, but she also knew getting 4 new members at the same time was nothing her girls couldn't handle. Yes. 4. Astrea said once more. I will call for the first one, she said. Astrea then turned to the door behind her. It's okay. You can come in now, she said. Just after Astrea did so, the first new recruit to the familia walked in. She is an elf with long blonde hair and deep green eyes. Hello, I'm Laurier. Nice to meet you all, the elf nervously said. This is another product of the butterfly effect due to the changes to the timeline. Originally, Laurier joined the Hermes familia and did shady jobs, which she hated. But now that will no longer be the case. Nice to meet you, Laurier. I am the beautiful captain of the Astria Familia, Elise Lovell. Elise said. As she did so, Laurier gave her a cramped smile due to her antics. But Astria and the rest simply went along with it, since they knew that's just how Elise is. We know elves don't like being touched. So we will wait until you are ready. Welcome again. Elise spoke. As she did so, the cramped smile disappeared from Laurier's face. Thank you, Laurier said. She then moved to stand near the others. Okay, next please, Astria said. When she did so, the second new recruit stepped into the room. She has golden blonde hair secured in a ponytail and blue eyes, along with a spear in her left hand. Hello. My name is Oriana Drake. Nice to meet you all, she said. Welcome, Elise said. Glad to be here, Oriana spoke. She then went to stand with the others. Next please, Astria called. After she did so, the next new recruit stepped into the room. She is a tall blonde with deep golden-colored hair and aqua blue eyes. A rapier sword secured at her waist. Without even trying, the third recruit is giving off elegance and grace, like a noble lady. Greetings to you all. My name is Jean Gunhilder. I look forward to working alongside you and hope to exemplify justice as part of the Astria Familia. Jean spoke. Yes, welcome, Elise said. Captain, please watch over me and point out any mistakes I make so that I can correct them, Jean said to Elise, who simply nodded, while lightly scratching her left cheek. The other girls in the Familia couldn't believe what they were seeing. Jean was a person Elise had trouble dealing with, which only made them like her more. Giving Elise a nod, Jean went to stand with the others, leaving one new recruit left. You can come in now, Astria said to the final recruit. After she did so, they happily skipped into the room, showing themselves to be a girl dressed in Far Eastern clothing. Her hair is ash blonde secured in a bun with several loose strands framing her face, and she has gray eyes. Greetings. My name is Okita Suji, the girl said. Her eyes then landed on Kagaya and she got stars in them. Since the biggest reason other than being a lover of justice that Okita joined the Astria Familia is because she greatly admires Kagaya. Basically, she's a fan girl. Running up to Kagaya, Okita bowed. Lady Kagaya, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. Please take care of me from now on, she said. I am still the captain, right? Elise asked. Okita stopped bowing and then turned to Elise. You are indeed the captain, Ms. Elise. But Lady Kagaya is Lady Kagaya, she said. Kagaya putting a smile on her face as she did so. She's quite happy to have such a fan. Seeing the new members interact with the senior ones, Astria knew she made the right choice in adding them to her Familia. A/N, to be clear, Laurier and Oriana are from the Danmachi franchise. Jean is the one from Genshin Impact. Okita is from the Fate franchise. Chapter 138, Omake, Anniversary. Morex, POV. Releasing a short sigh, I drink a sip from my mug before placing it down on the table, tuning out the usual nightly chatter of the other adventurers in the Hostess of Fertility. Oh my, Mr. Morex, is something wrong? You don't sound like your usual self. Seer spoke, coming up to me, since she is working the counter tonight. Do I asked. Seer nodded. If you want to have a chat, I am up for it, she said, giving me a smile. Well, I guess talking to Seer couldn't hurt, I thought. Since at least when Freya/Horn are in their Seer appearance, they are at least pretty manageable in my opinion. But as for when the two of them are themselves, let's not think about that right now. Thanks, Seer. I'll take you up on your offer, I said, taking another sip from my mug. So here it is. For the past week, Ryu has been avoiding me, I explained. She doesn't want to sleep in my room, she doesn't want to have sex, sometimes when I come in the room she simply stops talking, and I've caught her glancing at me several times with a weird look on her face, etc. I've known Ryu for a decade now, and we've been in a relationship for 8 years, so I think I am pretty good at reading her. But for the life of me this time I can't figure out the meaning behind her actions. And I've been racking my brain trying to. I've also been trying to remember if I did anything recently to truly upset her. But I am also drawing a blank on that front as well. I told all of this to Seer. So, what do you think? I asked her. Should I be worried? Putting a finger on her chin, Seer pondered my questions. Then after a moment she gave me an answer. Nope. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Mr. Morex. I think that if you just wait a bit longer, Ms. Ryu, and you will be back to normal, she said. Really? I asked. Yes. Really? Seer said. Hey. Get back to work, I don't pay you to stand around. Mamma Mia suddenly shouted. That's when Seer went back to work. As for me, I decided to trust in her words on this matter. Since despite being a semi-Yandere goddess in disguise, Seer is usually spot on when giving advice. A few days after my conversation with Seer at the hostess, I learned like usual her deduction was spot on. Finding myself standing under the light of a full moon, in a quiet section of the local park next to the owl house, I stared at a candlelit table with dinner for two. And standing next to the table is Rio. Looking even more beautiful than usual due to the fact she is wearing a dress. Image here. Which she hardly ever does. Fidgeting from side to side, a blush on her face, Rio barely looked me in the eyes. Seeing this, I walked up to her and took hold of her face gently in my hands. I then forced her to look at me, keeping her long golden locks out of her eyes as I did so. Since she has grown her hair long once again. So, what's this all about? I asked Rio. It's a gift. For our 10-year anniversary. She explained. But we've only been a couple 8 years. I retorted. Yes, but I'm talking about since we met each other. Rio said. Since that time when I was feeling so low, and you reached your hand out to me, giving me a home and a place to belong. I know the others did so as well. But you were the first, Morex. And I will never forget that. So thank you, from the bottom of my heart. She explained, getting a blush all the way up to her ears as she did so. Her words also made me blush. Since I never knew Rio held such a feeling for me. This just makes me want to cherish her. Always and forever. I love you. I told her. Yes. I love you as well. Rio replied. When she did so, I slowly leaned down and connected our lips, while she wrapped her arms around my neck and gently pulled me closer. The two of us thinking of no one else but each other in that moment under the moonlight. To this day we both still rate that night as our top anniversary. A/N, regular chapters will be back tomorrow. But I just felt I had to get this out. Especially after that epic Danmachi season finale today. It was so wholesome and sweet I almost died of diabetes. It also once again showcased why Rio is the top girl in the series. And why the Belle X Rio ship should set sail. But it won't due to Amori's managers not allowing him to write it in the main story. Even though Amori himself said he wanted to do so. He even suggested he will write a What If Belle and Rio story in the future. Which I hope he does. Anyway, that's all I had to say. One more thing. If you want Belle X Rio, then check out the story Like a Fairy by V. Natus on fanfiction.net. It's great. By the way, I can't for season 5 of Danmachi. Since that will be the Freya arc. Which is the second best arc in my opinion after the Rio arc. Chapter 139, Chapter 126, a very special meeting with Shakti *. Morex, POV. Standing to the side, I watched as Haruheim dealt with the enemies in front of her. A pair of dungeon lizards. Over a year has passed since she joined our familia, and after spending time as our supporter and training under us and the likes of Kagaya, we finally decided it was time for her to graduate, so to speak. And I can safely say we were not wrong in that regard. Haruheim is an excellent adventurer. Despite her kind nature. Which is fine. Since Milhior is the same way. Actually, when I look at Haruheim and Milhior side by side, it's like I'm looking at two images of the same person. Moving on. The two dungeon lizards jumped down from the ceiling towards Haruheim. As they did so, she jumped back. Immediately after she did so, she took several kunai and threw them at the lizards, scoring direct hits on their bodies. Once that was done, Haruheim drew the katana blade from the sheath on her back and rushed forward. She then stabbed one of the lizards in the chest, its entire body disappearing a second later since Haruheim managed to destroy its magic stone. Yes. Haruheim said. Focus, Haruheim. I called out to her. Since I am overseeing her dungeon training today. Yes. Haruheim quickly said. She then focused on the other lizard. But as she did so, the walls cracked open around her, and 2 kobolds and 2 goblins appeared. Seeing this, Haruheim froze in place, allowing one of the kobolds to launch forward towards her. But before one of the monsters could even lay a hand on Haruheim, I stepped in. Moving to Haruheim, I grabbed her with my left arm, then quickly killed all the monsters using Vortex Vanquisher. Those small fry are nothing for a level 6 like me. That's right, I am now level 6. Now I'm working towards level 7, and I will reach it before canon begins. Count on it. The moment all the monsters were gone, I put Haruheim down. After I did so, she bowed her head. Sorry, Captain. It's fine. You are still learning. That's why the rest of us are watching over you while in the dungeon, and we will continue to do so since you are part of our familia. I explained. I then used my ultimate headpat technique on Haruheim, which I perfected by practicing on Rio. Since she loves when I pat her head. Understood. Haruheim said. Good. Now I think that's enough for today. I said. Once I did so, Haruheim and I quickly exited the dungeon and began our way home. As we walked the streets, who should we run into but RD? Hey Morix. Haruheim. She said. Hey RD. I said. RD. Haruheim happily said. Since she and RD are really good friends. Due to their shared love of hero stories. Hey Morix, guess what? She asked. What? I asked. Playing along. Big sis finally did it. She's now level 6. RD revealed to me. Oh, great. I said. Ah, how wonderful for Ms. Shakti. Haruheim said. Yep. My sis is truly amazing. Well, bye. RD said. She then ran off. Once she did so, Haruheim and I continued on our home. Doing so, I made a mental note to go congratulate Shakti in person later. It's only right I do as her boyfriend. A smile on my face, I knocked on Shakti's office door. After dropping Haruheim off, and eating, showering, and changing clothes, I rushed over to the Ganesha Familia home to see Shakti. Come in. Shakti said. As she did do, I opened the door and stepped inside. Closing it behind me. Oh Morix, what are you doing here? Shakti asked. RD told me about your level up. So I came to congratulate you in person. I explained. RD and her big mouth. Shakti said. Well, that's just your sister. I said. I then walked over to Shakti's desk and gave her a kiss. Anyway, congratulations on leveling up. Thank you. Shakti said. And Morix, do you have some time? I'm free the rest of the day, what do you need? I asked. I want to Trailing off, Shakti got a small blush on her face. Fuck it. It's better if I just show you. She said. Shakti then got up and went over to the door, locking it. After she did, she came back over to me and grabbed my shirt collar, pulling into a kiss. While placing her hand on my crotch and gently rubbing it. Leading something to start rising, and it's not the shield hero. Breaking our kiss, Shakti looked me right in my eyes. Understood. I said. But I never thought you would be so naughty, Shakti. Office sex for our first time together. That's right. Shakti and I are about to have sex for the first time since we started dating. She's usually always so busy, so we've never gotten the chance. But it looks like she's making time today. Nice. Quiet. Shakti retorted. Also, I thought men liked this kind of stuff. We do. Now enough talk. I said. I then kissed Shakti once more. Getting ready to ravage one of the most powerful and beautiful female adventurers in all Orario. Lemon. Lifting Shakti up, I placed her atop her desk. Knocking down anything on it onto the floor. I've always wanted to try that. Taking my hands, I moved them up to Shakti's chest and began rubbing her breasts. As I did so, she slinked her hand into my pants and started gently stroking me. MHM. Moaning into each other's mouths, we both heated up. Until eventually we broke our kiss. Breathing heavily, a small trail of saliva between our lips. Neither of us saying a word, we quickly took off all our clothes and threw them to the side. After we did so, Shakti stood up and then slammed me back first onto her desk. Laying me out on it, she climbed atop me and started grinding her clit against my dick. Her juices gushing forth like a fountain. A smile on my face at being used as a human dildo, I reached up and played with Shakti's breasts. Kneading them in my hands, I watched her start breathing heavily. A flushed expression on her face. You like that? I asked. Yes. Shakti replied. Good. I said. Then you'll love this. Removing my left hand from Shakti's breast, I moved it to her ass and gave it a light slap. I then stuck a finger inside her asshole. Ugh. Shakti screamed as I did. Coming all over my dick and crotch. See, I knew you would like it. I said. But Shakti ignored me. Instead, she grabbed my dick and lined up her pussy with it. Enough waiting. She said. Shakti then slammed onto me, both of us letting out grunts. I did so because Shakti is incredibly tight and it's taking all I have not to come. Fuck, you're tight. I said. Yeah, it's been a while. Shakti replied. Not moving as we adjusted to each other. How long is a while? I asked. Years. She whispered. Sorry, what? I asked. I said 7 years. Shakti shouted in utter embarrassment. I see. Say no more. I said. I then grabbed Shakti's ass and began thrusting. If I had known she was going through such a dry smell, I would have had sex with her much sooner. Slap slap slap. Flesh hit flesh as I thrust into Shakti. Her chest pressed against mine. We kissed each other as I gave her pussy a much-needed fucking. Moving her hands to my nipples, Shakti teased them, while I teased her asshole. Yes. Shakti said. Her juices gushing out. Took the words out of my mouth. Feeling myself getting close, I sat up and then pushed Shakti's back against the wall. Pistoning her, I soon reached my climax. Here it comes, I said. I then came inside of Shakti, which caused her to orgasm once more. Lemon end. After doing it several more times, Shakti and I eventually stopped. We then took a few moments to recover before we moved to collect our clothes. But just as we did so, the office door opened up, admitting RD and Ilta. Sis, you okay? RD asked. You didn't answer when Ilta knocked earlier, so I used the spare key you gave me in case of Emmer dash. Stopping in her words and tracks, RD turned her gaze to me. As did Ilta. Both sets of eyes going directly to my spear after they did so. I see. No wonder you didn't answer earlier, big sis. Ilta said, smirking as she did so. Ah, sis, to think you were able to take in something so big. RD said, placing a hand on her stomach. As this happened, Shakti got red in the face and passed out. Meanwhile, I simply continued getting dressed and then left the room. A proud and satisfied smile on my face. Time until canon begins, 4 years. Chapter 140, Chapter 127, Assassins. Morax, POV. A smile on my face, I entered the Pantheon, the headquarters of the guild. Rio, Reiner, Ariane, Haruheim, and William beside me. We just finished up a day in the dungeon and came to exchange the magic stones we collected for Valis. I also get to see Rose, which is why I'm smiling. Since I love seeing my girls. Our group got in her line and then no time at all we reached the front. Getting a usual, I don't give a crap, glare from Rose. Even though we all know she's soft in the inside. Me especially. Hello, my darling Rose. I said. Are you doing well? Anyone giving you trouble? If they did, just let me know and I'll make sure it will never happen again. I explained. Placing our bag filled with magic stones in the counter as I did so. Today was fine. And I got no trouble I can't handle. Rose said. As she exchanged our magic stone for a sack of Valis. I see. I see. That's good to know. Anyway, we still on for tomorrow night? I asked. Since that is when I am taking Rose on a date. Yeah. Rose said. Great to know. I said. I then leaned over and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Hi. Captain, what are you doing? Haruheim asked. Turning to look at her, I saw her completely red in the face. I'm just giving Rose a kiss. I explained. Since Haruheim has met Rose before. She is her guild advisor after all. Even though Rose didn't want to be. After I had a chat with her and gave her some good loving, she changed her mind. Not that I'm bragging or anything. Nope, not at all. Why are you doing that though? I thought you were with Miss Rio. Haruheim asked. That's when I realized none of us have told her I have a harem. The thing is, Haruheim, it's an adult matter that should best be explained in private. So when we get home, Ryu and the other girls will tell you all about it. I explained. Since I am not going to be the one to explain a harem to Haruheim. Ryu said. I then moved closer to her and whispered in her ear. Don't worry. You'll do fine. Besides, the other girls will be right there with you when you explain things to Haruheim. I said. I leaned back. All right, let's head home. Then right after I did so, I noticed Aina out of the corner of my eye. She's cut her hair, and now she looks like she originally does during canon. Which means her first assigned adventurer Maris is dead. May her soul rest in peace. Morax, why are you staring at Aina? Rose said. Looks like she caught me. Oh, no reason. She just seems different is all. I said. Yeah, well, her first adventurer recently died. Rose spoke. I see. I said. Yeah. Rose retorted. Well, bye. See you tomorrow. I said. Since there was nothing more to say about the matter. As an adventurer and with Rose being an advisor, we understand the situation well enough not to dwell on it. The only thing we can do is accept it and move on. Arriving outside the door to Rose's home, I knocked. Dressed in casual clothing, I waited for her to answer. Which she did a moment later. Dressed in black pants, black boots, and a nice V-neck scarlet long-sleeve top that hugs her curves in all the right places and gives me a stellar view of her cleavage. Stepping out, Rose locked her front door, and then took my hand. After she did so, we were off. Our destination, a nice restaurant I managed to find the other day during one of our daily patrols called Reuben's Thick and Juicy Meat. Turns out it's a pretty popular couple spot, despite its super sus name. Which is why I am taking Rose there tonight. Especially since one of her hobbies is eating at new restaurants and then trying to recreate the dishes at home herself. Hand in hand the two of us walked through the city streets illuminated by the lanterns. As we did this, several men and women started undressing Rose and me with their eyes. But we both ignored them and continued on our way. Until eventually we reached our destination. Though thankfully it was not crowded. Going up to the waiter stand, we immediately got a table. We then started looking over the menu, and as we did so I understood why Reuben's had its name. All of their dishes had some sort of meat component to them. From the soups, to the salads, to the entrees. Every single one of them had some form of meat. And they were feeling. When Rose and I left the restaurant we had satisfied smiles on our faces. That was great. Thanks for that, Morex. Rose said. Of course. A man needs to treat his ladies well. Otherwise they will leave him without a second thought. I said. A smile on my face. I'm also glad you enjoyed it. Yes. Very much. Rose said. Now let's head back to my place. Where you can have me for dessert. She said. Putting a sultry smile on her face. As she did so I gave her but a light slap. Then I gave her a quick kiss. But right after I did southwest the street lamps around us suddenly started going out one by one. The moment this happened I got serious. Stepping in front of Rose, I drew out the hidden dagger I always carried with me. Rose, stay behind me, and do what I tell you without question. I explained. Why yes. Rose shakily said. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. I told her. My eyes darting around the area to quickly assess the situation. Rose and I are the only two people on the street currently. We have been for some time. I didn't think anything of it at first, but now I think someone made it this way to get us alone. More specifically me, since I am definitely the target. Because attacking Rose would make one an enemy of the guild, and that is not something you do lightly. Well, I'm honestly not sure. All I know is this. These fuckers picked the wrong people to mess with. An eerie silence descended upon the street. A tension slowly built in the air. Which broke the moment I saw a glint flying towards Rose and I. Wasting no time I used my dagger to deflect it. Then just as I did so I saw four shadows moving towards Rose and I. Darting around on both sides of us, they kept getting closer and closer. However, I didn't panic. Instead I remained calm and tracked all their movements as best I could in the darkness. When I sensed one of them extremely close to us I didn't hesitate. I grabbed them and then stabbed them in the neck, raking my dagger across it. As blood gushed out from their wound I saw several more glints headed in the direction of Rose and I. So I used the body of the assassin I just killed as a shield to stop them. Just as I did so one of bastards appeared behind Rose. Rose, duck! I yelled. As I did so she dropped to the ground without any hesitation. The moment after she did so I grabbed onto the assailant's outstretched arm, which is holding a dagger. A cold look in my eyes. Bastard. I thought. This fucker tried to stab Rose. Squeezing their arm with all my might I heard the assassin's bone break but paid it no mind. Instead I tossed them over my shoulder and slammed them head first into the ground. Creating a small impact crater as I did so. 2 down. 3 to go. I thought. Since I am including the annoying ass who keeps throwing things at us from the cover of the shadows. Damn, how I wish Rogue was here right now. Though I only thought that for a moment before turning my complete focus back to the situation at hand. Coming at me from both sides, 2 of the remaining assassins performed a pincer maneuver. One of them came at me with a blade which is giving off an ominous feeling. While the other is aiming for Rose with a blade. Most likely trying to distract me, in the hopes that they can kill either one or both of us. Well, it won't work. Just as the assassin aiming for me got within range I slipped behind them, and then delivered a kick to their back. Sending them straight into their comrade. As their bodies got tangled up, both of them let go of their weapons. When they did so I scooped up both swords and them stabbed the 2 assassins with them without any hesitation. 4 down, 1 to go. I thought. Immediately after I did so I jumped back. The second after I did so something struck the ground and created a sizable crater. It is a long blade being wielded by the final assassin. The 2 of us stared each other down for a second before they came at me. Closing the distance they started slashing at me, and I used my dagger to parry the blows. But it was not easy. This last assassin is different from the others I just faced. Whereas those 4 were level 2. The one I am fighting right now is level 3 or 4 at least. And while this kind of person wouldn't pose a problem for me normally since I am level 6. The current situation is not normal. I am protecting Rose, and I am in the city. If I were to go all out, innocent people will die, and this bastard in front of me knows that. So they are using it to their advantage. Strike after strike I parried the assassin's attack with my dagger. Until they threw several objects at me with their free hand. Which are kunai of all things. As the kunai flew towards me I moved to dodge them all, and I managed to do so with all but one of them. It pierced my left thigh. But immediately after it did so I pulled it and threw it back at the last assassin. Only for them to easily deflect it. Then once they did so they turned and ran away. Seeing this I got a bad feeling. The assassin just now was in a favorable position, and I don't hear anyone approaching yet they just ran away. It doesn't make any sense. Unless killing me or Rose wasn't their objective. I started thinking about what just happened as I walked back over to Rose to check on her. But I suddenly stopped doing so and fell to my knees as my body suddenly felt on fire. A second after this happened I coughed up some blood and felt blood around my eyes. That's when I realized the assassin got me. Most likely through the kunai which landed in my thigh. Morex. Rose shouted. Dien sect familia. I said. Now, hurry. I told her. Falling to the ground after I did so. My vision starting to fade. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you die. I swear it. Rose cried. Which is the last thing I heard before my vision totally faded into darkness. A/N, Morex is attacked by unknown assassins. He ends up bleeding from his eyes and mouth. Will he survive and why was he attacked? Find out next time on Dragon Ball. Oops. Wrong story. But really, tune in next time. Also give me power stones and reviews or else I will curse you. Chapter 141, Chapter 128, The Hunt Begins. A/N, so just a short notice. I have decided to change Athena's appearance. From now on just imagine her like this. Image here. As to why I did this, it's because this is my story and I can. No other reason. Third person, POV. Lying in a hospital bed Morex slowly but surely opened his eyes. Feeling pain all over his body as he did so. Fuck, what hit me? Morex thought. He then moved to sit up. Only to stop immediately when he felt a sharp stabbing in his arms and legs. Fuck. He shouted. After he did so a moment passed before the door to his room opened up. When it did so Morex turned his attention to it and saw Ermid Tizenaire walk in. Once she did so she walked over to him. So, you're finally awake? She said. Yeah, I am. Morex replied. So, how long have I been out? He asked. 10 hours. Ermid immediately answered. Once we removed the curse from your body we had to place you in a magically induced coma for you to recover. Honestly speaking you shouldn't even be awake right now. That curse was highly potent so your body should have taken at least an entire day to recover. Yet here you are, awake and up. She explained. I guess I'm just built different. Morex replied. Which isn't a lie. He is an adepti after all. Which might explain why he recovered faster than normal based on the explanation Ermid is giving him. However Morex is not in any mood to ever test that theory. So, I was cursed. He said. Yes. Ermid said. You were hit with a blood curse. One that worked to forcefully expel the blood from your body. She explained. Well that explains why I was bleeding from my eyes. Morex thought. Honestly if you weren't a level 6 I'm certain you would have had permanent damage to your body or suffered death before that red-headed werewolf got you here to us. Though as things stand now you will make a full recovery. Ermid explained. Thanks for that. Morex replied. Also, is Rose okay? He asked. She's fine. Ermid replied. But we can discuss that more in a moment. Right now I need to do a quick examination to make sure you aren't suffering any after effects. She explained. Ermid then removed the cover from Morex's body. Once she did so she pulled up the hospital gown he was wearing and began examining the site of the wound on his thigh. Keeping a stoic expression on her face and being completely professional as she did so. The wound looks to be healing well. Ermid said. Still, I need you to stay in the hospital for another day or two for observation. Not to mention your body still needs to recover all the blood it lost thanks to that curse. Understood, doctor. Morex said. He isn't going to put up a fight. Finally a patient who listens. Ermid mused. Just after she did so both she and Morex heard voices outside of his room. He is awake. Let us see him. We're going in. Excuse us. No one being able to stop them the Athena Familia filed into Morex's hospital room. The moment they heard the news about the attack on him they rushed to the hospital, dropping everything else they were doing. Seeing them all Morex put a smile on his face. while all of them did the same. Ryu in particular. Her eyes were red from all the crying she had done when she heard what happened to Morax. A smile on her face, Athena stepped forward from the rest. Morax, I am glad you are okay. Thank you, Lady Athena. Morax said. Excuse me. I am trying to give a patient an exam here. Ermid spoke up. When she did so, the Athena Familia finally realized the situation taking place before they entered the hospital room. The girls in particular finally noticed Morax's spear was out in full view. Captain. So big. Ariane said. No, I mean I'm glad you are awake. She quickly spoke. Even though her eyes are solely focused on Morax neither regions. Oh my, Echidna said. She then touched her stomach and turned to Rio. Rio, now I understand why you spend almost every night in Morax's room. I mean if I were able to take that inside of me I would too. I don't even know how you walk upright. Echidna said. As she did so, Rio got a blush that went to the tips of her eyes. Meanwhile, Milhier placed her hands over Haraheim's eyes to keep her from looking. We'll just go. Leon Michelli said. After she did so, the Athena Familia filed out of Morax's room so Ermid could finish his examination uninterrupted. Returning to the waiting area, the Athena Familia immediately felt the gaze of Rose upon them. She is sitting in a chair, her eyes puffy from crying just like Rio. After she and Morax were attacked, she didn't waste any time. Picking him up, she ran straight towards the Dien Sect Familia hospital like Morax instructed her to do before he passed out and started bleeding thanks to the curse inflicted upon him. Using all her strength, Rose got him there, not caring about any injury she herself received in the process. Which were a few minor cuts on her feet, but nothing too serious. So, how is he? Rose asked in a hoarse voice. He's fine. Ermid is giving him an examination right now. But he's slated to make a full recovery. Reiner stated. When he did so, Rose put a smile on her face. Ah, I'm so glad. Rose said. As are we. Athena said. Now then, let's discuss our next course of action. She said. Getting a dark look in her eyes. Someone had thought they could get away with harming one of her precious children. Now they were about to suffer her wrath. Rio, Dilek, Haruheim, and Milhior. You four and I will remain at the hospital and guard Morax. Athena said. Since she didn't know if the people who attacked Morax would strike again. And she wasn't about to leave him unguarded. Thus she formed a protection team that would keep him safe. Ryu in particular wouldn't let anyone touch Morax. Everyone else, please start investigating the attack. Athena said. Although the Ganesha Familia was already on the case. Along with the Astria Familia. Morax was a friend and comrade to both gods and their Familia members. As well as a high-level and well-respected adventurer in Orario. An attack on him would not go unpunished. Any questions? Athena asked. No. Leon McFelly said. Leave it to us, Athena. Of course. Athena happily said. Now then, let the hunt begin. She spoke. Getting a dark look in her eyes as she did so. The wrath of the Athena Familia was about to be released in full force. Chapter 142, Chapter 129, Athena Familia on the prowl. Third person, POV. After the Athena Familia left the room, Ermid was able to finish up Morax's physical examination. Once she did so, she left. Then a few moments after she did, Ryu entered the room, and told him the plans Athena had put into motion. I see. Morax said. Well, if I'm going to have a bodyguard, then I couldn't ask for a cuter one. He said. It seems like you really are fine. Ryu said. Given the cheesy and shameless comment Morax just made to her. But that's one of the things she loves about him. I'm so happy he's alive. Ryu thought. The moment she heard the news about Morax being attacked, she found herself unable to breathe. Her blood ran cold, and she felt as if someone had stabbed her straight through the heart. But now all those worries had disappeared, and Ryu is determined to make sure they stay gone. If anyone comes for Morax, they will experience the wrath of Sylphid firsthand. Which is the new alias Ryu received after reaching level 5. Morax being the one to suggest it to Athena. Because he felt it fit Ryu perfectly, seeing as how Sylphid is short for Sylph, which are spirits of wind back in his previous world. Honestly, Morax couldn't think of better alias for Ryu. And she loved it as well. Moving on. After explaining the situation to Morax, Ryu stood up from her chair and took off her cloak and boots. As well as her Alf Lumina. She then pulled down her mask and slipped into bed with Morax. Snuggling him close after she did so. I see. So this is the kind of protection I can expect from you, huh? Morax said. Yes. Ryu answered. Morax didn't have an issue with it at all. He simply snuggled up with Ryu and drifted back off to sleep. having no worries since his fairy elf is watching over him. Leading her group, Leon Michelli arrived outside of the Ganesha Familia home. A few moments after they did so, they were immediately escorted to Shakti's office. Finding her inside, as well as RD. Leon Michelli, how is he? Shakti immediately asked. He's fine. Morex is going to make a full recovery. Leon Michelli informed the Verma sisters. Hearing this news, both sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Shakti in particular. Since she is dating Morex. Good to know. RD said. Yes, it is. Shakti said. But I assume that is not all you came here for. Right. William said. Athena tasked us with investigating who attacked Morex and why. He explained. The others nodding their heads in agreement. Understood. Shakti said. So here's what we know so far. All of the dead assassins had Falna. And all of them were forced to attack Morex against their will. How do you know that? Rogue asked. They were all wearing slave collars. RD explained. Slave collars. A magic item that forces those wearing it to comply with whatever orders they are given by the one who places it on them. No matter what. This just got even more complicated. I mean, who gives Falna to people wearing slave collars? Gaul questioned. There is one group in Orario who is known to do this. A crime familia called the Styx Familia. Shakti revealed. They specialize in slavery and human trafficking. Namely sex slaves and battle slaves. She explained. So the people who tried to kill Morex purchased battle slaves from the Styx Familia, or the Styx Familia themselves tried to take Morex out. William spoke. The latter. Shakti revealed. We used status thief on the corpses to confirm this. She said. Although status thief is an illegal item, in certain cases it can be used, and the Ganesha Familia is authorized to do so by the guild for situations just like this. Okay. So we know the who, now we need the why. Reiner said. Since as far as he can recall, neither Morex nor anyone in their familia has had a run-in with the Styx Familia. Either outside the dungeon or inside. Maybe someone hired them to kill Morex. Ariane suggested. That's plausible. Reiner agreed. But we have no proof to support our claims. Rogue said. Then let's just find the Styx Familia and beat the answers out of them. Gaul said. Since he is a simple guy at heart. He sees the solution to this problem to be easy. And everyone in the room agrees with him. They are going to track down the Styx Familia and get some answers. Inside of a room, several men sat at a table playing cards and drinking booze. Smiles on their faces as several women dressed in scantily clad uniforms served them. This is one of the many illegal gambling dens within Orario, which caters to criminals and the like. So long as you have money and can keep your mouth shut, you can enter this place and have some fun. And not just with the cards either, but with the woman as well. As the men in the gambling den continued to enjoy themselves, the door to the establishment was suddenly kicked in, which caused everyone inside to stop what they were doing and look towards it. When they did so, Leon Michelli walked in, her blade Elysium casually resting on her left shoulder. Evening all. She said. Shit, isn't that Cerberus from the Athena Familia? Fuck, what is she doing here? Several of the men inside the illegal establishment began sweating bullets when Leon Michelli entered. Since they knew how strong she was, as well as what familia she belonged to. The Athena Familia, which cracks down on crime in the city alongside the Ganesha and Astria Familia. Their allies. Walking casually over to the card table, Leon Michelli threw one of the men out of his seat and took it for herself, putting her feet up atop the table after she did so. So then, who is the boss of this place? She asked. Me. The men sitting in front of her said. Good. You answered my question without any bullshit. That will make things much simpler. Leon Michelli said. So, you are wondering why I am here? The man in charge of the gambling den slowly down. Well, the thing is, my captain got attacked. Leon Michelli said. And from the evidence we have gathered, it seems the Styx Familia is involved, and we heard this place has ties to them. So I'll ask you, what do you know about them? I hardly know anything. The leader of the gambling den said. The second after he did so, he felt an immense amount of bloodlust directed at him courtesy of Leon Michelli. It's not good to lie to me. Leon Michelli said in a calm voice. But the calmness is what scared the criminals around her even more. I'm not. The leader of the gambling den cried. You know, for someone who plays cards, your bluffing sucks. Leon Michelli said. It looks like the easy way isn't working, so now we're going to do it the hard way. She said. As soon as she did so, the man screamed at the top of his lungs. Guards. Come and kill her. He said. Only for no one to respond. What? The men questioned. A second after he did so, 4 objects landed on the card table. They were the heads of his guards. Ack! The men screamed at the top of his lungs. But Leon Michelli ignored it. Instead she just stood up from her chair. Which was the signal for her comrades to act. Bursting into the gambling den, the members of the Athena Familia with Leon Michelli and the Ganesha Familia members assisting them, quickly secured the place. They arrested all the patrons and secured all the victims without any trouble. Shutting down yet another business linked to the Styx Familia. A task they had been doing for the past week. Ever since the Athena Familia and their allies discovered the Styx Familia was somehow involved in Morek's assassination attempt, they had been trying to track down their headquarters. But they had no luck in that regard. So Reiner made a suggestion. Target all businesses and groups with links to the Styx Familia until someone gave them up or they were forced to come out of the hiding to deal with the situation. Seeing the merit in Reiner's idea, an operation was organized and then started to do just that. And the Athena Familia is not going to stop until they get the people that hurt their captain in their grasp. In a lavishly decorated room, a woman sat with her feet up. The chair and footstool she is using both being humans wearing slave collars. This woman is the goddess Styx, leader of the Styx Familia. Image here. And to say she is happy at the moment would be a complete and utter lie. All due to the efforts of the Athena Familia to interfere with her familia's business. Looks like I need to put some pieces of garbage in their place, Styx said, getting a nasty expression on her face as she did so. But Styx had no idea she was acting all according to the Athena Familia's plan. Chapter 143, Chapter 130, The Predators Become the Prey. Third person, POV. In an abandoned district of Orario, the Athena Familia along with members of the Ganesha Familia headed for a warehouse. Reaching it, they wasted no time in breaking down the doors and charging inside. Only to find nothing and no one waiting for them. The warehouse was completely empty. No one is here, Leon Michelli said. Since she is leading the team from the Athena Familia, which consists of Gaul, William, Echidna, and Rio. Morex was released from the hospital some time ago and allowed to return home. But he was still ordered to maintain bed rest for a while. So he is back at the Owl House, along with the other members of the Athena Familia who are guarding him and Athena herself. Since they are targeting the Styx Familia, they don't want to leave their home and goddess unguarded. Well, it's not that surprising really, William said. We have been hitting the bases and establishments associated with the Styx Familia for the past 2 weeks. So of course they would change things up, he said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The question now is, what will they do next? Ryu asked. Guess we will just have to wait and see, Leon Michelli said. After the group from the Athena Familia and the Ganesha Familia searched the warehouse a bit more but still found nothing, they left it. Then both groups split up and started heading their separate ways. As Leon Michelli and the others headed home, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and put themselves on guard, drawing their weapons. Looks like we are surrounded, William said, notching several arrows in his bow. Yep, looks like it, Leon Michelli said, her eyes darting around the area they were in. Out from the shadows came several figures all dressed head to toe in black. The only thing visible their eyes, which all had an emptiness to them. Kill them, one of the figures spoke. The moment they did so, the eyes of all the Athena Familia members landed on them. Oh, looks like Styx didn't just send mindless assassins this time, Leon Michelli said. Just as Athena predicted. Hearing the words spoken by Leon Michelli, the figure clad in black who ordered the others to move suddenly got a bad feeling in the pit of their stomach. But before they could dwell on the feeling, Rhea moved. Using her speed, she got behind the figure who spoke and then hit them with Alf's Lumina, smacking them right into the ground from the atop the roof they were standing on. The figure creating a small crater in the ground as they did so. Gah! Letting out a cry of pain as well. Rio, didn't I say we need them alive? Leon Michelli said. You can beat the shit out of them after we get the information we need, she said. Sorry, Rio said. Fucking see you, Ak. Before the figure could finish speaking, Gaul moved up to them and planted a foot directly into their back, making the crater under them larger. Meanwhile, the other assassins were already in motion. Having drawn their weapons, they launched themselves at Leon Michelli and the others. But just as they did so, William fired off volley after volley of his arrows at them, striking several of them in the limbs, rendering them unable to fight instantly. Though he didn't kill them, since he knew they were only attacking him and his comrades because they had no other choice. As several assassins fell instantly, the others continued moving to engage in combat. But none of them could do anything either. Since out of the shadows, Rogue appeared. Kagiomo, he shouted, activating his magic. Right after he did so, multiple shadows transformed into blades and struck the remaining assassins, bringing the battle to a close before it ever began. Just as this happened, more figures exited from the shadows. They were the Astrea Familia, as well as members of the Ganesha Familia. Looks like the plan went off without any trouble. Elise spoke. Lifting their head up off the ground, the figure who was in the crater widened their eyes in shock. No, don't tell me you planned all this. They asked in utter disbelief. Well, not us personally, it was our goddess Athena. Leon Michelli told the figure as she walked up to them. She knew that you guys and your goddess would plan a big attack sooner or later due to the fact we began fucking with your businesses and such. And since our Athena Familia was leading the charge, she also guessed you would target us to make your statement. Once she did, we made a plan and then it was just a matter of playing the waiting game. She explained. No, no, no. The figure shouted in utter shock. Yes. Ryu said. Walking up to the figure and looking at them with cold dead eyes. You were not the ones who trapped up us, but the other way around. She explained. Everything has gone according to Lady Athena's plans. What Ryu is speaking is the truth. All is going according to Athena's plans. Exactly. Gaul said. Now then, we need you to answer some questions for us. Leon Michelli said to the figure, putting an evil smile on her face as she did so. The other Athena Familia members surrounded the figure on the ground and did the same exact thing. While this happened, the Astrea Familia and the Ganesha Familia members secured the other injured and knocked out black-clad figures. No, stay back. Get way. Help me. Hey, someone help. The figure on the ground screamed. But everyone ignored their cries for assistance. They let the members of the Athena Familia do their thing. Because they all knew they wouldn't kill the figure. No. But that didn't mean they would get off scot-free. Not by a long shot. Chapter 144, Chapter 131, Kicking Down the Enemy's Front Door. Third person, POV. In an abandoned part of Orario filled with empty warehouses, one had lights on inside. Inside of said warehouse, people were moving various boxes around, while others stood guard near the various entrances and exits. Some of them with slave collars around their necks. Since the people operating inside of the abandoned warehouse belonged to the Styx Familia. As they continued working, suddenly one of the walls exploded, injuring several members of the Familia. When this happened, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the hole in the wall. Just as they did so, Leon Tekeli walked through it, a feral smile on her face. She was immediately followed by Rio, Rogue, Gaul, William, and Echidna, along with the Astrea Familia. After Leon Michelli and the others finished their talk with the member of the Stryx Familia member they captured earlier, they learned of the location of the base they are in right now. And now, wanting to give the Stryx Familia any time to retaliate or move out of the base, Leon Michelli and the members of the Athena Familia with her had decided to conduct a raid. The Astrea Familia volunteering to act as backup, while the members of the Gansaha Familia headed back to their Familia home to drop off the rescued slaves and secure some backup before joining the members of other two Familias at the Styx Familia base. The two groups stared at each other in complete silence for several seconds, until one of the members of the Styx Familia reached for a dagger to throw at Leon Michelli. But when this happened, Leon Michelli was instantly closed the distance to said individual, grabbed their head, and then slammed them face first into the ground, creating a small crater when she did so. This signaled the start of the battle. Kill them. One of the Styx Familia members shouted, pointing at the Astrea Familia and the members of the Athena Familia. When this happened, all Styx Familia members and the slaves under their control went on the attack. But it really didn't matter. Leon Michelli and her group, along with the Astrea Familia, easily countered all attacks aimed at them and quickly started defeating all the enemies before them. The difference in levels was just too high. Since when it comes to adventurers, quality usually beats out quantity. The Astrea and Athena Familia are both filled with battle-tested second and first-class adventurers. So against the low-level members of the Styx Familia they can easily dominate. Shit. Magic casters, blow them away. A member of the Styx Familia ordered. When he did so, several of the Familia members began chanting. Rio. Leon Michelli called out, using Elysium to slash a Styx Familia member clean in half. Understood. Rio said. Then as she continued taking out enemies, she began chanting her new magic which she obtained upon reaching level 5. I call upon you, wind. I seek your aid. Heed my call, and grant me your assistance so that I may vanquish all obstacles in my path. Grant me your power, grant me your protection, grant me your strength. Become a shield that protects me, as well as a spear that will strike down all in my way. Howl, O great winds, and become a tempest. I ask that you howl for me. Aero Tempesta. The moment Rio finished her chant, a magic circle appeared in the air in front of her, and several tornadoes of wind blew from it, striking down all the magic users in one go. The moment after this happened, Ryu closed the distance to the Styx Familia member who gave the order, and hit him with her Alph's Lumina without any hesitation, killing them instantly. As the battle continued on, it was clear the Athena and Astrea Familia members were going to be the victors. Seeing this, a certain member of the Styx Familia with 2 guards standing near him started sweating bullets. "We're leaving," he said to his guards, who simply nodded, since they are wearing slave collars and cannot go against commands. Turning around, the Styx Familia member started heading for a rear exit, his slave bodyguards right behind him. But before he could get far, "Where do you think you are going?" Rogue landed right in front of him, pointing Yoro at his throat. "Guards, key dash." Before the Styx Familia could finish giving the order, Rogue slammed a fist into his throat, which caused the person to fall to their knees. After this happened, Rogue slammed his elbow into his back, knocking the Styx Familia member face first into the ground, also knocking him out as well. He then quickly knocked out his 2 slaves using neck chops, since he didn't want to deal with fighting them if he didn't have to. A few more moments passed inside of the warehouse, and then eventually the fighting came to an end, the Astrea and Athena Familia members having emerged victorious. Once this happened, they rounded up all the Styx Familia members and the slaves, then waited for reinforcements to arrive, which didn't take long. As the Ganesha Familia members took the prisoners away, and started removing the collars from the slaves, the Athena Familia started questioning anyone they could, looking for a lead on Styx herself, and why they would put out a hit on Morax. Eventually they got an answer. Standing in front of a member of the Styx Familia, the Athena Familia members listened to his words. "Your captain. We as a group didn't want him dead. We didn't want any trouble with you or your familia. It was all the work of one of our top leaders," the Styx Familia member explained. "Give us a name," Ryu said. "Yes," the men cried, since he didn't like the glare Ryu was leveling at him. "You actually caught him tonight. He's right over there," the Styx Familia member said, using his head to point to the individual in question. Turning their own heads, the Athena Familia members looked toward the individual, seeing it was the one Rogue stopped from escaping earlier. The moment they knew this, the Athena Familia members moved toward the individual to question him as to why he put a hit out on their captain, very violently. "A/N, I'm not dead. Real life stuff happens. But I have no abandoned this story. For all of you following here. Also here is Ryu's new magic. Aero Tempesta. An offensive wide area wind attack type magic. The user summons forth several tornadoes of wind to attack the enemy. They are capable of directing the wind tornadoes and combining them if they so choose. They can also manipulate the size of the tornadoes, making them bigger or smaller if they choose. Chant, I call upon you, wind. I seek your aid. Heed my call, and grant me your assistance so that I may vanquish all obstacles in my path. Grant me your power, grant me your protection, grant me your strength. Become a shield that protects me, as well as a spear that will strike down all in my way. Howl, O great winds, and become a tempest. I ask that you howl for me." I gave her this magic instead of Astrea record because in my fanfiction Ryu is not in the Astrea Familia and it wouldn't make sense if she had such a spell. As for why I didn't modify the spell to fit with the Athena Familia, it's because I didn't want to. Until next time, my friends. Chapter 145, Chapter 132, The Hunt comes to a close. Third person, POV. Sitting in a chair in her private room within her Familia's hideout, Styx was relaxing. Boom. Ack. No. That is until she heard several explosions and scream ring out through the air. The moment the goddess heard this, she got a frown on her face. "Who dares to attack us?" she shouted. Just as she did so, one of her Familia members threw open the door to her room, a terrified expression on his face. "My lady, it's the Ganesha Familia. They are attacking," he quickly explained. Hearing her Familia members report, Styx clicked her tongue in utter annoyance. Since now that she knew it was the Ganesha Familia attacking, her only option is to run. Because Styx knows none of her current Familia members can match up to the might of Ganesha's children. Fuck. Damn it. Styx cursed, kicking over several objects in her room as she did so. But that only lasted a moment before she recomposed herself. Once she did so, Styx clapped her hands, and the second after she did so, 4 slaves entered into her room. "Time to go," she said. As Styx said this, the member of her Familia who informed her of the current attack looked at her with a confused expression on his face. "My lady, what are you saying?" he asked her. But Styx didn't answer. She simply made a gesture towards him with her hand. Right after she did so, one of the slaves closed the distance and stabbed the Familia member right through the heart, killing him instantly. Once this was done, Styx moved toward the back wall of her room and pushed in a piece of the wall. The second after she did so, a section of it slid away, revealing a secret passage. Styx had had it built just for the current situation. It's a shame I'll have to give up this business. But I can always rebuild. Styx muttered. A twisted smile on her face as she did so. Since she was one of the gods who truly felt nothing for those of the mortal world and only saw them as things for her own amusement and pleasure. The twisted smile still on her face, Styx and her contingent of slave guards entered through the secret passage. The door closing behind them shortly after they did so. In an abandoned alley, a piece of wall opened up. When it did so, Styx and her slave guards exited it. The wall closing up behind them shortly after they did so. Since it was the exit to the secret tunnel Styx had built. As the slaves spread out around Styx to guard her, she continued moving. Thinking about her next move. Now that the Ganesha Familia has discovered my operation, I will need to leave Orario. Styx thought. She then started making plans in her mind to escape the labyrinth city. But as she did so, several figures appeared and quickly took down her guards. What the? Styx said. Only for a person to walk out of the shadows right in front of her. It is Athena. For the people who just took down Styx guards are the Athena Familia. Athena, what is this bitch doing here? Styx thought. She didn't understand how Athena had discovered her. Since Styx was the only one who knew about the secret escape tunnel in her room back at her Familia's hideout. Everyone else who knew about it Styx had killed to prevent the exact kind of situation she found herself in now. How? How did this bitch and her children learn of my secret escape tunnel? Styx thought. You look confused. Are you perhaps wondering how we knew to find you here? Athena asked Styx. The moment Styx heard this, she felt a shiver race down her spine. Since she felt that Athena was reading her thoughts without even trying. It wasn't that hard actually. Athena said. From the testimonies of several of your Familia members that we captured as well as several of the slaves we freed from under your Familia's control, I learned that you're a sadist who enjoys inflicting pain on others, but ultimately in the end you'll do anything to save yourself. Disregarding those who are loyal to you without any hesitation. So once I figured this out, I knew that if an attack was launched against your base you would flee. Probably through a pre-made route you implemented just in case such a scenario happened. After that, it was simply a matter of placing sentries at the likely positions you would appear in proximity to your base if in fact you did make an escape route. She explained. No. No way. Don't fuck with me. Styx shouted at Athena. But the silver-haired goddess didn't respond. She simply kept looking at Styx with a soft smile on her face. Fuck. Damn it all. Styx shouted. Grabbing her hair she started pulling at it, an angry expression marring her face as she did so. It can't end like this. I won't allow it. She screamed. What are you saying? It's already over. Athena spoke. The moment she did so, Styx leveled a hateful glare at her. She then charged forward. But the moment this happened, Leon Michelli tossed Athena's spear to her, and then her goddess used the blunt end and smacked Styx right across the face. Which caused the dark-haired goddess to fall to the ground, blood flying out of her mouth as she did so. Ack! Styx screamed, holding her left jaw which Athena just smacked with her spear. Writhing in pain on the ground, Styx looked at Athena with an even angrier expression on her face than moments ago. But that expression quickly changed to fear when she saw the look in Athena's eyes. There was no light in them at all. They were like two black holes. Something the matter, Styx? Athena asked, putting a soft smile on her face. She then took a step forward, only for Styx to crawl away from her on the ground. Stay back. Stay away from me. Styx cried. But Athena ignored her and simply kept getting closer and closer, taking deliberate steps forward as she did so. This action caused Styx to continue crawling, until eventually she found herself up against a wall. Athena having cornered her, like a predator having cornered its prey in the wild. Her back against a wall, Styx finally understood that she was nothing but an insignificant bug to Athena. Hey, let's make a deal. Styx said to Athena. No. Only for the silver-haired goddess to quickly reject it. I think you are forgetting the fact one of your children ordered a hit on my captain. Athena said. And for no other reason than to get revenge over a petty matter. When the members of the Athena Familia interrogated the Styx Familia member who put out the hit on Morex, they learned the reason was because Morex stopped him from hitting on some girls who didn't enjoy his attention. The men didn't take kindly to that and tried to use force, but Morex quickly handed his ass to him. Which caused the girls he was hitting on to laugh at him. The Styx Familia member couldn't take that, so he decided to assassinate Morex. But instead he had ended up getting his entire familia destroyed for fucking with the wrong person. I had nothing to do with that. That dumbass acted on his own. Styx explained. Even so, as his goddess you are partially responsible for his actions. Athena retorted. Also, stop begging, it's pathetic. She spoke. looking at Styx with clear disgust on her face as she did so. Noticing the look Athena was giving her, Styx' anger rose again. "You bitch!" she shouted. Styx then tried to attack Athena, only for her to bitch slap Styx right across the face. "What a haughty bitch you are. Looks like someone needs to teach you some manners," Athena said. She then started grinning like a devil and slowly closed the distance between her and Styx. "No. Stay back. Get away from me. No-oh," Styx shouted at the top of her lungs. But Athena ignored her cries and continued with her actions. As Danmachi and the others watched this, all of them were thinking the exact same thing. Never ever truly make Athena angry. After Athena finished educating Styx, they turned her over to the guild, thus bringing the case against Morax to a close. Chapter 146, Chapter 133, Bath Time. Morax, POV. Stepping onto the 18th floor and feeling its artificial light, I breathed a sigh of relief. I also relaxed my guard a bit more. Once I did so, I turned to the others and looked them over. Just like me, they looked slightly beat up, but nothing a good rest and relaxation won't cure. Even Haruhime. Despite the fact she just experienced her first expedition to the deep floors after being in our familia for 2 years now. Looks like our little fox is stronger than I first thought. I thought. But then I immediately noticed the shaking of Haruhime's tail that she is desperately trying to hide. Seeing this, I can see what she just went through affected her more than I thought. Not that I can blame her. We set out for a routine expedition to the deep floors to mine and collect some adamantite to sell, as well as get Haruhime used to that level of adventuring, since she finally reached level 2 a few weeks ago, and ended up getting pulled into a pass parade by some assholes who went too far before they were ready. Thankfully, of all of us survived. Even those assholes, who managed to give us the slip before we could talk about their actions. I swear if I see them again, I'll shove my spear so far up their asses it will come out their mouths. That's a promise. Putting those guys out of mind for now, I walked over to Haruhime and patted her atop her head, pulling her into a gentle hug after I did so. "Captain, what are you doing?" she asked, a blush on her face. "You know it's okay to be scared. You don't have to hide it," I told her, the scent of urine assaulting my nose as I did so. So she peed herself as well. I thought. Really, this girl. I thought she would have learned by now that she can rely on us. Looks like I need to pound that fact into her skull a bit more. "Yes, I understand," Haruhime said. "Good," I told her. I then released her from the hug and turned to the others. "All right, let's go find a place to set up camp," I said. "Unless you guys want to pay to stay in town." "Hell no," Gaul spoke up. "Morax, I see you are making a joke to lighten the mood," Ryu said. "Then it's decided then," I said. With that, we all started moving and looking for a place to set up camp. Third person, POV. As Morax and the Athena Familia made their way through the 18th floor of the dungeon, an opening was created near the entrance to the dungeon's upper floors and a shadow slinked out of it, heading into the forests. "Hey Rio, have your boobs gotten bigger?" "What?" Placing her arms over her exposed chest, Rio turned away from Echidna, whose eyes were glued to that exact spot. It didn't take the Athena Familia long to find a place to set up camp. Once they did so, they all realized how bad they smelled, so they decided it was time to bath. The ladies of the Familia going first. Hence the current situation. All of them are cleaning themselves in a lake located nearby their Familia's campsite. Moving through the water, Echidna tried to get closer to Rio, who backed away from her every time she did. "Oi Rio, stop moving away from me. I just want to confirm that your boobs are bigger than the last time I saw them. Nothing else," Echidna said. As she did so, Rio looked at her with a stern glare. "Come any closer or continue pestering me and I'll beat you within an inch of your life," she stated. Hearing Rio's words, Echidna got flushed cheeks and licked her lips in a seductive manner. "Oh my Rio. I thought you were an M, but it turns out you're really an S. I'm surprised," she said. Rio said nothing in response, and instead started chanting to activate her magic. In the sky of the now distant forest, infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky dash. "Enough," Danmachi shouted. She then closed the distance and smacked both Rio and Echidna upside their heads without any hesitation. "Can we please just bathe in peace without you two trying to kill each other?" she stated. "Yes, forgive me," Rio said. "I simply wanted to check something and Rio got upset for such a little thing," Echidna said. Which only made Rio give her another stern glare. But the white-haired mage ignored it. Danmachi could only shake her head and sigh at the antics of her fellow Familia members and friends. Meanwhile, Ariane and Milhur had wry smiles on their faces at the situation. As for Haruhime, she had a worried expression on her face. "Am, please don't fight, you two. The Renard spoke up. When she did so, Echidna turned her gaze to her. Her eyes going to Haruheim's boobs immediately afterwards. Haruheim, it seems you are getting bigger in that area as well. Echidna spoke. Coo. Hearing Echidna's comment, Haruheim got red in the face from embarrassment and tried to use her ears to cover her eyes, while she used her arms to cover her developing chest. Seeing Echidna's actions, Leon McKelly gave her a flat look. I've changed my mind. Ryo, you can administer punishment. Yes. Ryo said. She then closed the distance to Echidna and began teaching her a lesson, which she did often. Ack. Ryo, stop. Hey, it was all in good fun. No, wait. Echidna cried out. But Ryo ignored her, as did the other girls in the familia. Leon Michelli in fact went over to Haruheim and started watching the younger girl's hair and tail. Help me. Ignoring Echidna's cries for help as she did so. Leon. Shoo. Leon Michelli said, placing a finger on Haruheim's lips. Just ignore that pervert's cries for help and it will all be over soon. She explained. Now then, let's talk about why you didn't tell anyone you peed yourself and then let yourself stay like that as we made our way to the 18th floor. Giving her lionkin senses, which were only further enhanced by her high-level Leon Kelly, knew that Haruheim wet herself back when they were attacked by that horde of monsters because they got caught in a pass parade. Actually, everyone in the Athena familia quickly realized this. But on one said anything since they were hoping Haruheim would speak up herself. However, that didn't happen. So after the familia finished setting up Camp Morex and Leon Kelly quickly discussed the incident and decided the latter would talk to Haruheim in depth about it. I didn't want to be a bother. Haruheim replied. Which caused Leon Michelli to give her a slight chop to her head. Listen, you fox. You are part of our familia. So you can rely on us. Don't ever think you are a bother. Leon Michelli explained. She then pulled Haruheim into a gentle hug from behind. We've always got your back. Now promise you won't ever do something like that again. Leon Michelli spoke. Okay. Haruheim said, putting a soft smile on her face as she did so. Rustle, rustle. Though that smile only lasted for a moment as she and everyone heard rustling in the nearby bushes. When this happened, all the girls of the Athena familia turned their attention in said direction, and all of them except for Haruheim stared, leaking a dangerous black aura from their bodies. Even Echidna, who is quite perverted, and Milhior, who is sweet, exhibited this aura. Since none of the girls present enjoyed peeping toms and voyeurs in the slightest. Wading over to the side of the lake where they placed their clothes and weapons, the girls of the Athena familia collected the latter and then got out of the water and started heading towards the bushes where they heard the rustling. Ready to tear apart whoever it was that was watching them bathe. They knew it wasn't any of them males and their female. Since all of them respected women too much. So that meant it was someone else. And by looking at the girls from the Athena familia, they were basically courting death. In no time at all, the girls surrounded the bush where they heard the sounds coming from. Come out now. Leon Michelli stated. If you do so, we promise not to hurt you. Too much. She added. But no response came to Leon Michelli's words. Fine, have it your way. Leon Michelli said. She then started to give Ryu and Ariane the signal to attack the peeper. But right as she was about to, something raced out of the bushes and grabbed Haruheim. Haruheim! Leon Michelli shouted. Then the moment after she did so, a defining roar filled the air. Rarf! Telling the girls of the Athena familia they were not dealing with a pervert peeping on them, but something much more. Chapter 147, Chapter 134, Irregular. Morex, POV. Sitting around the campfire, the guys and I started making preparations for dinner. Rarg. Only to stop what we were doing when we heard a defining roar nearby. That came from the direction of the lake where the girls are. Rogue said. Let's move. I shouted. We then grabbed our weapons and rushed straight to where Ryu and the others were. Bursting out of the trees near the lake, we came upon a sight. The girls engaged in combat with a monster that has tentacles sprouting from its body. Image here. One of which firmly has Haruheim in its grasp. Isn't that a dungeon worm? William asked. Yeah, it looks like it's become an irregular. I spoke. Right after I did so, the irregular dungeon worm suddenly sprouted even more tentacles from its body, one of which managed to wrap around Ryu's waist and pull her towards it. The moment I saw this, I bounded forward and sliced the tentacle, holding Ryu, catching her in my arms, and jumped back from the disgusting monster after I did so. Since I watched enough tentacle hentai in my last life to know allowing Ryu any closer to this thing in front of me is dangerous. Fucker. How dare you attack my furry elf? I muttered. As well as the rest of my familia. I added. Just as I did so, Rogue and the others moved in to try and free Haruheim, but the irregular lashed out at them with its tentacles and prevented her rescue. It then started moving back. It's trying to retreat, surround it, I ordered. When I did so, the others moved out and encircled the creature. As they did so, Ryu touched my face with her hands. When she did so, I looked down at her and saw she was a bit pale. Ryu, what's the matter? I asked her. My mind. That thing absorbed it. She said. I see. I said. Be careful, guys. It seems this thing's tentacles can absorb mine directly. I spoke. This irregular is a mage's worst nightmare. Hearing my words, Echidna moved back, as did Reiner. As they did so, the irregular moved Haruheim over its mouth and opened it up. Ack! She screamed at the top of her lungs as the monster began rapidly lowering her toward its open mouth, her struggling against the tentacle restraining her useless. Hey! I said, standing to my feet. Who the fuck do you think you are trying to eat, one of my familia members? I shouted at the monster. I then launched myself forward and closed the distance. Once I did so, I jumped into the air and cut the tentacle holding Haruheim, catching her in my free arm after I did so. The moment this happened, several tentacles started converging towards me, intending to skewer me. But before that could happen, I saw red and black flames. Courtesy of Dilek and Leon Mithceli respectively. After they cast their enhancement magics, they used their flame-coated weapons to quickly slice the monster's tentacles, which caused it to cry out in pain. But I cared not. I simply landed on the ground and dashed back from it, Haruheim in my arms as I did so. Captain. Haruheim said. It's fine. You are okay now. Just give me one moment. I said. Everyone move back. I'm going to handle this fucker in one shot. Hearing my words, the others moved back a safe distance. Once they did, I chanted. I will have order. Planet befall. As I summoned the meteor, it slammed into the irregular dungeon worm, killing it in an instant, thus ending the tentacle monster before it could even truly get started. Third person, POV. After Morax used his spell to destroy the irregular monster, the Athena Familia did a quick search of the area to make sure the monster was truly destroyed, and that there were no others like it nearby. Once they were sure of both things, they returned to camp, where they gave Ryu and Haruheim magic potions to help them recover their mind. As soon as this was finished, the boys went to bathe, while the girls made dinner. Eventually night settled in and the Familia started resting. Well, most of them. Haruheim laid awake in the tent she shared with Ariane, the events from earlier playing over and over in her head. Specifically when Morax saved her from the tentacle monster just as she was about to be eaten. The captain. He was so cool and brave. Like a hero. Haruheim thought, getting a small blush on her cheeks as she did so. She then started twisting and turning in her sleeping bag, thinking more about Morax as she did so. Until eventually she stopped, since nature called. Exiting her tent, Haruheim went to relieve herself. Then once she was done, she started heading back to her tent, only for her ears to pick up sounds in the distance. Voices, in fact. One's familiar to her. Morax and Ryo. Getting a bit curious, Haruheim headed in the direction she heard her friends' voices, arriving at the lake from earlier. But the moment she did so, she went red in the face. Because Haruheim just happened to stumble upon Morax and Ryo having sex in the lake. Yes, NGH, harder Morax. Harder. Ryo moaned as she rode Morax. Understood. Morax replied. He then started thrusting harder into Ryo, and leaned in to leave love bites all over her breasts and stomach, in places where people couldn't see them. The two of them hadn't had sex in a few weeks and had reached their limit. So they snuck off to have some sexy time together. Seeing this, Haruheim was filled with both shame and utter embarrassment. Eventually she ran off and made it back to the camp. She then went inside of her tent and slinked into her sleeping bag, her hands covering her face after she did so. Ha! The captain and Ryo were cool. Haruheim said. Steam exiting the top of her head as what she just saw flashed through her mind. Needless to say, Haruheim didn't get any sleep at all that night. But she did start developing feelings for Morax, even if she herself didn't realize it yet. Time until Belle arrives in Orario, 3 years. Chapter 148, Chapter 135, a Ronin and Heim walk into a room. Morax, POV. Looking at the situation in front of me, I was not only at a loss for words, but also felt a massive headache coming on. How did things end up so bad so quickly? I thought. When the day started off just fine. Flashback. Sitting behind my desk in my office, I waited, along with Athena, who was sitting on one of the couches in the room. Since today we are interviewing a potential new member to join our familia, which rarely happens. But not for lack of initiative on our part. Our familia actually gets tons of applications from people wanting to join each and every day. The average number is at least 20 per day. But given all the secrets our familia has, we can't just let anyone join. We also need someone whose own ideals are closely in line with our familia's overall. So taking that and other factors into account, the pool of potential applicants shrinks significantly. Then even if we do take an interest in an applicant, we still need to interview them as the final step. Which a lot of them fail. I wonder if today's applicant will be different. Guess I'm about to find out. A few more moments passed before I heard a knock on my office door. Come in, I said. When I did so, the door opened, and Dilek stepped through it. Following behind him is today's applicant. A young man with indigo-colored hair who, from what his application said, hails from the Far East. His name is Sasaki Kojiro. As Sasaki stepped into my office, I observed him, and could immediately tell a couple of things. First off, he's seen combat. Not just against monster but people. People who've taken another's life have this certain look in their eyes. I should know since I am in that category. Secondly, I can tell he is a skilled warrior. The Nodachi sword on his back isn't just for show. He knows how to use it. Finally, I get the sense he would be a good fit for the familia. But of course I'll keep that to myself until the interview is over. Sasaki moved to take a seat on the couch opposite of Athena. Once he did so, Dilek left the room, closing the door behind him as he did so. The moment after he did so, I stood up and moved to sit beside on Athena. While she observed Sasaki, with a blank expression on her face, but a calm and calculating look in her eyes. As for Sasaki, his expression is also blank. But he is sizing the two of us up as well. A few seconds passed in utter silence, before Athena decided to break it. Hello there, she said, putting a smile on her face. I am Athena, and seated next to me is the captain of my familia, Morex Lapis. She explained. A pleasure to meet you both. I am Sasaki Kojiro, he said. Well, now that introductions are out of the way, let's get this interview started, I said. First off, Sasaki, why do you want to join our familia? I asked him. I am looking for some stability, he said. Elaborate, please, Athena asked. Back in my homeland, the Far East, I was part of a familia. But it fell into ruin and our god abandoned us, he explained. Once that happened, I decided to leave that please and became a wandering mercenary. A ronin is what it is called in my homeland. Eventually I arrived here in Orario and decided to join another familia. As for why I chose yours, it's because I heard you protect those that can't protect themselves and ask for nothing in return. It's true, Athena said. I want to do that as well, Sasaki spoke. As such, please allow me to join your familia. You know we have secrets, I said. Do you think you will be able to keep them if you join us? As long as they do not go against my morals or own personal beliefs, I shall, he explained. What level are you? Athena asked. 3. Just as I stated on my application, Sasaki spoke. If I were to tell you to kill someone without a reason, would you do so? Athena asked. Never, Sasaki said. Unless my own life, the lives of innocents are threatened, or I have a very good reason, I will never simply raise my blade to strike a person down, he explained. All right, I'm sold, Athena said. She then looked at me. Morex. I have no objections and nothing to add, I said. Smiling, Athena then looked at Sasaki. Well, that concludes the interview and I'm happy to say welcome to our familia, Sasaki, Athena said. Thank you, Lady Athena. I promise I will live up to your familia's name, he said. After he did so, I excused myself from the room while Athena bestowed Sasaki with her falna. Only a few minutes passed before they both came out of my office. Well, now that you are officially part of the familia, let me show you around our home. The Owl House, I explained to our newest recruit. Yes, I would be most delighted if you would, Captain, Sasaki said. Once he did so, I started showing him around. From the male dorms, to where the female dorms began, to the kitchen, to the bathrooms, and everything else in between. Until eventually we ended our tour in the living room, where William is losing badly in a game of chess against Reiner. Ryu and Echidna observing and waiting for their turns to play against my best friend. Turns out Ryu, Echidna, and William are pretty decent at the game of chess, while Reiner has loved it ever since we were kids. As for me, I'm alright, but nowhere near the level of those four. Checkmate, Reiner said, defeating William. Damn it, once more, William said. No way, it's my turn now, Echidna spoke. Then she turned her attention to the two of us, along with the others. Oh, hello, Morex, and who is that you have with you? Echidna asked. He's Sasaki Kojiro, our newest familia member, I explained. A pleasure to meet you all. Sasaki said. Another pretty boy. William grumbled. A pleasure to meet you, Sasaki. My name is Reiner. Reiner spoke. I am Ryu Lion. Ryu told him. And I am Echidna Dona. Echidna spoke. If you want, we can go and get to know each other really well, she said, licking her lips after she did so. Sasaki chuckled at this. Then, just as he was about to answer, Rogue walked into the room, Kagaya at his side. Hey, you two, I said to them. I would like you to meet our newest familia, me. I stopped speaking when I suddenly felt intense bloodlust emanating from Sasaki. Turning towards him, I saw his gaze directed at Kagaya, a look of pure anger in his eyes. I got ready to speak, but before I could, Sasaki already had his blade drawn and closed the distance to Kagaya, his weapon going towards her neck. But the second after this happened, Kagaya unsheathed her own blade Habigana, and started swinging it towards Sasaki. The both of them stopping after their blades touched the other's neck, small trickles of blood leaking out from both of them. Flashback end. Now here we are. No one moved or said a word as Sasaki and Kagaya held their weapons, poised to kill one another. More so in Sasaki's case, since Kagaya is only defending herself since he decided to just up and attack her out of nowhere. What the fuck do you think you are doing? Rogue asked Sasaki in a cold voice. I'm going to get rid of this Goju scum. Sasaki spat. Don't call me that. I am simply Gajuno now. Kagaya coldly told Sasaki. A dark look in her eyes. Like I would believe one from the clan who destroyed my familia. Sasaki retorted. Now I see. I thought. It seems Kagaya's clan was responsible for destroying Sasaki's original familia. Which is why he wants to kill Kagaya. At least now I know the reason he decided to attack her out of the blue. Still, that doesn't help with the current situation one bit. And if things continue as they are, Sasaki is going to end up dead. Since Kagaya is a level 5. Which I don't want to happen. Both of you, put your weapons down, now. I spoke. However, neither of them moved at my words. Did you not hear Morix? Put your weapons down. Now. I heard Athena say in an authoritative and commanding voice. Out of the corner of my eye I saw her standing at the entrance to the living room, a stern expression on her face. A few seconds passed after Athena spoke, but both Kagaya and Sasaki finally lowered their weapons away from each other. Good. Now then, let's discuss this matter like civilized people. Athena said. Me silently thanking her for getting a handle on the situation before it went from bad to worse. Now we just need to keep it that way. Chapter 149, Chapter 136, Honor. A/N, I'm back. Just like I said I would be. Sorry it took so long, I had issues with my computer. But I am here. Now without further ado, the chapter. Leaning on the chair in my office, I resisted the urge to use my fingers to rub my temples. While staring directly at Sasaki. Who is inadvertently the cause the massive headache I have right now. To think the new familia member we just accepted had his original familia destroyed by Kagaya's family. Talk about a messed up coincidence. What makes it worse is that I understand where Sasaki is coming from. If I ran into a person from an organization that destroyed what was basically my family, I would be angry and want revenge just like him. But on the other side there is Kagaya, who has been a close friend and ally to me for years. Not to mention the reason she left the Far East in the first place is because she didn't get along with her family. So yeah, it's complicated. Which is why my head is pounding right now. This day can't end soon enough, I thought. Just as I did so, the door to my office opened. Looking in its direction, I saw Athena enter. Followed by Astria, Elise, and Nise. Once they were inside, Dialect closed the door behind him. Since I have him standing guard outside. Along with Milhior. After what we are calling the incident took place in the living room, those of us present moved quickly to separate Sasaki from Kagaya and Rogue. Since if we left things as they were, I'm sure Sasaki would have gotten killed. Either by attacking Kagaya again in anger, or Rogue murdering him for attacking his girlfriend. Though if someone attacked Ryo, Shakti, or Rose in front of me, I would be ready to kill said individual like I saw Rogue was. So that's why we handled the matter as quickly as we could. We then called for the others, and then sent one of them to get Astria and inform her familia of the situation. Now here we are. Astria directed her gaze to Sasaki. So, you are the one who attacked my child. She stated. I am. Sasaki admitted without hesitation. Although I heard the reasons behind why you did so, I must tell you that you are mistaken about Kagaya. Yes, she is a part of the Goju family. But she has not been affiliated with them for years. She bears no ill will against you. So I ask that you give the same in return. Astria spoke. I am sorry, but I cannot. I am honor-bound to avenge my comrades and eliminate the Goju. Sasaki spoke. As he did so I resisted the urge to facepalm. Looks like we're doing this the hard way. Hey, get this through your thick head. Kagaya's name now is Gajuno, not Goju. She changed and is not part of that family anymore. Elise spoke. Even so, their blood still runs through her veins. Sasaki said. Even if she has done a few good deeds that won't erase the blood and darkness her family lives in. He said. Why you? Elise shouted. She then moved over to Sasaki and lifted him into the air by the scruff of his collar, an angry expression on her face. Sasaki, what are you doing? I thought. You are never ever supposed to make Elise truly angry. Bad things happen when you do. I've seen it with my own eyes. Elise, release him. Astria said. I can't. Not when he's sitting here bad-mouthing Kagaya and blaming her for her family's actions for no good reason, other than that they share blood. Elise retorted. Oh, do you think your friend is so innocent? Sasaki questioned. Well, I'm certain she's not. I wonder how many dark things she has done in the name of justice and order. He spat. Which only made Elise angrier. As the situation continued to devolve I got up and prepared to intervene. Only for my office door to be thrown open and Kagaya to enter, rogue right behind her. Which will either make the current situation get even worse, or hopefully get better. Elise, let him go. Kagaya spoke. I can't. Not when he's sitting here blaming you for things we haven't done. Elise retorted. Kagaya gave her a gentle smile after she did. Thank you for sticking up for me. But I need to handle this myself. So please, put him down. Fine. Elise said. She then threw Sasaki onto the couch. Once Elise did this he turned to look Kagaya directly in the eyes. As the two stared each other down I looked at Rogue and prepared to move, just in case he tried anything. Dilek and Milhur who are observing the situation from outside the room are doing the same thing. Since again, I don't want a bloodbath. Sasaki Kojiro. I challenge you to an honor duel. Kagaya spoke. Are you messing with me? He asked her. Not at all. I'm serious. Kagaya said. She speaks the truth. Astria said. Yes, she is not lying. Athena added. I see. Sasaki said. But how do I know you will abide by the rules? You don't. You'll just have to trust me. Kagaya replied. I see. Sasaki said. Fine then. I accept your challenge. The terms. Kagaya said. If I win you or tell all of your allies and friends about your deeds during the time with the Goju clan before taking your own life. Sasaki explained. Oi, that's too dark. I thought. Also, Sasaki, shut up. Rogue is seriously going to kill you. I thought. But looking at him I noticed he hasn't moved at all. Despite the completely dark look he is giving Sasaki, with a nasty black aura leaking out of his body. Fine then. But if I win you will stop trying to kill me. Kagaya spoke. Agreed. Sasaki said. Agreed. Kagaya said. Wait, will someone explain what is happening here? Elise asked. An honor duel. It is a sacred and ancient tradition in our homeland of the Far East. Sasaki said. It's a mock battle where the victor is able to demand anything of the loser. So long as the terms were agreed to before the match. Kagaya, what are you doing? Nise asked. Yes, you can't be taking things this far. Elise said. But Kagaya simply gave them a steadfast look. I see you won't be backing down from this. Astria spoke. No, I won't. Sorry mother. Kagaya said. No need to apologize. Astria said. Yep, no need. This is exactly what needs to happen. Athena spoke up. On that note, shall we go and get this honor duel over with? Kagaya and Sasaki nodded their heads in agreement with Athena's words. Once they did so we all left my office. As I closed the door I hoped neither Kagaya or Sasaki died in this honor duel. Since the former is a good friend, and the latter I feel like would be a great addition to my familia. Chapter 150, Chapter 137, It's Time to Duel. Third person, POV. Standing in the backyard of the owl house Sasaki and Kagaya were preparing to have an honor duel. The entire Athena familia, and Astria along with Elise and Nise observing it. An honor duel. Sounds serious. Echidna spoke up. Since after the others from the familia arrived Morex and Athena explained the situation to them. It is. Harwime spoke up. Back in our home country it is one of our most sacred rituals. Even so, the stakes don't seem even in this match. Reiner spoke up. That's true. But given their difference in level, Kagaya is going to breeze through the sky like a strong gust of wind. William spoke, raising a flag like usual. I don't think so. Haruheim spoke up. You see, in an honor duel it's all about skill and nothing else from what I can remember. What do you mean, Haruheim? Gaul asked. She's saying that even if one has the blessing of a god it won't greatly affect the outcome of the duel. Since there is an unspoken rule that when those who have been bestowed fauna compete in honor duels they are not to use magic or skills to help them achieve victory. Though passive skills are an exception to this rule, since they cannot be willing deactivated. Rogue explained. Because Kagaya had informed him of the rules of an honor duel before she challenged Sasaki. A fact which Rogue still didn't like. Especially after he heard the stakes of the duel that Sasaki demanded if he won. However, this was Kagaya's decision, so Rogue is going to trust she knows what she's doing. Despite how much he wants to interfere in the matter. Facing each other, Sasaki and Kagaya had their blades drawn. Blank expressions on both their faces. As they stared each other down, Sasaki's eyes directed themselves as Kagaya's silver right arm. Noticing where his gaze was directed, Kagaya spoke up. I lost my original arm protecting my precious friends. Now I have this one. She explained to him. I see. Sasaki simply said. But he didn't say anything else on the matter. Are both of you ready? Athena asked. Yes. Kagaya answered. Indeed. Sasaki responded. All right. Begin. Athena spoke. The moment she did so, Sasaki leapt forward and slashed at Kagaya's waist from the left. Bringing up Habigana, Kagaya deflected his attack. She then stepped forward and started slashing at Sasaki from all angles. But he countered each and every one of her strikes. Seeing that she was getting nowhere, Kagaya took a step back. Immediately after she did so, Sasaki closed the distance and started jabbing his blade in her direction, aiming for vital points. Remaining calm, Kagaya used her blade to deflect Sasaki's attacks away from her vital points. But she ended up getting several small wounds in the process. Eventually Kagaya found an opening, and when she did so she moved forward and delivered a palm strike using her left hand to Sasaki's chest. As the attack landed, all the air exited his lungs, causing him to falter. Taking advantage of this, Kagaya quickly made a fierce downward slash with Habigana. Seeing the incoming attack, Sasaki did his best to dodge. And he managed to do so. But not entirely. As the tip of Kagaya's blade landed on the ground, a wound opened up along the right side of Sasaki's chest. As well as over his right eye. Though the eye itself wasn't damaged. Using his sleeve, Sasaki wiped the blood from his eye. He then got ready to go on the attack once more. Only to see Kagaya sheathing her weapon as he did so. The moment Sasaki saw this, his instincts started screaming at him to run. With good reason too. Since Kagaya is about to use one of the secret sword techniques taught to her by her family. Listen. Kagaya said. She then drew her blade from its sheath in one quick and powerful motion. Stepping forward in Sasaki's direction simultaneously as she did so. Sasaki couldn't see the attack. It was too fast, and the difference in their levels made things even more difficult. But on an instinctual level, Sasaki unconsciously moved his body. At the exact moment he did is when Kagaya's attack landed. Creating a deep gash in his left arm. Though originally Kagaya was aiming to create a deep wound on Sasaki's chest. Seeing that he managed to slightly dodge her attack, she was impressed. As was everyone else watching the match. Especially those who trained with Kagaya regularly, such Ryo, Elise, and Rogue. He unconsciously managed to dodge one of Kagaya's sword techniques. Sasaki really has talent. Morex thought. If only he wasn't obsessed with revenge, he would have made a great addition to our familia. But after today that is likely not going to happen. Ignoring the blood pouring from his new wound on his left arm, Sasaki stepped forward and made an upward slash in Kagaya's direction. Due to her being impressed that he managed to evade a fatal blow from her, her reaction in dodging his attack was delayed by a few seconds. But in battle, a few seconds is all that's needed. Sasaki managed to create a wound on Kagaya's left side. After she received it, she moved back. She then raised Habigana in his direction, and he did the same with his own weapon. To think he would be able to dodge one of my most powerful attacks. Kagaya mused. Of course. As a swordsman, I will always strive to achieve victory and avoid defeat. So long as I am able, the nature of my Ganryu will never stop evolving. Sasaki said with conviction. I see. Kagaya said. You truly are an honorable man, Sasaki Kojiro. Sasaki said nothing in response. He simply launched another attack. Just as he did so, Kagaya used once more. This time creating a deep wound on Sasaki's chest like she intended to the first time. As the blood from his wound painted the ground red, Sasaki passed out. Hitting the ground, a puddle of blood forming under him. Bringing the honor duel to an end. Slowly Sasaki opened his eyes. When he did so, he couldn't understand what was happening. All he knew was that he was lying in a bed and his wounds had been treated. "So, you're finally awake." Hearing a voice on his left, Sasaki looked in that direction and saw Athena sitting in a chair located at his bedside. Morik standing right behind her, along with Rogue. "What is this?" Sasaki asked. "This is a room for use for medical treatments in our familia home," Morik answered. "Please do not patronize me." "I mean, what is this? Why am I still alive?" Sasaki questioned. "I lost the honor duel. So my life was forfeit. Yet here I am." "Yes, here you are." Athena spoke. "As to why, it's simple. Once you passed out, we started treating your wounds to make sure you didn't die." "But again, why?" Sasaki asked. "I tried to kill one of your comrades. You had every right to let me die." "We sure did." Rogue spoke up. "But that's not the way we do things around here. Besides, Kaguya herself didn't want you to die. She simply wanted you to stop trying to kill her." He explained. "She didn't want me dead." Sasaki mused. "No, she doesn't," Morik added. "Like we keep telling you, Sasaki, Kaguya isn't like the rest of her family. That's why she changed her name to Gajuno. She's cut all ties with them and simply wants to live her life here in Orario." "I see," Sasaki said. "Well, what a mistake I have made then." He. Sasaki chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. He had been so consumed by revenge he let it blind him to everything else. Now here he is. Eventually Sasaki stopped chuckling. "I thank you for assisting me. And once my wounds heal I will take my leave," Sasaki said. "No, you can stay," Athena said. Which made Sasaki eyes go as wide as saucers. "Before you ask, Kaguya and the Astria family already said they are fine with it. They understood your circumstances and bear no ill will against you. Especially since everything was settled with the honor duel." "Right." "Yes, it was," Sasaki answered. "So if there are no more issues we would still love to have you in our familia," Athena said. "Yes, we would," Morik spoke. "So, what do you say? If you will still have me, then I would be honored," Sasaki said. "Great. But one more thing," Rogue said. He then stepped up to Sasaki and punched him square in the face. Rogue then leaned down close and looked Sasaki directly in his eyes. "If you ever threaten to harm Kaguya again, no one will be able to keep me from sending you to the afterlife. That's a promise," he said. Rogue then backed up and left the infirmary, having said his piece. Thus the matter came a close and the Athena familia got another new member. Chapter 151, Chapter 138, Takamikazuchi Familia. Third person, POV. Sitting on Ro's personal office at the guild, Haruheim, Sasaki, and Leon Michelli waited patiently as the person in question finished filling out a number of forms while seated at her desk. The forms in question pertained directly to Sasaki and Haruheim. Both of them had come to the guild today to report that they leveled up. Haruheim had reached level 2, while Sasaki had reached level 4. The reason Leon Michelli was accompanying the two of them is because this is the first time either of them had reported a level up to the guild, and Athena wanted someone with prior experience to accompany them and help them through the procedure. Which leads to right now. Another few minutes passed before Rose finished filing all the form and then double-checked them to make sure everything was in order. Once she finished, she placed them neatly in a pile atop her desk and looked at the three members of the Athena familia. "All right, I'm done," Rose said. "You can go now." She spoke in her usual blunt manner. But Leon Michelli, Sasaki, and Haruheim didn't take any offense to it. They knew that after having Rose as their familia advisor for years, and with the fact she is one of Morik's lovers was just her personality. "Thank you, Miss Rose, for all your help," Haruheim spoke. "Well then we will take our leave," Sasaki said. "Yep, see you later, Rose," Leon Michelli said. The three of them then left her office and headed towards the common area of the guild. Reaching it, they prepared to head home. Only for someone to call out in their direction. Lady Haruheim," a female voice shouted. This stopped the three of them in their tracks. Turning their head in the direction the voice, Leon Michelli, Sasaki, and Haruheim saw 6 people dressed in Far Eastern clothing looking in their direction. Actually, the girl at the front of their group had her gaze solely focused on Haruheim. "It really is you," the girl happily exclaimed. "Mikoto," Haruheim said. "Ah, Mikoto," Haruheim suddenly exclaimed. As tears began streaming down her face, she ran over to the girl Mikoto and wrapped her in a hug, ignoring all the stares she was getting from the people inside of the guild. A good thing too. Since if Haruheim noticed all those eyes on her, she would probably pass out. As Leon Michelli and Sasaki looked at Haruheim's action with the group that was obviously from the Far East, they simply let them have their moment. Questions about their relationship could come later. Eventually Haruheim stopped hugging Mikoto and put her down, wiping any remaining tears from her eyes as she did so. "I'm so happy to see you again," Haruheim told Mikoto. "And I you Lady Haruheim," Mikoto happily said. She then peeked past her and looked at Leon Michelli and Sasaki. But this only lasted briefly before Mikoto returned her gaze to Haruheim, deciding to ask a question that just formed in her head. "Lady Haruheim, who are those two you are with?" Mikoto asked. "Oh, they are members of my familia," Haruheim said. "Eh?" Mikoto and her companions exclaimed in utter shock. "It's a long story," Haruheim sheepishly said. Morex, POV. Sitting on one of the couches in the living room of the owl house, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Takamikazuchi and his entire familia performing Dajiza perfectly. It truly is a sight. "Once again I cannot thank you all enough for what you've done for Haruheim." Takamikazuchi spoke. "Yes, thank you very much," Uka said. "A thousand thanks," Mikoto added. The others spoke up and expressed their thanks and gratitude as well. For like the 100th time. They've been doing so ever since my group returned from our daily dive into the dungeon. It seems while we were there Haruheim encountered her old childhood friends at the guild with Sasaki and Leon Michelli, who then went to collect Takamikazuchi, and all of them came to the owl house, where our resident little fox told them the story of how she met us and joined our familia. Well, if I was in their position I would likely do the same thing. "Once again you are welcome," I said. "Yes. But please, raise your heads," Athena said. "We understand the depths of your gratitude." At her words they all raised their heads. Once they did so our two familia chatted for a while, until eventually the Takamikazuchi familia decided to return home. Except for Mikoto and Chigusa. Apparently they are going to spend the night and have a sleepover with Haruheim. Good for her. "Oh Mikoto, I see you are staying the night. Good. We can get to know each other a bit better," Echidna said, getting closer to Mikoto as she licked her lips, making weird gestures with her fingers. Seeing this I gave a nod to Ryu and Ariane, who nodded back immediately. After they did so Ryu got behind Echidna and slammed Alph Lumina right on top of her head. Then before she could react Ariane came from the front and clotheslined her into the ground. The two elves sharing a high five after they finished. They then grabbed Echidna and started carrying her unconscious body to her room, where they would watch her for the rest of the night. Since if they didn't she might really assault Mikoto. Which we can't have. Subjecting such an innocent girl to that perverted monster who devours anything within her strike zone. We're not insane. Though I might sick Echidna on Bell when he arrives here in Orario. Now that would definitely generate some good laughs. Just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. What was that?" Chigusa asked. "It's nothing," Gaul said. "Yes, put it out of your mind," Rogue spoke. "And if that sorry excuse for a witch tries anything you have our permission to beat her senseless. Though don't do it too hard since that is also something she enjoys," Leon Michelli calmly explained. Chigusa and Mikoto simply nodded, looking completely lost. But if they spend enough time around us they will understand the others' words. Which is going to be the case since they are Haruheim precious friends. The meeting concluded we all went our separate ways. Including me. I got ready to head to Rose's house, since it's her night with me. Where she hinted the other day that she might play the role of a teacher. Just thinking of Rose in a pencil-thin skirt with a ruler in her hands gets me going. I can't wait to get some private tutoring from her. Tonight is definitely going to be a good night indeed. Time remaining until Belle arrives in Orario, 2 years. Chapter 152, Chapter 139, Encouragement. Third person, POV. Sitting on the floor in her room dressed in pajamas Haruheim has a smile on her face. Since Chigusa and Mikoto are seated next to her. Both of them dressed in pajamas as well. The 3 teenage girls are well into their sleepover. The moon high in the night sky speaks to that fact. For hours the 3 of them had simply been talking. Catching up on all the time they missed apart these past few years. All 3 girls enjoying themselves to the fullest. But then everything changed. All due to one simple question. "Lady Haruheim, I was wondering if there is any man that has caught your eye?" Mikoto asked. When she did so Haruheim's ears started moving rapidly from side to side, as did her tail. She also got a small blush on her face. "No. Not at all." Haruheim spoke, looking anywhere but at Chigusa and Mikoto as she did. Both girls seeing Haruheim's reaction to the question could instantly tell she was lying. "I see. So there are men who has caught your attention." Mikoto spoke. Who is it? Chigusa asked. No one. Haruhime denied once more. And also, why are you asking me this? We want to know. Mikoto stated. Yes. Chigusa added. Then what about you two? Do you have boys that you like? Haruhime asked. Her counterattack worked immediately, as Mikoto and Chigusa both got blushes on their faces and couldn't respond to their friend's question. See. It's not so easy to say who you like. Haruhime pointed out. Yes. I suppose you are right. Mikoto said. Why yes. Chigusa softly whispered in agreement. So, let's end the discussion about boys here. Haruhime said. Glad she dodged that bullet. Or so she thought. Bam. Turning their heads in the direction of Haruhime's bedroom, which was just slammed open, Mikoto, Chigusa, and Haruhime saw Echidna standing there. Talking about boys are we? She asked. Echidna, what are you doing here? Haruhime asked. Since Ryu and Arian had been tasked with watching her to make sure she didn't do anything too explicit to Mikoto. Because once Echidna found someone that was her type, she would work to eat them without letting much stand in her way. Oh, I managed to give Arian and the Arrow Elf the slip. Echidna replied. Arrow Elf? Mikoto questioned. She is referring to Ryo. Haruhime clarified. That I am. Echidna added. But enough about elf who acts prim and proper while being a freak between the sheets. Let me tell you two girls something interesting. The one Haruhime likes is our very own Captain. Before Echidna could finish speaking, Haruhime darted across the room and placed her hands over her mouth. Don't listen. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Haruhime said to Mikoto and Chigusa. Looking back at them while she continued holding her hands over Echidna's mouth, who is still trying to speak. HMPHH. Echidna grumbled into Haruhime's hands. Never noticing the shadows of two elves looming behind her as she did. What happened next took place in a matter of seconds. Ryu and Arian entered Haruhime's room and grabbed Echidna. They then quickly dragged her out, closing the door behind them. Until Ryu opened it back up a second later and peeked her head inside. My apologies. She escaped from us. But it won't happen again. Please continue enjoying your sleepover, Haruhime. And your friends as well. Ryu said. Pulling her head out of the room and closing the door again after she did so. Mikoto and Chigusa have no words for what they just witnessed. As for Haruhime, she walked over to her bed and laid down in it. Well, good night. She said. Only for Mikoto and Chigusa to direct their attention towards her. When this happened, the two girls pulled Haruhime out of bed and forced her to look them in their eyes. Grins on their faces. So Lady Haruhime, you are interested in Sir Morax, right? Mikoto asked. No. Haruhime denied. Then why are you blushing so hard right now? Chigusa asked. Which is true. Haruhime is red as a tomato right now. Just admit. You like Sir Morax, do you not? Mikoto asked. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Chigusa said. Yes. I like him. Haruhime admitted. Ever since Morax saved her from the irregular their familia encountered in the dungeon last year, her feelings toward him had slowly started to change. A/N, read chapter 134 of the story for the event. Haruhime has even had several risque dreams involving Morax. She has also been observing him more and more. To the point she can't deny she has developed a crush on him. But right now is the first time she's voiced her feelings out loud to anyone. I see. So, when shall you start working to make him yours? Mikoto asked. No. Haruhime cried. I mean, Morax doesn't even feel that way about me. Besides, he already has women much better by his side than me. Like Lady Ryo. She said. Haruhime then quickly gave Mikoto and Chigusa the rundown on Morax's harem. The fierce elven warrior whose beauty is equated to that of a fairy, Ryo Lion. The fiery red-headed werewolf who works for the guild and has a big heart, even though she rarely shows it, Rose Fanet. The captain of the Ganesha Familia and one of the top 5 female adventurers that everyone wants to date, Shakti Verma. Haruhime briefly described all 3 of them to Chigusa and Mikoto. So you see, the captain wouldn't be interested in someone like me when he has those 3. Haruhime said. A bit of sadness in her voice. Well, you won't know until you try. Chigusa spoke. That's right. Mikoto spoke up with a passion. She then grabbed Haruhime's hands with her own. Lady Haruhime. Confess. Mikoto spoke. What? Haruhime replied in utter shock. But I just told you Morax probably wouldn't accept. Even so, trying is still better than nothing. Mikoto retorted. To give up before you even put up a fight means you already accept your defeat. In love you cannot do that. So you might fight, and a confession is the way to do so. She spoke with a passion. Even though Mikoto herself has no intention to confessing her love to the person she likes. Go for it. Chigusa added. Who as well has no intention of confessing her own feelings. Well. Haruhime stammered. Faced with the intense gazes of both Mikoto and Chigusa, she was at a loss for words. A few more seconds passed before she finally spoke. Okay. Haruhime whispered. I will confess. She said. Swallowing a lump in her throat after she did do. Excellent. Mikoto spoke. Chigusa nodded her head in agreement. Meanwhile Haruhime turned into a ball of nerves and anxiety. Her mind completely filled with thoughts about her upcoming confession to Morax. Though the person in question has no idea what is coming his way.